Beautiful women were Jiang Fu's weakness, but this time, her attention was entirely captured by a strikingly handsome man with impeccable style standing in the elevator. She squinted slightly, her gaze slowly drifting from his face to his left hand. Those long, slender fingers were fiddling with a string of dark-colored Buddhist beads, and his ring finger was conspicuously bare. Jiang Fu felt a surge of delight. For a first date, it was only natural to choose someone she found appealing. She turned to him, her voice sweet and soft as she asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you single?" The man's fingers paused on the beads, his expression unreadable as he replied, "Yes." "Interested in going out?" "No." Jiang Fu's heart sank. It was rare to meet someone she was genuinely drawn to, only to be rejected outright. Unwilling to give up, she added, "I hope you won't regret this." As the elevator doors opened and she stepped out, a firm grip caught her wrist. The man's deep, penetrating gaze locked onto hers. "I don't want to regret it," he said. Jiang Fu's lips curved into a smile. Of course, her charm was undeniable. She swiped her keycard to unlock the hotel room door and led the man inside. "So, should I shower first or—" Her sentence was cut short as she found herself pressed against the wall. His kiss carried a faint aroma of Longjing tea, intoxicating her senses. The pearl buttons of her cheongsam proved too slippery for his patience, and with a swift motion, he tore the delicate fabric apart. The sensation of the sandalwood Buddhist beads on his wrist brushing against her skin made her breathing quicken. "This is my first time, so be gentle," she murmured, her voice husky with desire. The man paused for a moment. "Are you sure you want to give your first time to me?" "My dress is already torn, what do you think?" she replied. What followed felt natural, as if it were meant to happen. He guided her through her first experience with tenderness and care. Afterward, he didn't leave immediately but held her close in his arms. The scent of high-grade agarwood lingered, wrapping her in a comforting haze. The night was a blur of passion. When Jiang Fu woke again, the space beside her was empty. She wasn't surprised. After freshening up, she grabbed her suitcase and left the hotel. After all, games between adults shouldn't come with strings attached. But when the man returned to the room holding breakfast, all he found was a single loose pearl. He picked up the lustrous pearl, smooth like her skin, and held it in his palm, lost in thought. 12 hours later, Jiang Fu arrived at her Yanjing villa in Iha. The first thing that caught her eye was a black lace bra casually tossed on the sofa. With an impassive expression, she used tweezers to pick it up and inspect it 36C. The strong perfume scent confirmed it wasn't the same woman as the 34B from last time. Over the past 4 years, her fiancé, Jiang Fu, had accumulated 52 lovers, enough to complete a deck of playing cards. Just then, his latest fling, wrapped in one of his shirts, sauntered downstairs. Jiang Fu approached and handed the woman a pack of birth control pills. "Abortion takes a toll on your body. Make sure to take this within 72 hours. Right on cue, Jiang Fu appeared, wrapping an arm around his new lover's waist. He sneered at Jiang Fu, "She's crazy. Don't pay her any attention." Jiang Fu turned to head upstairs but paused midway. "Oh, by the way, Aunt Chiu called. She wants us to have dinner at the family estate tonight." Jiang watched her retreating figure, momentarily dazed. Without her glasses, Jiang Fu's dark, piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing straight into his soul, far from the timid, doll-like woman he once remembered. Back in her sanctuary on the 3rd floor, Jiang Fu locked the door and slipped out of her clothes. The mirror reflected her body, marked with traces of last night's passion. Thinking about the wild encounter, she regretted not getting his contact information. Her phone buzzed suddenly. It was her future mother-in-law, Gu Yanqiu. During their conversation, she learned that Cheng Zhilua, the younger brother who had left home years ago to pursue a life of Buddhist study, had returned. After years of traveling and dedicating himself to the practice of Buddhism, Cheng Zhilua was finally back. Her heart secretly brimmed with joy, though Jiang Fu's tone remained soft and composed, giving away no trace of emotion. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be on time," she said calmly. After hanging up the phone, she wrapped herself in a towel and walked into the walk-in closet. Sitting down in front of the vanity mirror, she skillfully covered the marks on her neck with concealer and applied a light, natural makeup look. Her gaze swept over the rows of cheongsams hanging neatly on the rack, some elegant, some stately, others alluring. She pressed her lips together in thought before turning to the adjacent rack, where she selected a high-neck, lotus-colored, long-sleeved, knee-length dress. After carefully smoothing out the hemline, she deliberately put on a pair of clear lens glasses. In the mirror, Jiang Fu appeared demure and prim to the point of dullness, the exact image adored by elders and despised by Cheng Zhilua. She studied her reflection with satisfaction, nodding slightly. Slipping on white, closed-toe leather pumps that concealed her red-painted toenails, she added a pair of sheer gloves. Picking up her handbag, she descended the stairs with measured, graceful steps. Outside the living room, Cheng Zhilua lounged lazily in the driver's seat of a white Ferrari, a cigarette burned down to its stub between his fingers. As for his little lover 52, she had long since vanished. Jiang Fu glanced at her watch. It had only been 40 minutes since she went upstairs. Factoring in foreplay, a shower, and a post-smoke moment, this so-called playboy likely couldn't even last 20 minutes, far inferior to the men she chose. All show and no substance, just as expected. Actually, even in terms of looks, he fell short compared to her chosen man. The thought brought a mischievous smile to her lips. Too bad Jiang would never get a glimpse of that man. If he could see the one who had cuckolded him, she truly wondered what kind of expression this spoiled trust fund boy would make. Just then, Jiang turned to look her way, and Jiang Fu swiftly erased her smile, resuming her composed demeanor. She opened the backseat door and pulled a packet of alcohol wipes from her handbag. Jiang flicked away his cigarette, but with irritation, his tone laced with annoyance. "What are you doing?" "I have a bit of a germophobia, as you know," Jiang Fu replied gently, her movements unhurried as she peeled open a wipe and meticulously cleaned the seat and backrest. Ever since their engagement, she'd developed this supposed germophobia, perfect excuse to avoid physical contact with Jiang. A man as filthy as a toilet plunger was the last person she wanted to touch. Besides, who knew what kind of activities this car had seen? She certainly wasn't about to dirty her carefully chosen dress. Jiang frowned, his tone growing even more impatient. "I mean, why are you sitting in the back seat? Do you think I'm your chauffeur?" "What else would I do?" Jiang Fu's voice remained soft and pleasant. "Isn't the front passenger seat reserved for girlfriends? I wouldn't want your girlfriend to get upset." Her smile was harmless, but her words carried a faint trace of mockery. A fiancé as considerate as her was probably one of a kind. Jiang Fu couldn't help but mentally applaud herself. Jiangmu's expression darkened instantly. He had brought a woman home hoping to provoke her, to make her angry or humiliate her, yet she remained so calm. It was like punching katana resistance, no impact, leaving him seething with frustration. His handsome face turned livid as he sneered. "Jiang Fu, you really are something." "As long as Jiamyej likes it," Jiang Fu replied, smoothing her skirt as she sat primly, her demeanor resembling that of a wife basking in her husband's praise, even adding a touch of bashful sweetness. Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. Like it? He'd rather she lose her temper, shout, cry, throw a fit, or even run to his grandfather to tattle on him. But ever since their engagement, she had become a completely different person, always calm, always composed. The Jiang Fu who used to smile so brightly, act so freely, and drive him mad with both love and hate, where had she gone? Fastening her seatbelt, Jiang Fu carefully smoothed out the creases on her dress before speaking in an even tone. "Let's go. Aunt Chiu mentioned that uncle will be back tonight. We shouldn't be late." Her voice was light, as if she were merely reminding a driver to watch the time. Jiang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his chest burning with suppressed rage. Reduced to playing chauffeur and forced to swallow his anger, he was so infuriated he nearly slammed the accelerator to the floor. Yet Jiang Fu's composed, unbothered demeanor only stoked his irritation, further forcing him to keep up the charade was utterly infuriating. Hearing the words "little uncle," Jiangmu's brow furrowed ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. He quickly turned his face away and focused on driving. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Fu pulled out her phone, opened the WeChat app, and put on her Bluetooth earphones, pretending to listen to music to avoid the awkwardness of small talk. On her screen, there was a message from her assistant, Milai, containing a link to an English news article. The bold headline read, "Peking opera queen Shika concludes her European tour with perfection." She clicked on the link, and the page displayed a photo of herself performing in the Peking Opera Troupe's production of Lady Hongfu at the Berlin State Opera. Dressed in an elegant white opera costume, holding a red scarf, she stood on stage with poise and radiance. The heavy Peking opera makeup concealed her true appearance, making it impossible to connect the vibrant performer in the photo to the composed woman sitting in the car. In the WeChat chat box, Milai's username, Queen's loyal follower Xiaomi, popped up. "Xiaomi, Sister Fu, Vogue wants you for a cover interview. Are you in?" Jiang Fu switched to her alternate account, Emilienne, and replied, "Emilienne, with makeup." "Xiaomi, negotiable." "Emilienne, if it's with makeup, we go for it." "No makeup, no deal." Jiang Fu stared at the screen, pondering for a moment before lightly tapping her fingers on the phone. What she desired was still out of her grasp. Now was not the time to reveal her alternate identity. The car entered the old city and stopped in front of the Cheng family's traditional courtyard residence. Jiangmu handed the car keys to the waiting butler at the entrance and strode up the steps. Jiang Fu followed behind him, carrying a box of pastries. Her gaze swept across the elegant courtyard. As they entered the front yard, her eyes fell on a woman standing at the main hall entrance. Aunt Chiu. Jiang Fu greeted with a soft smile, her voice gentle and perfectly measured. Her expression was the epitome of a 3-meter 6" smile, as poised and polished as a professionally trained mannequin. Gu Yanqiu's gaze first landed on her son, then shifted critically to Jiang Fu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. A knee-length skirt, mid-heeled shoes, light makeup, and a neatly styled bun. Everything about Jiang Fu's appearance ticked the boxes of Gu Yanqiu's ideal daughter-in-law: obedient, sensible, and easy to manage. Satisfied, Gu Yanqiu nodded slightly, her expression softening into a warm smile as her tone became gentler. The old master and your uncle are playing chess in the study. When they heard you were coming, they specifically requested your dragonwell tea. Oh, go plate the pastries. Jiang Fu nodded and carried the pastry box toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Gu Yanqiu grabbed Qing Jiamu by the arm and pulled him under a flowering tree in the courtyard. The elegance on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a stern frown and a sharp tone. I didn't raise you all these years so you could mess around with women. If you cause another scandal with a child involved, don't blame me for turning against you. No one knows a son better than his mother. Gu Yanqiu was fully aware of Cheng Jiamu's antics, but chose not to expose him in Jiang Fu's presence. Qing Jiamu, hands casually stuffed in his pockets, smirked without a hint of remorse. Didn't you say that as long as I marry Jiang Fu, I can do whatever I want afterward? Gu Yanqiu sneered coldly, her voice laced with warning. You're not married yet. Push her too far, and if she goes crying to the old master, what then? Cheng Jiamu scoffed dismissively, completely unconcerned. She wouldn't dare. Gu Yanqiu's frown deepened, her tone growing harsher. Girls need to be coaxed. You know this better than anyone. One word from her carries more weight with the old master than 10 from me. He's old and doesn't have many years left. Right now, the Cheng family shares are still in his hands. Who he chooses to pass everything on to will depend entirely on his mood. If the old master didn't favor Jiang Fu so much, do you think I'd push you to pursue her? Cheng Jiamu waved her off impatiently. Alright, I get it. With that, he turned and headed toward the study in the rear courtyard. At the same time, Jiang Fu emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray. Gu Yanqiu instantly shed her stern demeanor, replacing it with a warm smile as she waved her over. Xiao Fu, come here. Jiang Fu carried a plate of delicate pastries, her steps light and breezy as she approached Gu Yanqiu, a gentle smile gracing her face. Gu Yanqiu noticed her arrival and smiled faintly. Aunt Qiu has something she'd like to discuss with you, she began. I know you've been feeling a little wrong lately regarding that young model. Don't take it to heart. Jiamu, is just being playful. Playful? Jiang Fu mocked inwardly, her thoughts dripping with sarcasm. Anyone overhearing this would think Cheng Jiamu still needs diapers. Yet, despite her inner disdain, her face remained composed, her smile obedient and sweet. I understand, Aunt Qiu. Gu Yanqiu patted her on the shoulder, her tone warm yet firm. The old man is getting on in years, and his health isn't great. Don't trouble him with the squabbles of you young ones. If Jiamu gives you any more trouble, come to me. I'll make sure you're treated fairly. Jiang Fu lowered her gaze submissively, nodding with a hint of what seemed like gratitude. Gu Yanqiu studied her for a moment, and then smoothly shifted the conversation, her tone probing. Oh, by the way, let your father know. He's always had an interest in that piece of land in the south of the city, hasn't he? Tell him to come by the company sometime. We can discuss it. Jiang Fu's heart clenched with cold amusement. She was all too familiar with Gu Yanqiu's tactics: first a stick, then a sweet date. The project in the southern district needed a contractor, after all. Rather than handing it to an outsider, why not use it to curry favor with the Jiang family? She sniffed softly, lifting her head with an expression brimming with gratitude. Aunt Qiu, you're so good to me. Gu Yanqiu's smile deepened, exuding maternal kindness. Of course I am. I've watched you grow up, haven't I? You're like my own daughter. Who else would I look after if not you? Alright, off you go now. The old man is waiting. Jiang Fu nodded and picked up the tray, her steps quickening slightly as she passed through the moon gate. The grand old house, with its 4 courtyards, was a sprawling labyrinth. The study was located in the second courtyard. Through the beaded curtain, she caught a glimpse of the scene inside. Cheng Furu, the patriarch of the Cheng family, was reclining on a Luohan bed, engrossed in a game of Go with another man. Cheng Furu sat facing the door, while the other man, seated opposite him, had his back turned toward her. Jiang Fu's heart stirred, and she immediately guessed who it was: Cheng Jielua, the 3rd son of the Cheng family. It had been over a decade since she last saw him, and her memories of this uncle had long faded. All she could recall was his preference for crisp Chinese-style attire and his cool, aloof demeanor, as steadfast as pine and cypress. From her vantage point, she could only see his silhouette. He wore a moon-white traditional shirt, his posture straight and upright, his short hair neat and clean. The setting sun streamed through the window lattice, enveloping his figure in a warm golden glow. Just as her gaze lingered on him, Cheng Jielua raised his right hand, placing a black Go piece steadily onto the board. In the sunlight, his hand appeared long and slender, with well-defined joints and a translucent quality to his skin, like polished jade. The faint blue veins on the back of his hand were subtly prominent, and a string of prayer beads dangled from his wrist. Jiang Fu's eyes were drawn to the beads, her brows furrowing slightly. There was something oddly familiar about them. A sudden jolt ran through her, and a wild thought nearly escaped her lips. Could it be the man from last night? But the next moment, she shook her head, dismissing the absurd idea. Impossible. What were the odds of such a coincidence? Jiang Fu, come in, Cheng Furu called out, his voice tinged with fondness as he spotted her at the door. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Fu lifted the beaded curtain and stepped into the study. Her polite, practiced smile softened into something warmer, more genuine. She made an effort to appear natural, especially given Cheng Jiama's presence elsewhere in the house. She couldn't afford to let her emotions show. Grandpa, Aunt Chio said you wanted some Longjing tea, so I brought some sugar-free chestnut cakes from Fujin's High to pair with it. Cheng Furu waved her off, not in a hurry for tea. Instead, he gestured for her to come closer. Xiao Fu, come here. Do you still remember your little uncle? Balancing the tray, Jiang Fu approached, her smile sweet and bright. Uncle, it's been a long time. Cheng Jialua was the only son of Cheng Fura's second wife, Shen Lanxin, a celebrated Peking opera singer. Shen Lanxin married into the Cheng family at the age of 28, while Cheng Fura was already in his 40s. A year later, Cheng Jialua was born. After giving birth, Shen Lanxin retired from the stage to focus on her family. Jiang Fu's mother, Wen Rujing, was Shen Langxin's sole apprentice and eventually took over the opera troupe. Jiang Fu had practically grown up in the Cheng household, doted on by everyone, especially Shen Lanxin and Cheng Jialua. Back then, Cheng Jialua was just a teenager, often taking her to pick lotus pods or play by the water, treating her like his own little sister. But after Shen Langxin's passing, Cheng Jialua joined the military, later immersing himself in Buddhist and Taoist practices, spending years traveling abroad. It had been over a decade since they last met. Her memories of him were frozen in time, a faint recollection of a handsome, gentle boy. The sharp click of a go piece landing on the board broke her thoughts. Cheng Jialua placed his piece and slowly turned his head. The sunset cast a soft golden edge along his profile, highlighting the flawless lines from his forehead to the tip of his nose, as if sculpted by a master artist. His eyes, under the play of light, gleamed a warm amber, cool yet unfathomably deep. The man before her exuded an aura of ethereal detachment, like the moon in a clear sky or a lotus on a sacred altar, serene, unapproachable, and almost ascetic. Yet Jiang Fu felt as though she'd seen a ghost. Her steps faltered, her hands momentarily losing strength. She nearly dropped the tray, pastries and all, onto the floor. Damn it all. She cursed silently. Just 30 hours ago, she'd convinced herself she'd never cross paths with that man again. And now here he was, seated right in front of her. Cheng Jialuo's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept over her. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. His deep voice resonated, calm and deliberate. It's been a while, little one. The words little one were pronounced with a subtle emphasis, the faint upward lilt of a Beijing dialect adding a playful, teasing undertone. There was something else in his tone too, something Jiang Fu couldn't quite decipher. She stood frozen in place, her mind racing with a single thought. This is bad. Really bad. Jiang Fu's breathing faltered for a moment, but within seconds, she regained her composure. A calm smile returned to her face, her lips curving into a perfectly poised arc. After all these years, I thought you might not recognize me, uncle. Cheng Jialua's gaze shifted from her face back to the chessboard. His tone was indifferent. How could I not? You've certainly left a lasting impression. Jiang Fu paused slightly, cursing the man inwardly for his suggestive words, but she maintained her serene demeanor. She stepped forward and carefully placed the tray on the side of the chess table. After 4 years of playing different roles on and off stage, she had seen her fair share of tense situations. If Cheng Jialua dared to bring up their old scandalous history in front of old Master Cheng and Cheng Jiamu, she was curious to see just how far his audacity would go. Picking up a fork, she deftly sliced the chestnut cake and placed the pieces onto smaller plates. She first handed a plate to old Master Cheng. Then, with the second piece prepared, she presented it to Cheng Jialua with both hands, her courtesy flawless, as though she were addressing a senior. Please have a taste of the pastries from Fujin Jai. I recall that you, like Grandpa, have a fondness for chestnut cake. Cheng Jialua accepted the plate, but his right hand didn't just take hold of it, it casually brushed against her fingers holding the tray. The rough texture of his fingertips grazed the smooth skin on the back of her hand, instantly evoking certain memories. Jiang Fu's mind flashed back to the liberties that hand had once taken, and her breath hitched. She quickly withdrew her fingers, lowering her lashes to conceal the emotions in her eyes. Her voice remained soft and composed. Grandpa can't have sugar, so this is a sugar-free version. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. Cheng Jialua picked up a spoon, scooped a piece of the cake, and tasted it. After a moment of consideration, he remarked in a calm voice, "It's quite sweet." 3 words. The same familiar tone. It was the exact phrase he had whispered to her last night when he kissed her. The memory of that absurd encounter made Jiang Fu's chest tighten, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She suppressed her irritation, keeping her sweet and gentle smile intact. As long as you like it, uncle. You and Grandpa take your time, I'll brew some tea for you. She walked over to the tea table and began boiling water, rinsing cups, and preparing the tea set. Her movements were practiced and focused, her long lashes lowered, never once looking up. Cheng Jilua glanced sideways, his gaze drifting past the teacups to her face. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Little one, it's been over a decade, and now you've even mastered tea-making? His tone was laced with mockery, but Jiang Fu didn't seem to mind. She chuckled lightly. In front of you, uncle, it's just a humble display of my limited skills. Her tone was calm, her actions smooth, yet inwardly she sneered. A man devoted to Buddhism, who casually tangled with women in bed, who was he to mock her for being tea-like? Old Master Cheng, oblivious to the undercurrents in their conversation, laughed and praised her. Our little fuss tea-making skills are top-notch. Is that so? Cheng Jiayuo's smile deepened. Then he'll have to savor it properly. At the chess table, Cheng Jiamu had been struggling to find a way to join the conversation. Seeing how the atmosphere was dominated by the two of them, he leaned closer to the chessboard, trying to make his presence known. He studied the board for a moment before speaking up. Grandpa, isn't Black about to win this game? Old Master Cheng, already frustrated by his impending loss, scowled at the comment. Don't meddle. You don't even understand Go. Cheng Jiamu sheepishly closed his mouth, shifting his gaze from the board to the plate of chestnut cake on the table. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his mind. Fujinjai's chestnut cake wasn't just a favorite of Old Master Cheng, and Cheng Jiayuet had always been his favorite too. Back when he and Jiang Fu had just started dating, she would always remember to buy him a piece whenever she got pastries for Grandpa. She'd keep it chilled in the fridge, drizzle it with rose syrup for him when he got home, and pair it with a cup of tea she brewed herself. But today, she only remembered Grandpa and Cheng Jialua. She had completely forgotten about him. Annoyance simmered within him as his gaze landed on Jiang Fu. His expression darkened slightly as he reached for the plate of pastries. Suddenly, clack! Cheng Jialua placed a black stone on the board, the crisp sound of the move cutting through the moment and halting Cheng Jiamu's hand midair. He looked up, meeting Cheng Jialuo's sidelong glance. But Cheng Jialuo's gaze quickly shifted to the remaining chestnut cake on the plate, as if silently asserting some unspoken claim. The lotus flowers in the backyard have bloomed. Go cut a few and bring them back, I need them for offering to Buddha. The man's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Cheng Jialuo's orders were always like this, simple and direct, leaving no room for refusal. Although he and Cheng Jiamu were uncle and nephew, there was only a 6-year age gap between them. From a young age, Cheng Jialua had been exceptionally talented, an unattainable figure for Cheng Jiamu. His feelings toward this younger uncle were complicated, a mix of fear and resentment. Faced with Cheng Jialua's command, Cheng Jiamu dared not openly defy him, especially in front of the old master, Cheng Leoi. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, murmured a subdued acknowledgement, and turned to leave. Cheng Leoi, looking up from the chessboard, added casually, remember to cut a few lotus pods as well. Little Fu loves fresh lotus seeds. The tranquil atmosphere in the chess room was broken by the gurgling sound of a kettle. Steam rose as the water boiled, releasing tiny bubbles. Jiang Fu carefully lifted the kettle, brewed 2 cups of Longjing tea, and served them to Cheng Leoi and Cheng Jialua in order of seniority. Cheng Leoi frowned at the chessboard, seemingly caught in a dilemma. He glanced at Jiang Fu, a flicker of expectation in his eyes. Little Fu, come take a look and help your grandfather. Jiang Fu studied the board, pondering for a moment before picking up a white piece and gently placing it on the board. The moment the piece landed, the seemingly doomed white stone suddenly found a lifeline, flipping the situation entirely. Cheng Leoi burst into hearty laughter, brimming with satisfaction. Well, old third, I may not be able to outplay you, but someone else can. Cheng Jialua held his teacup, his gaze falling on Jiang Fu. His eyes were deep and unreadable. Feeling his stare, Jiang Fu lowered her lashes slightly, avoiding eye contact. After a pause, Cheng Jialua returned the black piece in his hand to the woven basket, his tone indifferent. I concede. The butler, Uncle Chen, approached respectfully, informing them that dinner was ready. Jiang Fu helped Cheng Leoi up and walked him toward the dining room, while Cheng Jialua followed leisurely behind. He fingered the prayer beads in his hand, moving them one by one, his gaze quietly lingering on Jiang Fu. From her neatly tied-up hair, her slender neck wrapped in a silk collar, to her delicate waist, and finally to her fair calves, his eyes landed on the faint bluish handprint on the back of her right leg. It was unmistakably his doing. The corners of Cheng Jialua's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. When the three entered the dining room, Cheng Jiamu had already arranged the lotus flowers in pods in a vase of water. Gu Yanqiu stood by the table, directing the servants as they set the dishes. Seeing Jiang Fu assisting Qing Leoi into his seat, Gu Yanqiu turned and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Little Fu, go to the kitchen and bring out the soup. Serve everyone. Just as Jiang Fu was about to get up, Cheng Zhilua stepped in front of her. His voice was calm, yet laced with subtle mockery. Are we so poor now that we can't even afford servants? Tasks like this, must little Fu do them too, sister-in-law? Cheng Leoi chuckled at his words, waving his hand dismissively. Old Third is right. Little Fu's skin is too delicate. What if she gets burned? If Aunt Zhou can't handle everything on her own, then hire another helper. As he spoke, he patted the chair beside him, signaling for Jiang Fu to sit. Come, little Fu, sit next to Grandpa. With the old master's decree, Gu Yanqiu dared not argue further. She turned and went to the kitchen herself to fetch the soup. Cheng Jiamu approached, intending to sit beside Jiang Fu, but Cheng Zhilua casually placed a hand on the chair back and pulled it out first, sitting down beside her. Left with no choice, Cheng Jiamu circled around the table and took the seat across from Jiang Fu. When Gu Yanqiu returned with the soup, she placed the tureen on the table. Jiang Fu set down her chopsticks, preparing to serve the soup for everyone, when she suddenly felt a weight on her leg. A hand had reached under the table, pressing firmly against her thigh. It was Cheng Zhilua. Jiang Fu lowered her gaze, her heart tightening. Cheng Zhilua, how dare he? She discreetly moved her hand, trying to push his away, but his fingers only tightened their grip, showing no intention of letting go. Little Fu, try this, Qing Leoi said, breaking the tension as he placed a piece of rabbit meat into her bowl. Jiang Fu took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She slowly withdrew her resisting hand and casually pulled the tablecloth over her lap, concealing the man's hand and her own leg. Accepting the rabbit meat, she murmured, "Thank you, Grandpa." As she chewed the rabbit meat, Jiang Fu couldn't help but glance sideways at Cheng Zhou. His expression remained composed, as if his earlier actions had never happened. Yet, the faint amusement and deeper meaning in his eyes sent a chill down her spine. The man maintained his calm, unruffled demeanor. With his right hand gently twirling a wine glass, he lifted it slightly, letting the liquid touch his lips. He took a small sip, his movement smooth and effortless, exuding an air of cool detachment and elegance. Jiang Fu glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and inwardly scoffed. Acting all high and mighty while making subtle little gestures under the table, this man was a master at pretending, far better than she could ever be, and flawless at it too. Across the table, Gu Yanqiu had already served soup for everyone. Sitting down with a smile, he said, "Third brother, you came back just in time. I've been thinking we should pick an auspicious day to finalize Jiamu and Xiaofu's marriage. Dad, what do you think?" Qing Zhilua lightly turned the wine glass in his fingers and responded indifferently. Xiaofu just graduated from college, and sister-in-law is already eager for her to settle down and play house. Gu Yanqiu's smile didn't falter. "I'm just thinking the old man would love to have a great-grandchild sooner rather than later." Cheng Zhilua raised his eyes, his tone calm but sharp. "Even so, shouldn't we first ask Xiaofu's opinion? After all, she's the one getting married." Hearing this, the old master turned to Jiang Fu. "Xiaofu, what do you think? Are you ready to get married?" For a moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Fu. Only Cheng Zhilua kept his gaze averted, sipping his wine as if he had no interest in the conversation. Yet, under the table, his hand remained on her leg, the heat of his palm burning through the thin fabric of her dress. Jiang Fu picked up her juice and took a small sip to moisten her dry throat. She answered obediently, "I'll do as Grandpa says." The old master pondered for a moment before nodding. "Marriage is no trivial matter. How about this? Find some time to visit the Jiang family and seek your father's opinion. Then both families can sit down and discuss it properly." Jiang Fu replied softly, "All right, I'll go back tonight." No sooner had she spoken than the man's hand finally left her leg. Jiang Fu glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, then casually lifted her foot and pressed her heel firmly onto the top of his polished leather shoe, grinding it down hard. Cheng Zhilua acted as if he didn't feel a thing. Instead, he calmly raised his glass and downed the remaining wine in one go, the movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed inexplicably sensual. Jiang Fu noticed a faint pink bite mark on the side of his neck, her doing from the night before. The memories of last night resurfaced, making her throat dry again. She quickly averted her gaze and took another big sip of juice. Cheng Zhilua suddenly spoke, his deep voice breaking the silence. "I've been drinking so I can't drive. Since you're heading back to the Jiang family, give me a lift?" His tone was matter-of-fact rather than a request, clearly intentional. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. "I didn't drive." "I did," he replied nonchalantly. Jiang Fu was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing a faint undercurrent of ambiguity in their exchange. But after last night's entanglement, they needed some kind of resolution. She didn't bother to argue further. "All right, uncle. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a docile little cat. Cheng Jilua looked at her quietly, his gaze deep and laced with a hint of amusement. After dinner, Gu Yanqiu and Cheng Jiamei left together. Jiang Fu, after escorting the old master back to his room, stepped out of the courtyard. Cheng Jilua was waiting for her at the bottom of the steps, standing beside a sleek, brand-new white Bentley Continental. The car's elegant yet bold design caught her eye. It was exactly her type. For a brief moment, her eyes lit up, but she quickly masked her excitement, her expression returning to normal. Cheng Jilua handed her the car keys, noticing her fleeting reaction. His lips curved slightly. "Do you like it?" Jiang Fu ignored him, thinking, "What's the point of liking it? I can't afford a car like this right now." She took the keys from his hand without a word and slid into the driver's seat, adjusting it with practiced ease. Cheng Jilua got in the passenger seat, and she started the car, driving onto the road. The reflection on his glasses glinted as she reached up to remove them. She also pulled the hairpin from her hair, tossing both onto the dashboard. She knew Cheng Jilua had already seen her most unrestrained side. There was no need to keep up appearances in front of him. The faint scent of agarwood filled the car, stirring memories of the previous night. Feeling unsettled, Jiang Fu rolled down the window, letting the wind blow through her hair and scatter the intoxicating fragrance. Cheng Jilua turned his head to look at her profile and spoke in a low voice. "Finally willing to take off your mask?" Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh. "We're both the same. Pretending to be a saint while being a devil at heart." Cheng Jilua chuckled, his tone teasing. "At least I didn't get engaged to someone I don't even want to sleep with." Jiang Fu shot back, her voice sharp. "And at least I didn't sleep with my nephew's fiancé." Cheng Jilua toyed with the beads on his wrist, his tone carrying a hint of menace. "This time, you were the one who provoked me." Jiang Fu pressed down on the accelerator. The car surged forward, weaving deftly between two vehicles before coming to a screeching halt at the side of the road. She adjusted her wind-blown hair, then turned to him, her gaze icy. "Cheng Jilua, what exactly do you want?" His expression remained calm as he replied evenly, "That's a question I should be asking you." Jiang Fu sneered. "Fine. Let's just pretend nothing happened last night. You behave yourself, and I'll continue to respectfully call you uncle." Her tone was deliberately distant and cold. If Cheng Jilua wasn't a Cheng, she might not have minded a bit of entanglement now and then. But he was the third son of the Cheng family, and Gu Yanqiu was as sharp as a hawk. If she caught wind of anything, all of Jiang Fu's efforts over the past 4 years would be for nothing. She wasn't about to risk her plans for a fleeting moment of indulgence. Cheng Jilua slipped the beads back onto his wrist and turned to face her fully, his dark eyes locking onto hers. His voice was low and dangerous. "And if I don't behave?" The man's gaze remained just as brazen as it had been the night before, exactly the same. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes slightly, a wave of disappointment washing over her. She had always believed he would never change. That boy who once lingered on the edges of her world was like a bright, untouchable moon hanging high in her heart. But reality had dealt her a harsh slap. The once gentle and untainted white moonlight of her youth was now tarnished, even crooked. "We're all adults here. Don't play games if you can't handle losing, uncle." Jiang Fu's voice turned colder, her stare sharp as a blade. "Don't forget," she added, her tone biting, "I'm your niece-in-law." Cheng Jilua remained unfazed, a faint, enigmatic smile curling his lips. "Not yet. But I will be soon." "Not necessarily," he retorted calmly. Cheng Jilua's tone was relaxed, as if they were discussing something inconsequential. "After all, you don't really want to get married, do you?" Those words pierced Jiang Fu like a thorn, stinging her deeply. 4 years of meticulous pretense had deceived everyone except him. Her fists clenched involuntarily. Without thinking further, she reached out, grabbed Cheng Jilua by the collar, and yanked him closely so close their noses nearly touched. Her voice was icy, her threat unmistakable. "Cheng Jilua, if you dare ruin my plans, don't blame me for what happens next." Her grip was firm, her gaze unwavering. After 4 years of effort, she was standing at the brink of success. She would not allow anyone to destroy everything she had worked for. Cheng Jilua met her eyes calmly, his tone softening after a moment. "Whatever you want, I can help you achieve it. There's no need to trade it for a marriage." Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes further, her cold gaze fixed on his face. "And what's the price?" "Nothing. It's free." "Only a fool would believe that," Jiang Fu said flatly, pushing him away without hesitation. She was no longer the naive girl she once was, far past the age of believing in fairy tales. After everything she had been through, she knew better than anyone that nothing in life came for free. In the adult world, so-called free often came with the highest cost. Her expression hardened, her voice growing even colder. "If you dare tell anyone about us, I'll tell Grandpa it was you who forced me. You know exactly what the consequences will be." With that, she put her glasses back on, her usual composed and graceful demeanor resurfacing, as though the tense confrontation moments ago had never happened. Her tone was polite yet distant, devoid of warmth. "Uncle, where are you headed?" "I'll drop you off." Cheng Jilua unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door, preparing to step out. "I'll get off here. I'll return the car to the family home tomorrow." "No need. It's yours," Jiang Fu said instinctively, turning her head in mild surprise. He was just giving her a luxury car? Out of nowhere? What was his game? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his smile so gentle it seemed capable of melting the coldest ice. It was a smile that reminded her of the boy from her memories. A graduation gift. Jiang Fu froze. She had assumed he was looking for an excuse to get close to her, to discuss something she'd rather not revisit. But now, it seemed he had come simply to give her a gift. Recently, Grandpa Cheng's health had taken a turn, and he had just been discharged from the hospital, too preoccupied to bother with such details. And yet, out of everyone, Cheng Jialua was the only one who remembered her graduation. It wasn't the first time. Over the years, even while living away from Yanjing, he never forgot to send something for her. Every gift he sent to the Cheng family home included one just for her. He never missed her birthday, always ensuring his thoughtful presence reached her via Grandpa Cheng. The stamps on the packages came from all over the world. Each time she received one, she couldn't help but envy his freedom. He was like an eagle soaring through the clouds, while she was a caged bird. After so many years, during every holiday or special occasion, she had grown accustomed to anticipating his next surprise. But this time, his surprise was truly unexpected. Gripping the steering wheel, Jiang Fu sat in silence, her emotions churning like a storm. Suddenly, she felt a warm weight on her head. A large hand gently rested on her hair, just as it used to when they were younger. He softly ruffled it, his voice low and tender. "My promise to you still stands. Whenever you're ready, you know where to find me." With that, he withdrew his hand, reaching into the glove compartment to retrieve a small gift box. He placed it on the dashboard in front of her. "The car's still new. Don't drive too fast. Stay safe on the road." And with that, he stepped out of the car, leaving behind a tall, steady figure as he walked away. Jiang Fu stared at the small gift box, her feelings an intricate tangle. She took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly once more, her gaze lingering on his retreating silhouette. Stepping out of the car, Cheng Jilua walked straight to the roadside, raised her hand, and flagged down a taxi. She slid into the back seat, and the taxi drove off. Watching it disappear down the road, Jiang Fu lowered her gaze to the small gift box in her hand, her fingers tightening slightly around it. The deep green box was tied with a pale green ribbon, giving it an elegant appearance. She gently tugged the ribbon loose and lifted the lid. Inside, beneath a layer of napkin paper, lay neatly peeled lotus seeds with their bitter cores removed her favorite snack. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, surprised that he still remembered such a small detail. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by the crisp honk of a car turning the corner in the distance. Quickly, she closed the box and set it aside. 4 years ago, she had long since removed her romantic impulses. A car, a box of lotus seeds, none of it was enough to sway her. Adjusting her glasses, she restarted her car and drove off. Not long after, a white Bentley Continental pulled into the gated community where the Jiang family villa was located. Jiang Fu parked her car some distance away from the villa. Although it was inconvenient to walk back, it was a deliberate choice to avoid her stepmother Yang Ting getting any unnecessary ideas upon seeing her return in such an expensive car. Yang Ting, with her humble background and calculating nature, was not someone Jiang Fu wanted to deal with unnecessarily. As she approached the villa entrance, the housekeeper, Meijia, opened the door for her. Jiang Fu stepped into the living room, her bag in hand, and her gaze swept over the two people sitting on the sofa: her father, Jiang Yuanji, and her stepmother, Yang Ting. The two were seated side by side, engrossed in images of luxury cars displayed on a tablet. "This one's nice. It's perfect for a young woman. I wonder if Xiaowei prefers red or white," Jiang Yuanji commented casually. "Let's take her to the dealership and let her pick one herself," Yang Ting replied with a smile. "How is that a surprise if you tell her in advance?" Jiang Yuanji shook his head, his tone firm and decisive. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Fu understood immediately. They were clearly picking out a car for her stepsister, Jiang Wei. She was relieved she hadn't driven the Bentley back. Otherwise, her stepmother might have had the audacity to suggest Jiang Wei use it. Standing nearby, another housekeeper, Jia, glanced at Jiang Fu, her expression tinged with sympathy. Both daughters of the Jiang family, yet the younger sister was spoiled like a princess, while the elder sister... Ahem. Jia cleared her throat lightly, interrupting the couple's discussion. "Sir, madam, the eldest miss is back. Xaiaphas home?" Yang Ting immediately stood up, putting on a warm and affectionate smile. "Why didn't you call ahead? I could have had Jia save some dinner for you." She turned and instructed, "Jia, Go heat up the leftover chicken soup for Jiang Fu. Leftover chicken soup? Jiang Fu chuckled inwardly, though her face remained calm. She smiled gently and replied, "No need, Aunt Ting. Am not hungry." A picture-perfect scene of motherly affection and filial piety. Then how about some fruit? Yang Ting persisted, picking up a plate of fruit from the table and holding it out to Jiang Fu. It's freshly cut, still nice and crisp. Jiang Fu glanced down at the plate and immediately noticed a piece of cantaloupe with a bite taken out of it. She didn't need to guess it was undoubtedly left over from her younger brother, Jiang Feng. Bending down, she lightly placed the fruit plate back on the coffee table and spoke in an even tone, "No need to trouble yourself." At this moment, Jiang Yuanji finally looked up, shifting his gaze from the tablet. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction as he said, "Jiang Fu, have you mentioned that piece of land to Aunt Chiu like I asked you to?" Jiang Fu gave him a calm glance, her voice steady. "Aunt Chiu has been very busy lately. I haven't found the right opportunity to bring it up." Jiang Yuanzi's expression darkened instantly, and his tone grew heavier. "This is an important matter. How can you be so indifferent?" Unlike Yang Ting, who at least pretended to care, her father didn't even bother with the facade. Jiang Fu smiled faintly, gestured for Jia to continue with her work, and then sat down on a small sofa nearby. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a measured, deliberate tone. "By the way, Aunt Chiu mentioned recently that she'd like to arrange the wedding for me and Jiamage soon. Grandpa asked me to check if you had any thoughts on the matter." The mention of a wedding with the Cheng family immediately brought a smile to Jiang Yuanzi's face, his earlier displeasure disappearing. "That's great news. You've been engaged for so long it's about time you got married." "Exactly." Yang Ting quickly chimed in, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. "We couldn't be happier. Why would we have any objections?" Once the wedding took place, Jiang Fu would officially become the Cheng family's granddaughter-in-law, status that would undoubtedly bolster the benefits Yang Ting had been carefully calculating for herself. Jiang Yuanji leaned back in his chair, his gaze slightly lowered, as if lost in thought. The atmosphere at the dining table was subtle and tense. Jiang Fu, with her eyelashes lowered and her fingers nervously twisting together, spoke softly, "If I don't bring any dowry, I'm afraid the Cheng family will look down on me." Hearing this, Jiang Yuanji chuckled lightly and reassured her in a relaxed tone, "You don't need to worry about that. Of course, I'll make sure you have a dowry." Yang Ting immediately chimed in, a calculating smile on her face. "We can certainly provide a dowry, but shouldn't the Cheng family also give a bride price? After all, for a family like theirs, whatever they offer won't be less than ours. We're bound to come out ahead." Jiang Fu still seemed hesitant, her eyes flickering with unease. "But Aunt Chiu said..." Before she could finish, Jiang Yuanji waved his hand dismissively, his tone decisive. "Whatever her demands are, just tell me." He was well aware that Jiang Fu's marriage to the Cheng family was a significant step up for them. To strengthen ties with the Cheng family, the Jiang family might have to make certain concessions. Jiang Fu lowered her head and remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Aunt Chiu wants Meixin Theater." "What?" Jiang Yuanzi's expression darkened instantly, his tone tinged with displeasure. "That's outrageous." Yang Ting couldn't help but sneer, her disdain evident. "Asking for an entire theater? She's really got some nerve." Her tone dripped with scorn and disapproval. Meixin Theater was part of Jiang Fu's late mother Wen Rujing's dowry. Back then, it was located in the old city district, but now that area had become prime real estate worth at least 1 billion yuan. To use such a theater as Jiang Fu's dowry was something neither Jiang Yuanji nor Yang Ting could bear. Jiang Fu had anticipated her father's reluctance and feigned a concession. "Then I'll tell Aunt Chiu tomorrow that you don't agree." "Wait." Jiang Yuanji abruptly raised his hand to stop her, his brows furrowed deeply. "Let me think about it." Jiang Yuanji understood all too well what kind of family the Chengs were. If not for Jiang Fu's mother's past connection with the Cheng family, the Jiang family wouldn't even have a chance to align themselves with such a distinguished household. A marriage alliance with the Cheng family was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Jiang family. What the Cheng family considered trivial projects were monumental business ventures for the Jiangs. Jiang Yuanzi's resolve began to waver. Yang Ting, however, couldn't hold back any longer and revealed her true thoughts on the spot. "What's there to think about? Are you seriously considering giving away an entire theater as her dowry? What about Xiaowei and Xiaopeng?" "Enough." Jiang Yuanji immediately turned his head and rebuked her sternly, his gaze carrying authority. "Stop speaking nonsense." Jiang Fu, sensing an opportunity, raised her face, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea. "Dad, how about I talk to Aunt Chiu and ask the Cheng family for a higher bride price?" Jiang Yuanji deliberated for a moment, clearly tempted. How much can they offer? Seeing her father's attitude softening, Jiang Fu responded cautiously, "Why don't you and Aunt Ting decide on a number and I'll negotiate with Aunt Chiu?" At this, Yang Ting finally caught on. She lowered her head and carefully calculated. Although the land Meixin Theater occupied was valuable, it had already been designated as a cultural heritage site by the government, meaning it couldn't be demolished or redeveloped. The theater could only be used for performances or small events, generating limited revenue. Instead, it required regular maintenance, which drained funds. If the Cheng family were willing to offer a higher bride price, it would essentially be like selling the theater to them, while on the surface, it would still appear as if the Jiang family had gifted it as Jiang Fu's dowry. This way, they'd gain both financially and in reputation. Yang Ting subtly tugged on Jiang Yuanzi's sleeve and whispered, "If the Cheng family is willing to give a bride price, it might not be such a bad deal, right, Yuanji?" The couple exchanged a glance, reaching an unspoken agreement. Jiang Yuanji weighed his options internally and finally spoke slowly. "Technically, this was something your mother left behind, so it's not unreasonable to give it to you as dowry. But given the family's current situation..." He deliberately adopted a helpless tone, pausing for effect before continuing, "We won't ask for much, just a round figure, 1 billion. The Chen family has money. This amount is nothing to them." Hearing this figure, Jiang Fu sneered inwardly. 1 billion? This wasn't a marriage. It was clearly selling her off to the Cheng family. Jiang Fu lowered her thick lashes, her voice still soft and gentle. "Dad, isn't this a bit too much?" she asked tentatively, though her tone was cautious. On the side, Yang Ting scoffed dismissively, curling her lips. "The Chen family has so much money. What's 100 million to them? Just the land this opera house is on is worth that much." Jiang Fu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "But Aunt Chiu mentioned that she consulted a lawyer. According to the law, Meixin Opera House is part of my mom's estate. Half goes to my dad, and the remaining half is to be inherited by my dad, me, and my grandfather. Grandpa gave his share entirely to me, so by that calculation, I should own 1/3. Her words were measured, her pace unhurried, but her logic was clear. It was evident she had gone over this argument many times in her head. Yet her tone carried a hint of restraint, as if concealing a deeper dissatisfaction. Yang Ting let out a derisive laugh. "Humph, she's got her calculations all figured out. The richer people are, the stingier they get. You'd never guess just by looking at them." Jiang Fu sniffled slightly, her voice tinged with a trace of pleading. "Dad, I really like Jiamuge. Please, just this once, help me. Once I marry into the Cheng family, I'll make sure to secure more projects for you. You might be taking a loss now, but it'll pay off in the future. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring up the land matter with Aunt Chiu. What do you think?" Jiang Yuanji furrowed his brow, falling into thought for a moment before finally speaking. "All right, 66.66 million. It's an auspicious number. Not a penny less." Hearing the figure, Jiang Fu smirked inwardly. 100 million minus her 1/3 share was exactly that amount. Her father really wouldn't let himself lose even a tiny bit. "All right, I'll discuss it with Aunt Chiu tomorrow," Jiang Fu said as she stood up, the same obedient smile still gracing her face. "This is all for your sake," Jiang Yuanji reminded her, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. "Don't forget about the South City project." Jiang Fu nodded, her voice docile. "I understand. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Aunt Ting, for supporting me. I'll never forget your kindness." With that, she turned and headed for the stairs, her slender figure looking particularly fragile under the dim light. Behind her, Yang Ting grabbed Jiang Yuanzi's arm, lowering her voice in complaint. "You're being way too generous. Just like that, you shaved off 30 million. Jiang Yuanji glanced toward the staircase, his tone impatient but hushed. "What do you know? That opera house loses money every day. Besides, do you think Gu Yanqiu is easy to deal with? If we don't agree this time, do you think she'll give us any projects in the future? Losing a bit now is fine if it means getting more opportunities later." Though still displeased, Yang Ting couldn't argue with his reasoning. She let out a disgruntled hum. "Fine, but let's make this clear, this is the only thing she's getting as a dowry. Not 1 penny more. Keep your voice down. Don't let Xiao Fu hear," Jiang Yuanji warned, a trace of anxiety in his tone. He was well aware that Jiang Fu, his money tree, would still be of great use in the future. He couldn't afford to upset her. Yang Ting rolled her eyes but said no more, though her heart burned with resentment. If only the Cheng family had taken an interest in her biological daughter, Jiang Wei, instead. Upstairs, Jiang Fu leaned against the wall, listening coldly as their conversation came through loud and clear. A mocking smile tugged at her lips. Years ago, her mother had left behind 2 priceless treasures, Meixin Opera House and a set of rare antique Diansui jewelry. She would never let the Jiang family get their hands on them. Between the assets her grandfather had given her and the money she'd earned from performances over the years, she already had over 30 million. If she mortgaged the house Qinglao gave her, she should be able to gather the funds she needed. Once she had claimed all her mother's belongings, leaving Jiang Yuanji with nothing to leverage against her, she would settle the score with them properly. With that thought, she turned and quietly stepped back into her room. As soon as she opened the door, She saw Faranda healthy-year-old Jiang Peng gleefully wielding a water gun, spraying it recklessly around the room. The longevity painting she had carefully prepared for Qinglau's birthday was soaked beyond recognition, and her treasured arrow, kept safely in its case, had been taken out and used as a target, now dripping wet. Jiang Fu's brows furrowed instantly, her voice turning cold. Who gave you permission to touch my things? Jiang Peng turned to see her and, shockingly, showed no fear. Instead, he smirked arrogantly. My mom said everything here will be mine one day. I can do whatever I want with it. Jiang Fu didn't respond immediately. She closed the door behind her and walked slowly toward him, gripping the boy's neck firmly. Having trained in martial arts for opera roles, her agility and strength were more than enough to fend off 2 grown men, let alone a 5-year-old child. A slight increase in pressure, and he'd be too scared to make a sound. Sensing the icy aura emanating from her, Jiang Ping finally began to panic, his voice trembling. If you hit me, I'll tell my mom. Jiang Fu looked down at him, a cold smile playing on her lips. Her tone was light and airy. Children make mistakes. Of course, they should be forgiven. She released her grip and turned to clean up the mess he had made, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Why did your sister hit you? Jiang Fu gently but firmly pulled Jiang Peng to the bedside. Opening her backpack, she took out her wallet, pulled out a few bills, and stuffed them into his hand with a cheerful tone. Here, a reward of 500 yuan for you. The little troublemaker glanced down at the money in his hands, blinking in disbelief. I made your arrow wet, and you're still giving me money? Jiang Fu chuckled, patting his head with a mix of warmth and teasing in her voice. I was just thinking this arrow was getting a bit dirty and needed a good cleaning. Who knew you'd help me out? She picked up the arrow and wiped its strings and body with a tissue. The rosin on the strings came off, leaving a reddish-brown stain on the tissue. Jiang Fu deliberately held up the tissue for Jiang Peng to see, exaggerating her tone. Look at this. You managed to clean off so much grime. Peng Peng, you're amazing. This arrow was a cheap one that Yang Ting had bought for her, costing only a few hundred yuan with average sound quality. It wasn't something she cared about much, or she wouldn't have left it lying around carelessly at the Jiang house. The little boy, knowing none of this, beamed with pride at his sister's praise. Of course. My mom says I'm the smartest kid in our family. Jiang Fu smiled gently and shifted the conversation. All right, then let me quiz you. Besides my arrow, what other instruments do we have in the house? Jiang Peng's eyes darted around as he thought, then he answered quickly, second sister's piano. Mom says it's a famous brand, way more expensive than your shabby arrow. Yours is only a few hundred, but second sister's piano is worth over 1 million. Speaking of the piano, his eyes gleamed with a greed that mirrored his mother, Yang Ting. Suddenly inspired, he leaned closer to Jiang Fu with an eager tone. Sis, if I clean second sister's piano, do you think she'll give me money too? Jiang Fu raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh, and replied casually, that piano is so big, you wouldn't be able to clean it properly. I'll take care of it tomorrow instead. She yawned, walking toward the bed with a hint of weariness in her voice. I'm going to sleep now. You go play somewhere else. The chubby boy, clearly dissatisfied, left Jiang Fu's room with his water gun in hand. Spraying it aimlessly as he walked, his eyes soon landed on the piano room not far away. He pouted and thought to himself, there's no way I'm leaving such a money-making opportunity to her. Glancing at his water gun, a sudden idea struck him. Talking to himself, he muttered, water alone might not clean it well, but I can use cleaning detergent. Mom says I'm the smartest. The next second, he dashed off to the second-floor maid's room, struggling to drag out a large bottle of cleaning detergent. With much effort, he hauled it into the piano room, his face lighting up with excitement as he began his grand cleaning project. Behind the door, Jiang Fu quietly observed the scene through a small gap, her lips curling into a subtle, knowing smile. Gently closing and locking the door, she turned and headed to the bathroom. By the time Jiang Fu finished her shower and changed into her pajamas, the sound of Jiang Peng's wailing and Yang Ting's furious scolding was already echoing from outside. Who told you to spray the piano with a water gun? Do you know you just ruined 1 million yuan Steinway? And you still want money? I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yuanji hurried upstairs. Seeing his son crying as he ran out of the piano room, he quickly pulled Jiang Peng into his arms, frowning as he questioned Yang Ting. He's just a kid. You could have just taught him. Why hit him? Then he turned to Jiang Peng, speaking gently. Peng Peng, tell daddy, what did you do? Through tears and sniffles, Jiang Peng whimpered, I wanted to help second sister clean her piano. I was worried it wouldn't be clean enough, so I added detergent, but mom not only refused to give me money, she even hit me. Clean the piano? With cleaning detergent. Jiang Yuanji's voice shot up in disbelief, his tone filled with anger. Are you out of your mind? What were you thinking? Just wait, I'll deal with you. And so, the solo scolding turned into a tag team punishment. The sharp sound of slaps, Yang Ting and Jiang Yuanji's reprimands, and Jiang Peng's cries all intertwined, the noise carrying clearly through the door. Inside her room, Jiang Fu sat at her vanity, gently patting her face after removing a face mask. Then, with a touch of drama, she raised her arm in the graceful pose of a Peking opera actress, humming in a theatrical tone. Since this little rascal was born a troublemaker, getting punished is only fair. Singing softly, she skipped lightly to her bed, struck a playful pose, then slipped on her earplugs. Tucking herself snugly under the covers, she closed her eyes, contentedly drifting off into her beauty sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Fu came downstairs and walked into the dining room. At the table, Jiang Feng was standing while eating breakfast, his small face full of grievance, and his eyes swollen like two peaches. His backside was so bruised from being spanked that he couldn't even sit down. Jiang Fu suppressed a smile and was about to pretend to comfort him when hurried footsteps came from the staircase. Jiang Wei stormed in, her every strand of hair practically radiating displeasure. Her sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Feng as she snapped, "Jiang Feng, who told you to touch my piano?" Before her words had even fully landed, she had already reached the dining table and slapped her younger brother across the face. Jiang Fu nearly burst out laughing but managed to hold it in. She thought to herself, "I thought it was just a parental double team yesterday. Who knew there'd be a follow-up from the sister turning it into a triple attack? Why are you hitting me?" Jiang Feng was stunned by the slap, but being spoiled from a young age, he wasn't one to back down easily. The grievance from being punished by their parents yesterday came flooding back, and anger surged within him. He grabbed the plate on the table and dumped its contents, eggs, yogurt, and fruit onto Jiang Wei's brand new dress. This is the dress I was going to wear to my graduation ceremony." Jiang Wei shrieked, her face turning red with fury. She shoved Jiang Feng hard in retaliation. Jiang Fu, watching from the sidelines, saw her opportunity. She discreetly stuck out a foot and tripped Jiang Feng. He stumbled a few steps, lost his balance, and smacked his chubby face against the edge of the table, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "Feng Feng, come here. Let your sister take a look." Jiang Fu helped him up with a concerned expression, though her eyes flicked toward Jiang Yuanji, who had just walked in. Seizing the moment, she added fuel to the fire. Wei, I'm not trying to criticize you, but Feng is still a child and doesn't know any better. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Jiang Wei stomped her foot in frustration, glaring daggers at Jiang Feng. Through gritted teeth, she hissed, "I'm warning you, Jiang Feng, if you dare touch my stuff again, I'll beat you to a pulp." Hearing this, Jiang Fu smirked inwardly but kept a straight face. If her brother was a little beast, then what did that make Jiang Wei? And by extension their parents? Jiang Wei's mother, Yang Ting, and Jiang Fu's mother, Wen Rujing, were both actresses in the same theater troupe. However, Wen Rujing came from a distinguished family, exuding the grace of a proper lady in every gesture. In contrast, Yang Ting had a more humble background. Jiang Wei had grown up under Yang Ting's influence, inevitably lacking refinement. While she could keep up appearances most of the time, her true nature always surfaced when she got angry. Enough. Jiang Yuanji entered with a stern expression, his cold gaze sweeping over Jiang Wei. "Look at yourself, do you have any trace of a proper lattice demeanor?" Jiang Wei, realizing she had overstepped, bit her lip and tried to defend herself. "He broke my piano. Can't I even say something about it? We already disciplined him yesterday both physically and verbally. What more do you want?" Jiang Yuanzi's tone was icy, his eyes sharp. "He's young and doesn't understand, but what's your excuse? Look at Jiang Fu. She's nothing like you, completely lacking in manners." Jiang Wei flushed with embarrassment and anger as her father scolded her in front of everyone. Her face alternated between pale and red as she cast a resentful glance at Jiang Fu. Tears welled up in her eyes as she turned and ran toward Yang Ting, who had just entered, crying, "Mom, look at what Dad is doing to me." "Aunt Yang." Jiang Fu interjected at just the right moment, helping Jiang Feng steady himself. She spoke with apparent concern. "I think Feng's tooth might be loose. Should we take him to the hospital to get it checked?" Yang Ting had initially intended to comfort her daughter, but hearing this, she immediately turned her attention to her youngest son. With a worried expression, she rushed over to support him. "Feng Feng, let mommy see. What happened?" Jiang Feng raised his chubby little hand and pointed at Jiang Wei, sobbing between hiccups. "Second sister pushed me. Wah, Mom. My tooth hurts so much, wah." Jiang Yuanji also leaned in to inspect the situation. When he saw blood seeping from his son's mouth, his expression darkened. He spun around and slapped Jiang Wei hard across the face, the sound of his anger almost tangible in the air. Jiang Wei glared furiously at everything on the dining table, her eyes brimming with tears. She couldn't understand if her younger brother had broken the piano, yet she was the one getting scolded and punished. "He's your son. How could you hit me so hard instead of him?" Jiang Wei cried out, her voice full of grievance. Unable to hold back any longer, she turned and ran out of the dining room. Yang Ting, seeing this, was too anxious to comfort her daughter. She glanced down at Jiang Peng, gently caressed his small face, and hurriedly pulled him along. Come on, let's go to the hospital and have your teeth checked. If they're damaged, it could be serious. The dining table fell into silence, leaving only Jiang Yuanji and Jiang Fu behind. Jiang Fu stood up gracefully, picked up the milk jug, and poured her father a glass. Her tone was calm and soothing. Dad, Xiao Wei was just upset for a moment. Please don't stay angry. These two kids have been spoiled by mom theory, always causing trouble. Jiang Yuanji looked at his eldest daughter, the anger on his face gradually fading. His tone softened, carrying a hint of approval. You're still the most sensible one in the family. Jiang Fu smiled gently, her demeanor particularly obedient. As the eldest, it's my responsibility to be sensible. Her tone was light and pleasant, but a glimmer of calculation flickered in her eyes. Jiang Yuanji nodded with a smile and picked up a fried egg, placing it on her plate. Eat up. Just then, a phone vibrated in Jiang Fu's bag. She glanced at the screen, which displayed Ruilin Costumes Manager Zhao. Without a change in expression, she declined the call, then stood up and smoothed her skirt. Dad, I have to head to school early for my graduation ceremony. Take your time with breakfast. Jiang Yuanji waved his hand, his tone tinged with affection. The driver will take Xiao Wei to school later. You can ride with her. Jiang Fu's lips curved slightly, though her tone sounded somewhat dismissive. I still need to grab some things at home, so it's not on the way. I'll just take a cab. Internally, she sneered. The brand new Bentley Continental sitting in the garage was far more appealing than the family's old Mercedes, and she had no desire to see Jiang Wei's tear-streaked face. At the door, Jiang Fu suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned back and said, Oh, Dad, my phone's out of battery and I don't have any cash in my bag. Could you give me some money for the cab? Her tone was as sweet as ever, as though the 500 yuan she had spent the night before was utterly insignificant. Jiang Yuanji, in a good mood from her flattery, didn't hesitate to pull out his wallet. He handed her a few bills, then, after a brief pause, added several more. You have a driver's license, don't you? I'll ask Jiamu to get you a car, later it'll be more convenient. Jiang Fu's eyes flashed briefly as she accepted the money, smiling slightly. Got it. Thanks, Dad. She counted the cash 2000 yuan in total. After deducting the 500 she had spent bribing the chubby kid, she still made a net profit of 1,500. Plus, she'd managed to get her siblings scolded. It was a worthwhile deal. Tucking the money into her handbag, Jiang Fu strode out of the villa with a spring in her step. Once she confirmed that no one was watching, she opened the driver's door of the Bentley Continental, slid inside, and dialed Manager Zhao's number. Manager Zhao, you called? On the other end of the line, Manager Zhao's voice came through. Miss Jiang, right? Master Pei has found someone who can replicate the headpiece for you. Do you have time to come over now? Jiang Fu glanced at her watch. It was just past 9 o'clock, and there was still an hour until her graduation ceremony. Plenty of time. I'll head over right away, she replied decisively. Master Pei, full name Pei Yulin, was a renowned headpiece artisan in the Peking opera community and a master of the traditional Dian Cui technique, a recognized intangible cultural heritage. The Jiang family's heirloom Dian Cui headpiece was a priceless artifact passed down since the Qing dynasty. Naturally, Jiang Yuanji would never part with it. Jiang Fu had long been aware of this, which was why she devised that switcheroo plan. Without a convincing replica, it would be impossible to deceive both Jiang Yuanji and Yang Ting, and Master Pei was the only person capable of pulling it off. Master Pei had been an old acquaintance of Jiang Fu's grandfather. When Jiang Fu first approached him with her request, he had readily agreed. Unfortunately, he suffered a stroke late last year, and though he recovered, his skills and eyesight were no longer what they used to be. Now that he had found someone suitable for the task, Jiang Fu wouldn't dare delay. She drove swiftly, arriving at Ruilin Costumes half an hour later. The shop's facade was quaint and traditional, exuding an understated charm. Jiang Fu stepped out of the car, her movements poised and composed, and walked toward the store with light, confident strides. The store manager, Mr. Zhao, immediately approached her with a warm, familiar smile as soon as he saw her. Miss Jiang, please come in. Did Grandpa Pei come along too? No, Grandpa Pei had a follow-up appointment at the hospital today, so he asked me to come over first, Jiang Fu replied with a polite smile and respectful tone. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao nodded repeatedly and enthusiastically led her toward the backyard of the store. His tone carried a hint of excitement. Perfect timing. I have some good news for you. One of old Master Pei's grandnephews has returned, and it looks like your set of headpieces finally has a solution. Grandnephew. Jiang Fu paused mid-step, her brows knitting slightly in surprise. As a regular customer of old Master Pei, she was familiar with all of his apprentices. Even the eldest apprentice, who had been under Pei's tutelage the longest, wouldn't dare to take on her set of intricate headpieces lightly. Could a grandnephew really have the skills for this? Is he capable? She asked in a low, serious voice. Mr. Zhao, however, chuckled confidently. You don't need to worry. Though he never formally became a disciple, old Master Pei personally trained him from a young age. His skills might even surpass the master's. Following Mr. Zhao's gaze, Jiang Fu looked toward the beaded curtain hanging over a doorway not far away. Lowering his voice slightly, Mr. Zhao gently tugged her arm and offered a word of caution. That said, this one has a bit of a temper. He does this purely out of passion, not for money, so whether he takes on a project or not depends entirely on his mood. If you encounter any difficulties, just don't take it to heart. Jiang Fu nodded lightly, her expression calm. She understood that truly skilled individuals often came with their quirks. As long as he had the ability to take on her project, she didn't mind swallowing her pride. If he agrees to take on my headpiece set, I'll call him ancestor if I have to, she said lightly, her tone carrying a trace of humor. Mr. Zhao burst into laughter, waving his hands. Oh, come now, that's too much. But still, it wouldn't hurt to speak a little softer when you meet him. With that, he gestured for her to proceed and quickly stepped forward to lift the beaded curtain for her. Jiang Fu stepped over the threshold with a graceful smile and a soft tone. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Her words cut off abruptly as her gaze fell on the person inside. Her smile froze instantly. Seated in a Wang Wallywood armchair was a man in a perfectly tailored black suit. His long legs were casually crossed, and he was idly toying with a string of prayer beads between his fingers. The face before her was all too familiar, causing her to nearly bite her tongue. Ching. Uncle, she blurted out, her eyes wide with shock. Mr. Zhao was clearly taken aback as well, glancing between the two of them in surprise. You two know each other? Chen Jilua slowly lifted his face, one brow arching slightly. His tone was lazy but tinged with teasing. Know each other? Oh, more than that, wouldn't you say, little one? Jiang Fu's smile vanished entirely. This damn man, why was he always popping up like a ghost? Taking a deep breath, she forced a cold smile and retorted. That's right. When I was born, this gentleman was waiting outside the delivery room. So by that logic. Chen Jilua slid the prayer beads back onto his wrist and smoothly picked up where she left off, his tone calm. I was the first man to hold you. Mr. Zhao's gaze darted between them with undisguised curiosity about their relationship. To be fair, while Chen Jialua was technically a generation older than Jiang Fu, the age gap between them was only 9 years. When Jiang Fu was born, her father, Jiang Yuanji, was conveniently on a business trip, leaving Xinlanxin and Chen Jialua to wait outside the delivery room. However, Jiang Fu now knew the truth. That so-called business trip had been nothing but an excuse. Jiang Wei, born less than 6 months after her, was proof that Jiang Yuanji had been with Yang Ting at the time, accompanying her for a prenatal checkup. The bastard had deceived her mother for 16 years, right up until her death, never revealing that he had another family outside. The thought left Jiang Fu feeling irritable, and her tone grew sharp. Did you also change my diapers, uncle? Chen Jialua remained composed, his voice steady. No, I didn't. Mr. Zhao, who had been listening with wide-eyed astonishment, coughed awkwardly to interrupt. Miss Jiang, weren't you here to discuss something with Mr. Cheng? His expression clearly pleaded. Please, no more bickering. Jiang Fu bit her lip, silently berating herself for losing her composure. Why did she always feel the urge to spar with Chen Jialua whenever she saw him? Clearing her throat, she adjusted her expression and regained some composure. Mr. Zhao, I know you must be busy. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll just have a private word with my uncle. Relieved that she was finally getting to the point, Mr. Zhao quickly nodded. Of course, of course. You two have a good chat. Let me know if you need anything. Before leaving, he discreetly mouthed a word to Jiang Fu Coax, clearly convinced that a little sweetness would go a long way. Watching Mr. Zhao's retreating figure, Jiang Fu's brow twitched slightly as she let out a quiet sigh. Well, it seemed her acting skills would be put to the test this time. Manager Zhao lifted the beaded curtain and stepped out of the living room. Jiang Fu took a soft breath, her face quickly regaining a sweet smile. Uncle, I was just joking earlier. You're not mad, are you? She asked gently, testing the waters. Chen Jilua picked up his teacup, brought it to his lips, but then put it down again. His tone was cold. I've waited so long, the tea's gone cold. Jiang Fu immediately grabbed his teacup, walked over to the coffee table, and refilled it with hot water. She then respectfully handed it back to him with both hands. Uncle, please have some tea. Chen Jilua accepted the cup with grace, took a small sip, and raised his chin to glance at her. All right, tell me. What do you want from me? Jiang Fu sat across from him, pulled a tablet out of her bag, and slid it toward him after opening it. On the screen was a collection of exquisitely crafted headpieces. She spoke earnestly, I want to recreate this entire set, and it has to be indistinguishable from the original. Chen Jilua took the tablet, tapped the screen to zoom in, examining the details closely. He glanced at her, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. What's this about? Planning to pull a switcheroo? Jiang Fu's heart tightened, his sharpness was unsettling. But her face remained calm and composed, neither confirming nor denying his guess. What I do with it is none of your concern. I'm just asking if you can make it and if you're willing to. Cheng Jilua set the tablet down and leaned back in his chair, his expression amused. Being able to make it is one thing. Wanting to make it is another. After all, this kind of thing requires mutual agreement. Jiang Fu clenched her teeth and cursed him inwardly for being such a shameless man, always teasing her. I'm talking about the headpiece. And so am I, Cheng Jilua replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, his tone playful. What did you think I meant? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes, her voice tinged with sarcasm. We're both seasoned players, uncle. No need to act like this is a ghost story. Cheng Jilua chuckled lightly and set the tablet aside. Fine. Let's talk business. I can help you, but this time it won't be free. Jiang Fu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Master Pei had recommended Cheng Jilua to her, clearly trusting his skills. Her biggest fear was outright rejection. Now that he was willing to negotiate, the rest would be easier to handle. Name your price, she said. No money. Cheng Jilua looked up at her. Jiang Fu froze, narrowing her eyes at him. Then what do you want? His gaze locked onto her face, his voice low but clear. I want you to call off your engagement to Cheng Jiamu. Absolutely not. Jiang Fu rejected without hesitation. Cheng Jilua raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsurprised by her reaction. Do you really want to marry him that badly? That's my business, not yours, she replied firmly. Cheng Jilua let out a soft laugh, but his tone turned colder. All right, then I refuse to. Jiang Fu glared at him, seething, before grabbing her tablet and shoving it back into her bag. She stood up, ready to leave. Stop. His commanding voice rang out behind her. She paused by the beaded curtain, turning back to glare at him. What now, uncle? Cheng Jilua stood and walked toward her, his gaze piercing. I have a different condition. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes, her tone guarded. What condition? He spoke slowly. I'll make the headpiece for you, but the price is one night with me. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with mockery. So you finally said it out, right? What's the matter, uncle? Can't get enough? Cheng Jilua met her gaze directly, his eyes blazing with honesty. That's right. I can't. Jiang Fu was speechless, biting her lip as she silently cursed him for his shamelessness. But she quickly composed herself, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, her tone light. Fine. But not tonight. Finish the headpiece first, then come find me. When that's done, well, trade your work for one night. Cheng Jilua raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised by her straightforwardness. He nodded slightly. All right. But what? Jiang Fu's voice was laced with suspicion. His gaze dropped to her lips, his voice dropping an octave. You need to pay a deposit. Jiang Fu sneered. A deposit? And how exactly am I supposed to pay it? Don't tell me you want me to sleep with you now. Cheng Jilua didn't answer. Instead, he stared at her intently, his lips parting to utter two simple words. Kiss me. Jiang Fu froze, her expression shifting slightly. But she quickly pressed her lips together and forced herself to stay calm. She stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Cheng Jilua was taller than Cheng Jiamu, and, even in heels, she had to tilt her head to look up at him. The beads of the curtain swayed behind her, scattering shards of sunlight into the room, which danced in Cheng Jiao's deep, dark eyes. His gaze was intense and unrestrained, as if he could see right through her. Jiang Fu felt an inexplicable unease. She lowered her lashes to hide her emotions, then rose on tiptoe and lightly brushed her lips against his. There. Paid, she said briskly, immediately pulling back and turning to leave. But before she could take a step, a hand clamped firmly around her waist, pulling her back into an embrace. Startled, she found herself pressed against his chest. Cheng Jiao's right hand gripped her waist securely, while his left, adorned with prayer beads, gently held her chin. He tilted her face up, his penetrating gaze locking onto hers. Engaged for 4 years, and Cheng Jiamu hasn't even taught you how to kiss? Or is it that you've never kissed at all? His tone carried a mocking edge, tinged with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Jiang Fu glared at him, her voice filled with indignation. Who says that? Wait. Before she could finish, his lips descended, silencing her with a kiss. Her lips were sealed by his, leaving Jiang Fu frozen in place, her body instantly tensing. In that moment, everything between them had shifted last night. She hadn't known who he was and could act recklessly. But now, with identities clear, a complicated surge of emotions overwhelmed her. Before she could gather her thoughts, a faint sting spread between her lips. She was biting her. Instinctively, she parted her lips, and he seized the opportunity, invading with dominance, tangling with her tongue and deepening the kiss with increasing intensity. The noise around them faded away, as if all her senses had converged on the meeting of their lips. Each of his kisses, Each collision carried an almost hypnotic allure, stirring her nerves and scattering her tangled thoughts. His forceful presence left no room for distractions, and her breaths grew shallow, her heartbeat erratic. When he finally let her go, Jiang Fu slowly regained her composure from the dizzying captivity of the kiss. Yet, a quiet, involuntary moan escaped her lips so soft that even she hadn't noticed it. She never imagined a kiss could unravel her so completely. That's how a kiss should be. His voice came from above her, deep and slightly hoarse. He, too, was catching his breath, his tone no longer as cold and composed as usual, but carrying a subtle, unspoken emotion. Jiang Fu snapped back to reality, hastily loosening her grip on his shirt and taking a step back to put distance between them. Flustered, she tried to redirect the conversation. I've already paid the deposit. When will you start working on it? She looked up at him, desperately clinging to business to cover her embarrassment. Chen Zhelua extended his right hand nonchalantly. Unlock your phone. She eyed him warily. Why? To save my number and WeChat. Easier to stay in touch. His voice was calm, as if nothing had happened. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fu pulled her phone from her bag, unlocked it, and handed it to him. He deftly entered his details and returned the phone to her. I've saved both my number and WeChat. Don't forget to send me high-resolution photos. Taking back her phone, Jiang Fu glanced at the time. It was already 9:15. If she didn't leave now, she'd be late for school. I'll send them as soon as I can, she said hurriedly, stuffing the phone into her bag. She lifted the beaded curtain, stepped out the door, and walked briskly away. The streets were jammed with rush-hour traffic, and her frustration grew with every passing second. By the time she arrived at the school gate, it was nearly 10 a.m. With no time to spare, she quickly explained her situation to the security guard and drove through the gates. Finding a parking spot near the auditorium, she parked, grabbed her things, and dashed up the steps, pushing open the heavy doors. Xiao Fu, over here. A familiar voice called out. Chen Feng, the head of the Peking Opera department, stood up and waved to her. His seat was in the front row, where each department reserved spots for their top students. Jiang Wei, Jiang Fu's stepsister, sat nearby in an elegant cocktail dress, her posture poised and her expression smug. She was seated beside Liu, the head of the drama department. Jiang Fu made her way over quickly, greeting Chen Feng with a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Chen. But before Chen Feng could respond, Liu shot Jiang Fu a cold glance and spoke with disdain. Mr. Chen, isn't this a bit inappropriate? These seats are reserved for the outstanding students of each department. Only someone like Jiang Wei, who truly excels, deserves to sit here. A failure like her? She doesn't belong. Chen Feng's expression darkened. As a protege of Jiang Fu's grandfather, he had watched her grow up and wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting her. He retorted sharply, if Xiao Fu hadn't damaged her voice, she would have been a star by now. A star? Jiang Wei chuckled derisively, her tone dripping with mockery. Mr. Chen, that's such an outdated term. And besides, I'd rather not have someone riding on my coattails. Jiang Wei had always gone out of her way to distance herself from Jiang Fu, never once acknowledging their familial connection at school. Other than Chen Feng, few people knew they were related. Now, several department heads and students nearby joined in with amused chuckles, their disdain for the struggling Peking Opera department evident. In recent years, the department had fallen into decline, and Chen Feng's standing had diminished accordingly. Chen Feng's brows furrowed, and he was about to argue further when Jiang Fu gently tugged his arm. She smiled faintly, her voice calm yet firm. If everyone feels I don't deserve to sit in the front, I'll move to the back. However, Jiang Fu tilted her head slightly, casting a glance toward the entrance of the auditorium. With a light and airy tone, she remarked, don't regret it later, everyone. Director Liu of the drama department scoffed in response, his tone laced with disdain. You talk as if this graduation ceremony can't go on without you. Of course, Jiang Wei said with a playful smirk, her tone flippant. After all, I'm the star. The people nearby burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the auditorium. Yet not far away, the dean of the academy was approaching with a few other school leaders. Hearing the waves of laughter, his brows furrowed deeply. He cast a cold glance toward the commotion and said sternly, this is a graduation ceremony. What kind of behavior is this? The laughter immediately ceased, and everyone stood up, their faces suddenly filled with unease. Dean, this has nothing to do with us. Jiang Wei was the first to speak, her words barbed as she shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Fu. This section is reserved for outstanding students. Jiang Fu here wasn't qualified to sit here, but insisted on staying. We were just trying to persuade her to leave. Jiang Fu, maintaining her gentle smile, looked calm as she replied, Dean, I'm sorry for causing trouble. At least you know. Jiang Wei sneered, her tone smug. Now, why don't you move to the back where you belong? Enough. The dean's face darkened instantly, and he fixed Jiang Wei with a sharp gaze. Which department are you from? Seeing the situation escalate, Director Liu quickly stepped forward to mediate, forcing a smile as he explained, "Dean, this is Jiang Wei from our drama department. She's one of our school's brightest stars and has won several awards for us. This year, she had the highest support rate for outstanding student." Outstanding student. The dean's gaze lingered on Jiang Wei for a moment, his tone growing colder. "If you're an outstanding student, then you should know the school's motto, shouldn't you?" Jiang Wei, full of confidence, responded without hesitation. "Our motto is virtue and artistic excellence, encouraging students to excel in both character and artistry." "Oh, so you know?" The dean let out a cold laugh, his voice steady and commanding. "Then, when you were mocking your classmate, did you think about what virtue and artistic excellence means? Do you live up to it?" Jiang Wei's smile froze on her face. Her lips moved, but she found herself at a loss for words. Sensing the tension, Director Liu quickly interjected, "Dean, this really isn't Xiao Wei's fault. It's just school rules, isn't it? Jiang Fu, being a low achiever, doesn't deserve to be nominated as an outstanding student." "Nomination?" The dean interrupted coldly, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "Who said Jiang Fu was here to receive an award? She's here today as a representative of the Lanxin Foundation to present scholarships to the outstanding students." The dean's words plunged the auditorium into a stunned silence. Everyone froze, their gazes snapping to Jiang Fu, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Fu, presenting awards? The Lanxin Scholarship was the most prestigious award at the school, established by the late Ms. Xin Lanxin. After her passing, the foundation had been managed by Mr. Chen, an elder statesman of the school. This year, due to his declining health, he had entrusted this important responsibility to Jiang Fu. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Those who had just been mocking Jiang Fu, both teachers and students, immediately plastered on ingratiating smiles and scrambled to make amends. "Jiang Fu, I'm so sorry. This was all just a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding." "Yes, Jiang Fu, please don't take it to heart. Be the bigger person and forgive us." Their smiles were awkward and insincere, a stark contrast to their earlier behavior when they had sided with Jiang Wei and Director Liu. But with the Lanxin Scholarship involving a significant amount of funding, and Jiang Fu as the award presenter holding a critical vote, no one dared to offend her now. Even Director Liu panicked, hastily putting on a conciliatory expression. "Jiang Fu, I apologize. I didn't recognize your importance. Please accept my apology." He nudged Jiang Wei with his elbow, urging her in a low voice, "Hurry up and apologize to Jiang Fu." Jiang Wei, though seething with resentment, couldn't defy the pressure from Director Liu. She forced a strained smile and muttered reluctantly, "I'm sorry. I apologize." Jiang Fu glanced at her calmly, her expression neutral and unreadable. Without dwelling on the matter, she turned to the dean and spoke in a gentle tone. "Dean, everyone is waiting. Let's just leave it at that." The dean nodded, his voice firm. "All right, everyone return to your seats." Order was restored in the auditorium, but Jiang Fu's composed demeanor stood out even more amidst the crowd. The earlier commotion dissipated quietly, but the impact of what had just unfolded lingered in everyone's hearts, leaving waves of unease and reflection behind. Today, out of respect for Jiang Fu, I'll let this slide. The dean's cold gaze swept over Director Liu and Jiang Wei, his tone carrying an undeniable authority as he gave a direct order, "Remove Jiang Wei's nomination immediately. If a student like this gets nominated again, you will need to keep your position as department head." As soon as the words left his mouth, Director Liu's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he dared not utter a single word in defense. The dean withdrew his gaze and turned to Jiang Fu. His expression softened considerably as he raised his right hand with a slight smile. "Miss Jiang Fu, please." Jiang Fu nodded politely, gesturing briefly toward Chen Feng before walking steadily to the stage and taking the most prominent seat in the center. Jiang Wei stood frozen in place, her eyes fixed on Jiang Fu, who was now surrounded by admiration. Waves of jealousy and resentment surged within her, nearly suffocating her. Just then, Chen Feng shot her a cold glance, his voice low but filled with an unyielding authority. "What are you waiting for? Get to the back row. Do you think you deserve to stay here?" The cutting remark hit Jiang Wei like a blow to the chest. Her face turned alternately pale and flushed, but she dared not argue. Clenching her teeth, she lowered her head, turned around, and made her way to the back row. Director Liu, watching the scene unfold, rushed over to Chen Feng with a fawning smile, grabbing his arm obsequiously. "Director Chen, please don't take what happened earlier to heart. I truly didn't recognize your authority. I'll personally apologize to Miss Jiang Fu right away." "I wasn't." "Shameless." Chen Feng interrupted with a cold snort. Without letting him finish, he brusquely shook off Liu's hand and returned to his seat. Director Liu's ingratiating smile froze awkwardly on his face as he stood there, unsure whether to stay or leave. Moments later, the graduation ceremony officially began. As the representative of the Longxin Foundation, Jiang Fu was invited by the university to deliver the opening speech. When she stepped onto the stage, a low murmur of discussion rippled through the audience. Who is she? She's stunning. You don't know? That's Jiang Fu. But how did she become the representative for the Longxin Scholarship? She's the future granddaughter-in-law of the Cheng family, of course. That explains it. She hasn't even graduated yet, and she's already winning at life. So enviable. The students in the audience whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with curiosity and admiration as they focused on Jiang Fu on stage. Meanwhile, in the back row, Jiang Wei's face flushed with anger. Her fury boiled within her, and she nearly ground her newly fitted porcelain teeth to dust. What's so special about her? Just because she latched onto a powerful man, she thought bitterly. At that moment, a student sitting beside her turned and looked at her with a hint of confusion. Aren't you Jiang Wei from the drama department? Why are you sitting here? Weren't the nominees for outstanding students supposed to sit up front? The remark instantly drew the attention of those nearby, and the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Soon, someone leaned in to whisper an explanation. Haven't you heard? Her nomination was revoked by the dean. No way. Isn't she supposed to be the top student in the drama department? She was just up there arguing with Jiang Fu. Honestly, what was she thinking? Going up against someone like Jiang Fu is like throwing an egg against a rock. Exactly. She should have known better than to challenge someone with Jiang Fu's background. The murmurs of gossip spread like needles piercing Jiang Wei's ears. She wanted nothing more than to storm out immediately, but she forced herself to sit rigidly in place, swallowing her anger. Her eyes locked on Jiang Fu on the stage, her gaze growing colder by the second. Inwardly, she made a silent vow. One day, she would crush Jiang Fu beneath her feet. By midday, the graduation ceremony had concluded successfully. After bidding farewell to the principal and other officials, Jiang Fu walked out of the auditorium alongside Chen Feng. As they reached a quieter spot, Chen Feng seemed to remember something. He reached into the inner pocket of his suit and handed 2 tickets to Jiang Fu. A friend gave me these tickets. Take Jiamu with you. Jiang Fu accepted them and glanced down. The tickets read National Center for the Performing Arts Shika Peking Opera Special. She paused briefly, then a subtle smile curved her lips. She handed the tickets back to Chen Feng. Uncle Chen, I can't make it tonight. You and Auntie should go instead. No worries. I have extra tickets, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. Then give them to someone else. I really can't make it tonight, Jiang Fu said, her tone slightly evasive. Chen Feng mistook her hesitation for reluctance due to painful memories from her past. His gaze softened with sympathy, and his voice turned gentler. Xiao Fu, is there really no chance your voice can recover? Jiang Fu lowered her eyes slightly, her mind drifting back to the memory of her first performance at the age of 7. Back then, she had been full of confidence and talent, learning opera from her mother and Shen Longxin. But all of that was now just a distant memory. The story of Jiang Fu began with a breathtaking performance. She rose to fame with her rendition of The Drunken Concubine, clinching the championship at the National Children's Peking Opera Competition and becoming a rising star on the Peking Opera stage. Both the media and opera enthusiasts affectionately dubbed her Furong Little Concubine. In her second year of high school, she was even admitted to the Drama Academy under special circumstances. However, this promising talent, who carried so many hopes, had to bid farewell to the stage due to a damaged voice. Chen Feng deeply regretted this turn of events. Uncle Chen, don't worry about me, Jiang Fu said with a faint smile, her tone lighthearted. Your niece is so capable. If I can't perform, I'll find another path. Chen Feng nodded, worried that saying more might stir up her sadness. He quickly changed the topic. Alright, go take care of your business. When you have time, come over for a meal. Your aunt will cook something delicious for you. Okay, we'll catch up another day, Jiang Fu said, waving as she descended the steps. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, a delivery man approached with a smile, handing her a bouquet. Miss Jiang Fu? These are for you. Could you sign for them? Jiang Fu took the delivery slip, signed her name, and accepted the bouquet. The arrangement featured white lotuses, accompanied by green anthuriums and white rosacea combination, exuding both freshness and elegance. She noticed a card tucked within the bouquet and casually pulled it out. Unfolding it, she saw 2 lines of beautifully penned handwriting. Congratulations on your graduation. The sender, however, had left the card unsigned. Jiang Fu glanced at the card and shook her head slightly. She almost instantly guessed who had sent it. It had to be Cheng Jelua. Cradling the bouquet in her arms, she turned and walked toward her car. Once seated in the driver's seat, she placed the flowers on the passenger side. As she started the car, her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, where Chen Feng's figure was still faintly visible. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a swirl of complicated emotions rose within her. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry, she whispered silently to herself. After Jiang Fu's mother passed away, Her father, Jiang Yuanji, brought her stepmother, Yang Ting, and her stepsister, Jiang Wei, into their home. To ensure her own daughter took Jiang Fu's place in performances, Yang Ting went so far as to secretly add Penelia to Jiang Fu's soup, nearly causing her to lose her voice entirely. Jiang Yuanji, feeling sorry for the pregnant Yang Ting, chose to let the matter slide. Fortunately, old Master Cheng took pity on Jiang Fu, bringing her to the Cheng household to recover and seeking out medical treatment for her. This effort barely managed to save her voice. To avoid further harm from Yang Ting and her daughter, Jiang Fu decided to lay low, pretending her voice was irreparably damaged and that she could no longer perform. She transferred from the Peking Opera Performance Program to the Accompaniment Program, specializing in the eru. Outwardly, she maintained an unremarkable demeanor, so much so that even Chen Feng remained unaware that her voice had long since recovered. At that moment, Jiang Fu failed to notice Jiang Wei standing in the distance, staring in shock as Jiang Fu's white Bentley drove away. Jiang Wei's eyes burned with envy and anger as she silently cursed. The Cheng family actually bought Jiang Fu such a nice car. Unbelievable, how infuriating. By the time Jiang Fu arrived at the National Center for the Performing Arts, it was already noon. She hastily ate the lunch Mi Lai brought her before diving into preparation for the performance. After washing up, she let Mi Lai help her with makeup and costume changes. Once ready, she stepped onto the stage to rehearse diligently with the live orchestra. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that she returned to the dressing room. Just as she sat down, Mi Lai handed her a bottle of water, her tone tinged with urgency. "Sister Shi, your phone has been ringing nonstop. I think someone's trying to reach you." Jiang Fu took the water, sipped it to soothe her throat, and rummaged through her bag to find her phone. On the screen were a missed call and an unread WeChat message, both from the same person, Jilua. "It's either Cheng Jilua or my uncle," Jiang Fu muttered under her breath, rubbing her forehead in exasperation at the username. "Jilua? What on earth is that supposed to mean?" She opened the message and read its contents. "Are you free tonight?" A wave of irritation surged through her. That annoying man is definitely up to no good again, she thought. Quickly, she typed a curt reply, "No." Without hesitation, she tossed her phone back into her handbag. At 7:30 p.m., the performance officially began. The Thousand-Seat Theater was packed. The first act was Farewell My Concubine. As the drumbeats resonated, Jiang Fu, dressed in full costume, stepped gracefully onto the stage. The spotlight illuminated her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. On stage, every movement she made was perfectly synchronized with the music, her gestures exuding an unparalleled charm. The audience held their breath, their gaze fixed unwaveringly on her. With a sword in hand, Jiang Fu gracefully stepped onto the stage, her slender figure illuminated by the spotlight, making her presence all the more captivating. With an elegant pose, she instantly ignited the audience's enthusiasm, as applause and cheers erupted in waves. As the drumbeats rose and fell, and the strings played their melodious tune, she gently parted her lips to sing while performing a mesmerizing dance. Her voice, sweet and lively, resonated through the theater. "I urge the king to drink and listen to Yu's song, to ease his worries with this graceful dance." Her stunning appearance was like a figure from a painting, her lithe movements flowing seamlessly with the sword dance, precise and effortlessly graceful. Her voice, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, was crisp yet imbued with a subtle charm, as if each note struck a chord in the hearts of the audience. The cheers from the crowd grew louder and louder. From the poignant elegance of Farewell My Concubine to the playful freedom of Heaven Scatters Flowers, Jiang Fu's performance transported the audience entirely into the world of traditional opera. In her final piece, The Drunken Beauty, she vividly captured the coquettish allure and emotional depth of a drunken imperial consort, delivering a performance that was nothing short of perfection. The Harandahalf-long performance left no dull moments, with applause and cheers echoing throughout. Even after the show ended, the audience was reluctant to leave, their excitement lingering in the air. Left with no choice, Jiang Fu returned to the stage for an encore, singing a brief segment of Dream in the Boudoir. Even with just her unaccompanied voice, she held the audience spellbound until the final note faded, marking the true end of the performance. Back in the dressing room, Jiang Fu appeared a little weary, a faint trace of fatigue visible in her delicate features. The table was already piled high with gifts and bouquets from the audience, their vibrant colors nearly covering the entire surface. Malay was busy organizing the flowers and gift boxes. Seeing Jiang Fu enter, she immediately put down what she was doing and approached her. "Shijia, tired?" "Not too much," Jiang Fu replied with a soft smile, sitting down at the table. Her tone carried a hint of exhaustion. "Help me remove my makeup, will you? I'll rest for a bit." Before she could finish speaking, there was a sudden knock on the dressing room door. Malay looked up and walked over to answer it. Standing at the door was the theater manager, his face beaming with a smile. "Teacher Shika, we have a distinguished guest who would like to meet you. Would it be convenient for you?" The manager's tone was cautious, laden with earnestness. Millet stepped in front of the door, smiling as she politely declined. Manager, you know our star's temperament. No visitors, right? I know. The manager nodded repeatedly, his smile tinged with obsequiousness. But just this once, I promise it won't happen again. Could you please make an exception? Millet was about to refuse again when Jiang Fu raised her hand and spoke softly. Let him in. Having performed at this theater multiple times, Jiang Fu had a reasonable understanding of the manager's character. If it weren't for an important guest, he would never have lowered himself to plead like this. Since he had shown her such respect, it would be unkind to reject him outright, especially considering future collaborations. The manager visibly relaxed, profusely expressing his gratitude before stepping out. Moments later, the door was knocked on again. Millet opened it to reveal the manager standing to the side, respectfully gesturing with his left hand. Mr. Chung, please come in. Mr. Cheng? Jiang Fu's hand, mid-motion as she removed her makeup, paused slightly. Her gaze shifted toward the doorway. When the familiar figure stepped into the room, her eyes froze for a moment. It was Qingjia. Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu stood there momentarily stunned as Qingjia strode into the lounge. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Every movement he made carried a natural authority, a demeanor befitting someone accustomed to being in charge. On the side, Mila was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden shift in atmosphere, her gaze involuntarily lingering on him, struck silent by his commanding presence. The theater manager approached with a professional and enthusiastic smile, taking the initiative to introduce him. Teacher Shika, this is Mr. Chung Jelua. He happens to be one of your most devoted fans. Jiang Fu subtly cleared her throat, masking her inner turmoil. She adopted the poised demeanor of a seasoned performer, deliberately lowering her voice to add depth and maturity. Mr. Cheng, nice to meet you. Having trained in traditional opera since childhood, she had mastered the art of vocal control. Her tone now carried a richness that made her seem older and more experienced than her actual years. Cheng Jelua gave a slight nod and extended his hand for a handshake. His palm was warm and firm, but he only brushed her fingertips briefly before withdrawing, his gestures polite and measured. His voice was calm and restrained as he spoke. I apologize for the uninvited visit. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. His words conveyed courtesy, yet there was an unmistakable sense of decorum in his tone. Jiang Fu noticed a subtle trace of curiosity in his gaze, which made her tense up slightly. She was wary that he might see through her true identity, so she leaned further into her role, maintaining a detached yet composed demeanor. Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Cheng? She asked, her tone neither warm nor cold. Cheng Jelua raised his right hand, presenting a record. His voice remained steady. Could I trouble you for an autograph? Jiang Fu glanced down, her eyes landing on the record he held. It was a limited edition collection of her personal opera recordings, released late last year. The cover was designed in the shape of a lotus flower, featuring her iconic portrayal of a noble concubine. For a moment, she was taken aback. This refined, enigmatic man, was he truly one of her diehard fans? Of course. Jiang Fu accepted the record and sat down gracefully. Milai, snapping out of her daze caused by Cheng Jialuo's imposing aura, quickly handed her a pen. As Jiang Fu prepared to sign, Cheng Jialua suddenly spoke up. Could you write a little more, please? She looked up, raising an eyebrow. What would you like me to write? After a brief pause, his voice was low yet clear. Please write, Happy birthday, little one. Her hand froze midair, her expression wavering. Oh, was this for her? She couldn't quite make sense of it. Noticing her hesitation, Cheng Jialua frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of puzzlement. Teacher Shika, is there an issue? Jiang Fu quickly shook her head, concealing her inner surprise. Not at all. Steadying herself, she wrote the words as requested. Happy birthday, little one, and signed her stage name Shika at the end. Cheng Jialua took the record, nodded slightly in thanks, and turned to leave. As his tall, straight figure disappeared through the door, Jiang Fu finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that he hadn't uncovered her true identity. Milai helped her back to the dressing table and resumed removing her makeup. Her hands worked deftly, though her mouth couldn't help but marvel. I never would have guessed a man like that, so handsome and distinguished, turns out to be such a devoted fan. Jiang Fu let out a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with skepticism. What makes you think he's devoted? Milai shrugged, unimpressed by Jiang Fu's doubt. That record is clearly a gift for a girlfriend. He even went out of his way to get your autograph. If that's not thoughtful, I don't know what is. Jiang Fu, sipping from a bottle of water, nearly choked at Milai's words. She coughed several times before recovering. Cheng Jialua liked her? The idea was so absurd that she dismissed it almost immediately. Back when he joined the military, she was just a little kid. Maybe he found her attractive now. Sure, but genuine affection? Impossible. They hadn't seen each other in over a decade. Where would such feelings even come from? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her phone suddenly buzzed. She glanced at the screen and answered the call, only to hear the voice of Zhou Qi, one of Cheng Jiamus' rowdy friends. Sis-in-law, Jiamus had a bit too much to drink. Could you come pick him up? Jiang Fu frowned, her tone turning cold. Where are you? Mai's bar. Got it. She ended the call, quickly finished removing her makeup, and skipped her plans for a late-night snack. After giving Mi Lai a few brief instructions, she hurried off to Mai's bar. The bar was a cacophony of deafening music, its pulse pounding through every corner. The dance floor was packed with writhing bodies, a chaotic scene of revelry and excess. Jiang Fu pushed her way through the crowd, her expression tightening in displeasure. She flagged down a passing waiter and quietly mentioned Cheng Jiamus' name. The waiter, evidently familiar with Cheng Jiamu, immediately recognized the name. As a regular patron known for his lavish spending, Jiamu had clearly made an impression. Hearing Jiang Fu's inquiry, the waiter gestured politely with his right hand, indicating for her to follow him. The waiter gave a slight bow and made a guiding gesture. Mr. Cheng is on the 3rd floor. Allow me to take you up, he said politely. Jiang Fu nodded and followed the waiter into the elevator. The doors closed slowly, carrying them upwards to the 3rd floor. Exiting the elevator, they walked down a corridor lined with thick carpet. The waiter stopped in front of room 3006, knocked lightly twice, and then pushed the door open. Mr. Cheng, there's a beautiful lady here to see you, the waiter said with a grin as he peeked into the room. The private room was dimly lit, the atmosphere tinged with an air of indulgence. 7 or 8 people were seated around the sofas and coffee table, both men and women, their laughter mingling with the clinking of glasses and the background music. Among the men, Jiang Fu recognized a few faces. Cheng Jiamus' usual crowd of idle-rich second-generation friends. Her gaze swept across the room but didn't land on the number 52 mistress she had seen at the villa earlier. A few of the young heirs stood up upon seeing Jiang Fu, greeting her politely, though their demeanor carried a hint of restraint. Jiang Fu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before her eyes settled on Cheng Jiamu, who was lounging on the sofa at the center of the room. His jacket was carelessly tossed aside, leaving him in a crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing muscular lines. One hand held a glass of liquor, while the other had a cigarette between his fingers. Smoke swirled around him, partially obscuring his handsome features. His half-lidded eyes, hazy with intoxication, rose to meet Jiang Fu's gaze. He lazily got to his feet, swaying slightly. Beautiful lady? He slurred, letting out a drunken hiccup before pointing at Jiang Fu with a smug grin. Let me tell you all, this is my wife. The waiter froze for a moment before quickly recovering with a flattering smile directed at Jiang Fu. Oh, so you're Mrs. Cheng. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Jiang Fu ignored the waiter and walked straight to Cheng Jiamu. She reached out a gloved hand to steady his arm, her voice gentle but firm. Let's go. I'm taking you home. Cheng Jiamu shook his head groggily at her words. He exhaled a puff of smoke, flicked the cigarette to the ground, and crushed it under his shoe. Picking up his glass again, he brought it close to Jiang Fu with a mischievous smirk. Go home? It's still early. Come on, have a drink with the guys. Jiang Fu's tone remained calm yet resolute. You know, I don't drink. She rarely touched alcohol, especially after just finishing a concert. Her voice needed proper care. Brother Jiamu. Zhou Qi, one of his friends, quickly stood up, attempting to diffuse the tension with a laugh. If Mrs. Cheng doesn't drink, that's fine. Let's not make things difficult for her. But Cheng Jiamu wasn't having it. He shoved Zhou Qi aside roughly and pressed the glass toward Jiang Fu again, his tone growing impatient. Let me tell you, Jiang Fu, tonight, you'll drink whether you want to or not. Jiang Fu took a deep breath, trying to keep her composure. You're drunk. I won't argue with you. Be good and come home with me, or I'll call Aunt Chiu. At the mention of Aunt Chiu, Cheng Jiamus' expression darkened, and he seemed to grow even more irritable. The alcohol surged through him as he grabbed Jiang Fu's arm, pushing her against the wall. His eyes turned cold as he leaned in close, his voice low and gravelly. Do you really think my mom likes you? She's just using you. Jiang Fu, how can you be so naive? The strong smell of alcohol made Jiang Fu frown as she turned her head away to avoid his breath. Her tone cooled. Watch your mouth. Cheng Jiamu let out a bitter laugh, his gaze growing even more dangerous. What's the matter? You think I'm dirty? You don't want me touching you, huh? He tilted his head back and down the rest of his drink, then hurled the empty glass to the floor, shattering it into pieces. Staggering forward, he leaned in closer, his drunken face aiming to kiss her. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room. Jiang Fu had raised her hand and struck him hard across the face. Cheng Jiamu froze, stumbling back a step in shock, staring at her in disbelief. The others in the room were equally stunned. They had known Jiang Fu for some time and had always seen her as gentle and soft-spoken. None of them had imagined she had the nerve to lay a hand on Cheng Jiamu. Jiang Fu calmly adjusted her gloves, her tone steady but carrying an undeniable authority. Sober up. I'll call the housekeeper to come pick you up. With that, she pulled her phone from her bag, turned, and opened the door to the private room, stepping out to make the call. Cheng Jiamu stood there, clutching his reddened cheek, dazed for a moment before snapping out of it. Anger flared in his eyes as he roared, "Stop right there." Jiang Fu ignored him, her attention focused on scrolling through her contacts. Cheng Jiamu quickly closed the gap between them, grabbing her arm forcefully and yanking her back. His voice was furious. "Didn't you hear me? I said stop." Caught off guard, Jiang Fu stumbled backward from the pole, her body slamming into the door of the adjacent private room. The door, which had been slightly ajar, creaked open further under the impact, revealing the scene inside. Fortunately, Jiang Fu's years of training in singing, reciting, acting, and martial arts had made her reflexes sharp. She quickly grabbed the doorframe, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing fall. Steadying herself, she looked up with a frown and glared coldly at the drunken man in front of her. "Cheng Jiamu, if you want to make a scene, do it at home. Stop embarrassing yourself here." "Embarrassing myself?" Cheng Jiamu let out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm as the alcohol still clouded his judgment. "You think I'm embarrassing? Then why did you agree to get engaged to me?" The commotion caught the attention of several guests in the nearby private rooms, who peeked out to watch the drama unfold. Jiang Fu glanced at the curious onlookers, her irritation growing. After performing all night, she was completely exhausted and only wanted to go home, soak in a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. She had no patience for Cheng Jiamu's drunken theatrics. "If you're not going home, then I'll leave," she said coldly, turning to walk away. But Cheng Jiamu suddenly grabbed her arm and yanked her back with surprising force, shouting drunkenly, "Did I say you could leave?" Her high heels slipped on a patch of spilled alcohol, causing her to lose her balance. Just as she was about to fall, a steady hand reached out and caught her by the waist, pulling her back upright. "Thank you." Jiang Fu instinctively turned to express her gratitude, but when she saw who it was, she froze, her words abruptly halting. "Xiao Xiao Shu?" Cheng Jialuo's deep, penetrating gaze rested on her, calm as the night. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fu shook her head lightly and straightened up, stepping out of his hold. Across from them, Cheng Jiamu continued his drunken tirade, slurring his words with a mix of anger and bitterness. "You don't even like me anymore, so why are you still marrying me? Is it for the Cheng family's money? How did I not see before that you're this kind of person?" "Enough." Cheng Jialuo's brows furrowed as his cold, commanding voice cut through Cheng Jiamu's rambling. On any other day, Cheng Jiamu might have shown some deference to Cheng Jialuo, but emboldened by the alcohol, he instead met his gaze with defiance. "Jiang Fu is my fiancé. Our business is none of your concern." Before he could finish, he reached out again, attempting to grab Jiang Fu's arm. Cheng Jialuo reacted swiftly, gripping Cheng Jiamu's wrist and twisting it with ease, sending him sprawling onto the ground. "Who do you think you are? Going around hitting people?" Cheng Jiamu grumbled from the floor, attracting the attention of the group of spoiled young men who had been drinking with him. They moved closer, seemingly ready to intervene. Cheng Jialuo cast a cold glance in their direction, his imposing presence immediately silencing them. His voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. "Cheng Jialuo." The name alone sent a shiver through the group. Though they had never met him, the reputation of Cheng family's third son was enough to make them hesitate. Faced with his icy stare, they didn't dare take another step forward. Without sparing them another look, Cheng Jialuo picked up a bucket of ice from a nearby waiter's tray and unceremoniously dumped its contents onto Cheng Jiamu's face. "Sober up and get yourself home. Stop disgracing the Cheng family." The shock of the ice jolted Cheng Jiamu to his senses, sobering him up considerably. Looking thoroughly defeated, he got to his feet, and his companions quickly helped him away. Cheng Jialuo's sharp gaze swept across the room. "Enjoying the show?" he asked coldly. The onlookers, startled by his words and demeanor, quickly averted their eyes and retreated back to their rooms. "I'll be leaving too, Xiao Shu," Jiang Fu said, picking up her handbag from the floor and preparing to leave. But Cheng Jialuo caught her wrist, his eyes fixed on her. "You're coming back to the family estate with me tonight." "I'm fine." "That's not necessary," she began to protest. "I wasn't asking," he interrupted, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. He turned to his assistant and instructed, "Give me the car keys. Reschedule tomorrow evening's meeting." "Yes, Mr. Cheng," the assistant replied respectfully, handing over the keys. Cheng Jialuo took the keys and led Jiang Fu toward the elevator. She tried to pull her hand free, but his grip only tightened. Resigned, she followed him, feeling like a schoolchild being dragged along by a strict teacher. They exited the elevator and walked to the parking lot. He stopped in front of a sleek black car, opened the passenger door and glanced at her. "Do you need me to carry you in?" Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. "My car's still parked here." We'll come back for it later, he replied nonchalantly, his tone firm and unyielding. Being older doesn't mean you can boss me around, she muttered under her breath but reluctantly got into the car. Chen Zhelua walked around to the driver's side, started the engine, and drove off. The car ride was silent, with him focused on the road and her too drained to make conversation. She leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, but a sharp pain in her right leg made her frown. Lifting her skirt slightly, she saw a small gash on her outer thigh, where a shard of glass had left a shallow wound. Blood was slowly seeping out. She took out a tissue from her bag to dab at the blood. Chen Zhelua noticed her movements from the corner of his eye, his expression darkening. Without a word, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the car sped up. They soon arrived at the Cheng family estate. Chen Zhelua parked the car, got out, and walked up the steps to ring the doorbell. The butler hurried to answer, pausing in surprise when he saw the two of them together. Third young master, Miss Jiang? Take the car keys, Chen Zhelua said curtly, tossing them to the butler before turning to Jiang Fu. Come with me. Jiang Fu pressed her lips together, refraining from arguing in front of the butler, and followed him through the courtyard and into his room. As soon as the door closed behind them, she turned to him, ready to demand an explanation. But Chen Zhelua stepped closer, his dark expression and overbearing presence making her instinctively take a step back. What are you doing? She stammered. Without a word, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her to a chaise lounge in the sitting area. Placing her down, he reached for the hem of her skirt and lifted it, his movements swift and decisive. Jiang Fu pulled her legs up and hastily tugged her skirt down, her voice low and reprimanding. Chen Zhelua, are you out of your mind? This is the Cheng household. What if the butler or the old master sees us? How am I supposed to explain this? Chen Zhelua's gaze turned cold, but a faint, enigmatic smile curved his lips. If I am, it's because you drove me to it. He placed a firm hand on her knee, his tone calm yet laced with an undeniable threat. Move, and I'll make sure you can't leave this bed tonight. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, the air between them seemed to freeze. Jiang Fu stiffened, her movements halting. The storm brewing in his dark eyes carried a dangerous warning when she knew he wasn't bluffing about. With the old master's bedroom just in the front courtyard, the consequences of alerting him would be unimaginable. Biting her lip in frustration, she reluctantly leaned back against the embroidered cushion, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. What do you want from me? Chen Zhelua didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood and walked over to the antique shelf, retrieving a first aid kit from the top. Jiang Fu's eyes followed his movements, and when she saw him take out cotton balls and bandages, her tension eased slightly. Realizing his intention to treat her wound, her voice softened, though still tinged with caution. I can handle it myself. She reached for the cotton, but he was quicker, taking hold of the kit before she could. The brief brush of their fingertips made her pause, instinctively pulling her hand back. Without a word, he opened the kit, picked up a cotton ball with tweezers, and ordered firmly, lift your skirt. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, then begrudgingly pulled the fabric up just enough to reveal her injured knee. She scoffed inwardly at this point. Modesty seemed pointless. Kneeling down, Chen Zhelua inspected the wound closely. Confirming it was just a minor scrape with no debris, he gently cleaned the blood with the cotton ball. The sting of the alcohol made Jiang Fu wince, her brows knitting together, but she stayed still, enduring the discomfort. After cleaning the wound, he applied ointment and reached for the bandage. Lift your knee a little, he instructed. Eager for it to be over, Jiang Fu complied, raising her knee slightly. The soft fabric of her skirt slipped further up her thigh, and she quickly pressed it down to prevent it from exposing too much. I've seen it all before. What's the point of hiding now? His tone carried a teasing edge, deliberately provoking her embarrassment. A faint flush crept up Jiang Fu's cheeks, but her retort was sharp. Why not just admit you've kissed it too? Chen Zhelua raised an eyebrow, his smirk deepening. Seeing is one thing. Whether I want to see it again is another. He resumed his task, carefully tying the bandage into a neat bow. Then, propping one hand on the edge of the daybed, he leaned in slightly, meeting her eyes with an intense gaze. But what if I insist on seeing it again? Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat. Of all the people who had hurt her, she never expected him to be one of them. He was the person she had once trusted and depended on the most, her uncle by relation, though not by age. How had he become like this? Her defiant spirit surged, and in a flash, she grabbed the scissors from the kit, pressing them against his throat. Her voice was icy and resolute. Try me. Her gaze was fierce, like a cornered animal refusing to back down, her vulnerability wrapped in unyielding strength. Chen Zhelua froze momentarily, then slowly straightened, his expression softening. Picking up the ointment and bandages from the table, he handed them to her and spoke in a gentler tone. Keep the wound dry for the next couple of days. Apply the ointment 3 times daily, and it won't scar. Jiang Fu lowered the scissors, got to her feet, and grabbed her handbag, ready to leave. But as she walked away, he extended an arm to block her path, holding the small jar of ointment in his palm. Either you apply it yourself, or it'll do it for you. Frustrated, Jiang Fu snatched the ointment out of his hand and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Cheng Jilua remained where he was, watching her retreating figure through the narrow crack of the door. Letting out a quiet sigh, he muttered under his breath, "Fool." Back in the front courtyard, Jiang Fu glanced toward the old master's room, her emotions a tangled mess she couldn't begin to unravel. Knowing that the elderly man had already gone to bed, she treaded lightly, silently making her way into the west wing. This room had been specially prepared for her by Grandpa Cheng after the food poisoning incident caused by Yang Ting. Though the Cheng family later gave her a villa as a wedding gift, this room had always been kept for her. As she pushed the door open, the furnishings inside remained exactly as they had been. Even the photo on the bedside table was untouched. It was a picture taken after her first competition win, showing her alongside her mother and Cheng Jialua. In the photo, she stood in the middle, dressed in a little gown, holding a trophy, while her mother and Cheng Jialua stood on either side. Back then, Cheng Jialua was only in his teens but was already a head taller than her mother. Memories flooded back. That night, the weather had been clear, but as they left the theater, a sudden drizzle caught them off guard. Young Cheng Jialua had taken off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, leaving himself in just a thin white shirt. When the camera shutter clicked, he wasn't looking at the lens but had his head slightly turned, his gaze fixed on her with a soft, indulgent smile at the corner of his lips. His right hand rested gently on her shoulder, holding the jacket in place to prevent it from slipping. The photo wasn't the best one taken that night, but it was the one she cherished the most, keeping it by her bedside all these years. Recalling the pressure of a man's hand on her knee earlier and the way he frowned as he questioned her, Jiang Fu felt a sudden surge of anger. She reached out, slammed the photo album shut on the table, and muttered under her breath, "Bastard." That night, Jiang Fu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. By the time she awoke in the morning, daylight was already streaming in through the window. She sat up, unwrapped the bandage on her leg, and found that the wound had scabbed over thanks to timely treatment, though it was still slightly red and swollen. She picked up the ointment from the table, carefully applied it, and was about to rebandage the wound when the sound of light footsteps came from outside the window. Then the voice of Lu Saw, the housemaid, drifted in. "Miss, are you awake?" "Yes, I'm up." "What is it?" Jiang Fu asked as she continued bandaging her leg. "The old master wants you to come to the front courtyard." Lu Saw paused briefly before adding, "Young Master Jiamu is there too." Jiang Fu's hands froze mid-action, and a knowing look flashed across her face. "So, this is about settling scores?" she thought with a cold smile. Then she replied, "Got it. Tell Grandpa I'll be right there." Lu Saw acknowledged and left. Jiang Fu quickly tied the bandage, hurried to the bathroom to wash up, changed into fresh clothes, and headed to the front courtyard. In the Cheng family's living room, Grandpa Cheng sat sternly in the main seat, tapping his cane lightly on the floor, his expression dark and foreboding. Cheng Jiamu knelt on the floor with his head lowered, not daring to make a sound. Cheng Jialua leaned casually against a Wangwali woodback chair on the left. He was dressed in a black shirt with 2 buttons undone, exuding a relaxed, careless air. His right arm rested on the chair's armrest, while his left hand toyed idly with a string of prayer beads. His demeanor was languid, his expression indifferent. Hearing Jiang Fu's approaching footsteps, he lazily lifted his eyelids. When their eyes met, he calmly looked away, as if uninterested. Jiang Fu was immediately incensed. Bastard! Here she was about to face a scolding, and yet he was lounging around, enjoying the show. Just then, Gu Yanqiu hurried in from outside. When she saw her son kneeling on the floor, her expression instantly darkened. "Dad, how could you make the child kneel like this?" Grandpa Cheng snorted coldly, his tone sharp and unyielding. "Why don't you ask what your son has done? Skipping responsibilities, drinking with a bunch of troublemakers, and even causing a scene at a bar. Gu Yanqiu, is this how you've raised your son?" Jiang Fu was taken aback by his words. Wait, something didn't feel right. Wasn't this supposed to be about that mother and son complaining about her? Why did it sound like Grandpa Cheng was the one calling them to account? While she was still trying to make sense of the situation, Gu Yanqiu's sharp gaze shot over to her like a dagger, cutting through the air with a chilling intensity. "Xiao Fu, what's going on? The damage is already done. She hit him, and there's no avoiding it. Might as well take the initiative and admit the mistake." Jiang Fu lowered her head and took a step forward, standing properly. Her voice was soft, but there was a hint of nervousness as she spoke. "Grandpa, Aunt Chiu, it's all my fault. If I had arrived earlier last night, Brother Jiamu wouldn't have ended up drinking like that." Gu Yanqiu's expression darkened instantly. She spun around and pointed a finger at Jiang Fu, scolding her sharply. "You've got some nerve to bring that up. They say a wise wife keeps her husband out of trouble. What on earth are you busy with all day? If you had been with Jiamu last night, would things have gotten this out of hand?" Cheng Jilua, who had been sitting quietly nearby, holding a string of prayer beads, shifted his gaze slightly upon hearing this. Rising from his seat, he walked over to the flower stand, plucked a wilted azalea flower with his fingers, and casually turned around, positioning himself right in front of Jiang Fu. His tone was calm, yet carried a faint chill. "It seems, dear sister-in-law, you don't fully understand what kind of place my bar is. From what I know, it's not just a spot for drinking. As long as you have money, you can buy anything their hostesses, or even drugs. It's not a place respectable young women would go." Gu Yanqia's expression turned awkward immediately. She glanced at old Master Cheng, sniffled, and said with a hint of a sob, "Dad, it's true Jiamu was wrong to drink recklessly, but this time it really wasn't his fault. He's just been led astray by those no-good friends of his." She turned to glare at Jiang Fu, her tone accusatory. "Xiao Fu, didn't I tell you?" "Mom." Cheng Jiamu interrupted her firmly. He turned around, his expression complicated, and said in a low voice, "Mom, please stop. I was wrong. I'll take responsibility." Gu Yanqio froze for a moment, then noticed the swelling on his face. She hurried over, grabbing her son's shoulders anxiously. "What happened to your face?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. "It's nothing." "Don't ask," Cheng Jiamu replied, trying to brush it off. But Gu Yanqio wasn't having it. "What do you mean, don't ask?" She held onto his shoulders, scrutinizing his swollen face closely. Her tone grew harsher. "How did it get so swollen? What happened?" Jiang Fu stood on the side, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Cheng Jiamu's face. Sure enough, the man's usually handsome face was now shockingly red and swollen. Internally, she couldn't help but grumble, "I didn't even hit him that hard. Is this guy really that fragile?" Cheng Jiamu kept his head down and stayed silent. Gu Yanqio, growing more frustrated, shot him a glare full of disappointment. "Speak up. What happened to your face?" Jiang Fu's heart tightened, and her palms began to sweat. This is bad. If Cheng Jiamu tells them she hit him, there's no way she'll get past Gu Yanqio, even if old Master Cheng usually defends her. And if that happens, the land Jiang Yuan wants will definitely be out of the question. To her surprise, Cheng Jiamu simply pulled his mother's hand away and said in an even tone, "I got drunk and accidentally fell." Jiang Fu was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "This guy, he didn't rat me out?" Gu Yanqio, however, wasn't so easily convinced. She frowned, glaring at her son suspiciously. "Do you think I can't tell when you're lying? You're not going to say anything, huh?" She turned her sharp gaze to Jiang Fu, her tone pressing. "Xiao Fu, you tell me." Jiang Fu pressed her lips together, and was just about to speak when Cheng Jialuo's indifferent voice interrupted from the side. "I hit him." Gu Yanqio was taken aback for a moment, then dramatically pulled out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. "Dad, Jialuo may be the eldest, but how can he just hit the child? If the boy made a mistake, scold him, reprimand him. Fine, but to lay hands on him? We've never even laid a finger on Jiamu since he was born." Bang! Old Master Cheng slammed his cane against the floor, his face stern. "A slap is letting him off easy. If it were up to me, I'd get 50 strikes with the rod." Gu Yanqio frowned and muttered under her breath, "Dad, isn't that a bit extreme?" "Extreme." Old Master Cheng slowly stood, leaning on his cane, his sharp gaze cutting across the room. He raised his hand and pointed at Cheng Jiamu's face. In a cold voice, he declared, "Fine, then let me explain the reasoning to you. Ask your son what kind of trouble he got into last night. Drinking and acting recklessly is one thing, but he even attempted to harm Xiao Fu. He ended up injuring her leg. Luckily, Lao San was there to stop him in time. Who knows what could have happened otherwise." Old Master Cheng's face was ashen, his voice simmering with suppressed anger, each word cutting straight to the heart. Gu Yanqio's expression shifted slightly, clearly not expecting the situation to have escalated to this extent. She glanced at the old man's darkened face, then quickly adopted a concerned demeanor. Turning to Jiang Fu, she hurried over and held her arm with feigned sincerity. "Xiao Fu, are you hurt badly? Come, sit down quickly." She gently guided Jiang Fu to a chair, crouched down, and leaned in with a caring expression. "Let Auntie take a look. Where are you injured?" Kneeling on the ground, Cheng Jiamu raised his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Fu. Sensing his stare, Jiang Fu instinctively pressed her hand against the hem of her skirt. Her tone was calm but carried a hint of distance. "Aunt Yan, it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. It'll be fine." Gu Yanqio caught on immediately it was clearly an inconvenient area to discuss. She didn't push further but instead stood up, her expression swiftly transforming into one of fury. She spun around, grabbed Cheng Jiamu's arm, and yanked him to his feet. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take Xiao Fu to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Cheng Jiamu, let me tell you, if anything happens to Xiao Fu, you'll have me to answer to." Jiang Fu's lips curled faintly into a sarcastic smile as she watched Gu Yanqia's performance with a detached gaze. She knew all too well that these words were for old Master Cheng's ears, and to give her son a way out. Gu Yanqiu, that old fox, was as cunning as ever. Cheng Jilua, a cold voice rang out just as Gu Yanqiu finished speaking. Cheng Jialuo's tone was indifferent. No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law. I already took Xiao Fu to the hospital last night to have her wound treated. What did the doctor say? Old Master Cheng immediately turned to him, his voice filled with concern. Jiang Fu quickly reassured him, Grandpa, it's really nothing, just a flesh wound. A few days of rest, and it'll be fine. She tried to sound lighthearted, not wanting to worry the elderly man. Cheng Jialuo's gaze discreetly swept over Jiang Fu's hand, which was still pressed against her skirt, before he suggested, since Xiao Fu's leg is injured, she should stay at the old house for a few days. There are servants here to take care of her, and she won't need to climb stairs. It'll be more convenient for her recovery. Hearing this, Jiang Fu rolled her eyes inwardly. Convenient for recovery? More like convenient for him to find opportunities to bother her. Just as she was about to refuse, old Master Cheng nodded in agreement. His tone was warm. Let's do as Jialua suggested. Move back here tonight, and stay until your injury heals. Besides, I've been missing you. The old man's affectionate tone made Jiang Fu hesitate to decline. Reluctantly, she nodded. All right, I'll stay for a few days and keep you company. Old Master Cheng smiled, satisfied, but his expression darkened again as his gaze turned to Cheng Jiamu. This time for Xiao Fu's sake, I'll let it go. But if there's a next time, don't bother stepping into this house again. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure to discipline him properly, there won't be a next time. Gu Yanqiu quickly promised, then gave Cheng Jiamu a shove. Why are you still standing here? Go take a shower and get to work. Cheng Jiamu kept his head down, said nothing, and quickly walked out of the hall. Gu Yanqiu also bid farewell to old Master Cheng. Dad, there's something I need to handle at the company, so we'll head out as well. With that, she hurried after her son. The hall fell silent. Old Master Cheng turned to Jiang Fu, his tone softening. Are you sure your leg's all right? Jiang Fu made a playful face and lightly held onto the old man's arm. It's really fine. If you don't believe me, I can even perform a little heavenly made scattering flowers dance for you. You cheeky girl. The old man chuckled, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, but his tone carried a trace of sternness. If your little uncle hadn't told me, I'd still be in the dark. If you ever feel wronged, make sure to tell Grandpa, all right? Hearing this, Jiang Fu cast a sideways glance at Cheng Jilua, who stood not far away. She muttered something inwardly but chose to remain silent. The scoundrel was actually standing up for her? Jiang Fu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly lowered her gaze and curved her lips into a sweet, obedient smile. She playfully pouted. It's just a small matter. How could it be considered a grievance? Her voice was as sweet as honey, and the more she acted understanding, the more distressed old Master Cheng felt. Xiao Fu, tell Grandpa the truth. Does Jia Mu usually treat you like this? Old Master Cheng's tone carried a hint of concern, his gaze sharp and probing. Of course not. Jiang Fu lowered her lashes, hiding the complex emotions in her eyes, and softly replied, Brother Jiamu treats me well. Last night, he just had a bit too much to drink. Cheng Jilo let out a light chuckle, leaning back lazily in his chair, his eyes glinting with amusement. What are you laughing at? Old Master Cheng turned his head, his gaze filled with disapproval as he glared at Cheng Zhou. You're supposed to be an uncle. Jiamu is about to get married, and you don't even have a girlfriend. Aren't you ashamed? What's so great about getting married? Cheng Jilua raised his eyelids lazily, giving Jiang Fu a mocking glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Not only do you have to endure grievances, but you also have to compromise. No thanks, I'm not interested. Rubbish. We're talking about marriage, not a prison sentence. Old Master Cheng shot him an exasperated look. Don't think you have all the time in the world just because you're young. By the time you decide to settle down, all the good girls will be taken. What will you do then? Cheng Jilua twirled the prayer beads in his fingers, his tone nonchalant. If I really like someone, even if she's married, I'll take her back. Old Master Cheng frowned, half amused and half annoyed. You're impossible. At that moment, the butler, Uncle Chen, entered the room and respectfully reported, Old Master Cheng, the car is ready. It's time for your follow-up appointment at the hospital. Grandpa, let me go with you. Jiang Fu offered eagerly, her soft voice full of concern. No need, Uncle Chen will accompany me, Old Master Cheng said with a smile, patting her hand affectionately. You haven't stayed at home for a while. Check your room later and see if anything's missing. Let your little uncle know so he can buy it for you, he's got nothing better to do anyway. Alright, then I'll walk you to the car, Jiang Fu said obediently with a nod. Old Master Cheng chuckled indulgently. I'm not so old that I can't walk on my own. Go have your breakfast. Yes, Miss Jiang, listen to the old master, Uncle Chen added with a smile as he supported Old Master Cheng by the arm. The breakfast is still warm in the pot. You should eat while it's hot. It'll take care of the old master. Jiang Fu didn't insist further. She watched them leave the living room, thoughtfully reminding them, have the driver go slow on the road. Call me if anything comes up. Once they were out of sight, she turned to glance at Cheng Jilua but said nothing more as she made her way to the dining room. In the dining room, Aunt Lu was tidying up. Seeing Jiang Fu enter, she quickly brought over the breakfast that had been kept warm in the pot. The table was set with steaming sticky rice shumai, crab roe custard buns, and an assortment of delicate side dishes, all of Jiang Fu's favorites. Jiang Fu picked up a shumai, took a bite, and her eyes squinted slightly in satisfaction. A smile lit up her face. Aunt Lu, your cooking skills are amazing. This could rival the chefs at Yushanfang. You've got quite the discerning palate, haven't you? Figured it out with just one bite. Aunt Lu laughed as she placed a bowl of steaming chicken and red rice porridge in front of her, a hint of pride in her voice. But this wasn't made by me. Third young master went to Yushanfang early this morning to buy it himself. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, her smile faltering slightly. Going all the way there just for breakfast? I never realized he was such a foodie. As she muttered to herself, Chingjilua strolled into the room, his tone indifferent as he instructed. From today onward, little miss will be moving back in. Aunt Lu, please clean up her room. Got it. Aunt Lu responded cheerfully, grabbing a cloth and heading off to the back. Cheng Jilua pulled out a chair and casually sat down beside Jiang Fu. Without warning, he reached out and tugged at the hem of her dress. Jiang Fu's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. Is this your territory? Do you think you can just lift whatever you want? With half a xiaomai clamped between her teeth and the other half still held by her chopsticks, Jiang Fu's hands were tied, both figuratively and literally. She couldn't even speak, only managing to furrow her brows and shoot Chingjilua a piercing glare. If looks could kill, the man would have been hacked into 1,000 pieces by now. Yet, Cheng Jilua seemed utterly unfazed. He calmly unwrapped the chaotic mess of bandages on her arm and began inspecting her wound. Upon seeing that the injury had scabbed over without signs of infection, he finally relaxed. With practiced hands, he rebandaged it neatly, tying off the ends in a perfect bow. The girl's skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and the bandage on her arm looked more like an elegant accessory than a medical necessity. Cheng Jilua gave his handiwork a satisfied glance, then thoughtfully smoothed out her dress. Jiang Fu finally swallowed her xiaomai and frowned as she spoke. Chingjilua, are you out of your mind? OCD, the man replied calmly. Jiang Fu stared at his deadpan expression, took a deep breath, and decided not to waste her energy arguing. She lowered her head and resumed eating, choosing to ignore this lunatic. Just as she was focusing on her meal, Cheng Jialuo's hand suddenly reached over, placing a small black box in front of her. Jiang Fu glanced up at him suspiciously. What's this? A sample, he said in an indifferent tone. That fast? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Fu's eyes as she set down her bowl of porridge and opened the box. Nestled within black velvet was a pair of exquisite earrings designed in the traditional style with kingfisher feather inlays symbolizing longevity and prosperity. The craftsmanship was meticulous, with the vibrant hues so vivid they seemed to be made from real feathers. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Fu noticed the earrings had been given an aged finish, exuding a rich sense of history. They were nearly identical to the antique jewelry that her mother had left behind. If she hadn't known better, she might have mistaken them for the originals. The feathers on this? Jiang Fu asked. Goose feathers, handied, Cheng Jilua replied. Jiang Fu couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Beautiful. She looked up at him, curiosity brimming in her eyes. When did you make these? After all, she had only sent him the photos yesterday, and now by morning the finished product was already in her hands. Cheng Jilua lowered his lashes, hiding the faint redness in his eyes. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Jiang Fu nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight. Extremely satisfied. Though this man could be infuriating most of the time, his craftsmanship was undeniably flawless. But before she could revel in her joy for too long, Cheng Jialuo's hand reached over again, covering the gift box in her hands. He spoke slowly. Then shouldn't you pay a little interest? Jiang Fu's smile froze. Of course. This man wouldn't be so kind without an ulterior motive. She pursed her lips, and a mischievous idea suddenly came to her. Turning her face toward him, she leaned in and pressed her lips still slick with oil from the shomai against his, deliberately smearing the grease onto him. Satisfied with her prank, she leaned back and grinned, watching the sheen of oil glisten on his lips. There, paid in full. She grabbed a napkin and wiped the grease from her own lips. But Cheng Jilua remained unfazed, standing up and placing an invitation card on the table beside her. That's not the interest I was talking about. Tonight at 8. Don't be late. Jiang Fu glanced at the invitation, then back at him. What's this about? His eyes briefly swept over her loose cotton house dress before he added in an unhurried tone, I like women in kipeos. Jiang Fu was about to hurl a string of insults at him, but he had already turned and walked away, leaving her with nothing but the sight of his retreating back. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she cast a glance at the invitation on the table, muttered a curse under her breath, and picked up another xiaomai, biting into it with gusto. For the past few years, she had been scrimping and saving to stand her ground against the Jiang family, even skimping on breakfast to cut costs. Since this lavish meal was on that damn man's dime, there was no way she was letting it go to waste. Anger was one thing, but wasting good food? That was simply against her principles as a true foodie. In the Iha villa, Gu Yanqiu slammed her handbag onto the coffee table with a resounding thud. Cheng Jiamu, how many times have I told you? Treat Xiaofu well. And yet, you dared to lay a hand on her? Gu Yanqiu stood in the middle of the living room, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Cheng Jiamu lounged lazily on the sofa, a faintly mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You say that like you actually care about her. Gu Yanqiu let out a cold snort, yanked the refrigerator door open, and pulled out a few ice cubes. Wrapping them in a towel, she thrust it toward him. I care about you, she snapped, her expression one of exasperated disappointment. The old man just now was clearly taking her side, didn't you see that? If you two get married, she could put in a good word for you with him. Wouldn't the Cheng Corporation be yours in the future? Cheng Jiamu didn't even glance at the towel. Instead, he leaned back heavily into the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before exhaling slowly. I don't want to marry her. Gu Yanqiu's brows furrowed tightly, her gaze piercing. Have you fallen for some cheap tramp outside? Cheng Jiamu leaned back against the sofa, lazily blowing out another puff of smoke. Idiot. Gu Yanqiu sighed, sitting down beside him. As she pressed the cold towel to the swelling on his face, her tone softened slightly, though still carrying a sense of urgency. It's just a formality. Marry her, and you can do whatever you want on the side. Cheng Jiamu turned his face away, deliberately avoiding the towel. He let out a cold laugh. Just like you and my dad, right? Gu Yanqiu's face darkened instantly. She stood up, her voice cutting. Cheng Jiamu, let me tell you something. I can turn a blind eye to your antics outside, but don't even think about bringing any of those women home. That's not happening. Cheng Jiamu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and walked upstairs without a backward glance. You ungrateful brat. Gu Yanqiu trembled with rage, slamming the towel wrapped in ice onto the coffee table. Cheng Jiamu, you will marry her, whether you like it or not. Grabbing her handbag, she stormed out of the living room, slamming the door behind her. A black sedan was already waiting outside. She slid into the back seat and commanded coldly drive. The driver nodded and started the car. The black sedan glided smoothly out of the villa gates. At the same time, on the opposite lane, Jiang Fu happened to be driving in. Recognizing Gu Yanqiu's car from afar, she instinctively hunched her shoulders and lowered her head slightly. After a quick glance in the rearview mirror to confirm she hadn't been noticed, she lightly pressed the gas pedal and drove into the villa complex. She parked in front of the Cheng family villa, removed the keys, and stepped inside. Without hesitation, she headed straight to the third-floor bedroom and began packing her clothes and personal belongings into a suitcase. Once done, she descended to the second floor. Her gaze lingered on the slightly ajar master bedroom door for a moment before she cleared her throat softly. Jiamyuj. No response. After confirming Cheng Jiamu wasn't around, she turned and entered the study. She began rummaging through the drawers, combing through every corner of the room but finding nothing resembling a property deed. Strange. Where could it be? She murmured to herself, her eyes scanning the room. Finally, her gaze landed on a box on the top shelf of the bookcase. Her heart skipped a beat. She brought over a ladder, carefully retrieved the box, and placed it on the desk. Just as she was about to open it, a low, chilling voice sounded from the doorway. Who told you to touch my stuff? Jiang Fu jumped, her hands trembling as she nearly dropped the box. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned around with a sweet, gentle smile. Jiamyuj, you're not at the office? Leaning against the doorframe with a bottle of liquor in hand, Cheng Jiamu fixed her with a cold stare. What are you looking for? Jiang Fu blinked innocently, her voice soft and sweet. Well, since we'll be getting married soon, I wanted to transfer my household registration. The police station said I'd need a property deed for that. Married. Cheng Jiamu let out a derisive laugh, his tone laced with mockery. You're that desperate to marry me? Jiang Fu lowered her gaze, her expression tinged with a shy blush. We're already engaged. Isn't marriage just a matter of time? Cheng Jiamu scoffed, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. I've slept with so many women. Doesn't that disgust you? Jiang Fu's lashes fluttered as she kept her head bowed, her voice as soft as ever. As long as Jiamyuj has me in his heart, that's all that matters. Cheng Jiamu gripped the bottle in his hand tightly, his tone sharp and hostile. Jiang Fu, I never realized before. You. He paused, let out a cold laugh, and spat out, "You're such a damn shameless woman." His eyes brimmed with disgust, and his voice cut through the air like a blade. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, then looked up with a pitiful expression, her nose slightly sniffled as if holding back tears. "Brother Jiamu, do you not like me anymore?" Her gaze, behind her glasses, locked onto Cheng Jiamu's face. Her eyes reddened slightly, as though tears were on the verge of spilling. Cheng Jiamu's brows furrowed deeply, her demeanor seemingly irritating him further. He tilted his head back, taking a swig from the bottle, and said coldly, "Stop the act. The property deed is with my mother. You'll never get it. Now get out." Jiang Fu bit her lip and lowered her head, her eyes flickering briefly. She quickly dabbed the corners of her eyes with a tissue, turned, and walked out of the study. As the door clicked shut behind her, the vulnerability and grievance on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a calm and icy composure. She removed her glasses, carefully wiped them clean, then got into her car parked outside the villa. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, her gaze turned steady and focused. "Gu Yanchou is guarding against me like I'm a thief. There's no way I can get that property deed," she muttered to herself, her tone laced with a mix of helplessness and cold determination. "The 30 million I need to buy back the theater. I'll have to find another way." Starting the car, she drove toward the business district. Amid the ebb and flow of traffic, she arrived at the reserved parking space for Shika Chipao Custom Tailoring Shop. Just as she was about to park, a black van suddenly swerved in and took the spot, blocking it completely. Jiang Fu frowned and pressed her horn. A young assistant-looking girl quickly hopped out from the driver's seat and opened the rear door. A woman in a red dress and sunglasses stepped out, the click of her high heels against the pavement exuding an air of arrogance. Jiang Fu rolled down her window, her voice cool and straightforward. "Excuse me, miss. This is my parking space." The woman in the red dress turned to glance at her, her tone dripping with disdain. "Your parking space? It's a public spot, first come, first served. Don't tell me you don't even know that much." Jiang Fu fixed her gaze on the woman, a flicker of recognition crossing her eyes. This woman looked familiar. Narrowing her eyes, she studied her closely and soon realized who she was: Gu Yankee's niece, Gu Yufei, a rising star in the entertainment industry. Jiang Fu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Clearly, Gu Yufei hadn't recognized her. "Can't read Chinese characters?" Jiang Fu tilted her chin toward the sign next to the parking space. "Take a good look for yourself." Gu Yufei turned to see the sign on the post, which clearly stated, "Private parking space. No unauthorized parking." A flash of unease crossed her face, but she quickly masked it with an air of defiance. "And you think that makes it yours? Do you have proof?" Gu Yufei raised an eyebrow, her tone challenging. Jiang Fu calmly retrieved a parking permit from her bag and held it up for Gu Yufei to see. "I assume you can read numbers, at least. Now move your car." Gu Yufei's expression darkened entirely. She let out a cold scoff, grabbed her bag and walked away. Her assistant quickly apologized to Jiang Fu and hurriedly moved the van. Jiang Fu parked her car, grabbed her bag and headed toward the elevator. As she passed Gu Yufei, who was still waiting for her assistant, a faint smirk played on her lips. Without another glance, she stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. The elevator doors slid open, and Jiang Fu entered the Shika Chipao Custom Tailoring Shop. As soon as she stepped inside, her eyes landed on the seating area. There sat a man in a black suit, flipping through a fabric catalog. His demeanor was elegant and commanding, his profile sharp and cold. It was Cheng Jialua. Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat, and her steps faltered. Instinctively, she lowered her head, like a guilty child caught red-handed, and tried to slip away unnoticed. But fate, as always, seemed to enjoy toying with her. The store manager, whom Jiang Fu had personally hired, emerged from the storeroom carrying a few rolls of silk, only to come face-to-face with her. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing here?" the manager asked, puzzled. Jiang Fu froze, her expression stiffening on the spot. Internally, she cursed the manager for his lack of tact. Couldn't he see she was trying to avoid being noticed? Hearing the store manager's voice, Cheng Jialua, who was flipping through a fabric catalog, and the young man standing behind him almost simultaneously turned their attention toward Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu's heart tightened. Knowing she couldn't avoid the situation, she feigned just noticing him, gave a slight smile, and spoke in a light-hearted tone. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Cheng Jialua looked up, still holding the fabric catalog in his hands, and replied calmly, "I'm here to order a suit." Then, turning to the store manager with a hint of curiosity in his gaze, he asked, "You two know each other?" "Of course." The store manager's face lit up with a fawning smile. "Miss Jiang is one of our most valued." Before he could finish, Jiang Fu quickly cut him off with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, her tone carrying a subtle warning, "a loyal customer." She turned her head slightly to glance at the store manager, her sharp gaze like a knife, seemingly reminding him of something. Right, Manager Wang? Manager Wang, clearly a seasoned professional, quickly caught on to her intent, even though he didn't understand why she wanted to conceal her identity. He nodded repeatedly and followed her lead. Yes, yes, Miss Jiang often visits us to buy kipeos. Jiang Fu glanced around the store, then asked casually, where are your sales associates and tailors? They're in the back organizing inventory, Manager Wang quickly explained. Then please bring me a cup of tea and prepare the cheap how I ordered, Jiang Fu said, narrowing her eyes slightly, her tone firm and leaving no room for disagreement. You understand what I mean, right? Manager Wang clearly picked up on the underlying message in her words and nodded hastily. Understood, understood. Please wait a moment. I'll get it ready right away. He then turned and hurried toward the back, seemingly to instruct the staff not to slip up. Once Manager Wang had left, Jiang Fu withdrew her gaze and with a smile, looped her arm through Cheng Zhe's. Her tone remained cheerful yet carried a hint of probing. Uncle, the fabrics and tailoring fees here are quite expensive. How about I take you to another place to check it out? Her words hinted at concern, but she was already calculating in her mind. If one of the sales associates accidentally let something slip, her identity would be exposed. Cheng Zhelua stood still, his expression steady, and replied coolly, Do I look like I lack money? Of course not, Jiang Fu quickly replied with an awkward laugh, hastily adding, but being frugal is a good habit. Why not save when you can? Cheng Zhelua raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smirk playing at his lips. Then why are you ordering a cheapao here? Jiang Fu was momentarily at a loss for words, silently cursing his sharpness for catching the inconsistency in her logic so quickly. She lowered her gaze and replied somewhat sheepishly, expensive things often come with quality. I just think their kipeos look nice. The corners of Cheng Zhelua's lips curved upward slightly. In that case, it seems I must order from here as well. Jiang Fu froze, sensing something was amiss, but quickly composed herself. She had assumed Cheng Zhelua was here to order a suit, as this store also specialized in custom menswear in addition to kipeos. But his words made her wary. You're ordering a cheapao too? That's right. Cheng Zhelua handed her the fabric catalog and then casually placed his arm around her waist. He gestured toward the sofa and said, Since you're a regular here, you must know better than me. Help me pick some fabric. Jiang Fu subtly pushed his hand away and walked over to the sofa, sitting down. Her tone was calm but carried a hint of inquiry. Who are you gifting it to? What's their age? Cheng Zhelua sat down beside her, his gaze resting on her profile. His tone was meaningful. Someone about your age. Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat, and she clenched her teeth internally. Wasn't this man claiming to be single? Unable to hold back, she blurted out, Uncle, are you gifting it to your girlfriend? Cheng Zhelua's lips curved into a faint smile. He suddenly leaned closer, wrapping his arm around her waist again. His voice dropped to a teasing whisper near her ear. What's this? Are you jealous? Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh, mimicking his move by leaning closer to his ear. In a low voice she retorted, Don't flatter yourself, Uncle. I'm all about the fun, not the feelings. Just then, the store manager returned with 2 freshly brewed cups of tea, his face beaming with a smile. Miss Jiang, Mr. Cheng, please enjoy your tea. Jiang Fu quickly straightened up, flipping to the last page of the fabric catalog. Pointing to a few silk samples, she said in an even tone, These fabrics are quite nice. Uncle, you might want to take a look. Since money is no object for Uncle, we should naturally choose the finest fabric handwoven Nanjing yun brocade. Jiang Fu leaned back slightly on the sofa, her fingers flipping through the fabric catalog, lightly brushing over the intricate weaves on each page. Sitting beside her, Cheng Zhelua casually draped his right arm over her shoulder, steadying the catalog in her hands as his gaze focused intently on the page her finger pointed to. Do you like this one? He asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance but laced with a trace of indulgence. Jiang Fu turned her head to look at him, a playful smile curling her lips as her eyes sparkled with mischief. Is Uncle planning to gift me a set too? In that case, I'd be delighted to accept. Inwardly, she scoffed. A man with a girlfriend, yet daring to claim he was single. Today, she was determined to make him pay literally. Cheng Zhelua raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly unbothered by her teasing. Turning to the manager, Mr. Wang, who stood nearby, he said calmly, This fabric make one in every color. Mr. Wang froze for a moment, then cautiously sought confirmation. Are you sure? One in every color? Nanjing yun brocade was famously known as gold worth its weight in fabric. This premium, handwoven material incorporated gold threads and peacock feathers, making even a single cheapao cost upwards of 1,000,000 yuan. The store carried 10 different colors, and ordering one in each would amount to a staggering multi-million-dollar expense. In his 3 years at the store, Mr. Wang had never encountered such a generous customer. Cheng Jialuo's expression remained indifferent as he replied with an air of finality, absolutely. Please give me the total. Mr. Wang, mentally calculating the cost, quickly adjusted his attitude and said flatteringly, since you're a friend of Miss Jiang, I'll make sure to give you a discount. His gaze instinctively shifted toward Jiang Fu, as if seeking her approval. She smiled faintly and casually held up the catalog, using her fingers to gesture the number 9, signaling a 10 discount. Mr. Wang sighed inwardly. Customers spending over $1 million typically received a 12 discount, yet this Mr. Cheng, dropping over 10 million in one go, was only asking for 10. Truly, the store owner was a shrewd businessman, sparing no one, not even acquaintances. But Cheng Jialua seemed entirely unconcerned about the discount. His arm remained draped over Jiang Fu's shoulder, as his fingers absent-mindedly toyed with a strand of her hair. His tone was lazy yet resolute. Forget the discount. Use only the best for all the accessories. The frog buttons should be made with Australian white pearls. Mr. Wang nodded eagerly. Of course, Mr. Cheng. If you're willing to pay, we can even use diamonds. Cheng Jialua lifted his left hand and gestured for the young man standing behind him to step forward. UMO. The young man, addressed as UMO, immediately approached, responding with a nod as he pulled a checkbook from his pocket. He swiftly wrote down a series of numbers and handed the check to Mr. Wang, who accepted it with a beaming smile. Mr. Cheng, we'll need to take the recipient's measurements for the kipeos. If it's inconvenient for them to come in, you can leave a contact number and we can arrange an athome fitting. Jiang Fu, pretending to flip through the catalog nonchalantly, was all ears, her curiosity brimming. Who could this woman be, to captivate a man like Cheng Jialua, a man of such caliber, to the point of spending millions just to please her? Cheng Jialua glanced at her with a faint, enigmatic smile before turning back to Mr. Wang. That won't be necessary. Use Xiao Fu's measurements. The person I'm gifting them to has a similar figure to hers. Mr. Wang was about to say more but was silenced by Jiang Fu's sharp glare. She spoke impatiently. Mr. Wang, why are you still standing here? My uncle's time is precious. With the bossy directive, Mr. Wang dared not linger. He placed the check down and quickly filled out a custom order form, handing it to Cheng Jialua. He then added respectfully, Mr. Cheng, we also offer a personalized embroidery service. We can stitch the recipient's name or initials on the inside of the garments. Would you like to add that? Cheng Jialua smiled faintly, picked up the pen, and signed the order form. Just embroider the letter F. Relieved to have finalized the order, Mr. Wang left to handle the details. Jiang Fu glanced at her watch, mentally calculating her schedule. If things wrapped up soon, she could still make it back to the office on time. Just then, Cheng Jialuo's deep voice broke through her thoughts. Little one, where's your qipao? Put it on and let me see. Jiang Fu leaned back on the sofa, her lips curling into a slight smile. Her tone was casual, as if she were making small talk. Won't you see it tonight, she said, making no move to get up, clearly unbothered by the matter. Cheng Jialua turned slightly at her words, his gaze steady and carrying a hint of pressure as it landed squarely on her face. His voice was deep and commanding. What? You're not even listening to your uncle now. Jiang Fu raised her eyes to meet his. Having known Cheng Jialua for years, she was well aware of his temperament. This man was innately domineering. Once he made up his mind about something, compromise was nearly impossible. She let out a soft sigh, knowing this time would be no different. Manager Wang, Cheng Jialua said as he turned to give instructions, please bring out that modified fishtail cheongsam dress I ordered. Manager Wang nodded and swiftly retrieved a moon-white dress from the cabinet, handing it over. The dress was a sample designed to promote online sales, and Jiang Fu often wore these pieces for promotional videos. Cheng Jialua's sudden request meant she had no choice but to use this month's sample as a stand-in for her supposed order. Jiang Fu took the dress without another word and headed into the fitting room. She undressed and slipped into the dress. Its design was unique. Its upper half resembled a traditional cheongsam, with tailored cuts that accentuated her curves, while the fishtail bottom added a touch of elegance and allure. The backless design featured decorative buttons, with the real closure being a concealed zipper. She swept her long hair to one side and reached back, trying to pull up the zipper. But as luck would have it, a stray strand of hair got caught, and no matter how hard she tried, the zipper wouldn't budge. After a few failed attempts, she gave up and pushed open the fitting room door, poking her head out. Manager Wang, can you send a sales assistant to help me? She called out. Footsteps sounded from outside. Assuming it was the sales assistant, Jiang Fu paid no attention and turned her back to the door. Her tone carried a hint of impatience. Come in quickly and help me. The zipper's stuck. The door opened, and someone stepped inside. A warm hand brushed against her lower back, the rough texture startling her. This didn't feel like a woman's hand. Jiang Fu spun around abruptly, only to find Cheng Jialua standing behind her. What are you doing in here? She demanded, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and wariness. You told me to come in quickly and help, he replied, his expression calm. I was talking to the sales assistant. She snapped through gritted teeth. The sales assistant is busy organizing inventory, Manager Wang is attending to customers, and outside, it's just me and UMO unless, of course, you'd prefer UMO to come in. His tone remained composed, leaving no room for argument. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes in exasperation. You're clearly taking advantage of the situation and trying to sound so righteous about it. Cheng Jilua didn't respond, merely raising an eyebrow as if waiting for her to continue. Unwilling to back down, Jiang Fu lifted her chin in defiance, a mischievous glint in her eyes. By the way, your assistant UMO is quite handsome. Probably younger than you too. I wonder how he performs in bed. Maybe I should invite him out one day to find out. Cheng Jialuo's expression darkened instantly, his tone turning cold and firm. Don't even think about it. Why not? You men get to have your fun, keeping the main flag at home while colorful flags flutter outside. Why should I be limited to just you? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Cheng Jialuo remained unfazed. He calmly adjusted her dress, his tone unervingly serious. Fine. To be fair, you only date me and I only date you. Jiang Fu was momentarily speechless, staring at him in disbelief. Why did that sound so off? Before she could gather her thoughts, Cheng Jialuo reached out and pulled her closer, his hands resting firmly on her waist. His tall frame loomed over her as he leaned in, his arms brushing past her sides to focus on the stubborn zipper. The proximity between them felt almost like an embrace. The backless design of the dress left little to the imagination. Without the possibility of wearing a bra underneath, Jiang Fu was practically bare beneath the thin fabric. She could feel the texture of his suit lightly grazing her skin, sending a shiver through her. Instinctively, she tried to step back, but he held her in place, pressing a hand gently against her back. Don't move, he ordered, his voice low and authoritative. There's a strand of hair caught in the zipper. I need to get it out. His head dipped closer to her ear, and she caught a faint whiff of his cologne, subtle and woody. His short hair brushed lightly against her ear, tickling her and making her feel uncomfortably aware of his every movement. She stood there stiffly, unable to relax as his warm breath lingered near her ear, her heartbeat quickening against her will. As Cheng Jialuo adjusted the zipper, his palm occasionally brushed against Jiang Fu's back. The faint touch made her throat feel dry and itchy. Are you done yet? She couldn't help but urge. Almost, Cheng Jialuo replied softly, focused on disentangling a strand of hair caught in the zipper. With a slight pull, the zipper slid smoothly upward. Task completed. He stepped back, casually smoothing her long hair as though it were second nature. His gaze swept over her, pausing momentarily at her chest. He quickly averted his eyes, but the subtle movement of his Adam's apple betrayed him. Change out of that dress before coming out, he ordered curtly, turning on his heel and striding out of the fitting room with firm, purposeful steps. Jiang Fu froze for a second, then frowned in confusion. What is wrong with this guy? She muttered under her breath, her mind full of questions. She had just finished putting it on. Did he want her to take it off again? Frowning, she unzipped the dress and slipped it off. Her eyes unintentionally glanced at her chest, and her movements instantly halted as her face flushed crimson. Damn it. That guy definitely noticed, she thought through gritted teeth, her embarrassment turning into frustration with nowhere to vent. After changing into another outfit, she stayed in the fitting room for a few minutes, trying to steady her nerves. Whatever. It's not like he hasn't seen it before, she muttered, taking a deep breath and forcing a nonchalant smile. If I don't feel awkward, then the awkward one will be him. Resolute, Jiang Fu pushed open the fitting room door and walked out with her head held high, her expression calm and collected. Across from her, Cheng Jialuo leaned casually against the doorframe of another fitting room, idly playing with a string of prayer beads. When he saw her, the corners of his lips curved upward in a faint, teasing smile. Jiang Fu's composure instantly faltered, and her face betrayed her once again, heating up without her consent. She glared at him, her tone sharp. Cheng Jialuo, are you leaving or not? Cheng Jialuo raised his right hand and lightly tapped her nose, his voice tinged with mischief. See you tonight, little one. With that, he turned and strode out of the changing area, his confident stride infuriatingly smooth. Jiang Fu stomped her foot in frustration, then kicked the fitting room door hard, producing a dull thud. The store manager, Wang, had just entered the changing area and jumped at the noise. Rushing over, he pleaded, Please, Miss Jiang, this is our own property. Go easy on it. Noticing the scowl on his boss's face, Manager Wang cautiously asked, Miss Jiang, are you sure you want all 10 kipeos tailored to your measurements? What if the client can't fit into them? Jiang Fu emerged from the fitting room, holding a dress and picking up the check Cheng Jialuo had left on the table. She snorted coldly. If they can't fit, even better. A sly smile played on her lips. That way, I can charge him again. Manager Wang sighed helplessly. But such fine fabric, what a waste. Who said anything about wasting it? Jiang Fu shot him a look. If the client can't wear them, can't I? Her tone was firm, as if she'd already made up her mind. Even the cheapest of these fabrics cost tens of thousands to procure. Normally, she wouldn't splurge on such extravagance for herself. But Chen Jialua had ordered 10 pieces in one go. If she didn't take advantage of such a spendthrift, she'd be doing herself a disservice. As manager Wang watched her leave, he couldn't help but silently lament, "Our boss truly is the queen of shrewd business." After settling the accounts with manager Wang, Jiang Fu drove out of the parking lot. On the way, recalling the earlier incident, she bit her lip and silently vowed, "Chinchilla, just you wait." An hour later, a white Bentley Continental pulled into the parking lot of a film studio on the outskirts of the city. Jiang Fu stepped out of the car and walked briskly toward the studio entrance. A young crew member, wearing a work badge, had been waiting at the gate for some time. Seeing Jiang Fu, the crew member quickly approached with a professional smile. "You must be Miss Jiang Fu? Director Liu is busy with auditions and couldn't step away, so he asked me to welcome you." "Sorry for the wait." "Not at all," Jiang Fu replied politely, her tone warm. "Shall we head in?" The crew member waved down an electric cart used within the studio grounds, and the two rode together to the audition venue. The city's cultural department was producing a drama about the life of Peking opera master Mei Lanfang, directed by the renowned Lu Qing. The show required extensive Peking opera scenes, meaning costumes, props, and dialogue all needed expert oversight. Director Liu, an old acquaintance of Jiang Fu's grandfather, had specifically invited her to serve as a consultant for the production. Today, auditions for the lead roles were underway, and Director Liu had asked Jiang Fu to assist in evaluating the candidates. The cart stopped at the audition site, a courtyard styled like the Republican era. Actors had already gathered, some poring over their scripts, others chatting in small groups. The atmosphere was a mix of tension and excitement. As the crew member led Jiang Fu up the steps, her phone suddenly rang. After a brief conversation, she stopped and apologized to Jiang Fu. "I'm so sorry, Miss Jiang. I need to pick up a few more people. I won't be able to escort you inside." "That's fine. Go ahead, I'll find Director Liu myself," Jiang Fu said with a smile, waving her off. She straightened her outfit and stepped through the courtyard gate. Looking around, she stopped a staff member carrying a stack of documents and politely asked, "Excuse me, which room is hosting the auditions?" "That one," the staff member answered, pointing to a room where a line of actors had formed. After thanking them, Jiang Fu bypassed the queue and was about to enter when a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. "Wait." Jiang Fu came to a stop, tilting her head slightly to the side. Behind her stood Jiang Wei, dressed in an elegant outfit, clutching a script in her hands. Her brows were furrowed as she fixed a sharp gaze on Jiang Fu. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "You're not qualified to question me," Jiang Fu replied coldly. She shook off Jiang Wei's outstretched arm and prepared to leave. "Stop right there." Jiang Wei quickly stepped in front of her, her eyes scanning Jiang Fu warily. Her tone carried a hint of suspicion. "Are you here for the audition too?" The audition Jiang Wei referred to was for the role of the second female lead in the product Iona character based on Meng Xiaodong, the third wife of the legendary Peking opera performer Mei Lanfang and a Peking opera actress herself. Jiang Wei, influenced by her mother, had trained in opera for a few years as a child. Although she later switched to acting at Yang Ting's suggestion, believing there was no future in opera, she had worked hard to polish her skills for this role. The director had specifically requested auditionees with a background in Peking opera, and Jiang Wei had managed to pass the initial screening with Yang Ting's help. Today was her official audition. Naturally, Jiang Wei assumed Jiang Fu was also competing for the same role. Jiang Fu, however, had no interest in engaging further. Her tone was indifferent as she said, "I'm in a hurry. Move aside." Jiang Wei's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes glinting with provocation. She deliberately raised her voice, addressing the crowd. "Everyone listen up. We're all here for the audition, but she thinks she can cut the line and go in first. Who does she think she is?" The actors waiting in line, already irritated by the sweltering heat, turned their attention to Jiang Fu. Their simmering frustration quickly boiled over, and a few people stepped forward. "We were here first. Why should you go ahead of us? Who does she think she is? No manners at all." "Exactly. If you want to audition, get to the back of the line." Voices rose one after another, and the atmosphere grew tense and chaotic. Raising her right hand, Jiang Fu signaled for silence. Her voice was calm but firm. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to compete for the role. I'm part of the production team." "Production team?" Jiang Wei scoffed, her expression full of doubt. "Where's your staff ID? Who are you trying to fool?" As she spoke, she tucked her script and audition form under her arm and discreetly retrieved a bottle of juice from her bag, unscrewing the cap. While waiting in line earlier, Jiang Wei had learned that only 3 actresses were auditioning for the role of Meng Xiaodong. The other 2 were far less competitive than she was. But the sudden appearance of Jiang Fu set off alarm bells in her mind. Jiang Wei knew all too well that Jiang Fu's appearance and opera skills far surpassed her own. If Jiang Fu was indeed here for the role, she would undoubtedly be her biggest threat. Having fought hard for this opportunity, Jiang Wei was determined not to let Jiang Fu stand in her way. Clutching the bottle tightly, Jiang Wei waited for the right moment. Then, with a swift motion, she raised her hand, aiming to splash the juice onto Jiang Fu. Having grown up together, Jiang Fu was all too familiar with Jiang Wei's temperament. The moment Jiang Wei reached for the bottle, Jiang Fu became alert. When she saw Jiang Wei's arm lift, she pivoted gracefully on her left foot, easily dodging the incoming liquid. Splash! The majority of the juice landed on a young woman standing behind Jiang Fu, soaking her elegant white dress in a glaring yellow stain. The girl looked utterly disheveled. "What's wrong with you? Why did you splash me?" the girl demanded furiously, her anger written all over her face. "Xiao Wei." Jiang Fu's tone carried the authority of an older sibling as she lifted her chin slightly. "Apologize to her." Now, Jiang Wei had been about to apologize, but Jiang Fu's commanding tone ignited a rebellious streak in her. Stubbornly, she raised her own chin and retorted coldly, "I don't need you telling me what to do." The girl, clearly no pushover, jabbed a finger at Jiang Wei's nose, her voice sharp and unyielding. "What's your problem? You're not going to apologize? Trying to play the victim, huh?" Jiang Wei's face turned ashen as she glared at the girl in front of her, her tone laced with undisguised dissatisfaction. "Made a mistake and still won't apologize? Let me tell you, this dress is brand new." Known for her fiery temper, she showed no signs of backing down. The girl opposite her was equally defiant. With a cold sneer, she retorted, "It's just a dress, isn't it? How much is it? I'll pay for it." The exchange quickly escalated, their voices growing louder and more heated, filling the entire audition room with tension. Jiang Fu stood off to the side, calmly smoothing out her clothes and hair. Her gaze flickered toward the audition room door, and a faint smile played on her lips, a glint of certainty in her eyes. She thought to herself, Lu Cheng and his infamous temper should be making an entrance any second now. Sure enough, the very next moment, the door to the audition room was flung open with a sharp bang. Director Lu Cheng stormed out, his brows furrowed and his sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. His voice boomed like thunder, commanding immediate attention. "Everyone shut up. What is this, a marketplace? If you don't want to audition, get out." The room fell silent instantly. The girl who had been doused with juice wiped at her tears, pointing at Jiang Wei with a trembling hand and a tearful voice. "Director, I didn't mean to argue with her. It was her. She knew I was also auditioning for the role of Meng Xiaodong, so she deliberately spilled her drink on me to ruin my chances." Lu Cheng's sharp gaze shifted to the girl, briefly noting the juice stains on her clothes, before turning to Jiang Wei. His voice was cold and cutting. "Did you do this?" Jiang Wei froze, her expression stiffening. She bit her lip and hastily pointed at Jiang Fu in a desperate attempt to explain. "Director, I swear it wasn't intentional. It's all because of her." Jiang Fu smiled faintly, amusement flickering in her eyes. She put on an innocent expression, lightly adjusting her glasses with a delicate touch. In a soft, almost trembling voice she replied, "Xiao Wei, you can't just blame me like that." Lowering her head, the corners of her lips curled up ever so slightly, a thought flashing through her mind. "Go ahead, dear sister, keep digging your own grave. After all, you reap what you sow." Lu Qing, who had been brimming with anger, suddenly found his attention drawn to Jiang Fu's voice. His gaze softened as it landed on her, even tinged with a trace of concern. His tone shifted, becoming noticeably gentler. "What's going on? Is someone bullying you?" Jiang Wei's heart sank at the sight, though she had no inkling of the connection between Lu Cheng and Jiang Fu. Panicking, she rushed to take control of the narrative, piling blame onto Jiang Fu. "Director, it's all her fault. Everyone was waiting in line, but she refused to queue and acted so arrogantly toward me. I was just holding my drink, and she bumped into me on purpose, causing it to spill." Lu Qing let out a cold snort, cutting off Jiang Wei's frantic explanation with an icy tone. "She's my invited art consultant, why would she need to queue?" His words struck like a hammer. He then turned to Jiang Fu with a warm, almost fatherly expression. "Fu girl, tell Uncle Lu what really happened?" The affectionate Fu girl and the intimate Uncle Lu left everyone in the room stunned. The implications were impossible to miss. Jiang Fu's relationship with Lu Qing clearly wasn't ordinary. The other actors waiting to audition quickly chimed in, pointing fingers at Jiang Wei as they exposed the truth. "Director, she's lying. She spilled the juice on purpose and even stopped the girl from leaving. That's right, it was all her causing trouble." With a few sentences, the true story was laid bare. Lu Cheng's face darkened, his fury visibly rising. Pointing at Jiang Wei, his voice was low and commanding. "You have some nerve, daring to mess with one of my people." Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Jiang Wei quickly plastered on a fawning smile, trying to cozy up to Lu Qing. "Director Lu, You've misunderstood. She's my sister, I wouldn't bully her. You're her sister? Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, giving Jiang Wei a scrutinizing look filled with disdain. You're Jiang Yuan's daughter? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jiang Wei eagerly nodded, rushing to confirm her identity. Yes, yes. My mom is Yang Ting. At this, Jiang Fu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She knew all too well that Lu Qing despised Yang Ting, the infamous homewrecker. And here Jiang Wei was, foolishly revealing her own connection, practically walking into a trap. Sure enough, Lu Qing's anger erupted. He glared at Jiang Wei with a scornful sneer. You really are something, daring to cause trouble in my domain. Before the words even settled, he snatched a half-full cup of soda from a nearby actor's hand. Lu Qing abruptly yanked off the lid of his cup and, without hesitation, flung the entire icy concoction of cola and ice cubes straight into Jiang Wei's face. Unprepared, she was drenched from head to toe in an instant. Her brand-new navy blue dress clung to her body, soaked through, while the carefully applied makeup on her face smeared and ran in streaks, blending with the cola as it dripped down her cheeks in a pitiful mess. Panicking, she raised her hand to wipe her face, but in her haste, she accidentally pulled off the hairpiece covering her forehead, revealing a bald patch. The room erupted into raucous laughter. Every mocking gaze felt like a dagger cutting into her skin. Jiang Wei's eyes reddened instantly, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and questioned him, her voice shaking. Director Liu, how could you treat someone like this? Lu Qing let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, I absolutely meant to humiliate you. What are you going to do about it? He snatched the registration form from her hands, glanced at the name written on it and sneered. Jiang Wei? Fine. I'll remember you. From this moment on, as long as I'm involved in a production, you won't even get to play a corpse. Without waiting for a response, he crumpled the form into a ball and hurled it at her before pointing to the gate. Get out. Jiang Wei's sobs grew louder as she covered her face and fled the scene in disgrace. Lu Qing watched her leave, then turned to sweep his gaze across the crowd. His sharp eyes silenced everyone, leaving them too intimidated to meet his stare. He grabbed Jiang Fu by the arm and pulled her to his side, declaring firmly, This is my niece, Jiang Fu. If anyone here dares to mess with her again, don't blame me for being merciless. The crowd, having just witnessed Lu Qing's outburst, now stood with heads bowed, not daring to breathe too loudly. Jiang Fu, however, tugged at his arm with a smile and spoke softly, Uncle Lu, let it go. There's no need to get angry over someone like that. It's such a hot day, and everyone's been waiting for a long time. Why don't we get started? Lu Qing frowned, but his expression softened with affection and concern. You're too kind-hearted, that's your problem. Jiang Fu playfully made a face and whispered, Kind-hearted? That ship sailed a long time ago. But this is your turf, isn't it? With you here, why would I even need to lift a finger? Lu Qing burst out laughing and waved dismissively at the crowd. Alright, let's get back to it. With that, he led Jiang Fu into the audition room. By mid-morning, word of the incident had spread throughout the entire production team. From assistant directors to extras, everyone quickly grasped Jiang Fu's special status. The entire crew treated her with utmost respect, and even the lunch delivery man made a point to bring her extra fruit and drinks to curry favor. Jiang Fu simply smiled at the attention but said little. The day flew by, and by around 4 p.m., all the auditions were finally wrapped up. Jiang Fu joined the directing team for a casting meeting to finalize the roles. By the time everything was settled, the sky was painted in hues of golden sunset. Remembering her plans with Cheng Zhelua, Jiang Fu politely declined Lu Cheng's offer to treat her to dinner. She hurriedly drove back into the city, stopping at a beauty salon to redo her hair. After changing into a carefully chosen dress and putting on some finishing touches, she headed to the address on the invitation a multifunctional hall at the Media Hotel near the 3rd Ring Road. After presenting her invitation, Jiang Fu entered the hall. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to call Cheng Zhelua, a familiar voice called out, Hey, over here, shorty. She turned toward the voice and saw Cheng Zhelua standing amidst the crowd. He was dressed in a moon-white suit, the lapels casually opened to reveal a matching linen shirt with a modern Chinese design. From head to toe, he was immaculate, exuding an air of refined elegance. The string of prayer beads in his hand only added to his serene, unworldly demeanor. Standing there, he seemed like a luminous full moon, pure, radiant, and detached from the mundane. Even Jiang Fu, who had grown accustomed to Cheng Zhelua's presence, found herself momentarily stunned. She stood in awe for a couple of seconds before regaining her composure, quickly walking over to him while offering polite nods to those around. Is that Mr. Cheng's girlfriend? Someone nearby whispered. What a handsome couple. They're a perfect match, another person chimed in. Jiang Fu quickly waved her hands in denial, explaining, Oh no, you've got it all wrong. This is my uncle. I'm Jiang Fu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. One of the guests chuckled warmly. Ah, so you're Mr. Cheng's niece. For a moment, I thought the two of you were wearing couple outfits. My mistake, my mistake. At his reminder, Jiang Fu suddenly realized that their outfits were the exact same color and both in a modern Chinese style. At first glance, they indeed looked like matching couple outfits. She tilted her head slightly and discreetly studied Cheng Jiayuo's face, a question surfacing in her mind. Could it be that he deliberately chose this suit after seeing her dress? Just as she was silently pondering, Cheng Jiluo had already reached out and effortlessly wrapped an arm around her waist. Let me introduce her, he said with a calm yet confident tone. Our little one here learned Peking opera as a child and specialized in Eru performance. She's very knowledgeable about old Beijing and Peking opera culture. For this cultural season event hosted by the association, she'll be assisting me. If you need anything, feel free to ask her. Jiang Fu's lips twitched slightly at his words. Great, not only does he expect her to warm his bed, but now he's even arranged for her to work for him. The tactics of this capitalist are simply ruthless. Miss Jiang, could you help us arrange a performance venue for our dance troupe? Someone in the crowd seized the opportunity to ask. Yes, if there's a suitable venue, please let us know. Our cultural company is planning a traditional Chinese painting and calligraphy exhibition, another chimed in. Jiang Fu, who had been contemplating how to reject Cheng Jiayuo's unreasonable demands, immediately put on a professional smile upon hearing the crowd's requests. No problem, I happen to have the perfect venue, she replied crisply, her tone exuding confidence as if she had already made all the arrangements. With money coming her way, there was no reason to refuse. Jiang Fu briefly introduced the May Xian Theater and then pulled out a stack of business cards from her bag, distributing them one by one. You can contact me for the details. Since it's my family's property, I'll make sure to give you all a good discount on the venue fee. That's wonderful. Miss Jiang, you've truly saved us. The crowd beamed with joy, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Just then, a saccharine voice, so sweet it could almost drip syrup, came from not far away. Chen Zhilua, how could you come back to Yanjing without telling me? Jiang Fu felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively turned to look. A woman in a red evening gown sauntered over, her makeup striking and her figure alluring. It was none other than Gu Yufei. Cheng Jiayuo's reaction caught Jiang Fu slightly off guard. He actually withdrew the hand that had been resting on her waist, as if intentionally keeping a distance. Jiang Fu blinked in suspicion. The moment this woman appeared, he started avoiding suspicion. Could it be Cheng Jiayuo's feelings were for Gu Yufei? A sudden realization struck her with the Fei and her name spelled with an F. Are you allowed to come back, but I'm not allowed to be here? Gu Yufei cast Cheng Jiayuo a coquettish glance before her gaze landed on Jiang Fu, her eyes immediately tinged with hostility. Jiayuo, who's this? Cheng Jiayuo raised his hand again, but this time it rested lightly on Jiang Fu's shoulder. His tone was indifferent. This is our little one Jiang Fu. He paused, then added, this is Miss Gu Yufei, the niece of my sister-in-law. In terms of seniority, you should call her sister. Gu Yufei's expression flickered with surprise that she couldn't entirely conceal. The once pitiable girl from the Jiang family had grown into such a stunning beauty? Oh, so it's Sister Gu. Jiang Fu said with a sweet, innocent smile that carried a hint of mischief. I'm so sorry. If I'd known it was you, I would have given you the parking spot. Cheng Jiayuo frowned slightly. What parking spot? Gu Yufei's face stiffened, clearly unwilling to bring up her petty behavior in front of the man she fancied. She quickly changed the subject. Oh, nothing. Just a little misunderstanding. Forcing a warm smile, she reached out to grab Jiang Fu's arm, pretending to be affectionate. Come, let me introduce you to a few friends. Pulling Jiang Fu aside, Gu Yufei deliberately chose a spot far enough that Cheng Jiayuo couldn't overhear. She then put on a friendly smile. I'm so sorry for earlier, I didn't recognize you. As she spoke, her eyes darted toward Cheng Jiayuo in the distance. Without hesitation, she removed the diamond bracelet from her wrist and slipped it onto Jiang Fu's arm. Jiang Fu glanced down at the bracelet now adorning her wrist, a faint, knowing smile flickering across her face. Jiang Fu lifted her wrist and pretended to seriously take off her bracelet. Sister, these bracelets are a pair. If I take one, neither of us would be able to wear them properly. Let's just forget about it. Her tone carried a hint of mischief, though her gaze held a trace of probing curiosity. Gu Yufei, unfazed, maintained her warm smile. She removed the other bracelet from her own wrist and slid it onto Jiang Fu's hand. Then let me give you this one too. How about that? Just remember, you have to keep this a secret for me. Her tone was lighthearted, but there was an undeniable firmness in her eyes. Jiang Fu glanced down at the pair of dazzling diamond bracelets on her wrist, her lips curling into a smile that lit up her entire face. Sister, you're so generous, I won't say no. Don't worry though. What happened in the parking lot today? It'll stay locked in my heart forever. She looked up, her gaze seemingly casual as she glanced up and down at Gu Yufei with a playful glint in her eyes. By the way, sister, you have such a great figure. If you wore a cheongsam tonight, you'd definitely steal the show. Gu Gu Yufei's face lit up with delight at the compliment. Really? You think I'd look good in a cheongsam? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Of course. You're so beautiful you'd look stunning in anything. But... Jiang Fu suddenly lowered her voice and leaned in conspiratorially. My uncle has a thing for women in cheongsams. Really? A flash of excitement flickered in Gu Yufei's eyes, her tone betraying a touch of eagerness. Would I lie to you? Jiang Fu shook her head with a laugh. Haven't you noticed? Everything he wore today was in modern Chinese style. Even this dress of mani, he picked it out for me at the Creek Guest Cheongsam boutique. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. He's particularly fond of their yun brocade cheongsams. Gu Yufei listened intently, afraid to miss a single detail, and quickly pulled out her phone. What's the name of the shop again? Let me jot it down. Creek Guest Cheongsam. Creek as in a small stream, and guest as in a visitor. It's on the 6th floor of the parking garage we were at earlier today, Jiang Fu elaborated confidently. Sister Yufei, with your elegance and figure, wearing a yun brocade cheongsam would absolutely mesmerize my uncle. Gu Yufei, buoyed by the compliments, beamed even brighter. You really do have a sweet tongue. I'm serious. Jiang Fu grinned earnestly. When you visit, just mention my name. I'm a regular there, so if you say you're my sister, the shop will definitely give you a discount. All right. Gu Yufei nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with anticipation. If I manage to win over your uncle, you'll be my #1 hero. Then you'd better give it your all. Jiang Fu cheered her on with a playful fist pump, watching as Gu Yufei walked off to chat with Qingluo. Her smile gradually shifted into something more enigmatic. Jiang Fu then strolled over to a group of socialites engaged in conversation and casually chimed in, "What are you all chatting about?" The group immediately turned their attention to her, their eyes alight with curiosity and gossip. Miss Jiang, is that your uncle? Is he really the 3rd son of the Cheng family? Is he married? Jiang Fu smiled with calm confidence. Of course not. She deliberately lowered her voice, adding a touch of mystery. Let me tell you a little secret, me uncle absolutely loves women in cheongsams. Really? Someone asked eagerly. Absolutely. Jiang Fu smiled as she opened her phone, adding their WeChat contacts while continuing. If you're thinking of getting a cheongsam, you have to visit the Creek Guest Cheongsam boutique. My uncle's a frequent customer there, who knows? You might even bump into him. And don't forget, yun brocade cheongsams are his favorite. The group clamored for the shop's details, and Jiang Fu cheerfully sent them the location, making sure to add, remember to say you're my friends. The manager will definitely give you a discount. Don't worry, I know exactly what kind of woman my uncle likes. She spoke with such conviction that she failed to notice the tall figure quietly approaching from behind. It wasn't until the girls in front of her suddenly froze, one of them nervously whispering, "I'm marching," that she realized something was amiss. Jiang Fu stiffened and turned around, meeting Qingluo's deep, penetrating gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly plastered on a flattering smile. Uncle, done chatting? Cheng Jialuo's brows furrowed slightly as he grabbed her arm and wordlessly led her to a nearby lounge, closing the door behind them. The air around him was charged with a dangerous intensity. Jiang Fu instinctively took a step back, attempting to diffuse the tension. Uncle, what are you doing? Cheng Jialuo turned to face her, his gaze unwavering and his voice low. So, you're trying to set me up with someone? Jiang Fu's heart sank, but she maintained her facade of cheerfulness. What's wrong with helping you find an aunt? Grandpa's always wanted you to settle down. Then why don't you tell me what kind of woman do I like? Cheng Jialuo took a step closer, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Go on, tell me. Jiang Fu felt the pressure of his presence and instinctively retreated until her knees hit the sofa, causing her to fall onto it. Before she could react, Cheng Jialuo leaned down, one hand braced against the sofa beside her head, effectively trapping her within his imposing aura. Jiang Fu, you started this game. I'm not backing out. So you'll have to see it through with me, he said, his voice low and laced with a dangerous allure. Jiang Fu's eyes widened in frustration. This manha was deliberately toying with her. Anger flared within her, and she grabbed his arm, pulling him down onto her. Tilting her chin defiantly, she challenged, "Then what are you waiting for, uncle? Go ahead. Do it." Cheng Jialuo's atoms apple bobbed slightly, his brows furrowing as his expression darkened. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Jiang Fu sneered, wrapping her arms around his neck and boldly pulling him closer. Without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed him, her actions fearless and unapologetic. Jiang Fu pressed her lips against his in a clumsy, uncoordinated manner, scattering kisses across his mouth. One hand slipped under his shirt, her fingertips lightly grazing the skin along his side. Cheng Jialuo's breathing grew heavier, and he abruptly grabbed her wrist, pulling her hand out from under his suit jacket. His voice was low and restrained as he warned, "Stop messing around." The lounge door isn't locked, someone could walk in at any moment. Wasn't it you who wanted to play? Jiang Fu raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with disdain and provocation. What, afraid Miss Gu might catch you and get upset? Don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in her, Cheng Zhilua replied coldly. Jiang Fu let out a soft scoff, her gaze tinged with disbelief. That qipao, wasn't it meant for her? Cheng Zhilua's brows furrowed slightly, his voice dropping even lower. That qipao was tailored to your measurements. Do you think Gu Yufei could even fit into it? Images of Gu Yufei in a red dress flashed through Jiang Fu's mind. She glanced down at her own curves, comparing them to the voluptuous figure of Miss Gu. Suddenly, she understood his meaning. She cast Cheng Zhilua a sidelong glance, her tone laced with mockery. You sure paid attention to detail, didn't you? Cheng Zhilua was momentarily at a loss for words, pressing his lips together in silence. After a pause, he muttered under his breath, there's no reasoning with women. But Jiang Fu wasn't ready to let him off the hook. She leaned in with a teasing tone. So are you jealous of Gu Yufei? Jealous? Of her? Jiang Fu chuckled, as if she'd just heard the most absurd joke. Jealousy? Give me a break. Don't flatter yourself. I was just curious, that's all. You could order 1,000 kipeos for someone else, and I wouldn't care. She spoke nonchalantly, even with a hint of playful humor. Not only would I not care, I'd actually be thrilled. Think of the profit. Then her tone shifted as she fixed her gaze on Cheng Zhilua, her voice carrying a touch of seriousness. Do you really not like Gu Yufei? Not even a little, Cheng Zhilua answered decisively. Relieved, Jiang Fu's tone lightened. Good. At least you're not blind. If Gu Yufei became my aunt, I think I'd puke. As she spoke, she pushed his hand away and stood up from the sofa. Since you're not in the mood, I'll head out. Cheng Zhilua frowned slightly as he watched her. What are you up to now? Obviously, I'm going to find a few handsome guys who are interested. Jiang Fu shot back with a deliberate note of provocation, concealing her true intentions. She certainly wasn't going to tell him she planned to use his name to make some money. She swayed her hips and began to walk away, but Cheng Zhilua caught her wrist in one swift motion. His grip wasn't forceful, but it was firm enough to keep her from breaking free. Jiang Fu stumbled backward and fell onto his lap. She scowled and steadied herself by bracing against his shoulders, turning her face toward him with a cold glare. What now? Leaning back against the sofa, Cheng Zhilua rested a large hand on her waist. His deep voice was calm, yet carried a note of certainty. You want to know who those kipeos are for, don't you? Jiang Fu blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Suspicion flickered in her eyes. What are you getting at? Answer one question, and I'll tell you, Cheng Zhilua said, his gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Jiang Fu took a deep breath, steadying herself. What question? Why are you so determined to marry Cheng Jiamu? Her expression froze, and her eyes darted away for a brief moment before she bit her lip and replied, her tone firm, because I love him. You think you can fool me? Cheng Zhilua's voice was low, but his conviction was unshakable. Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. I'm marrying him for the Cheng family's money. Is that reason good enough for you? You're lying. Cheng Zhilua cut her off, his brows knitting together. He leaned in slightly, his large hand gently cupping her face as his dark eyes studied hers with a mix of tenderness and scrutiny. I know you're not that kind of person. So, what's the real reason? Jiang Fu froze for a moment, then coldly brushed his hand away. Her voice was sharp and impatient. People change. Right now, I only care about money. She stood up and walked over to the mirror in the lounge, fixing her hair and straightening her dress as if nothing had happened. Once she was satisfied, she clicked out of the room in her high heels without so much as a backward glance. Xiao Budian, Cheng Zhilua murmured softly, a nickname slipping from his lips. He stood up as if to follow her, but was interrupted by the sudden entrance of his assistant, Yumo. Yumo hurried in, glancing around briefly before lowering his voice. Boss, we just got a call from Xijing. Our shipment was hijacked. Cheng Zhilua's expression darkened instantly, his tone turning cold and sharp. Who did it? We're not sure yet, Yumo replied, shaking his head. His eyes flicked toward the direction Jiang Fu had disappeared. Cheng Zhilua's gaze followed for a moment, his brows furrowing even deeper. Finally, he turned back to Yumo and gave a terse order. Notify our people. Be ready. Book my flight, and wait for me downstairs. Got it, Yumo responded before quickly leaving the room. As she stepped into the banquet hall, Cheng Zhilua casually exchanged a few words with the event organizer before heading straight toward Jiang Fu. At that moment, Jiang Fu was surrounded by a group of young women, chatting and laughing effortlessly. Her radiant smile and natural demeanor seemed to captivate everyone around her. The moment Cheng Zhilua appeared, the girls' gazes were instantly drawn to him as if magnetized, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Hello, Mr. Cheng. They greeted in unison. their voices tinged with a mix of excitement and shyness. Cheng Jilua didn't so much as glance at them. He walked directly to Jiang Fu, grabbed her wrist, and said in a cold but firm tone, "We're leaving." The girls' faces fell with disappointment but still managed to bid Jiang Fu goodbye. "Miss Jiang, let's stay in touch. Don't forget to add me to the group chat." "No problem." Jiang Fu smiled and waved at them cheerfully as Cheng Jilua pulled her toward the door. "We'll chat on WeChat later." The two of them entered the elevator, one after the other. Jiang Fu kept her head down, her fingers flying across her phone screen, clearly still chatting with the girls from earlier. Cheng Jilua glanced at her busy figure, his brows furrowing slightly. His voice was low and stern. "If you dare play matchmaker for me, you can forget about that jewelry set." "Got it," Jiang Fu replied absent-mindedly, not even looking up. She was too focused on her money-making ventures to bother setting him up with anyone. Cheng Jilua observed her distracted demeanor and softened his tone slightly. "I'll be out of town for a few days. If anything comes up, call me. If I don't answer, I'm busy, but I'll get back to you." "You're going out of town?" Jiang Fu finally paused her typing and looked up at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "What about my jewelry?" Cheng Jialuo's face darkened, and he said nothing. Jiang Fu, sensing his mood shift, immediately put on a sweet, flattering smile. "Take care, uncle. Safe travels." Implying, he replied bluntly. "Well then, safe flight." "Come back soon," she said, her tone so perfunctory it was impossible to miss her lack of genuine concern. Cheng Jialuo's frown deepened as he fixed his gaze on her. "Starting tomorrow, call me at least 3 times a day. When I return, you'll come to the airport to pick me up. And also..." Jiang Fu rolled her eyes and interrupted him. "Oh, come on. I'm not your girlfriend. Do you still want the jewelry?" His voice was as icy as ever. She clenched her teeth, cursing him inwardly, but had no choice but to relent. For the sake of that jewelry set, she swallowed her pride. "Fine. Call. Pick you up. Anything else?" Cheng Jilua narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. "No seeing anyone else, including Cheng Jiamu." "Understood. No kissing either." "What a possessive man," Jiang Fu muttered to herself, then added with a teasing smile, "No kisses, no hugs, no funny business. It'll remain virtuous just for you, uncle. Happy now?" His expression finally softened, and he gave a slight nod. "Good girl." The elevator dinged as it reached the first floor. Jiang Fu raised her hand and waved. "Goodbye, uncle." However, Cheng Jialua didn't step out immediately. Instead, he took a step closer and opened his arms, clearly waiting for her to hug him. Jiang Fu sighed in exasperation, silently lamenting. "So hard to please. If I'd known had be this much trouble, I'd have kept my mouth shut that night and never flirted with him." She stepped forward and gave him a perfunctory hug around the waist, her tone impatient. "Can you go now?" But Cheng Jialua wasn't ready to let her off so easily. He took another step forward and pulled her tightly into his arms. His deep voice resonated from his chest, carrying an undeniable warmth. "Promise me you'll take care of yourself, little one." His embrace felt oddly reassuring, but Jiang Fu wasn't about to indulge in the sentiment. She tilted her head up and looked him straight in the eye. "What exactly are you going to do?" Cheng Jialua didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled faintly, leaned down, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, without another word, he turned and strode out of the elevator. Jiang Fu stood there for a moment, startled. She reached up to touch her forehead where he had kissed her, a swirl of complicated emotions rising within her. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, she quickly stuck her hand out to stop them and shouted, "Chinchilla, when are you coming back?" Under the bright lights of the lobby, the man paused, turned slightly, and gave her a smile filled with unspoken meaning. "As long as I'm alive, I promise to come back and help you finish that headpiece." With those words, he turned and strode out of the hall, his figure upright and resolute like a pine tree. Within seconds, he had disappeared beyond the doorway. Jiang Fu stood by the elevator, watching him leave, a strange pang of sadness welling up in her chest. She rubbed her nose as if trying to dispel the emotion, then pressed the button for the underground parking level. With a self-deprecating murmur, she whispered, "It's just going out, not going to war." Why so emotional? Back at the Cheng family's old mansion, Jiang Fu walked straight to her room, casually tossing her handbag onto the table before heading to the bathroom. Under the warm spray of the shower, she tried to relax. When she emerged, refreshed, she opened her handbag to sort through the business cards she had received earlier that day. Midway through, her attention was caught by a black bank card. The card was sleek and embossed with gold, understated yet luxurious, with a VIP logo prominently displayed in the corner. Flipping it over, she saw the signature on the back, Chinchilla. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. How did Cheng Jialua's bank card end up in her handbag? Holding the card between her fingers, she reached for her phone. Just as she was about to dial his number, a notification popped UPA WeChat message from about 10 minutes ago. Jalua, the password is your birthday. Use the money however you like. Jiang Fu stared at the screen, her brows furrowing. Her lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Was this supposed to be some kind of attempt to keep her? She opened her contacts and called Cheng Jalua immediately. After a few rings, an automated voice informed her, sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Frustrated, she tossed the black card onto the nightstand, turned off the lights, and lay down, but her mind refused to settle. The next morning, Jiang Fu arrived punctually at the Meixin Theater as planned, leading a group of clients on a tour. The century-old theater, though renovated multiple times, still retained its original charm. As she walked them through its storied halls, she shared its illustrious history with pride. Masters like Mei Lanfang and Cheng Yanqiu have performed here, she said with a hint of admiration in her voice. The clients nodded enthusiastically, clearly impressed. This is amazing. The atmosphere is perfect. Exactly. The sense of history here is unparalleled, another added. The theme of this year's Yanjing Cultural Festival is preserving traditional culture, one of them remarked thoughtfully. This theater fits the bill perfectly. Miss Jiang, when can we sign the contract? Someone asked, eager to proceed. Jiang Fu paused briefly, then smiled warmly. How about this? I'll check the theater's performance schedule and confirm a date with you before we finalize the contract. Does that work? Her tone was gentle, but she had already made up her mind. Ever since Yang Ting took over the theater's operations, business had been dismal, so scheduling wasn't really an issue. However, these clients were her hard-won connections, and she had no intention of letting Yang Ting reap the benefits without lifting a finger. The clients, unsuspecting of her inner thoughts, readily agreed. After seeing them off, Jiang Fu crossed the street to an ATM, inserting her bank card. She checked her balance and did some quick calculations. Including the 10 million yuan check Cheng Jialua had given her the previous day, she had around 46 million yuan in total. However, she was still 20 million short of the 66.66 million yuan Jiang Xingji had demanded. Her gaze fell on the black bank card in her wallet. A thought crossed her mind. How much money could Cheng Jialua have left in that card? Would it be enough to solve her pressing problem? She inserted the black card into the ATM, entered her birthday as the password, and selected check balance. The number that appeared on the screen made her eyes widen in disbelief. She counted the digits repeatedly, just to be sure 9 figures. 8 zeros. Jiang Fu grabbed her phone and called Cheng Jialua again. This time he answered. Cheng Jialua, are you insane? Why would you give me so much money? She demanded, launching straight into her tirade. On the other end, his voice was hoarse, as though he had just woken up. Don't you like money? Isn't this enough? He replied lazily. Rendered speechless, Jiang Fu gritted her teeth. Well, can I borrow 20 million for now? I'll pay you back within 6 months, with 5 interest. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Just as she thought he might refuse, his deep voice returned, tinged with a subtle edge. Are you really that clueless, or are you just pretending? She froze, her heart skipping a beat. Was money really the issue here? Clearly not. Biting her lip, she ventured cautiously, 10 nights. How about that? The man on the other end seemed to draw a sharp breath. After a pause, he growled through gritted teeth, no. Jiang Fu's patience was nearing its limit. Then how long do you want? As long as I want. Anytime, anywhere, every single day. He roared, before abruptly hanging up. Staring at her phone, Jiang Fu was seething. Damn it. Just because you're rich, you think you're invincible. She yanked the card out of the item and stormed off. Inwardly, she vowed that one day when she was rich enough, she would drown him in money, make him wear heels and a thong, and dance a striptease for her. Her phone buzzed, interrupting her fuming thoughts. The caller ID read Yang Ting, with a note shed saved under the name, bitch. Jiang Fu took a deep breath, composed herself, and answered, Aunt Ting, what's the matter? Yang Ting's voice was sharp and accusatory. How dare you still call me Aunt Ting? Jiang Fu, you're unbelievable. Teaming up with outsiders to bully your own sister? Get back here immediately. Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh, her eyes narrowing as they flitted to the black bank card in her hand. Her tone turned icy. Fine. I'll come back right now. Ending the call, she walked back to her car parked outside the theater. So, they wanted to tear off the facade? Good. Let's see who comes out on top. The white Bentley roared into the villa district, its wheels kicking up a cloud of dust before coming to an arrogant halt outside the Jiang family's villa. The car door opened, and Jiang Fu stepped out, dressed sharply and exuding confidence. Her strides were firm as she made her way toward the villa's front door. Inside the living room, Jiang Wei sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks, her delicate appearance evoking sympathy. Beside her, Yang Ting sat, softly consoling her, though her tone carried a trace of anger. Just wait until that little brat gets back. It'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. Before her words had even settled, the door swung open, and in walked Jiang Fu. The moment Yang Ting saw Jiang Fu, Her expression darkened. She quickly rose to her feet and marched toward her, her voice sharp and accusatory. Jiang Fu, have you completely lost your mind? Do you have any idea how many favors I called in to secure that role for Wei? And you not only refused to help her but even sided with outsiders to bully her. Is this how a sister behaves? Jiang Fu chuckled coldly, her tone dripping with mockery. Sister? What does she have to do with me? And as for how I live my life, my mother taught me well enough. I don't need advice from a homewrecker like you. Yang Ting was momentarily stunned. The usually obedient and submissive Jiang Fu had the audacity to confront her heathen. Her chest heaved with rage as her anger surged uncontrollably. You insolent girl. She snapped, raising her hand to slap Jiang Fu. But Jiang Fu didn't flinch. Her gaze was steady and cold as she calmly caught Yang Ting's wrist midair. Despite her slender fingers, her grip was firm and unyielding, rendering Yang Ting unable to break free. Their eyes locked, and the icy determination in Jiang Fu's stare made Yang Ting hesitate. Aunt Ting, Jiang Fu said evenly, her voice calm yet commanding. Have you been living too comfortably all these years? Your reflexes are embarrassingly slow. Yang Ting winced as pain shot through her wrist. Her face flushed with anger as she barked, let go. With a light push, Jiang Fu released her, causing Yang Ting to stumble backward, nearly colliding with the coffee table. Infuriated and almost out of control, Yang Ting's eyes darted around the room before she grabbed a feather duster from the vase on the coffee table. Pointing it at Jiang Fu, she shouted, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not worthy of the Yang name. Wei, come here and hold her down. Jiang Wei immediately got up and joined Yang Ting, flanking Jiang Fu from both sides. Jiang Fu glanced briefly at the glass window but remained motionless, allowing Jiang Wei to grab her arm. Yang Ting raised the feather duster, ready to strike. Stop! A deep, authoritative voice rang out from the doorway. Jiang Yuanji strode into the living room, his brows furrowed as he took in the chaotic scene. What on earth is going on here? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fu shook off Jiang Wei's grip and quickly ran to Jiang Yuanzi's side, clutching his arm with a pitiful expression. Dad, Aunt Ting and Wei ganged up on me. I'm supposed to accompany Grandpa Cheng to the opera tonight. Look at my armpits all red from Aunt Ting grabbing me. If she had hit my face, how would I explain it to Grandpa? Her voice quivered slightly as if she were on the verge of tears, but her bright, clear eyes suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Yuanzi's frown deepened as he turned to Yang Ting and Jiang Wei. Jiang Fu, stop making things up. Yang Ting's face turned pale with fury. I didn't even touch you. Exactly, Dad. Don't listen to her nonsense. Jiang Wei chimed in anxiously. Mom hasn't even laid a finger on her. Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh and gestured toward the feather duster in Yang Ting's hand. Didn't touch me? Then why is Aunt Ting holding that? And let's not forget, Aunt Chio's dowry has already been handed over to me. If word of this gets out, what will people think of our family? Forget about that piece of land, even the engagement might fall through. Her words hit Jiang Yuanji where it hurt. His expression shifted as he quickly asked, the dowry 6 million, did they already give it to you? Of course, Jiang Fu replied smoothly, a hint of triumph in her tone. It's in my account right now. And not just the dowry, I've also finalized the land deal with Aunt Chio. As long as you transfer the theater to my name, the project can move forward at any time. The combined value of the dowry and the land deal exceeded 100 million. Jiang Yuanzi's mind raced, and the storm on his face gave way to a pleased smile. He patted Jiang Fu's shoulder affectionately, his voice filled with approval. Good, good. You truly are my clever daughter. Come, let me see your arm. Jiang Fu slowly extended her arm in front of Jiang Yuanji, gently pulling up the long, gauzy sleeve. A noticeable red swelling stood out on her fair skin, as if she had just been injured. Yang Ting and Jiang Wei froze at the sight, exchanging startled glances. They hadn't even laid a hand on her, so where did this injury come from? Jiang Yuanzi's gaze fell on Jiang Fu's arm, and his brows immediately knitted together in displeasure. His voice carried a sharp edge as he questioned, Yang Ting, is this how you act as a mother? The coldness in his tone sent a chill down Yang Ting's spine. Yang Ting knew Jiang Yuanzi's personality all too well. He had always cared only about profit, valuing money over people. Now that Jiang Fu had brought in 60 million yuan and secured that piece of land in Nanjing, she had become a veritable cash cow in his eyes. Naturally, he would take her side. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ting suppressed her anger and tried to placate him. I just lost my temper for a moment, Yuanji. Don't be upset. Ever since she married into the Jiang family, Yang Ting had stopped performing on stage and was now accustomed to a life of luxury, though every penny she spent required Jiang Yuanzi's approval. No matter how unwilling she felt, she dared not adopt a tough stance in front of him. Dad. Jiang Wei interjected indignantly, unwilling to let it go. Don't let her fool you. Wei didn't even touch her. Didn't touch her? Jiang Yuanji scoffed, lifting Jiang Fu's arm and pointing at the swollen mark. Then how do you explain this? Jiang Wei opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Dad. Jiang Fu gently pulled her arm back, letting her sleeve fall to cover the injury. Her tone was light, almost indifferent, as though the matter didn't concern her. It's just a minor scrape, nothing serious. Let's drop it. Though her words seemed to excuse Yongting and Jiang Wei, she had actually scratched her own arm earlier with her nails. The wound looked dramatic but wouldn't hold up under close inspection. She knew full well that if her act were exposed, the whole scheme would fall apart. Aunt Chiu is still waiting for my update. How about Jiang Fu smoothly changed the subject, opening her handbag and pulling out a prepared contract. She handed it to Jiang Yuanji. Why don't you sign the contract first? It was drafted by the lawyers from the Cheng family. Take a look and see if there's anything wrong. Jiang Yuanji took the contract and began flipping through it. His brows raised slightly. Why is this a personal transfer agreement? Why isn't it going through Cheng Corporation's accounts? This is a betrothal gift, it can't go through the company's accounts, Jiang Fu explained with feigned innocence. Aunt Chiu originally wanted to transfer the money into Jiamai's name, but Grandpa Cheng insisted it's my betrothal gift, so it should be under my name. She looked up at Jiang Yuanji with wide, imploring eyes. Dad, is it not okay for it to be under my name? Of course it's okay. Jiang Yuanji's expression softened into a smile, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. My silly girl. Having it under your name is even better. Internally, he was quite pleased. Since Jiang Fu and Cheng Jiamei hadn't officially registered their marriage yet, all these assets would count as premarital property. Even if the marriage didn't go through, the theater would still belong to Jiang Fu. And her assets were, by extension, his assets. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt, a trace of pride flickering in his eyes. Humph. Jiang Wei snorted from the side, glancing at the contract in Jiang Yuanzi's hands. She couldn't help but remind him, Dad, think carefully. Who knows when the money will actually come through? Exactly, Yuanji. Yongting chimed in with a sarcastic tone. You should take a good look at this. We're talking about 60 million. Don't let your precious daughter deceive you. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Fu, unruffled, pulled a printed bank statement from her bag and held it up for them to see. The money is already in my account. If you don't believe me, take a look. Here's my account balance. Jiang Yuanji took the statement and examined it carefully. Yongting and Jiang Wei couldn't resist leaning in as well. When their eyes landed on the 9-digit figure, both mother and daughter were stunned. Even Jiang Yuanji couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Wow! Jiang Yuanji exclaimed in awe. The Cheng family really doesn't hold back. That's an incredible amount of money to just hand over like that. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Jiang Fu felt a wave of relief wash over her. The bank card had been lent to her by Cheng Jialua, and the substantial balance on it gave her the perfect leverage. Without those numbers to back her up, Jiang Yuanji might not have been so easily convinced. Aunt Chiu said that once the contract is signed and she confirms everything is in order, I can transfer the money to your account as per the agreement. Jiang Fu's tone remained calm, her gaze steady. After another glance at the long string of numbers, any lingering doubts Jiang Yuanji had were completely dispelled. Nodding, he opened the contract again, his voice taking on a more serious tone. All right, let me go over the contract carefully. Jiang Fu smiled faintly, a sly glint in her eyes as she deftly took the contract from Jiang Yuan's hand. Dad, if you think this contract isn't suitable, I can ask Aunt Chiu to have a lawyer draft a new one. Or, how about transferring the opera house directly to Brother Jiamus' name instead? Her tone was light and deliberately innocent. Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed deeply at her words, though his voice carried a hint of urgency. Silly girl, how could transferring it to his name be better than keeping it under your own? What if this Cheng Jiamu turns his back on you? That's your money we're talking about. Dad, don't say such things. Jiang Fu put on a pure and innocent expression, her voice soft and sweet. Brother Jiamu would never treat me poorly. But Jiang Yuan was unmoved, speaking earnestly as he continued to advise her. For, let me tell you this, never trust a man too much. While he's still interested in you, make sure you hold on to all the money yourself. Do you understand? Jiang Fu tilted her head thoughtfully, as if she were seriously considering his words. So, you're saying I should take charge of all of Brother Jiamus' dividends and other earnings? Exactly. Jiang Yuan nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. In a household, the one who controls the finances is the real boss. Got it. Jiang Fu smiled sweetly, her tone obedient. I'll listen to you, Dad. I don't really know much about investments anyway. From now on, I'll hand over all the money I get along with my own savings for you to manage. This response made Jiang Yuan beam with joy. He pulled his daughter into a doting hug, his tone overflowing with affection. I knew it. My little Fu is the best. Jiang Fu looked up at him, her voice soft yet tinged with an almost childlike sincerity. So should I still sign this contract? Of course you should. Jiang Yuan quickly grabbed a pen and signed his name without hesitation. I've signed it for you, so make sure to transfer the money to me as agreed. Jiang Fu took the contract, swiftly signing her name before handing one copy back to him. No problem. I'll take the contract home first and let Aunt Xiao review it. Jiang Yuan accepted the contract, his grin growing even wider. And what about that piece of land? I'll call you once Aunt Xiao and I have made a decision. Good, good. I'll wait for your call. Jiang Yuan was all smiles as he personally escorted Jiang Fu to the door. His gaze fell on the sleek white Bentley parked outside, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Fu, this car, did the Cheng family buy it for you? Yes, isn't that what you suggested? You said I should have the Cheng family buy me a car. Jiang Fu's smile was perfectly measured, her tone carrying just a hint of playful mischief. Jiang Yuan's satisfaction was palpable as he chuckled. That Cheng Jiamu really does whatever you say. If you marry him, he'll probably let you take charge of all his money and projects too. The thought of future wealth flowing in like a river filled Jiang Yuan with excitement. He watched as Jiang Fu climbed into the car, his tone full of fatherly concern. Drive safely and take your time on the road. Got it, Dad. I'll be off now. Jiang Fu waved goodbye, her smile bright as she cast a fleeting glance at Yang Ting and Jiang Wei, who stood on the porch, their faces twisted with envy. With a light press of the accelerator, the white Bentley made a smooth turn and headed toward the exit of the villa complex. Once his daughter was out of sight, Jiang Yuan's expression darkened instantly as he turned back toward Yang Ting and Jiang Wei. His tone was cold and commanding. Let me warn you, if either of you dares to target Fu again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The authority in his voice left no room for argument. In this household, whoever brought in the money was his treasure. Though Yang Ting and Jiang Wei were brimming with resentment, they didn't dare say a word. After all, as Jiang Yuan had said, the one with money was the one in charge, and Jiang Yuan's dominance in this household was indisputable. Clutching the contract in his hands, Jiang Yuan could almost see the wealth and opportunities pouring in. Humming a cheerful tune, he headed upstairs in high spirits. In the living room, Jiang Wei stomped her foot in frustration, flopping onto the sofa with a scowl. Humph. She hasn't even married into the Cheng family yet. If she really does end up with Cheng Jiamu, won't we be at her mercy every single day? Yang Ting sat down beside her daughter, gently placing a hand on her arm. Her tone carried a hint of intrigue. Have you ever thought about finding a way to change the situation? Jiang Wei froze for a moment, then sneered. What could I possibly do? Get Cheng Jiamu to marry me instead? Yang Ting's lips curled into a subtle, confident smile. If you're willing, that might not be impossible. Jiang Wei turned her head in confusion, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Mom, what do you mean by that? Yang Ting chuckled softly and tapped her daughter's forehead with a finger. Silly girl, that beautiful face of yours shouldn't go to waste. If I could win back your grandma's man back in the day, why can't you take hers? Cheng Jiamu likes her so much. How could he ever like me? Jiang Wei's voice dropped as she mentioned Cheng Jiamu. The name sent a slight tremor through her heart. Once she had feelings for Cheng Jiamu too, but his eyes were always on Jiang Fu. To him, she was nothing more than a stranger. Men are the same everywhere, they all have their weaknesses. Yang Ting placed a reassuring hand on her daughter's shoulder, her tone brimming with encouragement. As long as you're willing, I'll do everything I can to help you. Jiang Wei's mind flashed to that tempting 9-digit bank balance, and the man she could never have, Cheng Jiamu. Slowly, she clenched her fist, her gaze growing resolute. Fine. I'll fight for him. That's my daughter. Yang Ting smiled in satisfaction. Then, glancing toward the staircase, she lowered her voice. But don't let your father find out about this. Let's go to your room. The mother and daughter quietly made their way upstairs, plotting their plan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fu's car was already pulling into the airport parking lot. Dragging her suitcase, she greeted Mi Lai with a warm smile. Mi Lai jogged over to take her luggage, her tone laced with urgency. Sister Shi, if you'd been any later, the plane would have left without us. Then I just booked the next one. Jiang Fu laughed nonchalantly and waved a contract in front of Mi Lai. But I managed to secure the Meixin Theater. Wow, that's amazing. Mi Lai grabbed her arm in excitement, practically bouncing like a child. Does this mean you won't have to hide your identity anymore? Jiang Fu carefully tucked the contract into her backpack, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Not just yet. I still need to get my mom's jewelry set. After this performance, let's take a couple of days to enjoy Xijing. My treat. Mi Lai mimicked the posture of a young opera maid, curtsying with exaggerated theatrics. Thank you, my lady. Jiang Fu couldn't help but laugh as she gently pushed her. Come on, let's hurry. We'll really miss the plane if we don't go now. The two hurried through security and boarded just in time. Jiang Fu had been invited to perform at the opening of the Qin Opera Arts Festival. By 7 p.m., Jiang Fu had completed her performance and changed into casual clothes. Together with Mi Lai, she strolled through the bustling streets of the Tang Dynasty-themed night market. Being a weekend and with the festival in full swing, the streets were packed with tourists. As they walked, the crowd eventually pushed them apart. After a quick phone call, they realized they had ended up in completely different areas. Jiang Fu sighed helplessly. Alright, you head back to the hotel first. I'll grab a cab and meet you there. Please be careful, okay? Don't worry. See you at the hotel. After hanging up, Jiang Fu tried to hail a cab but found none available. Even her ride-hailing app indicated a wait time of over 30 minutes. She glanced at the map and saw the hotel wasn't far, so she decided to walk. As she passed a narrow alley, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening her appetite. She paused and followed the scent into the alley, hoping to grab a late-night snack. But before she could locate the source, a middle-aged man suddenly darted out from a side alley. Instinctively, Jiang Fu stepped aside to let him pass. To her shock, the man lunged at her, wrapping an arm tightly around her neck. A cold, metallic object pressed against her temple gun. Don't make a sound or I'll kill you, the man growled, his voice menacing and laced with desperation. Jiang Fu's pupils dilated as she cursed her bad luck internally. She had only wanted a snack. Did the universe really have to punish her like this? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to stay calm and spoke evenly. Look, if you want money, I have cash and a phone in my bag. Take them. Killing someone comes with a death sentence, you know. Shut the hell up, the man roared, tightening his grip. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from deeper in the alley. Two figures sprinted toward them. Jiang Fu lifted her head, and her gaze locked with the man leading the charge. For a moment, both froze in place. Xiao Shu, little one. Under the dim yellow light, the air was thick with tension. The man had one hand tightly gripping Jiang Fu's neck, while the other pressed a gun against her temple. He roared hoarsely, his voice sharp and filled with barely contained rage. Stay back, or I'll kill her right now. Cheng Jelua stood a few steps away, his right hand holding a gun, his movements frozen. His gaze darted quickly between the man and Jiang Fu. The light illuminated Jiang Fu's flushed face as she struggled for breath, her eyes stubbornly fixed ahead. Cheng Jelua squinted slightly, a faint, indifferent smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice, however, carried a chilling edge. Tell me, what's more important to you, her life or my goods? Jiang Fu's heart sank, a flash of anger crossing her mind. This bastard. So heartless. Before she could say anything, the man holding her hesitated for a moment, then quickly sneered. Don't play games with me. You two clearly know each other. His gaze swept over Jiang Fu's face, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. She's so pretty she must be your girl, huh? Disgust churned in Jiang Fu's chest, momentarily easing her tension. She let out a cold scoff and instinctively retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's his girl? If he likes me, I certainly don't like him. The man froze for a second, his brow twitching as if baffled by her attitude. Lady, you're about to lose your life, and you're still fussing over this? Taking advantage of the man's momentary distraction, Cheng Jelua silently stepped closer, his smile deepening. You heard her. I couldn't care less about her life. Now, be a good boy and tell me where the goods are, and I'll make sure you get a whole corpse. As he spoke, his left hand subtly moved behind his back, signaling twice to Yumo, who stood a short distance away. Yumo quickly understood, silently retreating behind a utility pole, his hand steadying his gun as he aimed at the man. The man, clearly sensing Cheng Jalua's approach, grew more agitated. His voice turned shriller. Don't come any closer. Drop your gun, or I'll shoot right now. His hand holding the gun trembled slightly, his voice cracking under the pressure. Cheng Jalua's eyes fell on the man's finger resting on the trigger. He frowned slightly and spoke calmly. There's only one bullet left in your gun. Are you going to use it on her or on me? The man instinctively glanced down at his gun, as if to verify Cheng Jalua's claim, but quickly snapped back, furious and humiliated. I told you to drop the gun. Cheng Jalua raised an eyebrow, a faint, amused smirk playing on his lips. He slowly lifted both arms, letting the gun in his hand dangle from his fingers. With a casual toss, the gun clattered to the ground, stopping about a meter in front of the man. Cheng Jalua raised his hands again, this time leaving only 3 fingers upright on his left hand. From his hidden position, Yumo saw the signal, tightened his grip on his weapon, and adjusted his aim. Cheng Jalua remained composed, his tone calm and detached. I'll be honest with you. She's my wife and she's carrying my child. As soon as the words left his mouth, he curled his middle finger, leaving only 2 fingers raised. Yumo understood the cue and lowered his aim, targeting the man's exposed knee beside Jiang Fu. Cheng Jalua continued, his voice steady and commanding. There's a rule in our world: you don't harm children. Let her go, and I'll give you a way out. Deal. Under the man's control, Jiang Fu finally realized Cheng Jalua was stalling for time. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Her gaze shifted past Cheng Jalua to the faint outline of Yumo behind the utility pole. Slowly, she moved her foot, gently hooking it around the man's ankle. The man, too focused on retreating with her, failed to notice her subtle movement. With a swift motion, Jiang Fu tripped him, throwing him off balance. In that instant, she grabbed his arm with both hands, twisted her body, and threw him over her shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Bang! The man instinctively pulled the trigger, the bullet ricocheting off a nearby wall, sending sparks flying. Jiang Fu moved quickly, rolling away to safety. Cheng Jilua was already charging forward, tackling the man and pinning him to the ground. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, echoing through the chaos. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Jiang Fu's heart sank abruptly, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. Hadn't that scumbag said he only had one bullet? Uncle, she cried out instinctively, dashing toward Cheng Jilua's direction. In that split second, Cheng Jilua's left hand firmly pinned the man's arm, while his right hand swiftly drew a dagger from his waist. With a flash of cold steel, the blade sliced cleanly across the man's throat. A muffled sound followed. A gush of blood sprayed out like a fountain, filling the air with a thick, nauseating metallic scent. Jiang Fu rushed forward, grabbing Cheng Jilua's arm. Her eyes frantically scanned him up and down, her voice trembling with panic. Did you get shot? Where are you hit? Before she could finish her sentence, and before Cheng Jilua could respond, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed her arm. His voice, though low, was laced with barely contained fury. Who told you to act recklessly? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Are you trying to get yourself killed? But didn't you say he only had one bullet? Jiang Fu retorted anxiously. I lied to him. And you believed it? Are you stupid? Cheng Jilua's voice was deep, his tone biting with suppressed anger. How was I supposed to know? Jiang Fu's voice trailed off, but when her eyes met his blazing gaze, her heart skipped a beat. His right cheek was smeared with blood, his hair and eyelashes dripping with crimson drops. Blood trickled down in rivulets. His brows were furrowed, and his usually detached, indifferent eyes were now filled with a searing fury and a chilling aura of violence, like a demon emerging from a battlefield. The sight made her shudder. Boss. Umo came rushing over with his gun, his face filled with tension. Are you all right? Not dead yet, Cheng Jilua replied, glancing down at the blood on his left arm with a calmness that made it seem like nothing had happened. He stood up and grabbed Jiang Fu's arm, pulling her along. The police will be here soon. Stay behind and clean this up. With that commanding order left behind, he bent down to pick up Jiang Fu's handbag from the ground. Without giving her a chance to protest, he dragged her out of the alley and shoved her into the front passenger seat of an SUV parked just outside. There are wet wipes in the glove compartment. Clean your face. Jiang Fu opened the glove compartment, her eyes immediately landing on 2 handguns stuffed inside. She frowned, pulling out the wet wipes while her mind churned uncontrollably. Cheng Jilua walked around the front of the car and got into the driver's seat. Before starting the engine, he glanced at her, his tone finally softening. I didn't mean to yell at you earlier. Are you okay? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes and threw a few wet wipes at him. I almost lost my life. Do you think I'm okay? Seeing her still able to argue, Cheng Jilua felt a weight lift off his chest. He grabbed the wet wipes and quickly wiped the blood off his face before starting the car. The SUV pulled out of the alley and merged into the stream of traffic on the city's expressway. What are you doing here? He asked. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Jiang Fu shot back, her tone sharp. Her gaze flitted over his face, where traces of blood still lingered. The image of him slitting the man's throat flashed in her mind, and a wave of nausea washed over her. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling. What exactly are you involved in? Guns. Killing. And the goods that man had mentioned. Everything pointed to one thing: Cheng Jilua was far from the legitimate businessman he appeared to be. Cheng Jilua's expression remained calm, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Don't ask about my business. And what you saw and heard today, didn't tell anyone. He turned his sharp gaze toward her, as if he could see right through her. Put on your seatbelt. Biting her lip, Jiang Fu silently pulled the seatbelt across her chest and clicked it into place. She then retrieved a bank card from her wallet and held it out to him, her tone resolute. I haven't touched the money you gave me. Stop at a shopping district later so I can buy you a clean set of clothes. Take this money and head to the airport. By the earliest flight and get out of here. The police probably haven't caught on yet. You still have time to escape. Cheng Jilua glanced at the bank card in her hand, then at her face, before turning his focus back to the road. If I leave, who's going to help you finish that set of headpieces? Jiang Fu almost jumped out of her seat in frustration. What time is it, and you still have the nerve to joke around? What if the police track you down? With all the surveillance cameras these days, do you think you can outrun them? Jiang Fu shot him an exasperated glare, her tone laced with both impatience and worry. The Chen family isn't short of money. Why can't you do something legitimate? Why must you break the law? Cheng Jilua narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of teasing amusement flickering in his dark gaze. Helping a criminal escape is a crime too, you know. Aren't you afraid it'll drag you down with me? Jiang Fu scoffed, turning her eyes away. I'm just a victim. I didn't know about your shady dealings. If the police find me, I'll just say, I was coerced by you. That's actually a pretty solid excuse. Cheng Jilua chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on her profile. My little one is as clever as ever. The car came to a stop at a red light. He reached up with his right hand, casually tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His tone suddenly softened. How about this? Why don't you come with me? Let's run away together, travel the world. What do you say? Cut it out. Jiang Fu slapped his hand away without a shred of mercy. If you want to ruin your life, fine, but don't drag me into it. I'm not done living yet. As the light turned green, Cheng Jilua stepped on the gas, the smile on his lips deepening. Too late, little one. You're already on my pirate ship. There's no getting off now. Jiang Fu gritted her teeth and glared at him, silently cursing her bad luck. How did she end up stuck with this jerk? She turned her head to look out the window, the unfamiliar streets outside filling her with growing unease. Where exactly are you taking me? Cheng Jilua steered the car onto a dimly lit side road, his tone calm. To find a place to patch up my wound. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, then quickly turned to scrutinize him. It was only then that she noticed the scorched hole in the sleeve of his suit jacket on his left arm. Blood was seeping through the fabric, soaking it completely. Under the car's interior light, the dark red stain looked alarmingly vivid. Why didn't you say something earlier? Jiang Fu snapped, both anxious and angry. She rummaged through her handbag but couldn't find anything useful. Her gaze fell on the belt around her dress, and without hesitation, she untied it. Pull over. It's fine. We're almost there, Cheng Jilua said evenly, seemingly unfazed by his injury. Cheng Jilua, I said pull over. Jiang Fu's voice rose sharply, leaving no room for argument. At last, Cheng Jilua turned on the signal and slowly pulled the car to the side of the road. Jiang Fu unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to kneel on the seat, bracing his arm as she skillfully wrapped the belt above the wound. With a firm tug, the bleeding stopped almost instantly. Her face was so close to his now, her loose hair and long lashes catching the light with a soft glow. Despite her disheveled appearance, there was something inexplicably captivating about her. Cheng Jilua stared at her, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Worried about me? Jiang Fu let out a cold snort, her hands working deftly. I'm just worried you'll die in the car and leave me to deal with the body. She tied the belt tightly into a knot, then pushed open the car door and marched around to the driver's side. Yanking the door open, she ordered, Get out. I'm driving. Cheng Jilua stepped out of the car, obediently giving up the driver's seat and settling into the passenger side. He winced slightly as he adjusted to the pain in his left arm, then opened the glove compartment to retrieve a pack of cigarettes. Pulling one out, he held it between his lips and reached for the lighter. Jiang Fu caught sight of the cigarette in his fingers out of the corner of her eye and rolled down the window with an annoyed huff. If you're going to smoke, do it quickly and don't choke me with it. Cheng Jilua lit the cigarette, taking a slow drag before exhaling the smoke out the window. His hand, holding the cigarette, rested casually outside. His voice was low, carrying a faint trace of weariness. I know you won't believe me, but things aren't what you think. I have my reasons. Whatever, Jiang Fu replied coldly, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Just don't drag me into it. Where to? Cheng Jilua frowned slightly, leaning back against the seat. His voice dropped. Turn right up ahead. Following his directions, Jiang Fu drove all the way to the outskirts where the city met the countryside, entering a somewhat desolate area. She finally stopped in front of a small clinic. Cheng Jilua moved quickly, getting out of the car before her and knocking on the peeling, weathered iron door. A few seconds later, there was a faint noise from inside, and the door creaked open just a crack. Who's there? A low male voice called from behind the door. Cheng Jilua, he replied curtly, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity. Well, look who it is. The man on the other side chuckled lightly, then opened the door wider to let them in. As the light flickered on, the dim room was suddenly illuminated, revealing its interior. The place resembled an improvised operating room. The workbench was cluttered with various medical instruments, scattered in disarray. At the center was an operating table, stained with unidentifiable fur and blood, emitting a faint metallic stench. Standing by the table was a man with disheveled hair, most of his face obscured by a surgical mask. Only his deep brown eyes and thick brows were visible. He wore a crumpled white coat and held a Persian cat with odd-colored eyes in his arms, giving him an eccentric appearance. Jiang Fu glanced around the room, her brows furrowing as she turned to Cheng Jilua. Are you sure this is a hospital? Of course it's a hospital, the man interjected, gesturing toward the wall behind her. We even have a license. Following his gesture, Jiang Fu's eyes landed on a framed certificate hanging on the wall. It read clearly, Loving Heart's Pet Clinic. She was momentarily speechless, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. Cheng Jialua, however, seemed unfazed. He walked over to a chair, sat down, and rested his injured arm on the back of it. Treat this. Custom gun, 5.7 caliber. The man set the cat down and gave the wound a cursory glance before smirking. Wow, you actually got shot? I haven't seen this in years. Hold on, let me take a picture for posterity. He pulled out his phone and aimed it at Cheng Jialua. Jiang Fu immediately stepped forward, snatching the phone out of his hand with a sharp tone. He's been shot, and you still have time to take pictures? The man's gaze shifted to Jiang Fu, his brown eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned her up and down like a hunter sizing up prey. Feisty, aren't you? You wouldn't happen to be the legendary little one, would you? Jiang Fu froze, her expression tightening. You know me. Of course I do. Yeah. Before he could finish, Cheng Jialua picked up a cup and hurled it at him. Lu Xingji, are you looking for a death wish? Lu Xingji caught the cup effortlessly, his movements quick and fluid. He then gently patted the Persian cat in his arms. Don't scare my patience, he murmured soothingly to the cat. There, baby. Don't mind him, he's all bark and no bite. After placing the cat into a nearby carrier, Lu Xingji began washing his hands meticulously. He slipped on sterile gloves and retrieved a set of tools from a sterilized box before approaching Cheng Jialua. With deft hands, he snipped through Cheng Jialua's suit and shirt, exposing the grazed wound. I only have anesthesia for animals, not humans. You'll have to tough it out. Cheng Jialua shot him a cold glare. Stop talking and get on with it. Lu Xingji snorted, grabbing a bottle of disinfectant. With that temper, no wonder you're still single. He then turned to Jiang Fu, motioning with his chin. Hey, kid, come over here and hold him steady. Jiang Fu hesitated briefly before stepping forward and firmly supporting Cheng Jialua's arm. Lu Xingji worked with practiced ease, flushing the wound with disinfectant before using forceps to extract the bullet. Within moments, a small piece of metal clinked into the tray. He swiftly cleaned the wound, applied medication, and bandaged it in less than 2 minutes. Jiang Fu watched in quiet astonishment. Despite his casual demeanor, Lu Xingji's precision and efficiency were undeniable. It was hard to reconcile such skill with the fact that he worked at a pet clinic. Cheng Jialua rotated his arm slightly to test its mobility, then stood up. I need a shower. Get me some clothes. Lu Xingji peeled off his gloves and left the room, returning shortly with a plain set of clothes. He handed them over nonchalantly. I don't have any fancy suits. You'll have to make do with this. Cheng Jialua took the clothes and glanced at Jiang Fu. Take a break. I'll be back soon. His tone was calm, as if nothing unusual had happened. Jiang Fu frowned slightly as she watched the man's retreating figure, her eyes filled with concern. With wounds that serious and losing so much blood, can he really manage on his own? Her voice was soft, tinged with unease. Lu Xingji glanced at her upon hearing this, a hint of mockery in his tone. Why don't you help him take a shower? If the wound gets wet and infected, he might lose the use of his arm. Jiang Fu stayed rooted in place, not moving an inch. Instead, she shot back, you're the doctor. Why don't you do it? Lu Xingji stepped back slightly at her retort, casually grabbing a roll of plastic wrap from the shelf and tossing it into her hands. Leaning lazily against the counter, he replied with a teasing drawl, am neither his girlfriend nor his partner. Why would I help him shower? Jiang Fu glared at him, refusing to back down. Am not his girlfriend either. Despite her words, she held onto the plastic wrap, turned around, and hurried after the man. Lu Xingji watched her retreating figure, a subtle yet meaningful smile playing on his lips. Pulling off his mask, he plucked a candy from a jar, expertly unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. He murmured under his breath, sure you're not. Walking down the corridor, Jiang Fu found herself standing outside the bathroom door. She pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Inside, Cheng Jialua was struggling to remove his suit jacket, his movements slow and strained, clearly hampered by his injuries. Jiang Fu quickly stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Let me help, she said urgently, taking the jacket from him and placing it gently aside. Without hesitation, she reached out to unbutton his shirt. As the fabric slipped off, revealing his muscular chest, her hands suddenly froze. His torso was covered in scars of varying depths, the most striking being a 5.6 cm long scar along his ribcage, bearing the unmistakable marks of an old wound. Jiang Fu stared, stunned. Her fingers lightly brushed over the scar as her voice quivered with disbelief. So many scars. What happened to you? In peacetime, being a soldier doesn't mean you actually go to war. How did you get these? Cheng Jialua remained silent, his long lashes casting shadows over his cheeks as he lowered his gaze. Jiang Fu tilted her head up, frowning in frustration. Her tone carried a hint of irritation. I'm asking you a question. After a moment of stillness, Cheng Zhilua slowly raised his eyes, his gaze deep and unwavering as he looked at her. Breaking the silence, he spoke in a low voice, "Little one, do you know what I was thinking about on the way here?" Caught off guard, Jiang Fu blinked, then furrowed her brows. "How would I know what's on your mind? I'm not a mind reader." Cheng Zhilua didn't answer her question. Instead, he raised his hand, gently cupping her face. His thumb brushed softly against her skin as he gazed at her with a mixture of tenderness and resolve. "Even if you're mad at me today, there's still something I have to do." Jiang Fu met his eyes, her expression full of suspicion. "What are you planning?" He didn't bother explaining. His hand slid from her cheek to the back of her head, cradling it gently. In the next moment, he stepped closer, pinning her against the cold wall. Without hesitation, he leaned down and claimed her lips. The moment their lips touched, Jiang Fu's back stiffened like a rod of steel. She quickly turned her face away, dodging his kiss, and pushed against his shoulder with her hand, trying to create some distance. "Cheng Zhilua, I haven't agreed to be your lover yet." Her voice carried a hint of panic, but it was resolute. At the mention of the word lover, Cheng Zhilua's expression faltered briefly, but only for a moment. He clenched his jaw and said in a low voice, "It's not too late to agree now." Jiang Fu frowned, her tone growing colder. "You're my uncle." He raised an indifferent eyebrow. "Not by blood." Before she could retort, he added, "And besides, I'm not the same as Cheng Jiamu." His words were cut off as he leaned in again, silencing her protests with another kiss. Jiang Fu turned her face away, raising her hand to push him away, but in the process, her fingers accidentally brushed against his arm. The moment her fingertips touched the bandage, she froze. The memory of him getting injured flashed through her mind, and her hand faltered. Sensing her hesitation, Cheng Zhilua seized the opportunity, his lips pressing down on hers once more, kissing her with reckless abandon. With him in front of her and the cold wall behind, she had nowhere to escape. His hand cradled the back of her head, leaving her no choice but to face him. Panic surged within her, and she clenched her teeth, biting down hard on his lip. The metallic taste of blood quickly filled the space between them. Yet he seemed unfazed by the pain, neither recoiled nor avoided it. Instead, he stubbornly continued kissing her, letting her bite him as she pleased. In the end, it was Jiang Fu who relented. The moment she loosened her grip, his tongue slipped in, tangling with hers. The taste of blood was heavy between them. Her mind wandered to that night in the alley, the memory of him rushing in without hesitation to take a bullet for her. That moment had left a mark as heavy and unyielding as rusted iron, sapping her strength to resist. She closed her eyes, giving up the fight. Only after what felt like an eternity did Cheng Zhilua finally pull away, breathing heavily. He licked the blood still pooling at the corner of his lips, his gaze burning into hers. Jiang Fu, also gasping for air, whispered, "Cheng Zhilua, I've always seen you as my uncle." Cheng Zhilua let out a faint smile, though his tone carried a tinge of mockery. "That's not what you said that night." Jiang Fu glared at him, her voice indignant. "If I had known it was you that night, I would never have asked you to meet me." His fists clenched slowly, his voice low and gravelly. "Do you really hate me so much, little one?" For a moment, Jiang Fu was at a loss for words, her gaze darting away. Why couldn't he understand? The nature of their relationship was an insurmountable barrier. Elder Cheng had always seen her as his future granddaughter-in-law. If he found out about her and Cheng Zhilua, how would he react? The old man had already been hospitalized once earlier this year, wouldn't survive such a shock. Besides, after her mother passed away, it was Elder Cheng who had taken her into the family. If not for him, she would have been utterly crushed by her biological relatives. She owed him a debt of gratitude and couldn't let anything happen to him because of her. "I can't reason with you," she finally said softly. Circling behind him, she helped him take off his shirt. Grabbing the plastic wrap from the sink, she carefully wrapped it around the bandage on his arm. Her tone was distant but tinged with concern. "Dr. Liu said the wound can't get wet. Be careful." With that, she opened the door, grabbed the plastic wrap, and strode out. Cheng Zhilua stood in front of the mirror, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his expression unreadable. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open slightly. Lu Xingji leaned lazily against the doorframe, tossing a towel in his direction. His gaze swept over the still bleeding cut on Cheng Jiao's lip, and he chuckled. "Quite the passionate kiss, huh? No wonder the girl ran off scared." Cheng Zhilua shot him a cold glare, his tone icy. "If you want to die, just say so." Lu Xingji raised his hands in mock surrender, feigning innocence. "See? There you go again. With that temper of yours, flipping out at a moment's notice. Who can stand it? Let me give you some advice. She's a delicate young woman, not one of your soldiers. You can't use force, you've got to charm her, you know." He began ticking off suggestions on his fingers. Flowers, chocolates, jewelry, clothes, basically. Figure out what she likes and give it to her. Cater to her tastes. Cheng Jilua frowned impatiently and turned away, clearly uninterested. Lu Xingji shrugged, smirking. Fine, fine, I'll shut up. Lu Xingji took a step back, a teasing tone in his voice. Buddy, just a heads up, these little girls have grown into young women now. If you don't make a move soon, one day you'll hear she's married with kids. Bang! Cheng Jilua slammed the door shut without hesitation, the force so strong it made the doorframe tremble slightly. Lu Xingji froze for a moment, raising a hand to rub his nose, which had almost been hit. Shaking his head helplessly, he let out a sigh. Turning, he walked through the corridor, his gaze landing on the SUV parked outside. He noticed Jiang Fu carefully wiping bloodstains off the vehicle with a wet wipe. He paused mid-step, a faint sense of surprise and delight rising in his chest. She didn't storm off? There's hope. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. He turned around and headed back to the operating room of the veterinary clinic. Opening a drawer, he pulled out a box of injections. His eyes fell on the bullet sitting in the tray. Raising an eyebrow, he picked it up with a pair of tweezers, meticulously rinsed it clean, and held it carefully in his palm before walking out of the clinic. By the SUV, Jiang Fu was leaning against the car door, talking on the phone. I ran into a friend, so I won't be going back to the hotel tonight. Don't wait up for me, alright? Let's touch base tomorrow. As she hung up, she looked up and saw Lu Xingji walking toward her. Her gaze rested on his face, now mask-free, and she froze for a moment. The man in front of her was nothing like the scruffy veterinarian she'd imagined. His strikingly beautiful features were almost androgynous, and he seemed to be around the same age as Cheng Jilua. Thinking back to the impeccable surgery she had just witnessed, she realized this man was far from an ordinary vet. Jiang Fu took the initiative to speak. I apologize for my attitude earlier. I hope you don't take it to heart. My name is Jiang Fu. Lu Xingji smiled faintly. I know. Fu, as in the hibiscus emerging from clear water, right? Jiang Fu was momentarily stunned. Did my uncle tell you that? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he extended his right hand, palm up, revealing the cleaned bullet. This is what I just extracted from that bastard. Want to keep it as a souvenir? Jiang Fu took the bullet, her fingertips cool to the touch. Thank you. You're Jialuo's friend, so you're my friend too. No need to be so formal, Lu Xingji said with a smile. That guy, well, he's got a temper. Don't take it personally. Jiang Fu hesitated for a moment before asking thoughtfully, have you two known each other for a long time? Lu Xingji replied breezily, of course, over 10 years. She hesitated again, then tentatively asked, could you maybe talk to him? Convince him to stop doing illegal things. Lu Xingji paused at her words, then burst out laughing. Illegal things? He didn't tell you. Tell me what? Jiang Fu frowned. Lu Xingji studied her expression, his smile fading slightly. His tone became more serious. Little sister, if he hasn't told you, it means he can't. And if he can't, then I certainly can't either. But I can vouch for him, Cheng Jilua. Shut up if you don't want to be mistaken for a mute. Before Lu Xingji could finish, Cheng Jialuo's voice came from the doorway. He had just showered and was stepping out. Lu Xingji glanced over at him and couldn't resist whistling. Looking good. After all these years, you can still fit into those clothes. Hearing this, Jiang Fu couldn't help but glance over. Cheng Jialua was wearing a black fitted t-shirt paired with camouflage cargo pants. His short hair was still damp, sticking to his forehead. He had shed the refined elegance of a young master and now exuded a rugged, untamed charm. Lu Xingji leaned closer to Jiang Fu with a mischievous grin. So little sister, pretty handsome, huh? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes at him, opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat. Hurry up and get in. I'm on a tight schedule. Lu Xingji raised an eyebrow at Cheng Jialua, silently wondering if the man would lose his temper on the spot. To his surprise, Cheng Jialua obediently walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in without a word, even fastening his seatbelt without being asked. Lu Xingji stood there, dumbfounded, marveling internally. Well, it'll be damned. The once unbeatable Cheng Jialua, who defied everyone in the entire military district, is now being bossed around by a young lady. He knocked on the driver's side window, handing Jiang Fu a disposable syringe, a thermometer, and his phone number. Little sister, remember this is an anti-inflammatory injection. Give him another shot in 6 hours and keep an eye on his temperature. If it goes above 101.3 F, call me immediately. Jiang Fu frowned. But I don't know how to give injections. Lu Xingji waved it off casually. It's fine. It's easy. He doesn't mind the pain, just keep trying and you'll get the hang of it. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he pulled out his phone with a smile. How about we exchange WeChat contacts? It'll be in Yanjing in a few days. We could. Cheng Jialua turned his head, his cold gaze carrying an unmistakable warning. Lu Xingji quickly put his phone away, laughing awkwardly. Never mind, a call will do. Sure. I'll treat you to dinner then, Jiang Fu said with a nod before starting the car and merging onto the main road. Stopping at a red light, She cleared her throat. Where do you live? Chen Zhelua didn't respond. Jiang Fu paused briefly before continuing. I'm here with a friend, so it's inconvenient. They'll stay at your place tonight. Her eyes flicked to the syringe on the dashboard, and she pressed her lips together. After all, you took that bullet for me. And I know how much old Master Qing dotes on his youngest Sony can't let anything happen to you. After waiting a moment and still getting no response, Jiang Fu frowned and turned to him. Say something. Cat got your tongue. The man in the passenger seat had his head tilted, eyes closed, completely motionless. Jiang Fu's heart tightened. She reached out to pat his shoulder. Don't play possum. Chen Zhelua remained unresponsive. Under the streetlight, his face appeared alarmingly pale, his frailty sending a jolt of fear through her. Her heart clenched as her voice trembled. Uncle Chen Zhelua, don't scare me, okay? Jiang Fu tightly gripped the steering wheel, casting an anxious glance at Chen Zhelua, slumped in the passenger seat. His eyes were shut, his face pale, and he showed no response. She bit her lip, glanced at the traffic light ahead, and suddenly turned the wheel sharply, making a U-turn and heading toward the pet hospital. With one hand on the wheel, she quickly grabbed her phone with the other and dialed Lu Xingji's number. Dr. Lu, my uncle suddenly passed out. I'm driving over to you now. Jiang Fu's voice trembled with panic. On the other end, Lu Xingji chuckled lightly, his tone calm. Don't worry, he's just asleep. But no matter how much I shake him, he won't wake up. Her voice quivered with urgency. Since I was concerned his wound might cause him too much pain to sleep, I added a little sedative when I gave him the anti-inflammatory shot earlier. Relax, that guy's not only stubborn but also tough as nails. He'll be fine, Lu Xingji replied with a touch of nonchalance. Hearing this, Jiang Fu let out a long sigh of relief, her heart finally settling back in place. After hanging up, she glanced at the still unconscious Qing Zhelua in the passenger seat, slowed the car, and turned back in the direction of the Shangri-La Hotel. At the hotel, she inquired at the front desk for Qing Zhelua's room number and, using the excuse that he was drunk, enlisted the help of 2 staff members. Together, the 3 of them carried him to his room and laid him on the bed. After ensuring he was settled, the staff politely excused themselves. Jiang Fu quietly closed the door, then turned back to the bed. She knelt down, took off Qing Zhelua's shoes, pulled the blanket over him, and carefully took out a thermometer to check his temperature. A few minutes later, the thermometer displayed 37.9. Her heart tightened as she quickly pulled out her phone and called Lu Xingji again. He's running a fever 37.9 degrees. Does he need fever-reducing medication? Her voice was filled with concern. His temperature isn't over 38.5, so there's no need for medication, Lu Xingji's steady voice came through. You can help by removing some of his clothing and using a damp cloth to lower his temperature physically. But Jiang Fu frowned, her tone still tinged with unease. And one more thing, Lu Xingji paused, his voice turning serious. Make sure he stays hydrated. He's already lost a lot of blood, and if he becomes dehydrated from the fever, it could be life-threatening. Jiang Fu froze for a moment before asking, if you knew his condition, why didn't you set him up within 4? This is a pet hospital. I don't exactly have IVs for people, Lu Xingji replied with a hint of helplessness. She glanced at the unconscious Qing Zhelua on the bed, her voice trembling slightly. Then can I take him to a hospital? You can try, but you might as well send him to jail. Lu Xingji let out a cold laugh. Hospitals are required to report stab and gunshot wounds to the police. Jiang Fu bit her lip and murmured, but he won't cooperate at all. I can't even get him to drink water. Then think of another way. For instance, Lu Xingji's tone suddenly turned suggestive. You could try mouth-to-mouth. After all, you're his girlfriend, right? You shouldn't mind. Dr. Lu. Jiang Fu frowned, her voice tinged with irritation. You're not joking with me, are you? Well, you're a sharp one. Lu Xingji cleared his throat before his tone shifted to a more serious one. But I'm a doctor, I wouldn't joke about a patient's life. Unless, of course, you don't care if something happens to him. After hanging up, Jiang Fu stood by the bed, her eyes fixed on Qing Zhelua's pale face. His brows were furrowed slightly, as if trapped in a restless dream. She bit her lip, turned, and headed into the bathroom. After wetting a towel and wringing it out, she returned to the bed and lifted the blanket. She pulled up his t-shirt and gently pressed the damp cloth against his chest, carefully wiping him down. When her gaze landed at his waistband, she hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth, unbuckling his belt, and muttering under her breath, after everything, why am I even hesitating? The next few hours were a blur of activity for Jiang Fu. She used warm water to wipe him down, coaxed water into him, checked his temperature, administered medication, and repeated the process over and over. Finally, by the early hours of the morning, Qing Zhelua's temperature returned to normal. By then, Jiang Fu was utterly exhausted. She straightened up, rubbing her sore back, and shot a glare at the sleeping man on the pillow. Muttering under her breath, she said, I must owe you from a past life. Letting out a tired yawn, she pushed Qingjialuo's arm aside and lay down on the other side of the bed. Closing her eyes, she quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Originally, he just wanted to rest for a while, but exhaustion overtook him and Qingjialuo unknowingly fell asleep. As the night faded and the first light of dawn appeared, he slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly as he scanned the surroundings. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Jiang Fu curled up against him, clutching his arm as she slept soundly. His body stiffened instantly. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Qingjialuo quickly reached out, grabbed it, and answered the call. From the other end came the familiar voice of Lu Xingji. "How are you feeling? Are you holding up okay?" "I'm fine," Qingjialuo replied in a low, steady voice. "Good to hear." Lu Xingji paused for a moment, then spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. "That little one of your sis, she's still with you?" Qingjialuo turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Fu's peaceful sleeping face. He asked in a deep voice, "Why do you ask?" "That girl cares about you a lot, you know. Helping you change clothes, cleaning you up, even feeding you water mouth to mouth. You'd better take responsibility for her." Lu Xingji's words carried a playful lilt. Qingjialuo's brows knitted tighter. "How do you know about that?" "A wise man has his ways," Lu Xingji said smugly. "When I gave you the anti-inflammatory shot last night, I added a little sedative. You should have seen her. She thought you weren't going to make it and called me in a panic, nearly in tears." Qingjialuo gritted his teeth. "Lu Xingji, are you looking for trouble?" "What? Hello? Hello? Can't hear you, bad signal here, gotta hang up." Lu Xingji feigned panic and quickly ended the call. As the busy tone came through the receiver, Qingjialuo's expression darkened. He tossed the phone aside and braced himself on his arm to sit up. His movement startled Jiang Fu beside him. Half asleep, she reached out, her hand fumbling until it touched his face. Then she pressed her palm against his forehead before withdrawing it to feel her own. You're awake?" Jiang Fu mumbled, her voice groggy, clearly not fully alert. Qingjialuo responded softly. Jiang Fu didn't say anything further. Her head tilted, and she leaned directly against his chest, her breathing evening out again. Qingjialuo turned to look at her, taking in her long lashes resting against her cheeks and the faint movement of her nose as she breathed. She was still fast asleep, her earlier actions merely subconscious. Last night, she had been busy taking care of him and hadn't even had time to wash her face. She was still wearing the same wrinkled dress from the day before, her hair a tangled mess, with a smudge of dirt on one side of her face. Qingjialuo reached out, gently removing a half-torn leaf caught in her hair. Carefully lifting his injured arm, he pulled the blanket over her and, in one motion, wrapped her blanket and all into his embrace. His voice was low, carrying a trace of determination as he murmured, "You can call me despicable or shameless if you want, but this time, I'm not letting go." The phone rang again, breaking the silence in the room. Jiang Fu frowned, rubbing her tired eyes as she sat up and reached for the phone on the bedside table. "Xiajia, it's almost noon. Why aren't you back yet? There's an afternoon performance," came an anxious voice from the other end. Jiang Fu glanced at the time, her voice tinged with weariness. "Take the costumes to the venue first. I'll get there as soon as I can." After hanging up, she looked around but didn't see Qingjialuo anywhere. "Xiao Shu Qingjialuo," she called out tentatively, but there was no response. She checked the bathroom, only to find it empty as well. Returning to the room, she noticed a note pinned under her handbag. Picking it up, she saw Qingjialuo's handwriting. "Little one, once you're on my ship, there's no turning back." Jiang Fu stared at the note for a moment, then quickly grabbed her phone and dialed his number. However, a cold automated voice answered, "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." She looked at the time again, sighed, and set the phone down. Rushing into the bathroom, she freshened up quickly before hurrying out of the room. As she took the elevator downstairs, she pulled out her phone to check the local news. The headlines were filled with coverage of the opening ceremony, including photos of her performance. But the content she was anxiously searching for or dreading wasn't there. There was no mention of a shooting incident, nor was there any news of Qingjialuo being wanted. Relieved, yet more puzzled than ever, Jiang Fu let out a slow breath. Where had he gone? And why had he left such a cryptic note? Clutching her phone tightly, she furrowed her brows, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. For the past few days, Jiang Fu had been so busy that she barely had time to catch her breath, rushing from one performance to another. By the time she finally returned to Yanjing, it was already late afternoon on the third day. As the car pulled into the old Qing family residence, she rang the doorbell. Aunt Zhou, the housemaid, greeted her warmly with a smile. "Miss, you're back just in time. Mr. Jiang is waiting for you in the study in the backyard." Hearing this, Jiang Fu's heart sank. Her so-called deadbeat dad had come to hassle her for money again, hadn't he? Quickly adjusting her expression, she asked casually, "Where's Grandpa?" "Chen Shu is accompanying him on a walk in the garden. They haven't returned yet," Aunt Zhou replied. Jiang Fu breathed a quiet sigh of relief and briskly made her way to the backyard study. Pushing open the door, she found Jiang Yuanji leisurely sipping tea. The moment he saw her, he put down his cup and stood up, his face beaming with smiles. Xiao Fu, your Aunt Xiao should have reviewed that contract by now, right? At his words, Jiang Fu immediately switched to a playful demeanor, her voice sweet and coy. Dad, are you here to chase me down for money again? Look at you making me sound so petty, Jiang Yuanji replied, his expression full of fatherly affection and his tone lighthearted. I just came to see how you're doing. Jiang Fu inwardly scoffed but kept a calm exterior. Alright then. I'll check with Aunt Xiao tomorrow to see if the lawyer has finished reviewing the contract. Jiang Yuanji, sensing her reluctance, grabbed her arm with a laugh and gently pressed her into a chair, his tone taking on a hint of urgency. Xiao Fu, we've already signed the contract and the money is with you anyway. Why not just transfer it to Dad first? How about it? But Jiang Fu pretended to hesitate, frowning slightly. Aunt Xiao said that the deed and the ownership of the opera house have to be officially transferred to me first. Only then will everything be settled. She feigned a thoughtful expression as she carefully observed Jiang Yuanji's reaction. Then with a smile, she lightly placed a hand on his arm. I'm doing this for the good of the Jiang family, you know. Aunt Xiao has a temper, you wouldn't want to upset her, would you? Besides, the money is safe in my account. What are you worried about? If you don't trust me, I can call Aunt Xiao right now and check with her. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and started scrolling through her contacts as if preparing to make a call. No. Jiang Yuanji hurriedly stopped her, his expression stiffening. I'm not trying to pressure you. It's just that the company is having some cash flow issues lately, alright? I'll wait a little longer. Jiang Yuanji was well aware of Gu Yanqiu's personality. If he pushed too hard, things might take an unexpected turn. Besides, he still needed the Cheng family support in the future, so he couldn't afford to overstep. Seeing him relent, Jiang Fu quickly reassured him, don't worry, Dad. As soon as Aunt Xiao gives the green light, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Not just the 60 million whatever I have in my account, you can use it too. Only then did Jiang Yuanji relax, nodding in satisfaction. Alright, I'll head back for now. Jiang Fu let out a quiet breath of relief and stood up. Let me walk you out. She maintained her polite and obedient facade, but her mind was already racing with plans. The contract was with the lawyer now, and in just a few more days, the May Xian Opera House would officially be hers. Once she figured out how to swap out those betrothal gifts, Jiang Yuanji could throw a tantrum, all he wanted it wouldn't matter to her anymore. The two of them had just stepped out of the study when Cheng Jialua walked in, holding a paper bag. Jiang Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Of all times, this annoying man had to show up now. She quickly approached him, taking the bag from his hands and greeting him with a casual smile. You're back, uncle? Cheng Jialua raised his eyes and glanced at her briefly before shifting his gaze to Jiang Yuanji. Jiang Yuanji, on the other hand, was scrutinizing Cheng Jialua carefully before asking tentatively, Xiao Fu, who is this? This is my uncle, Cheng Jialua, Jiang Fu introduced with a teasing tone. Dad, don't you recognize him? Oh, it's the third young master. Jiang Yuanji's expression instantly turned obsequious. He stepped forward eagerly, his face full of flattery. It's been so many years since you last came back. Here, let me help you with that. Cheng Jialua shook his head indifferently. No need. I'll take care of it. Jiang Fu interjected, grabbing the paper bag before her father could say anything more. She was desperate to change the subject. Grandpa's still out on his walk. Why don't you take a seat for now? I'll see my dad out. Without waiting for a response, she quickly pulled Jiang Yuanji toward the door, silently praying that he wouldn't mention anything about the betrothal gifts in front of Cheng Jialua. All three of you are back, how could I not put everything else on hold? Jiang Yuanji stopped in his tracks with a light-hearted smile. So, where have you been making your fortune all these years? He asked curiously. Just keeping busy, Cheng Jialua replied in a calm tone, gesturing Jiang Yuanji toward the study. What brings you here today, Mr. Jiang? He asked as they walked. Just here to discuss Xiao Fu and Jiamu's wedding plans, Jiang Yuanji replied casually. Cheng Jialua's gaze shifted toward Jiang Fu. His tone remained steady as he asked, have you set a date? Not yet. I was just talking to her mother about the dowry and wedding gifts, Jiang Yuanji answered nonchalantly. Jiang Fu, however, grew uneasy, worried the conversation might delve deeper. She cleared her throat softly and pretended to glance out the window. Dad, the weather doesn't look too good. It might rain, and driving could be unsafe. Maybe you should head home first. Jiang Yuanji slapped his forehead as if suddenly remembering something. My memory. I almost forgot I need to pick up your brother from kindergarten since your mom's busy today. Jialua, I'll take my leave now. With that, he quickly bid them goodbye and left. As soon as her father was out of sight, Jiang Fu turned around, pouring Cheng Jialua a cup of tea with a bright smile. Uncle, is your arm feeling better? She asked warmly. Cheng Jialua accepted the tea, his gaze lifting slightly with a hint of teasing. In such a rush to marry into the Cheng family? Well, it's going to happen sooner or later, Jiang Fu replied without hesitation, her smile calm and composed. She looked up at him and asked, "How long are you staying this time, uncle?" Chen Jialua's eyes darkened slightly, his tone laced with subtle meaning. "Why? Afraid I'll expose your little secrets." Jiang Fu held her ground, her smile unwavering. "I keep your secrets. You should keep mine too. You really think you won't slip up?" Chen Jialua's voice turned colder. "As long as you don't say anything, no one will ever know," Jiang Fu retorted, biting her lip. Her voice grew firm as she stared him down. "If you dare tell anyone, I'll tell Grandpa Cheng it was you who forced me." "Forced you?" Chen Jialua set down the teacup, his voice calm yet chilling. "Do you have any proof?" "I don't have proof," Jiang Fu admitted, her lashes lowering slightly with a trace of unease. But she quickly lifted her head again, her gaze resolute. "But I saw you kill someone with my own eyes." Chen Jialua let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain. "Fine. Call the police right now. I'll wait right here. You think I wouldn't dare?" Jiang Fu's voice trembled slightly as she clenched her teeth. Chen Jialua calmly pulled out his phone, dialed 3 numbers, and handed it to her. "Here, I've already entered the number for you." Jiang Fu took a deep breath, her eyes flickering before she straightened up again. Her lips curled into a smile, her tone softening like a completely different person. "Uncle, I was just joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously? Are you mad at me?" Chen Jialua frowned slightly and turned his face away, ignoring her. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Fu walked around the chair and gently wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. Tilting her head closer, her voice softened to a whisper near his ear. "How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Chen Jialua raised a hand, lightly prying her hands away. His tone was indifferent. "I have plans tonight." With that, he stood up and walked toward the study door. Unwilling to give up, Jiang Fu quickly followed, stepping in front of the door just as he reached it. Raising her right hand, she grabbed his tie and gave it a gentle tug, pulling him slightly closer. "After dinner, we'll still have the whole evening. You can do whatever you want," she said in a low, teasing voice. Chen Jialua narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone cold. "Aren't you supposed to see me as your uncle?" "There's no blood relation, so how is it real, uncle?" Jiang Fu replied with a seductive smile. Her fingers played with his tie as she pulled him closer, her face inches from his, her voice a sultry whisper near his ear. "Uncle, don't you want to try something a little thrilling?" Outside the window, the fading rays of the setting sun cast a weary glow across the horizon. Inside the study, the light was gradually dimming. The girl's face was so close, slightly tilted upward, her lips almost brushing his. Chen Jialua's Adam's apple moved subtly, and his gaze instinctively shifted toward the window, as if seeking a moment of composure. In an instant, he reached out, pulling Jiang Fu away from the door, then swiftly turned the doorknob, stepping out of the study in quick strides. Jiang Fu stood frozen in place. When she turned around, all she caught was the tall figure of the man disappearing into the shadowy hallway, vanishing without a trace. A surge of unexplainable anger rose in her chest. This man. Back then, when she refused, he threatened her, pursued her relentlessly, and, disregarding their status, insisted on making her his mistress. Now that she took the initiative to approach him, he coldly avoided her? Damn it, was this man insane? As she ground her teeth in frustration, the voice of Lu, the housekeeper, floated up from the staircase, carrying her usual cheerful tone. "Miss, the old master is back. He's asking for you in the front hall." Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat, and she took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. Thank goodness Cheng Jialua had ignored her earlier. If Lu had walked in on that scene, she would have had no way to explain herself. "Got it, I'll head over now," she replied, calming herself. She straightened her dress, composed her expression, and made her way toward the front hall. In the living room, old Master Cheng had just returned from a stroll in the garden and was chatting casually with Gu Yanqiu. When Jiang Fu entered, the old man's face lit up with a warm smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening with affection. "Ah, Fu girl, you're back." Gu Yanqiu turned at the sound, her gaze falling on Jiang Fu with a mix of concern and mild reproach. "The old master told me you've been out for a few days without saying a word to me. Do you know how worried I've been?" "Well, I just graduated recently, so a few classmates and I went out for a short trip to unwind," Jiang Fu explained softly, her lashes lowering. "It was such a minor thing, I didn't think to bother you about it." "A little relaxation is good," Gu Yanqiu nodded approvingly, then reached into her bag and handed Jiang Fu a business card. "This is for a bridal shop owned by a friend of mine. After dinner, talk to Jiamu and find a time to go pick out your wedding dress and formal attire." Jiang Fu's heart tightened, but she managed a shy smile, lowering her voice. "Thank you, Aunt Yanqiu. I'll let him know." As the conversation continued, Aunt Zhou, the housekeeper, arrived with a tray of tea, smiling as she announced, "Dinner is ready. Please head to the dining room." Jiang Fu followed the group to the dining room, but Cheng Jelua was noticeably absent. The old master frowned and asked, puzzled, "Where's the third one? Why hasn't anyone called him for dinner?" The butler chuckled lightly. Third young master said that, as someone practicing Buddhism, he observes the rule of not eating after midday. That boy, Gu Yanqiu said with a shake of her head and a soft laugh. Such a young man, and he's already engrossed in these things. Let him beef he doesn't eat. It's his loss. Old Master Cheng sighed and shook his head with a wry smile before turning to Jiang Fu, warmly urging her, "Fu girl, come and try this crab." Jiang Fu accepted the crab he handed her and began peeling it, though her mind seemed elsewhere. Gu Yanqiu noticed her distracted demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Look at this girl missing jamu so much she's lost her appetite. Jiang Fu looked up with a faint smile, about to respond, but Gu Yanqiu waved her off. All right, no need to hold back. It'll keep the old master company. You young folks go take care of your own matters. Clearly, she was being gently ushered out. Not wanting to make a fuss, Jiang Fu stood and smiled. Grandpa, I'll go check on Brother Jemu then. Be careful on the way, the old master reminded her kindly. Gu Yanqiu added with a teasing tone. It's been, a week since you two last saw each other. Why don't you just stay at the villa tonight instead of running back and forth? Jiang Fu lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she protested softly, Aunt Yanqiu. Gu Yanqiu laughed knowingly. What's there to be shy about? The sooner you two settle down, the sooner the old master gets to hold a great-grandchild. Jiang Fu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. She turned and left the dining room. Back in her room, she packed a few essentials, grabbed her bag, and headed toward the courtyard gate. As night deepened, Jiang Fu slipped into her car. Just as she closed the door, a low voice suddenly rang out from a distance, startling her. In such a hurry to leave, are you planning to give the Cheng family a great-grandchild? Her heart skipped a beat as she whipped her head around, only to see Cheng Jelua standing by the garden wall not far away. His figure was hidden in the shadows, his expression unreadable, but the icy tone in his voice sent a shiver down her spine. Jiang Fu bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the cigarette in Cheng Jelua's hand that flickered between light and shadow. He hadn't even had dinner, where did he get the energy to mock her? She muttered to herself, just about to retort, when she saw him casually toss the cigarette butt onto the cobblestone ground and crush it under his leather shoe. Then, he stepped forward, standing right in front of her. Leaning down, he deftly adjusted her seatbelt. His lips brushed close to her ear, his voice low and laced with a subtle threat. If you dare let another man touch you, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. The words made Jiang Fu's eyes widen in shock, but before she could react, Cheng Jelua had already straightened up, his tone as commanding as ever. Tomorrow night, Jinyuan restaurant. You're treating me. With that, he reached out, shut the car door with a decisive motion, and walked away as if leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Fu pursed her lips, muttered dog of a man under her breath, but still started the car. She had thought had moved on from her, but it turned out had just been busy with other matters. When she returned to the villa complex, Jiang Fu glanced up at the second floor. The lights were off. Cheng Jiamu was clearly not home. She quickly made her way to the third floor, eager to soak in a hot bath. The warmth relaxed her completely. Afterward, she stepped into her soundproofed study, pulled back the heavy blackout curtains, and got ready for her live stream. With her makeup done, she slipped into a cheongsam specifically prepared for the occasion, covered the lower half of her face with a veil, and turned on her streaming equipment. Her voice was soft yet familiar. Hello everyone. Long time no see. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Sister, she is finally online. We haven't seen you for days, we missed you so much. Sis, sing an opera already. I can't sleep without hearing your voice. Jiang Fu smiled as she explained, sorry, I was away performing for the past few days and didn't have time to stream. She then smoothly transitioned into a promotional plug. By the way, have you all checked out the new arrivals in our store? Already ordered. My package is on its way. Sister's eyes cheongsams are a must-have. No questions asked. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Fu responded with a smile, then asked, what opera would you like to hear today? Inside the study, Jiang Fu interacted with her audience attentively, fully immersed in her live stream. Meanwhile, downstairs, Cheng Jiamu parked his car in the driveway. He glanced up at the third floor, noticing the lights were still off. Frowning slightly, he got out of the car, carrying a paper bag as he walked into the house. In the kitchen, he opened the fridge and saw a blueberry mousse already sitting there. Without a word, he took it out and tossed it into the trash, then carefully placed the new cake he had bought inside. Just as he closed the fridge, the doorbell rang. His expression shifted slightly, and he quickly walked to the door. However, the moment he saw who was standing outside, the faint joy on his face vanished instantly. Why are you wearing Xipha's dress? He asked, frowning as he scrutinized Jiang Wei, his tone laced with displeasure. Jiang Wei glanced down at the cheongsam she was wearing and smiled. Oh, I just made this one. It's not your sister's. Does it look good? Cheng Jiamu's gaze lingered on the dress for a moment before shifting away. His tone was indifferent. What do you want? It's almost Dragon Boat Festival. My mom made some zongzi and asked me to bring some over for you and my sister. Jiang Wei raised the paper bag in her hand, her eyes carrying a hint of probing curiosity. Aren't you going to let me in? Cheng Jiamu hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to allow her in. Jiang Wei walked into the kitchen with the bag, placing it on the counter. Her eyes inadvertently darted toward the staircase. Is my sister home? She's been staying at the old house lately, Cheng Jiamu replied curtly. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Wei's face, though she feigned disappointment. Oh, what a shame. Then, as if testing the waters, she asked, You haven't been going out much, have you? Just got back, Cheng Jiamu said, taking a bottle of wine from the rack and pouring himself a glass. Are you doing okay lately? Jiang Wei slowly approached the bar, her gaze lingering on his face, her tone carrying a touch of coquettishness. The same as always, Cheng Jiamu replied flatly, taking a sip of his wine. Jiang Wei reached for a glass on the wine rack and asked softly, Could you pour me some too? Cheng Jiamu's eyes darkened as he looked at her, his tone cold. What are you really here for? Jiang Wei lowered her lashes, her voice playful yet coy. What, can't I just keep you company for a little chat? We used to talk all the time, didn't we? Cheng Jiamu glanced at her, downed the rest of his wine in one gulp, and said decisively, I'm going to bed. If you have nothing else, you should leave. Cheng Jiamu held his wine glass, his gaze cold as he turned and headed toward the staircase. Behind him, Jiang Wei quickly caught up, a hint of urgency in her steps. She racked her brain for an excuse and blurted out, Actually, it was my dad who asked me to come. He wanted me to ask about. She paused, her eyes darting before adding, Meishin Theater. Hearing this, Cheng Jiamu stopped in his tracks and turned slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over her. What about Meishin Theater? He asked. Jiang Wei bit her lip and tentatively replied, Didn't Aunt Xiao mention it? You guys want Meishin Theater from our Jiang family as part of my sister's dowry? Cheng Jiamu's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. He retracted his step toward the staircase and instead turned to walk toward the sofa. His tone was calm but carried a hint of chill. Sit down. Let's talk. A flicker of triumph flashed in Jiang Wei's eyes as she quickly followed him and obediently sat beside him. Cheng Jiamu casually poured a glass of wine and handed it to her, his eyes deep and unreadable. You just mentioned dowry? Yeah. Jiang Wei took the glass, her tone nonchalant. My sister said Aunt Xiao wants Meishin Theater from our family, and in return, your family will give us 60 million as a bride price. She glanced at him with feigned suspicion. Brother Jiamu, you didn't know? Cheng Jiamu took a sip from his glass, his tone calm but laced with coldness. So, have you received the money yet? Jiang Wei's heart tightened, but she maintained a cheerful facade, brushing it off casually. Not yet. My dad sent me here to ask about it. As she spoke, she subtly scooted closer to Cheng Jiamu and lowered her voice. Honestly, I really envy my sister. Aunt Xiao treats her so well and you treat her so well too. Cheng Jiamu let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery. She doesn't even have a mother and you envy her? Jiang Wei's smile froze for a moment but quickly recovered as she forced out a laugh. Well, isn't my mom her mom too? Cheng Jiamu scoffed at her words, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Your mom is her mom? Jiang Wei, do you even hear yourself? Jiang Wei's face flushed slightly at his jab, but she forced a strained smile. Well, you can't entirely blame my mom for everything. Besides, these are adult matters. They have nothing to do with me. She lowered her head, putting on a pitiful expression. Brother Jiamu, are you mad at me too? Cheng Jiamu snorted coldly, his tone growing even icier. Your family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Jiang Wei seemed oblivious to the frost in his voice. She gently grabbed his arm, her voice soft and imploring. Honestly, I'm troubled too. Brother Jiamu, I'm innocent. I've never wanted to hurt anyone, especially not you. Innocent. Cheng Jiamu's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his glass down on the table with a loud bang. In a flash, he seized Jiang Wei by the throat, pinning her against the back of the sofa. His eyes blazed with fury, his voice low and menacing. You dare to call yourself innocent? If it weren't for your mom clinging to Zhang Yuan as a mistress, if it weren't for you and your brother, Aunt Jing's illness wouldn't have been delayed. If she had been treated in time, maybe she'd still be alive. Jiang Wei struggled against his grip, gasping for air, her hands clawing at his. Her voice came out in broken, desperate fragments. Brother Jiamu, let me go, you're hurting me. On the staircase, Jiang Fu descended slowly, a cup of coffee cradled in her hands. Her steps were light and measured, but when her gaze landed on the two figures on the sofa, she froze mid-step. Just as she was about to retreat upstairs, a familiar cry for help reached her ears. Brother Jiamu, you're hurting me. Jiang Fu stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing slightly as she murmured under her breath, Jiang Wei. She remained where she was, her expression conflicted as she gazed down at the scene unfolding below. Turning around, Jiang Fu deliberately loosened her fingers, allowing the coffee cup to slip from her grasp. It fell onto the carpeted staircase with a dull thud. She had no desire to watch the entangled scene between the pair any longer. It was utterly nauseating. The sound from the stairs was like a lightning strike to the two on the sofa. Cheng Jiamu hastily withdrew his hand, a trace of shock crossing his face. Jiang Wei scrambled to her feet, lifting a hand to cover the red marks on her neck, her expression flustered and panicked. The two turned toward the staircase in unison. On the stairs, a pair of sleek high heels clicked softly against the wooden steps. As the figure descended, the flowing hem of a sky-blue, tie-dye silk cheongsam swayed gently, accentuating a curvaceous silhouette. Jiang Fu's figure slowly came into full view, long legs, hair loosely pinned to the side, secured with a white jade hairpin that seemed to teeter precariously, adding a touch of allure. Her makeup was flawless, enhancing her already striking features. A fleeting glance from her sharp eyes was like an invisible blade, piercing straight into one's soul. Cheng Jiamu froze in place, and Jiang Wei instinctively held her breath. Jiang Fu had always been beautiful in their memories, but at this moment, she transcended the very definition of beauty. With poise, she descended the final step and stood before them. Her voice was calm yet carried an undeniable pressure. "What are you two doing?" Jiang Wei stammered, looking up at the face that seemed to steal the air from her lungs. Her lips quivered before she managed to find her voice, feigning innocence. "Sister, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think." Her tone was deliberately soft, an attempt to mask her inner turmoil. After all, the matter was still being hidden from their father, and the plan was far from complete. She would never dare to challenge Jiang Fu's authority at this moment. Smack! A resounding slap interrupted her explanation. Jiang Fu raised her hand and delivered a fierce strike without hesitation. "I treated you as my own sister, and yet you want to steal my man?" Jiang Fu's voice was icy, her gaze razor-sharp. Jiang Wei clutched her stinging cheek, a flicker of venom flashing in her eyes, before she quickly replaced it with an expression of grievance. "I already told you, it's not what you think. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Jiamu. We were just talking about the theater." Cheng Jiamu, however, didn't spare her a glance. His eyes remained fixed on Jiang Fu, filled with a complex emotion. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Don't misunderstand. There's nothing between Xiao Wei and me." His tone was calm but carried an unmistakable firmness. "Let's go. We'll talk outside." He cut off Jiang Wei's further attempts at explanation, grabbed the bag from the sofa, and headed toward the door. Jiang Wei froze momentarily before quickly catching up to him. Before leaving, she cast Jiang Fu a triumphant glance, as if declaring victory. "Brother Jiamu, wait for me." Her voice was saccharine, tinged with a deliberate coquettishness. Jiang Fu frowned slightly, her gaze icy as she watched their retreating figures. She had long stopped caring about Cheng Jiamu. Whoever he got involved with was of no importance to her. But Jiang Wei was a different matter. The transfer of the theater's ownership was not yet finalized. If Jiang Wei took this opportunity to reveal the betrothal arrangement to Cheng Jiamu, the consequences could be disastrous. Turning on her heel, Jiang Fu ascended the stairs, grabbed her handbag, and swiftly exited the living room. She slid into the back seat of the Bentley parked outside. As the car pulled away from the neighborhood, she kept a careful distance, following Cheng Jiamu's red Ferrari. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. Reaching into her bag, she retrieved her phone and dialed Gu Yanqi's number, her voice intentionally tinged with a hint of panic. "Aunt Xiao, are you free to come out? Something happened with Brother Jiamu." On the other end, Gu Yanqi's voice immediately turned anxious. "What happened?" Lowering her voice, Jiang Fu infused her tone with restrained urgency. "Just now, I saw Brother Jiamu and Jiang Wei drinking in the living room. When I asked about it, Jiang Wei got upset and stormed off with him." She paused deliberately, as though struggling to contain her emotions. After ending the call, a faint smile played on Jiang Fu's lips. Sometimes, you needed a blade to cut through the filth, and Gu Yanqi was the sharpest tool for the job. She had no intention of letting this opportunity slip through her fingers. Jiang Fu exaggeratedly sniffled, her voice tinged with a deliberate sobbing tone. "Aunt Xiao, Jiamu just had some alcohol, but Xiaowei still made him drive. I'm so worried something might happen to him." On the other end of the phone, Gu Yanqi's fury ignited instantly, her voice rising sharply. "What? Where is that little tramp now?" The corners of Jiang Fu's lips curled slightly as her gaze shifted toward the car parked by the roadside. Her tone carried a hint of smugness. "Somewhere near the 3rd ring road. Please come quickly, I'm really scared. I'll be there right away. Keep an eye on them for me." Gu Yanqi's tone left no room for argument. "Okay." Jiang Fu hung up the phone, her eyes fixed on the Ferrari ahead as she watched Cheng Jiamu lead Jiang Wei into a small bar by the roadside. Parking her car, She quickly sent the exact location to Gu Yanqiu via WeChat. Then, she reached up to open the car's makeup mirror and began meticulously arranging her expression. She loosened her updo, letting her hair fall naturally, wiped off her striking red lipstick, and dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a tissue to create the appearance of smudged makeup from crying. Satisfied with the pitiful face staring back at her in the mirror, Jiang Fu nodded approvingly, a cold smile tugging at her lips. Jiang Wei, oh Jiang Wei, I was just waiting for an opportunity to deal with you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Meanwhile, Gu Yanqiu, consumed with urgency, arrived at the scene in no time. The car door slammed open as she stepped out in high heels, her face dark with anger. Her assistant followed closely behind as she strode toward the bar entrance. Yanqiu. Jiang Fu hurriedly ran up to her, her voice trembling and eyes brimming with tears. You're here. Gu Yanqiu immediately noticed her tear-streaked face and frowned deeply. Reaching out, she gripped Jiang Fu's arm in a comforting gesture. I know exactly what kind of trash Jiang Wei is. She must have deliberately seduced Jiamu. Don't worry, Aunt Chiu will get justice for you. Jiang Fu nodded obediently, her voice soft. I'm just afraid Jiamu will fall for her tricks. Where are they? Gu Yanqiu asked coldly. Inside, Jiang Fu said, pointing toward the bar. The assistant promptly pushed open the bar door. Gu Yanqiu, head held high, stormed up the steps with an imposing aura, while Jiang Fu followed close behind like a dutiful shadow, her eyes filled with anticipation. She wouldn't miss a second of this dramatic showdown. In a dimly lit corner of the bar, with deafening music pounding in the background, Jiang Wei was completely oblivious to the impending storm. She clung to Cheng Jiamu's arm, her voice filled with exaggerated grievance. My sister is so unreasonable. Look at my facitos, it looks swollen from her hitting me. It hurts so much. Cheng Jiamu gave her a cursory glance, his tone indifferent. Don't worry, it won't ruin your looks. He paused, then continued with a sharper edge. By the way, about the Meishin Theater, did your family transfer it to Jiang Fu? At this, Jiang Wei immediately leaned closer to him, placing a delicate hand on his knee. Her voice was saccharine sweet. My dad already signed the contract with her. All that's left is for Aunt Chiu to approve it. But it's so noisy here, I can barely hear you. Why don't we go upstairs and find a private room to chat? Cheng Jiamu cast a sidelong glance at her chest pressing against his arm, his tone laced with mockery. You're just like your mother. Jiang Wei froze, blinking in confusion. Jiamu, what do you mean by that? Before Cheng Jiamu could respond, Jiang Wei's arm was suddenly yanked away by a forceful grip, and she was dragged off the bar stool. Startled, Jiang Wei turned around, her eyes darting from the assistant's icy expression to Gu Yanqiu, who stood not far away. Her face turned ghostly pale, and her voice quivered. Aunt Chiu. Jiang Wei had long heard of Gu Yanqiu's fearsome reputation. The primary reason she hadn't dared to openly pursue Cheng Jiamu before was her apprehension about Gu Yanqiu. Now, caught red-handed by the woman herself, Jiang Wei's mind went blank. Panicking, she stammered, Aunt Chiu, please don't misunderstand. I was just... Slap. A resounding slap cut her off mid-sentence as Gu Yanqiu raised her hand and struck her without hesitation. Jiang Wei's face burned with pain from Gu Yanqiu's slap, and her ears were still ringing with the sharp rebuke. What are you? The illegitimate child of a mistress, trying to seduce my son. She stood there in a daze, her cheek quickly swelling, tears welling up in her eyes. Aunt Chiu, I swear I didn't. Didn't. Gu Yanqiu sneered, her gaze as sharp as a blade slicing through Jiang Wei. Do you think I'm blind and old, unable to see what you were just doing? And you even dared to let my son drive after drinking. If something happened to him, could you bear the responsibility? Before she finished, her left hand swung out another slap. This time, the ring on her finger left a gash on Jiang Wei's cheek, and blood trickled down, even reaching the corner of her lips. Standing nearby, Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes, staring at Jiang Wei's swollen, bleeding face. She mused to herself. That slap was vicious enough to draw blood. Was it the angle, or was it because of the ring? She nodded thoughtfully, mentally noting the technique, thinking she should wear a ring next time she had to strike someone. Jiang Wei was left dizzy and disoriented from the consecutive slaps, her ears buzzing, her vision swimming with golden spots. Yet she still tried to argue, her voice trembling. Aunt Chiu, I really didn't. I was just chatting with Brother Jiamu. You can ask him if you don't believe me. At the bar, Cheng Jiamu lazily picked up his glass and took a sip, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. All right, Mom, that's enough. Exactly, Aunt Chiu. Jiang Fu immediately stepped forward, feigning concern as she gently held Gu Yanqiu's arm. Her voice was soft and soothing as she pleaded. Let it go. Gu Yanqiu let out a cold snort, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Fu's face with a hint of disappointment. At a time like this, you're still pleading for her? Jiang Fu lowered her head, her demeanor obedient and docile, saying no more. Gu Yanqiu gave her a reluctant glance before turning her icy gaze back to Jiang Wei. Her tone was sharp and commanding. This is the first and last time. If you dare get close to my son again, you'll regret it. Now get out. Jiang Wei didn't dare argue further. Sniffling and wiping her tears, she fled the bar in a sorry state. Gu Yanqiu watched Jiang Wei leave before turning back to Jiang Fu, her stern expression softening into one of warmth. Xiao Fu, you know better than anyone what kind of person Jiang Wei is. Jiamu only sees her as a little sister. Don't overthink it. Jiang Fu nodded in agreement, her tone filled with care and understanding. Aunt Xiao, I was just worried that brother Jiamu might get into trouble driving after drinking. I know you care about Jiamu. Gu Yanqiu smiled, gently brushing Jiang Fu's cheek. Look at you, your makeup's all smudged from crying. Amy, take her to the restroom to freshen up. Yes, Ms. Gu, Amy the assistant, responded promptly and helped Jiang Fu toward the restroom. Once the two had left, Gu Yanqiu's smile vanished, her brows furrowing as she turned to Cheng Jiamu. Lowering her voice, she spoke with a hint of reproach. It's only been a few days, and you're already back to your old ways? Cheng Jiamu slouched against the bar, swirling his glass idly, offering no response. Gu Yanqiu tapped his temple with her finger, her tone heavy with meaning. Jiang Wei is Yangting's daughter. If you two get tangled up, do you think Xiao Fu could tolerate it? At her words, Cheng Jiamu set his glass down on the bar and turned to face her, his expression blank. Have you spoken to Jiang Yuanji about the bride price? Bride price? Gu Yanqiu scoffed, her face full of disdain. The fact that I'm willing to accept a daughter from the Jiang family is already a favor to them. So you're not planning to offer a bride price? Cheng Jiamu's voice carried a faint chill. Do you know how much Jiang Yuanji has earned from the projects he's taken through me over the years? The fact that I'm not asking for a dowry is already generous enough. He wouldn't dare bring up a bride price, Gu Yanqiu said dismissively. Cheng Jiamu raised his glass again, swirling the liquid inside as he spoke in a low, steady voice. Give me 60 million. Hearing the amount, Gu Yanqiu's brows furrowed deeply, her tone instantly becoming harsh. What do you need that much money for? Are you in trouble? Don't worry about it. Cheng Jiamu tilted his head back, draining the glass in one gulp. His cold gaze locked onto her. Just give me the money, and I'll do whatever you say from now on. If not, don't blame me for ruining this engagement. Gu Yanqiu's face darkened immediately. She looked like she was about to explode but managed to suppress her anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, Fine, I'll give you the money, but I have a condition. What conditions? Do you want Xiao Fu to get pregnant first? Gu Yanqiu's voice carried a hint of impatience as she fixed her gaze on Cheng Jiamu across from her. We're not even married yet. Besides, Xiao Fu. Cheng Jiamu stopped mid-sentence, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips, though he didn't light it. From his expression, Gu Yanqiu detected a trace of hesitation and frustration. She frowned slightly. Don't tell me you two haven't even slept together. Her tone was probing, tinged with disbelief. Cheng Jiamu lowered his head and lit the cigarette, choosing not to respond. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, seemingly using it to mask his emotions. Yeah. Gu Yanqiu sighed in exasperation, her voice carrying a mixture of disappointment and annoyance. Is Xiao Fu any less than the women you've been with? Her looks, her figure, her poise, her upbringing, every aspect of her is top tier. As for the Jiang family's wealth, maybe she doesn't care for it, but as a person she paused, her gaze turning serious. Even I have to admit, she's one of the finest young women out there. Cheng Jiamu leaned his elbow on the bar counter, releasing another puff of smoke, his tone laced with irritation. She's a germaphobe. Even holding hands means washing them 18 times. She's exhausting. I can't stand her. Cut the act in front of me, Gu Yanqiu retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. When she lost her voice and was hospitalized, you were at the hospital every single day. Do you think I didn't notice? I don't believe you've never had feelings for her. Why bring up the past? Cheng Jiamu snapped, clearly struck a nerve. His tone grew impatient as he interrupted her. Are you giving me the money or not? Gu Yanqiu placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice softening slightly. Fine, you'll get the money. But you also need to take some time to go with Xiao Fu and get the wedding dress sorted. And the money? 60 million is no small amount. I need time, Cheng Jiamu replied, his tone still cold. Gu Yanqiu patted his arm, her voice carrying a hint of earnestness. First, take Xiao Fu home and make it up to her. She just called me, She was nearly in tears when she heard you were drinking and driving. She really cares about you. Cheng Jiamu remained silent, puffing on his cigarette. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the far end of the bar, where a familiar figure emerged. Gu Yanqiu noticed his reaction and let out a deliberate sigh. She lost her parents and gets bullied every day by her stepmother and stepsister. Even I feel sorry for her. Can you really bear to let her be upset? She's been waiting for you for 4 years. Cheng Jiamu's eyes lingered on Jiang Fu's face, his expression complicated. After a moment of silence, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray on the bar. Gu Yanqiu observed her son's demeanor, a faint, unreadable smile playing on her lips. She turned to Jiang Fu, her tone warm. Xiao Fu, Jiamu's been drinking, so he can't drive. Take him home, will you? I'll have someone handle his car. Of course, Auntie Chiu. You take care on your way back, Jiang Fu responded politely before turning to Cheng Jiamu. Jiamu, let's go? Cheng Jiamu stood and walked toward the bar's exit, holding the door open for Jiang Fu. Gu Yanqiu remained at the bar, watching their figures disappear outside before finally averting her gaze. She turned to her assistant standing nearby. Amy, go to the hospital tomorrow and get me some medication. Sure, Ms. Gu. What do you need? Sleeping pills, the kind that work quickly, Gu Yanqiu replied, her tone carrying a faint chill. She lowered her head in thought, a flicker of cold intent flashing in her eyes. Cheng Jilua, who had been out of sight for years, suddenly reappearing. What else could it be for? All that talk of being devoted to Buddhism and free from worldly desires, what a joke. Coming back on the first day to block Jiang Fu's marriage? It's nothing more than fear that the old man will hand the Cheng family business over to my son. Clutching her wine glass tightly, Gu Yanqiu's gaze grew dark. She had spent years carefully planning everything, and she wouldn't let Cheng Jelo ruin it all. Jiang Fu was the old man's precious granddaughter. As long as her son could secure her, the old man's favor would inevitably tilt in his direction. This marriage had to happen, and soon. Outside the bar, Cheng Jiamu opened the passenger door of a Bentley and slid into the seat. His eyes landed on Jiang Fu's slender hands resting on the steering wheel. This car, it's yours? It's my uncle's. He lent it to me, Jiang Fu replied casually, clearly uninterested in elaborating. Cheng Jiamu smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. He sure spoils you. Jiang Fu ignored him. Can you not talk for now, Jiamu? Otherwise, I'll get distracted. Cheng Jiamu pulled a cigarette from his pocket, fiddled with it, then put it back. He turned his head, his gaze lingering on her. Had met countless women, but she was the only one who truly fit the elegance of a cheapao. Watching her profile, he couldn't help but recall the day they first met. He had just returned from studying abroad, accompanying his mother back to the family estate. By the lotus pond in the backyard, she stood in a light beige cheapao, poised and graceful, like a budding lotus waiting to bloom. That image had stayed with him ever since. The car pulled up in front of the villa. Jiang Fu grabbed her bag and walked into the living room, speaking softly. I'm heading to bed, Jiamu. Good night. Cheng Jiamu opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but no words came out. He walked to the fridge, grabbed a blueberry mousse cake, and carried it upstairs, knocking on Jiang Fu's bedroom door. The door opened slightly, and Jiang Fu peeked out, her towel in hand. What is it, Jiamu? She had just washed her face, her damp hair framing her delicate features. Her skin was luminous, like a lotus just risen from the water, naturally stunning, without need for embellishment. Cheng Jiamu's Adams apple bobbed slightly as he lowered his gaze to hide his emotions. Do you want some cake? Blueberry mousse. You bought it for me? Jiang Fu feigned surprise. Thanks, but I just brushed my teeth. I'll have it for breakfast tomorrow. All right, I'll put it in the fridge for you, Cheng Jiamu said with a faint smile before hesitating. Can I come in? I'd like to talk to you about something important. I'm a bit tired today. Let's talk another time, Jiang Fu replied, stepping back to close the door. Xiao Fu. Cheng Jiamu reached out to stop the door, his voice low, almost pleading. This is really important. Cheng Jiamu's expression was heavy, and his tone carried an unusual seriousness. He stood outside the door, while Jiang Fu leaned calmly against the doorframe, showing no intention of letting him in. What is it? Her voice was calm yet distant, like an invisible barrier standing between them. Cheng Jiamu noticed the indifference in her tone. His right foot, which had stepped forward, hesitated and then retreated. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke slowly. I'm here to apologize. You know how overbearing my mom can be. My whole life has been under her control. What school I went to, what clothes I wore, whether I learned piano or violin, even when I pursued you back then, it was because she pushed me to. As he said this, he raised his head to meet Jiang Fu's gaze, his tone becoming more urgent. But, Xiao Fu, even though pursuing you wasn't my choice at first, I truly fell for you. Jiang Fu raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold laugh flashing through her mind. How ridiculous. This man had treated her like a card in his deck back then, and now he was putting on this facade of deep affection. She lowered her gaze slightly, hiding the sarcasm in her eyes. I know, Jiamyej, she replied indifferently. What are you really trying to say? Cheng Jiamu clenched his teeth, as if summoning the courage to continue. I just wanted to escape her control before, so I acted out on purpose. Over the years, I've done many things to hurt you. I've let you down, but I truly regret it. Xiaofu, can we start over? Jiang Fu looked up at him, her face carrying a faint trace of mockery. Start over? Was this guy out of his mind? Had been out there living his playboy life all this time, and she had never interfered. They each had their own lives, wasn't that fine? She had no interest in being card number 53 in his deck of clowns. The corners of her lips curved into a polite but distant smile. Jiang, we never really ended, so why would we need to start over? With that, she gave a small nod. It's late. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night. Chen Jiama's smile stiffened. He took a step back, nodded, and turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Fu rubbed her arms, trying to shake off the goosebumps of disgust. She shook her head, silently relieved that this charade would soon be over. If she had to keep up this act any longer, she might just be sickened by her own lines. She turned and walked into the bathroom, adjusted the water temperature, and sank into the warm bathtub, letting the tension in her body melt away. After her bath, she wrapped herself in a robe and stood in front of the mirror, going through her skincare routine while reflecting on Cheng Jiamu's earlier heartfelt confession. Strangely, she felt neither moved nor angry, even the slightest trace of irritation. All she felt was amusement. Clearly, she had completely let go of this man. The mirror reflected a face of delicate features. She smiled confidently at her own reflection. Jiang Fu, you're amazing. Suddenly, her phone vibrated on the table. She wiped the water off her face, stepped out of the bathroom, and picked up her phone. The screen displayed a WeChat message. Jalua, come out and grab a late-night snack with me. She replied curtly, I'm not hungry. A few seconds later, the screen lit up again. Jalua, I am. Then, a third message popped up. Jalua, either you come out or I come in. Jiang Fu sighed in exasperation and walked to the window, pulling back the curtain slightly. On the distant road, a parked SUV with its hazard lights flashing sat quietly, like a patient predator waiting for its prey. Shaking her head, she grabbed her phone and headed to the wardrobe, casually pulling on a set of athletic wear and throwing on a cap to cover her face. She tiptoed downstairs, avoiding the living room, and slipped out the door. Jogging over to the SUV, she opened the passenger door and climbed in, immediately glaring at the man in the driver's seat. Are you insane? Cheng Jilua leaned lazily against his seat, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to try something thrilling? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes in disbelief. Sneaking around under her fiancé's nose, this was definitely thrilling enough. Just as she was about to speak, Cheng Jilua reached into the back seat and pulled out a paper bag. He deftly opened it, releasing the enticing aroma of food into the confined space of the car. Her stomach growled audibly. Embarrassed, she covered her abdomen, recalling the half-eaten crab from dinner. Internally, she sighed fine. It looked like she really would be having this late-night snack after all. Now, she was genuinely starting to feel a bit hungry. Cheng Jilua glanced at her briefly, then casually took a handgun out of the storage box and placed it gently on her lap. Jiang Fu froze, her eyes filled with confusion. Do we really need to make it this thrilling? She asked, bewildered. Just as she was trying to process the situation, Cheng Jilua leaned in slightly, placing a food container on top of the gun and said nonchalantly, It's a bit hot. Be careful. Jiang Fu glanced at the gun, then at the food container, and finally understood. It was nothing more than a makeshift heat insulator. She let out a sigh of relief, though her lips twitched slightly. For a moment there, I thought you wanted to have a shootout with me in the car, uncle. Cheng Jilua smirked and handed her a pack of disposable gloves, his tone carrying a subtle undertone. If you want to play, I wouldn't mind. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes, too tired to entertain his teasing. She put on the gloves, opened the lid of the food container, and was greeted by neatly arranged, palm-sized crawfish. Her mouth watered instantly. She couldn't resist peeling one, bringing it to her lips for a small bite. Slightly spicy, slightly numbing, the flavor was just right. Feeling reassured, she happily dug in. Halfway through the box, she started to sense something was off. She looked up and turned to the driver's seat, where Cheng Jilua was lounging, one hand resting behind his head and the other idly playing with prayer beads, looking utterly relaxed. Puzzled, she asked, Uncle, why aren't you eating? Cheng Jilua squinted at her briefly and replied in an indifferent tone, You first. Jiang Fu froze, her heart skipping a beat. Was he waiting for her to finish so he could eat her next? Suddenly, the crawfish in her hands didn't seem so appetizing anymore. She glanced out the car window. This was a villa neighborhood, and, even though it was late at night, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't pass by. Besides, her villa was only about 200 meters away. This kind of thrill was way too much for her heart to handle. Uncle, can we save this for another day? She ventured cautiously. Another day? Cheng Jilua raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Jiang Fu nodded quickly. Yeah, you're still recovering, right? And besides, there's not much space to move around in the car. She spoke as she peeled a piece of crawfish meat and offered it to him in a placating gesture. How about I make it up to you twice over another time? Deal. Cheng Jilua studied her for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. Deal. He then leaned forward slightly, parting his lips to take the crawfish meat from her hand. Relieved, Jiang Fu resumed peeling another crawfish. As she worked, she asked, "Your injury, it's nothing serious, right?" "Much better now," Cheng Jilua replied nonchalantly. Jiang Fu frowned. "You're not exactly short of money. There's no need to take such risks. If you're looking for excitement, there are plenty of thrilling things to do. Why risk doing something illegal? Maybe it's time to stop. Grandpa Cheng's 70th birthday is coming up, and he cares about you a lot. Could you really bear to see him bury his own grandson?" Cheng Jilua's hand paused mid-motion, the prayer beads slipping between his fingers. He turned to look at her, his gaze deep. "And you?" "Me." Jiang Fu was momentarily stunned, meeting his unyielding gaze. "You," he repeated, his voice low and steady. Jiang Fu lowered her head, suddenly finding the crawfish in her hands unusually heavy. In a soft voice she said, "I also hope you'll live a good life." Though she didn't like how he clung to her so persistently, she couldn't deny her genuine feelings. Cheng Jilua fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly reached for a tissue and gently wiped the oil from the corner of her lips. His voice was soft as he said, "I'll think about it." Jiang Fu smiled faintly and continued eating the remaining crawfish. Once the box was empty, she leaned back in her seat, satisfied. She removed her gloves, carefully wiped her lips clean, and closed the food container. "All right, I'm heading back to sleep. See you tomorrow night at Jinyuan." She opened the car door, tossed the trash into a nearby bin, and turned to leave. The car window rolled down slowly, and Cheng Jilua leaned out, his gaze meaningful. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Jiang Fu patted her pockets, confirming her phone and house keys were all there. She looked at him hesitantly before walking back to the car. After glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, she cupped his face and planted a light kiss on his lips. "Can I go now?" Instead of responding, Cheng Jilua handed her a black bank card. Jiang Fu glanced at it. "What's this, a sugar baby allowance?" "The money in here is clean. You can spend it without worry," Cheng Jilua replied, his tone calm. Jiang Fu hesitated for a moment before accepting the card. Since she had finally persuaded him to consider turning over a new leaf, she didn't want to upset him. "If you ever need it back, just let me know." "Don't worry." Cheng Jilua turned his head slightly, his gaze brazen as it lingered on her. "If I ever decide to run away, I'll make sure to take you with me." "I'll pass, thanks." Jiang Fu sighed, tucking the card into her pocket. She turned and walked back to the villa, carefully opening the door and tiptoeing up the stairs. Once in her third-floor bedroom, she drew back the curtains and watched as the SUV started and disappeared into the night. Looking down at the card in her hand, she frowned slightly. "I hope he really will think about it." She straightened the curtains and walked to her desk, unrolling a sheet of rice paper. With Grandpa Cheng's 70th birthday approaching, she needed to rewrite the longevity scroll that Jiang Peng had ruined. Time was running out. The next morning, to avoid Cheng Jiamu, Jiang Fu got up early and drove to Shika's studio. The studio had originally been set up to support her personal performances, but as her fame grew, it had expanded to sign several other artists. In addition to peaking opera performers and accompanists, the studio now represented a variety of talents to meet market demands. As soon as she stepped into the office, the studio manager, Yao Yuan, greeted her with a smile. "You're here at the perfect time. I was just about to call you." He grabbed her arm enthusiastically. "A friend introduced a client who's a huge fan of your performances and wants to hear you sing a few pieces. Since you're here, let me take you to meet them." Yao Yuan led her to the meeting room, opening the door with a grin. "Ms. Gu, look who I brought here just for you." Jiang Fu stepped into the room, her gaze landing on the woman seated on the sofa. Dressed in a sharp business suit, Gu Yanqiu sat poised, with her assistant Amy standing behind her. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, a flicker of complicated emotions crossing her face. Gu Yanqiu stood up from the sofa, her gaze falling on Jiang Fu, who had just entered the room. A flash of surprise crossed her face. "You must be Ms. Shika?" For today's interview, Jiang Fu had deliberately dressed in formal attire, a white blazer paired with cropped trousers and silver high heels that added an air of professionalism and elegance. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and a white mask concealed most of her face. Yet, her sharp eyes and meticulous makeup exuded a presence that was impossible to overlook. She appeared worlds apart from the Jiang Fu who usually wore plain glasses, dressed conservatively, and came across as quiet and reserved. Even Gu Yanqiu found it hard to reconcile the commanding aura of the woman before her with the timid, voiceless Jiang Fu. She once knew someone who could no longer sing and had always seemed so meek in her presence. Hearing herself addressed as Ms. Shika, Jiang Fu instantly realized that Gu Yanqiu hadn't recognized her. A faint smile curved her lips, tinged with a trace of arrogance. "What's the matter? Do I not look the part?" She deliberately modulated her voice, cool and confident. Gu Yanqiu detected the hint of conceit in her tone, and a fleeting trace of displeasure flickered in her eyes. Still, Her expression remained polite, her smile impeccably composed. Not at all. I'm just surprised. I didn't expect Miss Shika to be so young. When Gu Yanxiu first heard of the name Shika, she had assumed the person behind it was at least in their 30s. After all, achieving such remarkable success at a young age was almost unbelievable. Yet, even with a mask on, the youthful energy of the woman before her was unmistakable. Our star performer began taking the stage in her teens. She's only in her early 20s now. Yao Yuan interjected with a proud grin, raising a hand in an introductory gesture. Miss Shika, allow me to introduce, this is Ms. Gu. Jiang Fu extended her right hand and shook Gu Yanxiu's briefly. The two women then took their seats, host and guest, exchanging a few pleasantries before Gu Yanxiu got straight to the point. Regarding the performance, Manager Yao should have already gone over the details with you. I was wondering if it would be convenient for Ms. Shika to participate. Gu Yanxiu's tone was courteous and respectful, and Jiang Fu responded in kind with a polite smile. I truly appreciate your recognition, Ms. Gu, but unfortunately, I already have prior commitments that evening. My apologies. That particular evening was her grandfather's 70th birthday celebration, an event she absolutely could not miss. With so many guests attending, she couldn't risk anything slipping out of her control. The consequences of being exposed would be unthinkable. She wasn't about to jeopardize herself for the sake of a single performance fee. Miss Shika is clearly a busy woman with many obligations. I understand. Gu Yanxiu smiled faintly, though her tone shifted, taking on a more earnest quality. However, if I may trouble you to reconsider, just this once? If you're willing to help, the Cheng family would be sure to express our gratitude. That's right, Miss Shika, chimed in Amy, who had been silent until now. Her tone carried a faint trace of mockery. It's not every day our Ms. Gu personally extends an invitation. Surely you've heard of the Cheng family of Yanjing? As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the smoother your path. I trust you understand what I mean, Miss Shika? Her words had taken on a subtle edge, clearly meant to exert pressure. Jiang Fu smiled faintly, leaning back against the sofa as she crossed her legs. Her voice was light yet sharp, carrying an unmistakable chill. So what you're saying, Miss Amy, is that if I refuse, I'd be ungrateful? Her tone wasn't loud, but there was an undeniable iciness in every word. Normally, Jiang Fu would play the part of the meek and obedient in front of Gu Yanxiu, but here on her own turf, she had no intention of tolerating such an attitude. Amy's expression darkened, and she opened her mouth to retort, but Gu Yanxiu raised a hand, signaling her to stop. The 70th birthday celebration was a significant occasion, and finding a truly unique gift to please the family patriarch was no easy task. Gu Yanxiu had poured a great deal of effort into this plan, and wasn't ready to give up so easily. My assistant can be a little tactless with her words. I hope you won't take offense, Miss Shika. Gu Yanxiu softened her tone, her sincerity evident. I truly mean it when I say I hope you'll consider my invitation. Jiang Fu smiled faintly, though her stance remained firm. I'm very sorry, but I truly have an important obligation that evening and cannot attend. Gu Yanxiu's smile gradually faded, leaving only a trace of resignation on her face. It seemed I hadn't made myself clear. Gu Yanxiu pulled a checkbook from her handbag, her expression resolute as she asked, Miss Shika, how much do you want? The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable, as if Jiang Fu's current attitude was nothing more than a ploy to raise the price. Seeing this, Yao Yuan's expression turned cold. Straightening his back, he responded sharply, Ms. Gu, when our star says she's unavailable, she truly has something important to attend to. This isn't about money. He cast a scornful glance at her, thinking to himself how highly regarded their star was. Even the National Grand Theatre or European performance companies treated her with utmost respect when inviting her for solo performances. But this woman? She thought she could simply throw money around? How arrogant. Do you think a little bit of money makes you invincible? Yao Yuan sneered, adding sarcastically, there are things in this world that money can't buy. Gu Yanxiu, however, remained unfazed. Instead, she chuckled, her tone dripping with an air of superiority. In my world, nothing is beyond purchase unless, of course, the price isn't high enough. Miss Shika, name your price. Jiang Fu lifted her head, her gaze calm but tinged with mockery. Since Ms. Gu insists, I'll be straightforward. She raised her right hand, holding up two slender fingers. 2 million. Gu Yanxiu arched an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing on her lips. No problem. Ms. Gu, don't misunderstand, Jiang Fu said slowly, her voice steady yet cutting like a blade. I meant 20 million. The smile on Gu Yanxiu's face froze instantly. Amy, standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff. That's outright extortion. Didn't Ms. Gu ask me to name a price? Jiang Fu shrugged nonchalantly, her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. A mere 20 million. Surely that's not beyond Ms. Gu's means. Gu Yanxiu's face darkened, her tone icy. Of course I can afford it. But whether it's worth it is another matter. Miss Shika, I doubt you're worth that much. Jiang Fu chuckled softly, her gaze laced with subtle derision. You see, I'm the type of person who, if I like someone and feel a connection, will perform an entire show for free. But if I don't like someone, even if they pile up a mountain of gold, I won't sing a single note. With that, she raised her hand slightly and gave a calm command. Yao Yuan, show them out. Without hesitation, Yao Yuan got up, opened the door and gestured with his arm. This way, please. Don't bother coming back. Gu Yanqiu stood, her face livid. Clutching her handbag tightly, she trembled with anger, her carefully sculpted features barely holding their composure. As the wife of the Cheng family's eldest son, she had been treated with deference everywhere she went. Yet today, in this modest tea room, she had been thoroughly humiliated. Fine. Very well. Gu Yanqiu spat through gritted teeth, glaring at Jiang Fu with seething fury. Miss Shika, don't regret this. Jiang Fu smiled faintly, lowering her gaze to casually inspect her nails. Her tone was light, almost playful. There's no need to worry about that, Ms. Gu. I'm the kind of person who doesn't turn back, even when hitting a brick wall. Good? You've got guts, Gu Yanqiu snarled, casting one last venomous look before storming out. Amy, clutching her bag, paused at the door to throw a contemptuous glance at Jiang Fu. You're just a performer, yet you act like you're some kind of star. Leaning against the doorframe, Yao Yuan let out a derisive laugh. And you're just an assistant, but you act like a lapdog. Amy's face flushed with anger. She opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was snap, you'll regret this, before hurrying after Gu Yanqiu. What a joke, Yao Yuan muttered under his breath, turning back to Jiang Fu with a look of concern. Miss Jiang, don't let them get to you. I had no idea they'd be this kind of people. Jiang Fu waved a hand dismissively, her tone calm. It's not your fault. Let's not dwell on it. How's the preparation for the theater troupe coming along? Yao Yuan sighed, shaking his head. You know how it is, Miss Jiang. There's no money in this line of work anymore. A lot of people have left the industry. And besides, he hesitated, his expression tinged with helplessness. Starting a troupe is one thing, but finding a venue and an audience is another. You don't need to worry about the venue, Jiang Fu said, her gaze firm and her tone brimming with quiet confidence. Soon we'll have a permanent performance space. Once Meishin Theater is under my name, it will become the base for our troupe. Though her words were spoken lightly, the passion and determination Jiang Fu held for traditional arts were unmistakable. After her mother's passing, Meishin Theater Troupe had lost its cornerstone and eventually disbanded. Yet, having grown up immersed in opera, Jiang Fu could never let go of her love for it. For the past 2 years, she had been working tirelessly to rebuild the troupe. Today's encounter was merely one step in her carefully laid plan. Jiang Fu stood up and slowly walked to the window, her gaze falling on the bustling city streets below. The endless flow of traffic and the constant noise filled the air. She paused for a moment, deep in thought, before making up her mind. Relying solely on traditional operas, Beijing opera could never regain the favor of modern audiences. While preserving its traditions, innovation was the key. The art form needed to resonate with contemporary life, making it appealing to young people just like how they enjoy plays or stand-up comedy. Beijing opera had to become an integral part of their everyday entertainment. These realizations were hard-earned lessons Jiang Fu had gathered over years of experience. Her success came from breaking away from rigid traditions, blending Beijing opera with fashion, traditional costumes with pop culture, and even incorporating live streaming. This approach had won her a loyal following among young fans. Turning around, she looked at Yao Yuan, her tone resolute. We need to produce a new opera. I've already started working on the script, but the most pressing matter now is assembling the troupe. Nothing else can move forward until we do. Yao Yuan raised an eyebrow, his usual carefree demeanor replaced with seriousness. That's going to cost quite a bit, isn't it? Rehearsal space, actor salaries, costumes for the new production, everything burns money. I'll handle the finances, Jiang Fu replied without hesitation. Yao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then softly reminded her, Boss, if this doesn't work out, you could lose everything. Hearing this, Jiang Fu smiled faintly, though her gaze grew more determined. She said slowly, this art, passed down through generations, cannot be ruined by us. Whether it succeeds or not, I have to try. I won't regret it otherwise. The morning sunlight bathed her face, highlighting her unwavering expression. Yao Yuan, moved by her resolve, felt a spark of determination ignite within him. He said earnestly, that's all I needed to hear. I'll give it my all. By the way, most of the actors are here. Shall we start the auditions? Let's go, Jiang Fu nodded, striding purposefully out of the room. By dusk, Jiang Fu arrived punctually at the Jean Garden restaurant. Knowing that Gu Yanqiu had already seen her earlier that morning, she had carefully chosen an outfit that was both elegant and refined for the meeting. After giving Cheng Jiaoyuo's name at the front desk, a polite server escorted her to the rear courtyard. The Jean Garden restaurant was a repurposed old royal residence, with its pavilions and corridors artfully arranged to create a picturesque scene. The courtyard's design struck a perfect balance between traditional charm and the modern comfort of a high-end restaurant. As Jiang Fu followed the server through the long hallway, Yang Ting happened to step out of a private room nearby, preparing to greet her own guests. Her gaze swept across the corridor and landed on Jiang Fu. Her expression instantly darkened. "You little wretch. Let's see how he'll deal with you today," Yang Ting thought with a cold sneer. The night before, she had sent Jiang Wei to seduce Qing Jiamu, only for the plan to backfire. Not only had her daughter failed, but she had also been scolded by Gu Yanqing to the point of almost being disfigured. Yang Ting couldn't let it go. While she didn't dare confront the Qing family, she would certainly not spare Jiang Fu. She quickly turned and followed Jiang Fu. "Miss Jiang, this is the room," the server said, stopping in front of the Lotus Pavilion. They opened the door and gestured for Jiang Fu to enter. "Mr. Cheng hasn't arrived yet. Please have a seat. Let us know if you need anything." "Thank you," Jiang Fu replied with a polite nod, her tone calm. After the server left, Jiang Fu glanced at her watch before her attention was drawn to the lotus pond outside the window. She stood up, stepped out of the room, and took out her phone, intending to snap a few photos. In the pond, a pair of twin lotuses swayed gracefully in the breeze, particularly captivating. To get a better angle, she carefully stepped onto the stone path leading into the pond. Focused on taking pictures, she didn't notice her high heel slipping on the moss-covered stone. She wobbled precariously, about to fall into the water, when a strong arm caught her just in time, pulling her securely into an embrace. Skipping dinner to take a bath instead, a low, teasing male voice sounded beside her ear. Jiang Fu steadied herself and turned to see Cheng Zhelua. Rolling her eyes, she shot back without hesitation. "Isn't this your style, uncle? Aren't you into excitement? A little wild moment suits your taste perfectly, doesn't it?" The two exchanged playful banter, completely unaware of Yang Ting watching from the shadowy corner of a nearby corridor. Her cold gaze was fixed on the pair standing by the lotus pond. After a moment of stunned silence, a mocking smile crept across her face. Jiang Fu. Meeting a man in secret here, are we? Perfect. This time I'll make sure that wedding of yours never happens." Malice flickered in Yang Ting's eyes as she turned and hurried away, already scheming her next move. She shrank back, hiding behind the pillar in the corridor. Yang Ting fished out her phone from her bag and snapped a picture of the two people. Over by the lotus pond, Cheng Zhelua turned his head slightly, glancing in the direction of the pillar. He steadied Jiang Fu, withdrawing his hand from her waist. "Let's go inside and talk," he said. The two of them walked into a private room together, and Cheng Zhelua closed the door behind them. Noticing the open window, he walked over, glanced outside, and firmly shut it. Jiang Fu muttered under her breath. "What's with this guy? We haven't even eaten yet, and he's already thinking about eating me." Cheng Zhelua pulled out a chair and sat down, motioning for her to take a seat. Seeing Jiang Fu still standing there without moving, he looked up at her, puzzled. "What are you waiting for?" Jiang Fu gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and instead of sitting in her chair, she perched herself sideways on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Might as well just get it over with," she thought to herself. "The sooner we're done, the sooner I can eat." Cheng Zhelua froze for a moment, turning his face toward her. "Do you need me to hold you while we eat?" She rolled her eyes internally. This man closing the window and the door as soon as we got in clearly has some ulterior motives. And now he's trying to make it seem like it's all my idea. Feigning sweetness, she said. "Of course, I missed you so much, uncle." Cheng Zhelua raised an eyebrow, putting the menu back on the table. With a faint, teasing smile, he locked eyes with her. "Oh, so now you like your uncle. Fine. I just want your body happy," she shot back. "All right then," his voice dropped an octave. "Let me fulfill your wish." Lowering his head, he kissed her. It was light, fleeting, barely a touch like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Yet, that brief contact sent a shiver through her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Such a tease, Jiang Fu thought, swallowing hard, her throat suddenly dry. Cheng Jiaoyuo's hand moved up, his thumb gently brushing against her neck as his eyes narrowed slightly. "What's this? Still wanting more?" Jiang Fu scoffed, refusing to back down. "Is that all you've got, uncle?" His thumb trailed upward, grazing the corner of her lips. "Is it really so hard to admit you have feelings for me?" he murmured. Her cheeks flushed under his gaze, but she refused to relent. "It's just a normal physiological reaction. Anyone would feel the same if they kissed me." Cheng Jiaoyuo's eyes darkened slightly, and without another word, he kissed her again. This time, the kiss was anything but gentle, bold, and unrestrained, claiming her completely. Her breath hitched as he stole the air from her lungs, leaving her weak and gasping. Yet he showed no intention of letting her go, his dominance relentless, like a conqueror savoring every inch of his victory. His hand slid from her waist, moving slowly upward until it rested on the embroidered peony at the chest of her silk blouse. The fine Jiangnan silk crumpled under his touch, leaving faint creases in its wake. Jiang Fu involuntarily curled into herself, her toes curling as her body tensed. After what felt like an eternity, Cheng Jilo finally pulled away, his forehead resting against hers as he held her gaze, their faces inches apart. Now, he said softly, do you admit it? Jiang Fu opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, his finger pressed lightly against her lips. Take a look at the menu and decide what you want. I'll pour you some tea, he said, standing up and gently placing the still-dazed Jiang Fu back onto her chair. Picking up the teapot, Cheng Jilua tilted it slightly, only to realize the tea had gone cold. This won't do, he muttered. He walked over to the window, opened it, and unceremoniously poured the tea leaves and all outside. Below the window, Yang Ting, who had been crouching in the bushes to eavesdrop, was instantly drenched in tea and soggy leaves. Fortunately, the tea had cooled, so it didn't scald her. Clamping a hand over her mouth, she stifled a cry of surprise. Back in the room, Cheng Jilua placed the now empty teapot back on the table before opening the door and gesturing toward a server standing in the corridor. Excuse me, he said politely, could we trouble you for a fresh pot of tea? Standing at a distance in the corridor, the waiter responded with a quick yes and jogged over to take the teapot from his hand. As the waiter left, Yang Ting scrambled out of the greenery in a flurry, looking rather disheveled as she darted into the corridor. Turning around, she seated herself across from Jiang Fu. Cheng Jilua raised his hand and placed the menu in front of her. You know Grandpa's taste best. You decide the menu for his birthday banquet. Tonight, we'll do a tasting, he said. Jiang Fu held the menu in her hands, lifting her head to glance at him with suspicion. Across from her, Cheng Jialuo's expression was as calm and indifferent as ever, completely different from the man who had just held her so boldly moments ago. If it weren't for the faint soreness lingering on her lips, Jiang Fu might have thought she'd imagined it. You're really just here to taste the dishes, she asked. Cheng Jilua glanced at the window behind her and curved his lips into a subtle smile. Why, still not satisfied? Yeah, I'm dying to have you, she mumbled sarcastically under her breath. Can you stop talking nonsense for once? She snapped. Jiang Fu shot him a fierce glare, then lowered her head to focus on the menu. From across the table, his voice drifted over lazily. Next time I'll make sure you're satisfied. Her grip on the menu tightened. I'm just worried you won't have the stamina, she retorted. Who was it the other night claiming I was done for? He countered smoothly. Jiang Fu clenched the menu so hard her knuckles turned white, barely holding herself back from flinging it at his face. Just then, the waiter returned with freshly brewed tea. Jiang Fu shifted her attention back to the menu and diligently began selecting a table of dishes. Annoyed as she was, she didn't dare be careless. After all, this was Cheng Sr.'s 70th birthday celebration. Before long, the dishes were brought out one by one. This time, not only the waiter but also the restaurant manager personally entered the room. After all, the Cheng family's banquet was no small matter, and the restaurant took it very seriously. Jiang Fu meticulously tasted each dish, occasionally offering suggestions. For the huang kuei with snow plum, replace the pork filling with beef, and make sure to remove all the tendons, she instructed. As for the braised deer tendon, it needs to be softer. Most of the guests are elderly and might have trouble chewing. The restaurant manager carefully noted her requests. Do you have any other preferences? He asked. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fu added, for the desserts, use sugar substitutes instead of regular sugar. Many of the older guests probably have health issues like high blood pressure or diabetes. We wouldn't want anyone getting sick. The manager handed her the revised menu, and she reviewed it thoroughly. For now, that's all. If I think of anything else, I'll give you a call. Understood. Please enjoy your meal while it's hot. I won't disturb you further. The waitstaff will remain outside, just let them know if you need anything, the manager said before leaving with the menu. 2 waiters stayed stationed at the door, ready to assist at any moment. Jiang Fu cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Jilua across the table, then picked up her chopsticks and began eating in earnest. Towards the end of the meal, Cheng Jialuo's phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he stood and stepped outside to answer. A few moments later, he returned to the private room. I have something to take care of. Can you get home on your own? He asked. Thrilled at the prospect of not having to deal with him any longer, Jiang Fu's tone lightened considerably. Go ahead, uncle. Don't worry about me. Cheng Jilua caught the look of relief on her face and leaned down, placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't think you'll always get this lucky, he said softly. Jiang Fu opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, he leaned in and bit her earlobe. Her hand trembled, and the last pearl meatball she had been holding with her chopsticks fell onto the table with a dull thud. My pearl meatball? She muttered in frustration, glaring after him. By the time she turned to look, Cheng Jilua had already left the private room and disappeared into the corridor. Jiang Fu picked up a dessert from the table and turned to call out to the waiter by the door. Please pack the pearl meatballs along with these dishes, and the dessert, all together. Put it all on Cheng Jialua's tab for today. The food at Jinyuan is delicious, no doubt, but it's outrageously expensive. Since Cheng Jialua wants to act as her sponsor, he shouldn't complain if she spends his money. After finishing the dessert, Jiang Fu carried the packed dishes back to the old house and handed them over to the housekeeper. She then headed straight to the back courtyard and entered Mr. Cheng's room. Seeing the elderly man standing by the table, carefully wiping a photo frame, Jiang Fu quickly approached him. Grandpa, why are you doing this yourself? Let me help you. It's fine, Mr. Cheng replied, placing the photo of his late wife, Xin Lanxin, back on the table. I was just looking at it. The photo was an old still from one of Shen Lanxin's opera performances, the very one that had brought the two of them together. Missing Grandma? Jiang Fu asked softly. It's been so many years since we heard her sing. Mr. Cheng turned his face toward her, his tone full of nostalgia. I remember back then. It was the two of you, one old, one young, singing together in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, it's been over a decade. Now that Lanxin is gone, and you can't perform anymore. I'm afraid I'll never hear a proper rendition of The Drunken Beauty again. Helping him sit down in his chair, Jiang Fu bit her lip. If it weren't for keeping things hidden from the Jiang family, she would have done anything to sing just one piece for the old man. I'm sorry, Grandpa, she said quietly. The elderly man looked at her with a heartbroken expression. Child, this is not your fault. If there's one thing to be grateful for, it's that your voice has recovered. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to meet Lanxin or Xiaojing when my time comes. Jiang Fu felt a pang of guilt. Mr. Cheng had always treated her so kindly, and yet she couldn't even fulfill this small wish of his. Seeing her lost in thought, Mr. Cheng assumed she was still troubled by her inability to perform. Fu, he said gently, life is full of endless possibilities. I believe you'll carve out your own path. Don't lose hope. Mr. Cheng, the water is ready. Let's go take a bath, the butler said, stepping out with a towel and a set of clothes. Jiang Fu smiled at the old man. All right, I'll head back to my room now. Once in her room, she opened her laptop and began working earnestly on the new opera script she had been writing. By the time she finished the second act, it was already late into the night. Stretching her back, she went to the kitchen to grab the packed dessert as a midnight snack. Her gaze lingered on the direction of Mr. Cheng's bedroom, and she hesitated. Singing 2 short opera pieces would take no more than an hour. If she prepared carefully, perhaps she could pull it off without anyone noticing. But if she directly invited Shiku to help, Gu Yanxia would likely grow suspicious. She needed to come up with a plan. As her eyes wandered, she noticed the light still on in Cheng Jialua's study in the back courtyard. Jiang Fu stopped in her tracks. Why was that man still awake at this hour? He had promised her he'd consider retiring from his shady dealings. Could he be up to something illegal again? Carrying her dessert, she tiptoed over to his study. Carefully, she peeked through the glass window. Inside, the room was brightly lit. Through the slightly drawn curtain, she could see Cheng Jialua seated at his desk. He was dressed in a black short-sleeved loungewear set, with his left arm still wrapped in bandages. On his high-bridged nose rested a professional head-mounted magnifying glass. He was leaning forward, fully focused as he soldered the metal frame of a hair ornament adorned with intricate kingfisher feathers. He was staying up late to make her headpiece. Jiang Fu froze. So, she had misunderstood him. Jiang Fu's gaze fell on the man's arm, still wrapped in bandages. She turned and walked to the door, knocking gently. A moment later, the door opened. Little one, what brings you here? Cheng Jialua asked. I was just passing by, Jiang Fu replied. Cheng Jialua glanced at the pastries in her hand. From the kitchen to the front yard, you just happened to pass by here? I also stopped by the backyard to admire the lotus pond under the moonlight. Is that not allowed? She retorted. Cheng Jialua glanced at the sky. Pretty sure there's no moon on the first day of the lunar month. That's none of your business. I can go wherever I want. Jiang Fu coughed lightly and continued. I just came to remind you about the jewelry set you're making for me. Take your time, there's no rush. I don't need it right away. Cheng Jialua smiled faintly. Don't worry. My injury won't affect my work. Who's worried about your injury? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. I'm just afraid you'll mess up my jewelry and waste the materials. Pretty sure I bought those materials, Cheng Jialua pointed out. So what if you did? You're making something for me. If it doesn't meet my standards, you'll have to redo it. Now go to bed. I'm not interested in anything made by an injured craftsman. With that, Jiang Fu turned and walked away, carrying her pastries. Cheng Jialua watched her retreating figure disappear around the corridor's corner, his lips curling into a smile. Soft everywhere, except her mouth. Due to staying up late revising a script, Jiang Fu woke up late, with the sun already high in the sky. Yawning, she made her way to the front yard and stepped onto the kitchen's porch. Aunt Lu, is there anything left to eat? The third young master said you'd probably wake up late, so he asked me to keep breakfast warm for you, Aunt Lu replied, setting down her broom and preparing to head into the kitchen. Just then the doorbell rang. Wait here a moment. I'll get the door, Aunt Lu said, hurrying off to open the gate. Jiang Fu picked up a piece of pastry from the table, took a bite, and looked curiously toward the door. Seeing Yang Ting walk in, she frowned in confusion. Stuffing the rest of the pastry into her mouth, she stepped out of the kitchen. What are you doing here? Jiang Fu asked. What am I doing? Yang Ting sneered coldly. Jiang Fu, don't think that just because the Cheng family supports you, you can boss my mother and me around. Today your good days are over. Aunt Lu frowned, her face full of disdain. Madam Jiang, what exactly do you want? My business has nothing to do with you, Yang Ting snapped, striding toward the living room. Where's old Master Cheng? I need to speak with him. The Cheng family patriarch, who had been practicing calligraphy, walked over from the backyard, leaning on his cane. Who's making all this noise? He asked, his tone displeased. Old Master Cheng, Yang Ting called out, rushing to greet him. It's my fault for not raising this wretched girl properly. She's done something so disgraceful. Watch your mouth when you're in my house, the old man interrupted sharply. What has our Fu girl done to offend you now? Oh, old master, this time it's not about offending me, Yang Ting said, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Fu. She betrayed the Cheng family. She's been unfaithful to Jiamu. Jiang Fu was startled. Could it be that Yang Ting knew about her and Cheng Jialua? Outrageous. Old Master Cheng's voice thundered with anger. How dare you? You call yourself a mother, yet you throw such baseless accusations at a young girl? I know Fu girl better than anyone. She would never do something like this. Exactly. Our Miss Jiang is not that kind of person, Lu Sa chimed in supportively. And who gave you, a servant, the right to speak when I'm talking to the old master? Yang Ting shot a glare at Lu Sa, then fished a sealed envelope from her bag and placed it in front of old Master Cheng. I have evidence. I'm not slandering her. If you don't believe me, take a look at these photos. A man and a woman, holding each other so intimately. I can barely bring myself to describe it. Old Master Cheng didn't even glance at the envelope. Lu Sa, see her out. How can you be so unreasonable, old master? Yang Ting stepped closer, refusing to back down. Lu Sa moved forward to block her path. Madam Jiang, the old master has shown you enough respect. Stop making trouble out of nothing. Clutching the envelope, Yang Ting's face was filled with unwillingness. She glanced briefly at the indifferent old Master Cheng before casting a cold look at Jiang Fu. Don't think you can deceive everyone just because the old master is protecting you. I'll go find Jiamu right now. As her gaze fell on the envelope in Yang Ting's hand, Jiang Fu was about to speak when a calm male voice interrupted. Who's looking for me? From behind the decorative screen wall, Cheng Jiamu appeared, dressed sharply in a suit and carrying a paper bag. Yang Ting's eyes glinted with a cold smile at his appearance. Jiamu, you've come just in time. Take a good look at what your fiancé has been doing behind your back. Stepping forward, she slapped the envelope into Cheng Jiamu's hand. He glanced at the envelope, suspicion flickering in his eyes as he briefly looked at Jiang Fu. Standing quietly on the steps, Jiang Fu remained silent. She wasn't entirely sure what was in the envelope. She figured it was better to wait for Yang Ting to play her cards before responding. Jiamu, don't say your Aunt Ting didn't warn you, Yang Ting said with a shake of her head. Your fiancé has probably cheated on you more times than you can count. At the mention of cheating, Cheng Jiamu's expression darkened. Tossing the paper bag to the ground, he pulled out the photos from the envelope. In the photos, a man and a woman were embracing on a stone path by a lotus pond. The man's back was to the camera, his face obscured. He was tall, wearing a suit, with a striking silhouette. But Jiang Fu's face was captured clearly. Under the golden hues of sunset, she wore a simple white dress. Her face turned toward the man holding her, her expression a mix of amusement and playfulness. Despite the poor quality of the photos hastily taken with a phone, with terrible lighting and framing, her beauty shone through. Cheng Jiamu's gaze locked onto the man's hand resting on Jiang Fu's waist. His grip on the photo tightened, and his eyes burned as they fixed on Jiang Fu. Raising the photo in his hand, he demanded, "Who is he?" Jiang Fu glanced at the photo. "That's all Yang Ting had? I'm asking you a question." Cheng Jiamu's voice roared with anger. "Jiamu." Old Master Cheng turned to him from the steps. "You know Fu girl. Do you really believe this nonsense?" "Exactly, young Master Jiamu. Don't let her sow discord." "Miss Fu would never do such a thing," Lu Sa added. "If she really didn't do it, why hasn't she said a word? She's guilty, that's why." Yang Ting pressed on, stepping closer to Cheng Jiamu. "Jiamu, this is just what I happen to see. Who knows how much more there is that I didn't catch. She may be part of the Jiang family, but this time, Aunt Ting is firmly on your side." Jiang Fu sniffled, her face full of grievance. "Jiamu, do you believe her but not me?" Jiang Fu's voice was calm, but her intentions were sharp. She hoped Cheng Jiamu would lose his temper. The more furious he got, the better. Once her goal was achieved, she had no intention of continuing with this engagement anyway. She didn't care how others viewed or judged her. The only person she was concerned about was the Cheng family patriarch. If the old man could witness Jiamu's attitude toward her now, it would make it easier for him to accept her decision to break off the engagement in the future. What's with that photo? Cheng Jiamu pushed Jiang Ting aside and grabbed Jiang Fu's arm. Who's the man in the photo? It's me. A deep voice interrupted. Cheng Jilua, followed by the butler Uncle Chen, walked in through the main entrance. His sharp gaze immediately landed on Jiamu's hand gripping Jiang Fu's arm. His expression darkened. Let her go. Meeting the coldness in Jialua's eyes, Jiamu instinctively released his grip. Yang Ting, who had recognized Cheng Jilua as the man she saw with Jiang Fu the previous day, suddenly perked up. Well, Jiang Fu, you've really outdone yourself. Bringing your lover right into the house. Madame Lu, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter but managed to hold it in. This is our family's third young master. I don't care if he's the third or fourth, Yang Ting started, but her voice trailed off as she froze mid-sentence. What did you say? Madame Lu rolled her eyes. This is the third young master Cheng Jilua, young master Jiamu's uncle. Realizing her mistake, Yang Ting's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, it seems I've misunderstood. She forced an awkward smile. Third young master, my apologies. Cheng Jilua didn't spare her a glance. You should be apologizing to Xiao Fu, not me. Xiao Fu. Yang Ting shamelessly approached Jiang Fu, putting on a contrite expression. It's all Aunt Ting's fault. Don't be mad, okay? Aunt Ting was just looking out for your best interests. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze icy as it pierced through her glasses and locked onto Yang Ting. I always treated you as a senior, but it seems that's no longer necessary. What do you mean by that? Yang Ting's voice sharpened. Jiang Fu calmly rotated the engagement ring on her left hand, then raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Yang Ting's face. Smack! The slap left Yang Ting's cheeks swollen and red, with a noticeable scratch where the diamond on the ring had cut her skin. That's what I mean, Jiang Fu said, her tone icy as she admired the mark on Yang Ting's face. Turns out, wearing a ring is quite effective. You've gone too far. Yang Ting raised her hand, ready to retaliate. Before she could strike, Cheng Jilua grabbed her wrist and flung it aside. Yang Ting stumbled back a few steps and landed heavily on the stone floor. Realizing she had lost control of the situation, she began to wail dramatically. Old master, look at this. Even if I made a mistake, it was for the sake of your family's reputation. How can you treat me like this? From the staircase above, the Cheng family patriarch's voice rang out, cold and authoritative. I've tolerated a lot on Xiao Fu's behalf, but now you've gone too far. From this day forward, you are no longer allowed to step foot in my house. Seeing the old man's stern expression, Yang Ting no longer dared to act out. She scrambled to her feet, forcing a nervous smile. Old master, don't say that. We're family, after all. The old man cut her off without hesitation. Our family's ties are with Xiao Fu's mother, Ru Jing, not you. Yang Ting opened her mouth to argue further, but Cheng Jilua raised his chin slightly, his voice cold as ice. You heard the old master. Uncle Chen. Yes, third young master. Uncle Chen stepped forward and gestured toward the door. Madame Jiang, please leave. Yang Ting glared at the group, her face a mix of humiliation and anger. One day, you'll all regret treating me like this, she spat before storming out. Yang Ting gritted her teeth in frustration, turned around, and stormed out the door. Elder Cheng watched Jiang Fu with a gentle expression. Fu girl, don't take it to heart. It's not worth getting upset over people like that. Thank you, Grandpa, Jiang Fu responded with a smile to the elderly man. I'm fine. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? The old man waved his hand. Lu Sa, take Fu girl to the dining room and warm up some breakfast for her. Lu Sa nodded and kindly supported Jiang Fu by the arm, leading her to the dining room across the hall. Resting both hands on his cane, Elder Cheng frowned and turned to Cheng Jiamu, his tone stern. What kind of attitude was that toward Xiao Fu just now? Cheng Jiamu lowered his head. I didn't know it was her uncle. If you didn't know, you could have asked. Did you even give her a chance to explain? No, you didn't. Elder Cheng glanced toward the kitchen and lowered his voice. It's because you don't trust her. You don't deserve Xiao Fu at all. Turning away, the old man walked toward the backyard with a grim expression. Cheng Jilua gestured to Uncle Chen, the butler, who quickly followed behind the elderly man. Casually, Cheng Jilua slipped the photo he was holding into the pocket of his trousers and turned to leave as well. Wait. Cheng Jiamu lifted his face, his tone sharp. Why were you holding her? Cheng Jilua slowly turned around, his dark eyes meeting Cheng Jiamu's gaze with calm indifference. I've held her since the day she was born. I don't owe you an explanation. She's mine. Grabbing Cheng Jiamu's collar with his left hand, Cheng Jalua pulled him forward like he was lifting a small chicken. She's a person, not your possession, Cheng Jiamu. And she's definitely not some toy you can toss aside and pick up whenever you feel like it. Coldly shoving Cheng Jiamu back, Cheng Jalua strode down the hallway without looking back. Cheng Jiamu adjusted his collar angrily, spun around, and kicked a paper bag on the floor. The bag flew across the room, and the blueberry mousse inside tumbled out, smashed beyond recognition. With a dark expression, Cheng Jiamu entered the kitchen. Lu Sa leave, he said icily. Lu Sa hesitated for a moment but eventually walked out of the dining room. Cheng Jiamu placed both hands on the table, leaning over to glare at Jiang Fu, who was calmly sipping her porridge. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Why were you with him? Why did you let him hold you? You're my fiancé. Fiancé. Jiang Fu slowly swallowed the porridge in her mouth, picked up a napkin, and wiped the corners of her lips. In the past 4 years, how many women have you been with? You probably can't even keep count yourself. Have you ever given me an explanation for that? I already explained everything to you last night. I admitted I was wrong before, and I've apologized. What more do you want from me? What more? Jiang Fu's voice was calm, but her words were sharp. You toyed with me, hurt me over and over, and now you think a simple apology is enough to erase all of that? He had the audacity to question her now? This man, spoiled rotten by Gu Yankee's indulgence, truly believed the world revolved around him. He spent his nights surrounded by women and still expected her to play the role of the virtuous and loyal fiancé. Jiang Fu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Cheng Jiamu demanded. Nothing. It's just funny. Jiang Fu stood up, tossing the napkin into the trash. I have other things to do. I'll be going now. In a few days, the theater would officially be transferred to her name. After that, she would slowly help Elder Cheng accept the reality that she and Cheng Jiamu were impossible. She had played along with this charade for 4 years, and she was done. A man like him wasn't worth another word. Stop right there. Cheng Jiamu shouted angrily. Jiang Fu raised a hand to smooth her long hair, her movements graceful as she descended the steps. You, Cheng Jiamu growled, his frustration boiling over. He swept the dishes and bowls off the table with a violent swing of his arm. Still unsatisfied, he turned and grabbed a vase from the shelf, hurling it to the ground. Master Jiamu. The housekeeper, Aunt Lu, hurried in and snatched the vase away. If you break a few bowls, I can clean up the mess, but don't ruin something as valuable as this. Cheng Jiamu shouted angrily. I'm smashing something that belongs to the Cheng family. Why do you think you can interfere? Young master, Aunt Lu replied. This antique vase was brought back by the third young master. It's not yours, and if you break it, I won't be able to explain it to anyone. Of course, it's about Cheng Jialua again. Cheng Jiamu kicked a chair aside in fury and stormed out. After carefully placing the vase back in its original spot, Aunt Lu pursed her lips. Throwing tantrums like that, what kind of man is he to deserve Miss Jiang? At the Jiang Corporation's headquarters, in the CEO's office. Dad. Jiang Fu sniffled, looking as aggrieved as possible. You have to stand up for me this time. How can I stay at the Cheng family when Aunt Ting is causing such a scene there? She's clearly trying to break me and Jiamu apart. After listening to her recount the events, Jiang Yuanzi's expression grew tense. And how did the Cheng family respond? Luckily, Grandpa Cheng believes me, and Uncle Cheng vouched for me, saying it was all just a misunderstanding. Jiang Fu observed her father's face carefully, then covered her own with a tissue and began crying even harder. But Jiamu is still upset. I'm afraid this engagement between our family and the Cheng family will eventually be ruined because of her meddling. Jiang Fu had been waiting for an opportunity to drive a wedge between Jiang Yuanji and Yang Ting, and Aunt Ting's disruptive behavior at the Cheng family estate had handed her the perfect weapon. If she didn't take this chance to strike at Yang Ting, how could she let such a fool off the hook? Jiang Yuanji slammed his hand on the desk in anger. I'll deal with her tonight. This doesn't just involve Aunt Ting. Xiaowei is part of this too. Xiaowei. Jiang Fu looked surprised. I hadn't mentioned this before, but she secretly went to the villa trying to seduce Jiamu. What? Jiang Yuanzi's face turned livid. That ungrateful little brat. Dad, I can handle some grievances, but you really need to think this through, Jiang Fu said, pulling Jiang Yuanji by the arm and guiding him to sit on the sofa. Her tone turned serious. This might sound harsh, but I'm not her biological daughter. I can understand her targeting me personally, but if she's trying to ruin the engagement between the Jiang and Cheng families, that's not an attack on me, it's an attack on you. You can't afford to let your guard down. You should look into the company's accounts. Jiang Yuanji frowned. You're suggesting? A few days ago, when I was home, I overheard Aunt Ting talking about purchasing some big insurance policy. I don't understand much about it, but it sounded like it required a significant amount of money. And the theater's accountant mentioned that the theater has been losing money over the past few years. I remember when Mom was alive, The theater was always profitable. So where has all the money gone? Aunt Ting hasn't been performing for free all these years, has she? In fact, Zhang Yuanji had already been secretly investigating Yang Ting. He had always been meticulous about money, but Yang Ting had cleverly found ways to siphon funds, claiming expenses for their son Jiang Peng's various classes and programs. Behind the scenes, she had signed agreements with training institutions to collect kickbacks. Jiang Fu was aware of some of these schemes, but she suspected there was much more she didn't know. By bringing up the financial discrepancies now, Jiang Fu was deliberately sowing distrust between Jiang Yuanji and Yang Ting. If she were to lay all the evidence on the table at once, it might make Jiang Yuanji question her motives. But if Jiang Yuanji uncovered the truth on his own, he would believe it all the more. Jiang Fu knew how to play her role, both on stage and off. Her performance was always superior to Yang Ting's. After all, in a second marriage, everyone had their own hidden agenda. A seed of doubt immediately took root in Jiang Yuan's heart, planted there by Jiang Fu. "Don't mention this to Xiao Wei or Aunt Ting," he said firmly. "Dad will look into it thoroughly." "All right," Jiang Fu replied, pretending as though she had just thought of something. "Oh, by the way, Dad, about the 60 million. It might take a few days. After all this drama, how could I possibly bring it up to Aunt Chiu?" "Don't worry about it," Jiang Yuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. "For now, your top priority is to keep Jiamu steady. This marriage absolutely cannot fall apart, understand?" Jiang Fu nodded. "Got it. I'll head out now." Jiang Yuan walked her to the office door and, as soon as she left, immediately gave instructions to his assistant. "Call the theater and have their finance department send me the financial statements for the last 2 years. Make sure Madam doesn't find out." Hearing this as she walked down the hallway, Jiang Fu smirked. She strolled into the elevator, her steps in rhythm with the faint background music, and began humming softly, "As long as I live, revenge will be mine. No fortune shall belong to others. Pathetic clowns, unworthy foes will turn the tables and ensure their downfall." Extending her delicate fingers, she pressed the elevator button with a satisfied smile. Downstairs, her assistant, Milai, was waiting by the nanny van. Seeing Jiang Fu approach, Milai opened the door and helped her into the back seat. Jiang Fu glanced briefly at the driver's seat but didn't see the familiar face. "Where's Brother Wang?" she asked. "His daughter's sick, so he took the day off," Milai replied. Jiang Fu nodded. "Give him a call later. If he's overwhelmed, tell him to take a few extra days off to rest." "Got it," Milai said with a smile as she started the car. "This morning you have a magazine interview scheduled. In the afternoon, there's a photo shoot for the cover, and tonight is the performance for National Elegance and Charm at the TV station." "All right," Jiang Fu replied. "Oh, make sure to clear my schedule for Dragon Boat Festival. I'm taking that day off. Now let me take a nap. Wake me when we get there." Leaning back into the seat, Jiang Fu closed her eyes. She had stayed up late last night working on a script and desperately needed some rest. The entire day was a whirlwind of activity. As a major celebrity, Jiang Fu was given the honor of closing out the National Elegance and Charm performance. By the time she returned to the dressing room set aside for her, removed her makeup, and packed up, it was nearly 10 p.m. That evening's performance featured her as Mu Guing, complete with elaborate costumes, headpieces, and feathered accessories, 3 large trunks worth of items. With her assistant's help, she hauled the trunks out of the elevator. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air from across the hall. "Miss Shika in a cheapao? Now that's what I call sexy," a voice called out. Across from the elevator were several sports cars parked in a row. Leaning casually against the center car was a man in his mid-20s. His shirt was loosely buttoned, and he exuded the careless demeanor of a spoiled rich heir. This was Gu Yufei's younger brother, Gu Yuchen. Standing or leaning beside him were 4 or 5 other young men. Gu Yuchen had somehow stumbled upon her live stream. At first, he pretended to be a respectful fan, claiming to admire her performances. But soon, his true colors showed. Started sending her private messages, asking her out. After Jiang Fu blocked him, he began showing up at her live performances, waiting for her. This was already the 3rd time Head tried to corner her. Knowing he wasn't here with good intentions, Jiang Fu nudged Milei's arm. "Let's go. Don't leave just yet. Our brother Chen has been waiting for you for a while now." The group of young men immediately surrounded them, blocking their way. Milei's expression turned serious as she stepped in front of Jiang Fu protectively. "Don't you dare try anything funny, or I'll call the police. Relax, no need to get so worked up. We're not here to snatch anyone away. We just want to invite your friend here for a late-night snack and a little chat," one of them said with a smirk. Gu Yuchen grabbed a bouquet of flowers from the car and approached Jiang Fu with a grin. "Miss Shika, surely you can spare us some time tonight?" Jiang Fu pulled Milai behind her, placing the handle of her suitcase into Milei's hand. "Milai, take the luggage to the car. I'll have a word with Mr. Gu." "Zaikji. It's fine. Mr. Gu isn't going to eat me, right?" Jiang Fu said, her tone calm but firm. "Right, Mr. Gu?" "Of course not," Gu Yuchen replied with a sly smile, giving her a once-over. Even if I wanted to, I'd take my time, wouldn't I? The group of rich young men laughed suggestively at his remark. Mi Lai started to protest, but Jiang Fu gave her a little push and a meaningful look. Mi Lai, go start the car. Mi Lai hesitated, but eventually nodded. Alright, you talk. I'll go put the stuff away. Gu Yuchen gestured with his chin, signaling his group to step aside. Mi Lai quickly dragged the suitcase and hurried toward the parked car. Once Mi Lai was far enough away, Jiang Fu glanced coldly at the group. Mr. Gu, I believe I've made myself very clear. I'm just a peking opera performer. If you enjoy my performances, you're welcome to watch them at the theater. But we're not from the same world, and it's best if we stay out of each other's way. Well, if you became my girlfriend, wouldn't we be in the same world then? Gu Yuchen countered with a smirk. I don't think we're a good match. How would you know if you don't give it a try? Jiang Fu glanced toward the car in the distance, confirming that Mi Lai had reached it. Her tone turned icy. There's no need. Please step aside, Mr. Gu. She sidestepped to leave, but Gu Yuchen blocked her path with his arm. Miss Shika, isn't it a bit unwise to refuse the olive branch I'm offering? I'm preserving my voice. I don't drink any kind of alcohol, Jiang Fu replied coolly. And this is a law-abiding society, Mr. Gu. Don't do anything reckless. Law-abiding, huh? Gu Yuchen chuckled darkly, his eyes narrowing. Well, tonight, I think I'll make an exception. Before Jiang Fu could react, he grabbed her arm and tried to drag her toward the car. But Jiang Fu swiftly countered, twisting his arm and stepping forward to deliver a sharp knee to his groin. Shit. Gu Yuchen doubled over, clutching his legs in pain. His friends rushed to his side, supporting him. Are you alright, Brother Chen? Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Fu turned and bolted toward the nanny van that Mi Lai had just pulled up in. Still hunched over, Gu Yuchen gritted his teeth and barked. What the hell are you all standing around for? Go after her. Finally snapping out of their daze, the group of young men began chasing after Jiang Fu. But wearing high heels and a cheap out tonight wasn't exactly ideal for running. It was slowing her down. Jiang Fu rushed to the car door, just as one of the lackeys darted over, blocking Mi Lai's car. The others immediately swarmed toward Jiang Fu. Realizing there was no way to avoid them, Jiang Fu turned around. Mi Lai, stay in the car, she warned. Grabbing the hem of her cheongsam, which was restricting her legs, she tore it apart in one swift motion. One of the spoiled second-generation brats smirked wickedly. Oh, taking it off yourself, huh? Before his grin could fully form, Jiang Fu spun around and delivered a sharp side kick. Her high heel sliced through the air and struck his face with a resounding thud. Staggering back, seeing stars, he crashed into a pillar. Damn it. You guys can't handle one woman. Gu Yuchen yelled, clutching his slacks as he chased after them. All of you, go at her together. The lackeys obeyed, charging toward Jiang Fu all at once. She fought back fiercely, striking one and kicking another, forcing two to retreat. Taking advantage of an opening, one lackey pounced on her from behind, wrapping his arms around her in a tight hold. I'll kill you, you pervert. Mi Lai shouted, grabbing a bottle of soda from the car window and hurling it at the man's head. The lackey flinched from the hit, loosening his grip on Jiang Fu. But instead of retreating, he reached into the car window and grabbed Mi Lai's arm. You little bee. Let's see how I deal with you, he snarled. Jiang Fu turned sharply, bracing her hands on the car hood. With a nimble flip, she delivered a flying kick to the side of his neck. The man collapsed to the ground as Jiang Fu landed smoothly. Crack! The delicate heel of her high shoe couldn't withstand the impact and snapped, causing her to stumble slightly. Seizing the chance, one of the beaten lackeys grabbed a traffic cone from the parking lot and hurled it at her with force. Watch out, Shijia! Mi Lai screamed in panic. Unable to dodge in time, Jiang Fu instinctively raised her arm to shield her face. Can't let them ruin my moneymaker, she thought grimly. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, followed by a heavy thud and a pained scream. Lowering her arm in confusion, Jiang Fu saw a tall figure standing in front of her. In one swift motion, he kicked another lackey off his feet, sending him flying. Wow, you've got guts, huh? Gu Yuchen sneered, approaching with a wrench in hand. His menacing gaze locked onto Cheng Jia. Do you even know who I am? You dare interfere in my business. Cheng Jialuo's voice was calm but icy. Go back and tell your old man this is the first and last warning. Next time I won't care about family ties. Gu Yuchen hesitated, squinting at the man in front of him. Who the hell are you? Cheng Jialua, came the curt reply. Jiang Fu blinked in surprise. It couldn't possibly be this much of a coincidence, could it? Gu Yuchen's expression changed instantly. Uncle Cheng. I didn't recognize you. I'm so sorry. Leave, Cheng Jialua ordered coldly. Yes, of course. Sorry, Uncle Cheng. Please don't tell my grandfather about this. We'll leave right now. Gu Yuchen stammered, hastily signaling his lackeys to retreat. What are you all standing around for? Move it. As the group scrambled away, Jiang Fu adjusted her mask and smoothed her hair to hide the side of her face. Thank you, Mr. Cheng, she said. Cheng Jilua turned to look at her, pausing for a moment as his eyes took her in. And you are? Mi Lai quickly chimed in, climbing out of the driver's seat. Mr. Cheng, this is our star performer. You've even asked for her autograph before. Oh, so you're Shiku. No wonder you looked familiar, Cheng Jilua remarked, his gaze briefly scanning her torn cheongsam before politely averting his eyes. Removing his suit jacket, he handed it to her. Your dress is torn. Thank you, Jiang Fu said, wrapping the jacket around her waist to cover her exposed legs. After ensuring she was properly covered, Cheng Jilua turned back to her. Are you alright? Jiang Fu shook her head lightly. I'm fine. Why are you here? I came specifically to find you. Jiang Fu. Does this scumbag know this is her alternate identity? What do you mean by that? I don't think I've offended you, Mr. Cheng, have I? Please don't misunderstand. I'm here to ask for a favor. Cheng Jilua glanced at his watch. Would you be available for a cup of coffee? Sorry, I'm busy. If you have something to say, you can say it here. It's like the Izumi mother is also a Peking opera performer, just like you, a May school artist. My father loves opera, and it's his 70th birthday on Dragon Boat Festival. I'd like to invite Ms. Shika to perform 2 pieces at his birthday celebration. Would that be possible? Mi Lai looked apologetic. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chung, but our star, she already has plans that day. I see. My apologies for being presumptuous. I won't disturb you further. Cheng Jilua nodded to the two of them and turned to leave. Mr. Chung, wait. Jiang Fu quickly stopped him. I do have something that day, but in the evening, I can spare an hour. 2 pieces should be enough, right? What do you think? Earlier, when she noticed the elder looking at Shan Langson's photo, Jiang Fu had already been considering this. She had been waiting for the right opportunity, and now Cheng Jilua had come to her. Though it was a bit of a gamble, she couldn't bear to let the elder, who cared so much for her, feel regret. Mi Lai blinked her big eyes, glanced at Cheng Jilua, and then at Jiang Fu, smiling quietly. Cheng Jiaoyuo's eyes lit up. Are you sure it's not too much trouble? You just saved me earlier. Consider this my way of repaying your kindness. Miss Shika, you're too kind. Well then, if it's convenient, could you give me your contact number? Tomorrow, I'll have my assistant deliver your payment. No need. Jiang Fu quickly waved her hand. You're my savior, how could I accept your money? It was just a small effort on my part. Miss Shika, there's no need to be so polite. Mr. Chung, if you insist on being formal, then you're looking down on me. Alright then. Cheng Jilua smiled faintly. I'll graciously accept. Mi Lai ran to the car and brought back a business card, holding it with both hands as she handed it over. Mr. Cheng, this is our star's business card. For the performance details, you can communicate with her directly. Cheng Jilua accepted the card and took a look. Alright, it's getting late, so I won't bother you two any longer. As for Gu Yuchen, you don't need to worry. I'll handle things with the Gu family, and he won't bother you again. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Safe travels. Goodbye. He nodded to her, turned around, and got into the car driven by Yumo. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Jiang Fu let out a small sigh of relief. Mi Lai, standing nearby, clasped her hands over her chest. So handsome, so gentlemanly, like a walking dream. Stop swooning. Jiang Fu turned to glare at her. Why did you give him my business card? Usually, contact with clients was either handled by Yao Yuan or Mi Lai. It was rare for her business card to be given out so casually. And to give it to Cheng Jilua of all people. I was just helping you out. Helping me? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. You're going to be the death of me someday. Miss Shika, didn't you say earlier that you had something important on Dragon Boat Festival and had to keep your schedule free? But the moment Mr. Cheng asked, you agreed to perform for him and you're not even charging him. Isn't it because you like him? Like him? I've been with you for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen you avoid eye contact with a man. Mi Lai smirked mischievously and switched to opera tones. Is it because your heart's all aflutter, miss? Jiang Fu, she was just afraid of slipping up, alright? Explaining it to you is pointless. She opened the car door and got into the back seat. Aren't you going to drive? Mi Lai stuck out her tongue playfully and got into the driver's seat. On a serious note, Miss Shika, I think Mr. Cheng is really great. Luke's got looks, money, and he's a gentleman. Did you see the prayer beads on his wrist? Standing up for justice like that, he's clearly a good person. A good person? If you'd seen him slashing someone's throat, covered in blood, you wouldn't be saying that. The suit jacket around her waist was a bit uncomfortable, so Jiang Fu casually loosened it. Her hand brushed against the fabric and felt something damp. She looked at her palm in confusion. Her fingers were stained with a noticeable patch of blood. Grabbing the suit jacket, she inspected the sleeve. Sure enough, on the left upper arm, the fabric was soaked with blood. She suddenly remembered the moment earlier when Cheng Jilua shielded her from the spiked weapon. Jiang Fu's heart tightened. Drive faster, take me straight to the old district. Moments later, Mi Lai stopped the car near the Cheng family's old residence. Jiang Fu changed into a spare pair of shoes and jogged to the house. She returned to her room first, quickly swapped her cheongsam for a nightgown, and hurried to the backyard. The light was on inside. She climbed the steps and knocked on Cheng Jialuo's door. There was no response. "Uncle, I'm coming in, all right?" She pushed the door open, glanced around the living room, and walked into the bedroom. Cheng Jialuo, wrapped in a bath towel, emerged from the changing room. Seeing Jiang Fu, he set down the medicine box in his hand. "What's this? Couldn't resist coming to see my body again? I was just here to ask Uncle how many guests will be attending Grandpa's birthday banquet and how many tables we need to book." Jiang Fu tilted her head slightly, glancing at Cheng Jialuo's injured arm while making an excuse. "The guest list is with Uncle Chen. You can ask him tomorrow," Cheng Jialuo replied. Before she could get a clear look, Cheng Jialuo grabbed the shirt draped over the chair and slid his bandaged left arm into the sleeve. Jiang Fu raised an eyebrow. Seeing him put on clothes the moment he saw her, she thought, what's that supposed to mean? Is he afraid he'll take advantage of him? Seriously? We've already slept together, and he's worried about me looking at him? Cheng Jialuo lowered his gaze and locked eyes with her. What exactly do you want to look at? If she directly asked to see his wound, Cheng Jialuo's sharp mind would definitely become suspicious. Jiang Fu arched her brows. Everything. Cheng Jialuo reached out, clasping her left wrist and pulling her hand to rest on the towel wrapped around his waist. Then take it off yourself. Jiang Fu froze for a moment, instinctively pulling her hand back. A faint smile flickered in Cheng Jialuo's eyes. What's wrong? Don't dare. Jiang Fu lifted both hands and grabbed the collar of his shirt. What if I want to start from the top? Cheng Jialuo hid his injured left arm behind him and used his right arm to pull her closer by the waist, holding her against him. He lowered his head, his gaze meeting hers as his hand brushed lightly against her lower back. Little one, if you take my clothes off, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Why did I even bother worrying about him? Let his arm stay broken for all I care. Jiang Fu withdrew her hands, shoved his hand off her waist, and turned to walk out of the room. Cheng Jialuo exhaled subtly in relief. If she had seen his wound reopen, the little fool would definitely have felt guilty and blamed herself again. Picking up the first aid kit, he entered the bathroom. He removed the shirt he had just put on and looked at his injured arm. The white bandages had already been soaked through with blood, which was now dripping down his arm. Opening the kit, he pulled out a pair of scissors and began cutting through the bandages. Creak. The bathroom door, which had been firmly shut, was suddenly pushed open. Cheng Jialuo turned his head and froze for a moment when he saw Jiang Fu standing in the doorway. "What are you doing back here, you little brat?" he asked. Jiang Fu's delicate brows furrowed as her gaze landed on his blood-soaked arm. She stepped into the bathroom and steadied his arm. "Why didn't you tell me it was this bad?" "It's just a little bleeding." "What's the point of telling you?" "You're not a doctor," Cheng Jialuo replied nonchalantly. "What, are you worried about me?" Jiang Fu snatched the scissors from his hand and pushed him to sit down on the toilet. "Don't think I care about you. I just don't want your arm to be useless. Then who would help me with my hair and makeup?" Her words were sharp, but her actions were careful. She cut through the bandages layer by layer, her face twisting into a frown when she saw the last layer stuck to his wound. Taking a saline solution from the kit, she leaned closer to his injury. "It's going to hurt a bit. Bear with it." Her tone unconsciously softened, and her movements became even gentler. Bit by bit, she separated the bandages from his flesh with precision and care, as if she were embroidering. Cheng Jialuo lowered his lashes slightly, his gaze fixed on her focused expression. "Little one. Do you like me even a little bit now?" Removing the final piece of stuck bandage, Jiang Fu shot him a glance and rolled her eyes. "Not even a little." Carefully cleaning the blood from his wound, she applied antiseptic powder and dressed the injury with fresh bandages. Rummaging through the first aid kit, she found a box of antibiotics and handed it to him. She brought a glass of water, poured 2 anti-inflammatory pills into her palm, and handed them to Cheng Jialuo. "Take these for a few days to prevent infection," she said. Taking the glass, Cheng Jialuo's gaze fell on her left hand holding the pills. Noticing her bare ring finger, he lifted his face. "Where's your engagement ring?" Jiang Fu glanced down at her left hand. Whenever she appeared as Shika, she would take off her engagement ring to avoid being exposed. In her haste to check on Cheng Jialuo's injury, she had completely forgotten about the ring. "I took it off while washing my face and forgot to put it back on," she replied casually, brushing it off. Jiang Fu extended her hand with the pills closer to him, her tone sharp. "Hurry up and take your medicine. What are you waiting for?" Cheng Jialuo's eyes returned to her palm. Supporting her hand with his left, he leaned in. Slowly, his lips approached the pills in her palm. He swallowed one, then another. His lips brushed against her palm. The soft, tingling sensation made Jiang Fu's heart skip a beat, her throat suddenly dry and itchy. She pulled her hand back, rubbing her tingling palm with her other hand. For the next few days, use the bathtub instead of the shower when you bathe. And eat light meals, she advised. Cheng Jelua took a sip of water, swallowing the pills. Anything else? Jiang Fu thought for a moment. Rest early and get plenty of sleep. I'll help you recover faster. Cheng Jelua smirked. What are you smiling at? She asked, frowning. You said you didn't like me earlier. So why are you so concerned about me now? That's because you saved me. I don't want to owe you anything, she retorted. Little one? Cheng Jelua placed the glass on the sink and stood up. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. How do you plan to repay me? Jiang Fu hesitated. How do you want me to repay you? I just took my medicine, and it left a bitter taste in my mouth. I want some candy, he said. Seriously? How old are you? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll check the kitchen for you. Cheng Jelua extended his arm, blocking her path. I want it now. That's unreasonable. I didn't prepare for this, she protested. Closing the space between them, Cheng Jelua wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his embrace. Lowering his head, he met her gaze. Then make it up to me, he murmured. Their eyes locked. Jiang Fu immediately guessed what he meant. He wanted her to compensate him physically. She hesitated. The light in old Master Cheng's room was still on when she arrived. If they kept this up and the elder came looking for her. This was the Cheng family home, after all. Aren't you afraid the elder will catch us? She whispered. Just one kiss and I'll let you go, he replied, his tone teasing. Jiang Fu bit her lip. Reluctantly, she raised her arms, wrapping them around his neck, and leaned in to kiss him. She wanted to ensure he wouldn't criticize her for being perfunctory, so she kissed him earnestly. Mimicking the way he had kissed her before, she tentatively touched his lips with her tongue, tangling with his. Cheng Jelua had only intended to tease her. He hadn't expected her to be so obedient, so willing. Her kiss was unpracticed, clumsy even, but it was incredibly enticing. Unable and unwilling to resist her allure, he stepped forward, pressing her against the glass wall of the shower enclosure. Taking control, he deepened the kiss, their breaths mingling as their lips moved together. His hand slid from her waist to her side, his touch lingering. The glass wall was cool, but his hand was searing. Jiang Fu couldn't help but lose herself in the moment. Her fingers brushed through the short hair at the nape of his neck, her hands tightening around him as if anchoring herself. His hand slipped beneath the hem of her shirt, and Jiang Fu let out a soft gasp. Abruptly, Cheng Jelua pulled back, his breath ragged as he straightened up. Go back. I have no intention of fighting to the death. Jiang Fu leaned against the glass wall, still a little dazed. Did I touch your wound? Not mine. Yours. Her. Jiang Fu's gaze swept over the man's blood-stained fingers, and suddenly, realization dawned. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Turning around, she hastily pulled up the strap slipping off her shoulder and bolted out of his room. Returning to her own space, she took a hot shower and changed out of her soiled clothes. Back in her bedroom, Jiang Fu lay on the bed, her brows furrowed as she replayed the recent events in her mind. They had agreed on just one kiss, but not only had she failed to push him away, things had almost spiraled out of control. Could it be she was actually falling for him? Impossible. It was just a normal physiological reaction. She was merely drawn to his body. That's all. Adults, after all, have their desires. It's perfectly normal. Besides, that man was infuriatingly good-looking and knew exactly how to charm. If his last name weren't Cheng, he might even make a decent lover. Switching off the bedside lamp, Jiang Fu pulled the blanket over herself and closed her eyes. Just as she was about to drift off, the blanket was suddenly yanked off her. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Cheng Jelua sitting on the edge of her bed. Jiang Fu sat up in shock. What are you doing in my room? Didn't you want me? Before she could refute, Cheng Jelua had already pinned her down against the pillow. His wild, suffocating kiss left her breathless, while his searing hands slipped under her dress. Unable to resist, she found herself clinging to him, completely lost in the moment. Amid her daze, his low, husky voice reached her ears. Admit it, little one. You like me. Bzzz. The abrupt sound of her phone jolted Jiang Fu awake. She opened her eyes disoriented and scanned her surroundings, only to realize it had all been a dream. Running a hand through her messy hair, she grabbed her phone and answered the call. Hello. It's Cheng Jelua. Hope I'm not disturbing you. You are. Jiang Fu snapped, her tone sharp. What do you want? Get to the point. Cheng Jelua paused. Well, someone's in a foul mood this morning. Miss Shika, I just wanted to discuss the specifics of the performance with you. Jiang Fu froze. Damn it, he was calling Shika, not her. She had almost blown her cover. Clearing her throat, she quickly adjusted her tone. My apologies, Mr. Cheng. I thought it was one of those scam calls again. I'm a bit tied up at the moment. Can we talk later over WeChat? Of course. The call ended. Jiang Fu stared at her phone, then raked her hands through her hair in frustration. This was all Milla's fault. Why had her starstruck assistant given him Zyke's business card? One of these days, she was going to get her into serious trouble. Dragging herself out of bed, she stretched her slightly sore waist, got dressed, and headed to the front yard's dining area. At the table, old Master Cheng and Cheng Jiamu were already seated. Fu girl, come sit here, the old man said warmly, patting the chair beside him. Unable to refuse, Jiang Fu took the seat between him and Cheng Zhou. Lu Sa brought over a bowl of porridge, and Jiang Fu reached out to take it. Careful, it's hot. Let me, Cheng Zhou said, taking the bowl from her hands. Their arms brushed against each other, and the memory of her vivid dream came rushing back. Jiang Fu's face grew warm, and she quickly averted her gaze. Noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, old Master Cheng looked concerned. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Just as she was about to brush it off, Cheng Zhou turned toward her, reaching out to press his hand against her forehead. Feeling the warmth of his palm against her skin, Jiang Fu tensed up completely. She's fine. No fever, he said nonchalantly. Cheng Zhou withdrew his hand, his gaze lingering on Jiang Fu's face for a moment. Didn't sleep well last night, did you, little one? He had the nerve to say that? If he hadn't teased her, would she have had that kind of dream? Under the table, Jiang Fu kicked him lightly before turning to old Master Cheng with a sweet smile. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'm fine. Old Master Cheng assumed her mood was affected by yesterday's cheating incident. He reached out and patted the back of her hand gently. Jiamu's attitude yesterday was indeed wrong. That boy has been spoiled rotten, always thinking about himself. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Fu nodded with a smile. I understand, Grandpa. You're such a sensible child, the old man sighed, his brows furrowing slightly with concern. Xiaofu, even though you don't carry the Cheng surname in my eyes, you're no different from my own granddaughter. If you're ever unhappy or someone bullies you, you must tell Grandpa, all right? How could that happen? Jiang Fu made a playful face at him. With Grandpa backing me up, who would dare to bully me? You little rascal, always trying to make me happy, old Master Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. As long as you're okay, I'm relieved. Now you two eat. I'll take a walk in the park out back. Chen Shu, don't forget to bring my medicine. I've got it, don't worry, the butler Chen Shu replied with a smile, helping the old man out of the dining room. Cheng Zhou, holding his phone, turned to her. The old man cares so much about you, yet you're lying to him? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes at him. It's called a white lie. She picked up her bowl of porridge, ready to eat. Buzz, her phone vibrated. Jiang Fu set down the bowl and reached for the phone on the table. The screen lit up, showing a new WeChat friend request. Cheng Zhou was requesting to add her as a friend. Jiang Fu froze for a moment. Hearing the notification, Cheng Zhou glanced over. Don't invade others' privacy, Jiang Fu said, locking her phone and placing it face down on the table. She resumed eating as if nothing had happened. Seeing no response to his request, Cheng Zhou slid his phone into his pocket. I'm heading out for a while. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes again. You should be the one taking care of yourself. Don't get beaten to a pulp. Cheng Zhou pushed the steamed buns and side dishes toward her, leaning in close to her ear. Don't worry. I haven't had my fill of you yet. I'm not dying anytime soon. I'll be back. Jiang Fu turned to glare at him. Not seeing you off. As Cheng Zhou stood up, he asked, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Holding her bowl of porridge, Jiang Fu didn't even tilt her head. Nope. She listened as his footsteps faded out the door. After a moment, something crossed her mind. She set down her bowl, got up, and opened the door. In the courtyard, there was no sign of him. That bastard, leaving so quickly, she muttered. Something you wanted to say to me? A low voice came from beside her. Jiang Fu turned to see Cheng Zhou leaning casually against the wall by the door. Clearing her throat, she straightened her tone. The old man's not young anymore. Could you really bear to make him bury a younger generation? Cheng Zhou, I hope you seriously think about your future. Cheng Zhou straightened up and stepped in front of her. Looking down at her, he nodded lightly. After this one last time, I'll quit for good. I'll come back and take care of Grandpa, and you. He studied her for a moment before reaching out to place a large hand on her head, gently ruffling her hair. Little one, I'm sorry. I should have come back sooner. The morning light slanted in through the corridor, illuminating the side of the man's face. Jiang Fu couldn't help but think back to the past, to the boy who had always adored her. I'm not a child anymore, so don't try that on me. Save it for someone else, she said, brushing his hand away and turning toward the dining room. As she walked away, Cheng Zhou gazed at her, seated at the table with her back straight, eating earnestly. He took a step forward, intending to cross the threshold, when his phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing a message from Yuemo on the screen, he frowned, turned around, and strode out of the courtyard. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Fu was either busy with performances or managing theater affairs. Before she knew it, it was the day before the elder's birthday celebration. After finishing her performance, she returned to the Cheng family home. Just as she parked her car outside the old residence, her phone rang. It was the lawyer. Miss Jiang, the legal procedures for transferring the ownership of the theater have been completed. Meishin Theater now officially belongs to you. Good. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. When would you like to visit the theater to officially take over its operations? I'll think about it and call you when I've decided. After hanging up, her gaze fell on her call log. Seeing Cheng Jelua's number, she frowned. It had been 2 days since he left, and there had been no word from him. Even when she tried to contact him through WeChat using her alias, Shika, he hadn't responded. Could that scoundrel really be in trouble? Just as she was about to call him, the hum of an engine outside caught her attention. A car pulled up beside hers. Turning to look, she recognized it as Gu Yankius. Quickly, she put her phone away, slipped on her engagement ring from her handbag, and grabbed a pair of glasses with clear lenses from the dashboard. After adjusting her hair in the rearview mirror and making sure everything looked perfect, she pushed open the car door and stepped out. From the other car, Gu Yanqiu and Cheng Jiamu emerged, one on each side. Jiang Fu donned her polished, lady-like demeanor. Aunt Yanqiu, brother Jiamu, you're here, she greeted warmly. Gu Yanqiu's eyes flicked to the white Bentley parked behind her. With a slight frown, she asked, "Whose car is this?" "This? It's Uncle's new car. He lent it to me for a few days," Jiang Fu replied casually. "Humph." Gu Yanqiu scoffed. "Never earned a penny, but spends money like water. If the Cheng family were handed to him, it'd be ruined in no time." Knowing Gu Yanqiu had always been critical of Cheng Jilua, Jiang Fu chose not to respond. She turned and walked up the steps, pressing the doorbell. Gu Yanqiu followed her, standing by her side. "I heard about what happened the other day," Gu Yanqiu said. "Jiamu shouldn't have lost his temper with you. That was his mistake. But it's only because he cares about you, don't you think?" Jiang Fu lowered her gaze slightly. "You're right, Aunt Yanqiu. Good that you understand." Satisfied, Gu Yanqiu smiled. "I already called him. He'll come by later to apologize to you properly." Just then the housekeeper, Aunt Lu, opened the door. Gu Yanqiu affectionately put an arm around Jiang Fu's shoulders. "Come on, let's talk inside," she said. The three of them entered the living room, where the Cheng patriarch was reviewing a menu sent over from Jean Garden. Looking up, he smiled as they walked in. Xiaofu, the menu looks great." "I'm glad you like it," Jiang Fu replied. "Our Xiaofu is so clever and capable," Gu Yanqiu chimed in. "Once she and Jiamu are married, she'll surely be a wonderful support to him." Gu Yanqiu handed Jiang Fu a paper bag. "Here, Xiaofu. I bought you a dress. See if you like it." Jiang Fu opened the bag. In the bag was a simple yet elegant black evening dress, clearly Gu Yanqiu's favorite style. It was beautiful. Jiang Fu played along and said, "Thank you, Aunt Xiu. Come on, try it on and see if it fits," Gu Yanqiu said with a smile. Jiang Fu was just about to find an excuse to decline when Cheng Jilua's voice rang out from outside the door. "What's so good that I should take a look too?" Hearing his voice, Jiang Fu turned around with the bag in her hand. Cheng Jilua entered the living room carrying a suitcase, accompanied by the butler, Uncle Chen. She glanced him over and, not spotting any new injuries, felt a slight sense of relief. Noticing the custom-made Shiku bag in Uncle Chen's hand, she squinted in confusion. The bag likely contained the cheongsams Cheng Jialua had ordered earlier. Why wasn't he delivering them to someone else? Why did he bring them all home? "I bought Xiao Fu a dress for tomorrow's birthday banquet," Gu Yanqiu explained with a smile. "Really? Let me take a look too. I might learn a thing or two from my sister-in-law. Called come in handy when I try to impress a girlfriend in the future." Cheng Jialua stepped in front of Jiang Fu and took the bag from her hands. As he mentioned the word girlfriend, he glanced at her with a playful smirk. Jiang Fu maintained a calm demeanor, pretending not to notice. Pulling the dress out of the bag, Cheng Jialua gave it a light shake. "Sister-in-law, your taste is a bit old-fashioned, don't you think? This dress doesn't seem very suitable for a young lady. What do you think, Uncle Chen?" Uncle Chen chuckled. "I wouldn't know about these things, but I do think black isn't the most festive color for a birthday celebration. How about we pick one of the Chongsam's third young master had made for Miss Fu instead?" Jiang Fu blinked in shock. The Chongsamsams, were all of them ordered for her? Gu Yanqiu turned around, snatched one of the bags from Uncle Chen, and pulled out a Chongsam. Under the light, the soft orchid-hued cloud-patterned brocade emitted a delicate, radiant glow. Standing to the side, Jiang Fu felt like she was on an emotional roller coaster. Was this man doing this on purpose? How was she supposed to explain herself if Gu Yanqiu pressed further? Cheng Jialuo's gaze swept over the Chongsam in Gu Yanqiu's hands. "This one looks great. Bright colors suit young women better, they lift the mood." At that moment, Lu Sa walked in to call everyone for dinner. She noticed the Chongsam in Gu Yanqiu's hands and curiously took it for a closer look. "Oh my, What fabric is this? It's stunning. It's called cloud brocade, Uncle Chen explained with a smile. Third young master had it custom made for Miss Fu. I just picked it up from the store. The staff there said this single piece costs over $1 million. Lu Sa gasped in amazement. Cloud brocade. No wonder. I've heard of it. It's the finest silk, worth its weight in gold. Chen Zhelua shook the black dress in his hand. Lu Sa, which one do you think looks better? Of course, the Chongsam, Lu Sa replied without hesitation. She frowned at the black dress in his hand. This one is far too dull and doesn't suit Miss Fu at all. Gu Yanqia's face turned pale with anger, her chest heaving in frustration. The dress is beautiful, but third young master, isn't it a bit inappropriate for an uncle to gift his niece-in-law Chongsam? Xiao Fu is someone I've watched grow up. Since when did gifting a dress become something my sister-in-law needs to control? Cheng Jiayuo's gaze briefly lingered on Jiang Fu's face as he raised his voice slightly. Besides, this wasn't even from Might Was grandfather's idea. That's right, it was me who asked him to order it, old Master Cheng said, standing up with the support of his cane. Xiao Fu has already graduated. She's an adult now. Zhelua mentioned buying her a car to make getting around easier. I was just thinking about getting a few sets of clothes and jewelry for little Fu. After all, young girls should always be dressed beautifully. Jiang Fu, if she had known it was Grandpa who was footing the bill, she wouldn't have been so stingy about it. Lao San. Old Master Cheng's gaze landed on Cheng Zhelua once again. Where's the jewelry I asked you to get for Xiao Fu? Would I forget something you specifically asked for? Cheng Zhelua placed the box he had been holding onto the table and opened the lid. Here, have a look. Inside the box, set against black velvet, lay a set of pearl jewelry. The pearls were top-quality saltwater pearls with a faint pinkish glow, designed by a master craftsman. The set exuded luxury without losing its elegance. Old Master Cheng leaned closer, examined the pieces carefully, and nodded approvingly. Good taste. Housekeeper Lu approached, holding a qipao, and placed it next to the jewelry box before stepping back and clapping her hands. Third young master truly has an eye for these things. This set of jewelry matches Miss Fu's qipao perfectly. Shall undoubtedly outshine everyone tomorrow. Cheng Zhelua casually tossed a black evening gown onto the back of a chair next to the qipao. Compared to the luxurious qipao, the black gown looked cheap and dull. Old Master Cheng beamed. Tomorrow little Fu can wear this set. What do you think? Jiang Fu glanced sideways at Gu Yanqiu, who was struggling to maintain her composure. The gown she had brought was being mocked by everyone, and this venomous woman was probably fuming inside. Curling her lips into a smile, Jiang Fu pretended to be obedient and deliberately sought Gu Yanqiu's opinion. Yanqiu, what do you think? Gu Yanqiu was so furious her insides were churning, but she didn't dare show it in front of the old man. Of course, we'll listen to Grandpa. He dotes on you the most, after all. Cheng Zhelua closed the jewelry box and handed it to Jiang Fu. Lu, help the little one take these back to her room. Lu gathered the qipao and gown from the chair, packed them into a paper bag, and followed Jiang Fu out. Dad, sister-in-law, you two chat. I'm going to change into something else. Cheng Zhelua nodded to the two of them and exited the living room. As they watched him leave, Gu Yanqiu took the initiative to help the old man back to his seat. Dad, if you want to get clothes and jewelry for Xiao Fu, you can leave it to me. Why trouble Lao San? How is it any trouble? As her uncle, it's his responsibility, isn't it? Well, that's true. Gu Yanqiu forced a smile. So, is Zhelua planning to stay this time? He's already told me. Once he wraps up his current affairs, he'll return to Yanjing for good. Old Master Cheng leaned back in his chair, his face full of joy. That rascal has been away for over a decade. We barely see him all year round. This time he's finally willing to come back. That's good to hear. Gu Yanqiu smiled on the surface, but her eyes turned cold. You sit tight. I'll check if dinner is ready in the kitchen. Leaving the living room, she saw Qing Jiamu entering through the door. Her expression darkened as she approached him and pulled him aside. Why are you so late? I got held up with something. What could be more important than family matters? Gu Yanqiu glanced around and lowered her voice. Tonight, stay at the old house with Xiao Fu. Cheng Jiamu frowned. She won't agree. If she doesn't agree, make her agree. You've been with so many women, and you can't even handle Jiang Fu? Gu Yanqiu shot her son a glare and whispered, Don't worry. Tonight, I'll make sure she obediently falls into your hands. Cheng Jiamu's frown deepened. What are you planning? Gu Yanqiu looked around cautiously before leaning closer to his ear and whispering her scheme. No way. Cheng Jiamu frowned. I'm not doing it. Are you stupid or what? Gu Yanqiu grabbed his arm. Third brother is back this time and he's not leaving. Aren't you worried he'll take over Cheng Corporation? Hearing her mention Cheng Zhelua, Cheng Jiamu's brows furrowed even more. He's staying. Gu Yanqiu let out a cold laugh. The old man said it himself. Do you think he'd lie? Besides, don't you really want to be with Xiao Fu? Cheng Jiamu clenched his teeth, his expression turning cold. I won't let him take what's mine. That's more like it. Gu Yanqiu smiled. I'll come over early tomorrow and bring up the marriage. Once you two are married and have a child, trust me, the Cheng Corporation will definitely be yours. Xiaofu has just graduated, and the old man's already ordering custom clothes and jewelry for her. If she marries my son and gives the Cheng family a great-grandchild, what wouldn't the old man give her? Noticing Lu Sa returning, Gu Yanqiu cleared her throat. Lu Sa, is dinner about ready? Everything's prepared. I'll just stir-fry a couple of dishes, and it'll be ready in no time. As Lu Sa headed to the kitchen, Gu Yanqiu gave Cheng Jiamu a look, signaling him to go chat with old Master Cheng. She herself followed Lu Sa into the kitchen. Taking a few oranges from the fridge, she carefully washed them, juiced them, and placed the glasses in the fridge. A short while later, dinner was ready. After the meal, old Master Cheng smiled and pulled Cheng Jilua into the study for a game of chess. Jiang Fu excused herself, saying she'd make tea for the two, and left the dining room. After preparing the tea, she returned to her room, changed into comfortable loungewear, and climbed onto her bed, pulling a light blanket over her waist. It was that time of the month, and her back ached. After running around all day, she just wanted to lie down for a while and didn't have the energy to deal with the mother-son duo. She hadn't been lying down long when there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Xiaofu, it's me. Gu Yanqiu entered, holding a glass of orange juice. You didn't eat much at dinner and seem to have no appetite. Auntie Chiu made you some orange juice to help you replenish some vitamins. Thank you, Auntie Chiu. Jiang Fu took the glass and placed it on the table. Is there something you wanted to talk about? This venomous woman wouldn't show concern unless she had an agenda. Oh, nothing much. I just didn't want you and Jiamu to hold a grudge over what happened earlier. Don't worry. As long as brother Jiamu isn't upset with me, I'm fine. That's good. Gu Yanqiu picked up the glass of orange juice from the table and handed it back to her. I chilled it in the fridge. It won't taste good if you leave it too long. Drink it while it's still fresh. I'll go get Jiamu and have him come apologize to you. Standing up, she walked toward the door. Watching Jiang Fu bring the glass to her lips, she gave a cold smile and turned to leave. In the study, Gu Yanqiu helped refill the tea for old Master Cheng and Cheng Jialua. Then, she pulled Cheng Jiamu aside. I've already spoken to Xiaofu for you. Go apologize to her properly. Old Master Cheng chimed in. Your mother's right, Jiamu. Apologize sincerely, and don't lose your temper with her again for no reason. Got it, Cheng Jiamu replied, stepping out of the study. Gu Yanqiu followed him out, slipping a key into his hand. This is Jiang Fu's room key. Keep it safe. Back in the study, Cheng Jialua held a chess piece, his gaze turning toward the window. Your move, old Master Cheng said with a smile. Play carefully or you'll win. I wouldn't be so sure. Cheng Jialua smiled faintly, placing his piece on the board. Outside, Gu Yanqiu watched Cheng Jiamu disappear down the corridor before turning away. She cast a glance at Cheng Jialua through the study's door, then smirked coldly and walked toward the front door. In the back courtyard, Cheng Jiamu arrived at Jiang Fu's door and knocked. There was no response from inside. Guessing that the sleeping pills in the orange juice had taken effect, he pulled the key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it. With a soft click, the door unlocked. He pushed it open and quietly stepped inside, crossing the small sitting area to enter the bedroom. The room was dimly lit by a bedside lamp. On the table, the glass of orange juice was empty. On the bed, Jiang Fu lay on her side, covered with a light blanket, her long lashes resting against her cheeks. The soft glow of the lamp enveloped her delicate face, making her look like an ethereal beauty, unreal and dreamlike. Cheng Jiamu's gaze lingered on her familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face, eventually settling on her lips. His Adam's apple bobbed. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned down, moving closer to her lips. The man's lips slowly moved closer to Jiang Fu. On the pillow, Jiang Fu suddenly turned over, hugging a bolster to cover her face. Cheng Jiamu straightened up in a panic, tentatively calling her name. Xiaofu? Jiang Fu didn't seem to wake up. She was still deeply asleep. With her movement, the thin blanket slid off, revealing half of her back. The black silk clung softly to her body, tracing the curves of her silhouette. She looked breathtakingly beautiful and alluring. Leaning closer, Cheng Jiamu greedily inhaled the scent of her long hair. Tonight you're mine? No, from now on you're mine, he murmured. Grabbing the edge of the blanket, he pulled it away and knelt on one knee on the bed. He placed a hand on her calf and leaned down to kiss the nape of her neck. In an instant, Jiang Fu curled up her leg and delivered a fierce kick straight to Cheng Jiamu's stomach. Caught off guard, he tumbled off the bed. Jiang Fu swiftly got up, threw the blanket over him, grabbed a decorative wooden carving from the table, and charged at him, raining down blows. You filthy pervert scumbag, she yelled. She had only pretended to be asleep to avoid talking to him. But Cheng Jiamu dared to take advantage of the situation. There was no way she'd let him off lightly. Xiaofu, it's me. Cheng Jiamu tried to explain, raising his arms to pull the blanket off himself. Jiang Fu acted as if she didn't hear him, cursing as she landed another kick. Shout bit. Cheng Jilua burst into the room, quickly pulling Jiang Fu behind him to protect her. At this point, Cheng Jiamu was struggling to get up from the floor, pulling the blanket off his head. Cheng Jilua took a step forward and delivered a harsh kick. Cheng Jiamu, blanket and all, was sent flying into the corner, crashing into the dresser. Seeing that Cheng Jilua was about to charge at him again, Jiang Fu hurriedly grabbed his arm. Uncle, she called out. She had only intended to teach Cheng Jiamu a lesson and hadn't expected Cheng Jilua to show up. She had seen his skills before. If he really injured or crippled Cheng Jiamu, it would only lead to more trouble. Cheng Jiamu? Cheng Jialuo's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the disheveled man. What are you doing here? Cheng Jiamu avoided his gaze, lowering his head in guilt. I was just checking on Xiao Fu. Cheng Jialua turned to Jiang Fu. Xiao, but you tell me. Lowering her head with an innocent expression, Jiang Fu said, I was sleeping when someone suddenly pulled off my blanket and started touching me. I thought it was a burglar, but it turned out to be brother Jiamu. Cheng Jiamu. Cheng Jialuo's voice turned icy, his eyes narrowing. How could you do such a thing? Xiao Fu, don't misunderstand me. Cheng Jiamu tried to defend himself. I just came in to check on you. When I saw your blanket wasn't covering you properly, I just wanted to fix it for you. Liar. Jiang Fu cut him off mercilessly. I locked my door. How did you get in? Cheng Jiamu was at a loss for words. Noticing a key on the floor in the corner, Cheng Jilua bent down to pick it up. Seeing the familiar little teddy bear keychain on it, his frown deepened. So, you stole Aunt Liu's key and snuck in while Xiaobit was asleep, didn't you? And what if I did? Cheng Jiamu raised his head, his tone defiant. She's my fiancé. Am I not even allowed to enter her room? Outrageous. Cheng Jilua slapped Cheng Jiamu hard across the face, the sound echoing in the room. Even if she were your wife, you have no right to force her to do anything against her will. Cheng Jiamu raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Fu is my woman. I can do whatever I want with her. You have no right to interfere. My woman. Cheng Jilua sneered. She doesn't even want you to touch her. How exactly is she your woman? Exposed by those sharp words, Cheng Jiamu's face turned red with anger. Jiang Fu, did you tell him everything about us? Is that it? Fine. Just fine. He kicked the pile of blankets in front of him aside, took a step forward, and glared at Jiang Fu with a cold smirk. Jiang Fu, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. With a snort, Cheng Jiamu stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Cheng Jilua turned to Jiang Fu, giving her a quick once-over. Are you okay? Jiang Fu shook her head lightly. She bent down to pick up the blankets from the floor and set them aside. Cheng Jilua opened a cabinet, pulled out a fresh quilt, and spread it neatly on the bed. Get some rest. I'll handle this, he said. Jiang Fu reached out, tugging at his sleeve. Please don't tell Grandpa about this. Cheng Jilua frowned and turned back to her. Even now, you're still protecting him? I'm not protecting him, Jiang Fu said softly. Tomorrow is Grandpa's 70th birthday. Do you really want to cause a scene and disrupt the whole family on such an important day? That doesn't mean you should bear all the pain alone, Cheng Jilua replied, brushing her hand away as he turned to leave. Uncle. Jiang Fu called out, chasing after him and grabbing his arm once more. Her voice trembled as she said, Grandpa, he might not make it to another birthday. Cheng Jilua froze, turning back to her in shock. What are you saying? It's liver cancer, Jiang Fu explained, her eyes reddening. The doctor said his heart barely recovered from the stent surgery he had less than a year ago. They don't think he can survive another surgery. They're recommending conservative treatment. Her voice cracked, and tears welled up. I just don't want him to feel sad on his birthday. Cheng Jilua furrowed his brows tightly and turned fully toward her. So that's why you insisted on marrying Cheng Jiamu? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Grandpa didn't want you all to worry. He told me not to tell anyone. Only I and Uncle Chen know, Jiang Fu said, her voice trembling. Cheng Jilua reached out and pulled her into a comforting embrace. He tried to steady himself, but his fingers, trembling slightly as they rested on her back, betrayed his emotions. It was a long moment before he finally released her and straightened up. I'll keep this a secret for now. You get some rest. I'll go check on him. Jiang Fu nodded gently. Cheng Jilua exited her room. Jiang Fu picked up the empty glass that had once held orange juice and swirled it thoughtfully. No wonder Gu Yanqiu had suddenly decided to make her fresh juice. If her suspicions were correct, that glass of juice must have been tampered with. Fortunately, after the food poisoning incident involving Yang Ting, Jiang Fu had grown cautious about everything she consumed. She hadn't drunk the juice but had poured it down the toilet instead. If she hadn't, the consequences could have been disastrous. Gu Yanqiu, she muttered under her breath, her gaze cold. To ensure your son inherits the family business, you'd stoop to such despicable tactics? Don't blame me if your schemes end up being all for nothing. Her phone vibrated on the table. Setting the glass down, she picked up her phone. The screen displayed a WeChat message from Cheng Jilua. Cheng Jilua, Miss Shika, my apologies for contacting you so late. Are you certain you'll be able to attend tomorrow's birthday banquet? Jiang Fu's alternate WeChat name, Emilienne. I need a private dressing room. I'll only perform, and I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Cheng Jilua, no problem. Whatever conditions you have, I'll agree to them. Outside the window. Third son. Old Master Cheng walked into the courtyard, leaning on his cane. What are you standing here for? Cheng Jilua quickly put away his phone and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray on the stone table. Just having a smoke, that's all. Cheng Jilua stepped forward to steady the elderly man's arm and carefully helped him up the steps, guiding him into the bedroom. I've thought about what you asked me earlier, Cheng Jilua said softly. I've made my decision. I'll do it. The old man turned his face toward him, his eyes lighting up noticeably. You're really willing to take over Cheng Corporation? Cheng Jilua nodded. Yes, but I need to finish handling some things first. It won't take too long. The old man patted his arm with a wide grin. Good, good. I'll wait for you, son. Dad Cheng Jilua exhaled lightly. I'm sorry. All these years, I haven't even been home to celebrate a single birthday with you. I know you've been busy with work. The old man gave him a sidelong glance. But you're here now, aren't you? Looking at the elderly man's head of white hair, Cheng Jilua gently supported his arm. Come on, tonight I'll help you with your bath. The next day, 10 a.m. Jiang Fu parked her car by the roadside and approached the entrance of Meixin Theater. Miss Jiang. Attorney Wang, who had been waiting not far off, quickly jogged over with his briefcase in hand. The documents are all ready. Let's head up. Jiang Fu glanced up at the theater's sign for a moment, adjusted her hair with a hand, and ascended the steps. Upstairs, in the office area, she turned to the front desk. Is Auntie Ting here? Ms. Yang is in the conference room in a meeting. Jiang Fu nodded, walking through the corridor until she reached the conference room. She raised her hand and pushed the door open. Inside, Yang Ting was slamming last month's financial report on the table, visibly irritated. What am I paying you all for? Only 10 performances in a month, and the profits aren't even enough to cover your salaries. If this keeps up, none of you will have jobs anymore. Hearing the door open, she frowned and turned her head. Seeing Jiang Fu walk in, her irritation flared even more. Can't you see we're in a meeting? Who let you in? Jiang Fu walked up to the head of the table, pulled out the chair, and took a seat. Since my father has handed the theater over to me, from now on, you don't need to worry about its affairs, Auntie Yang. Yang Ting froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. Jiang Fu, do you really think that just because the Cheng family is backing you, you can do whatever you want here? Let me tell you, even if Yuan Ji gave you this theater as part of your dowry, I'm still the manager here. And the one in charge. Jiang Fu adjusted her frameless glasses with her right hand. Attorney Wang. Yes, Ms. Jiang. Attorney Wang, standing behind her, smiled as he pulled out the prepared documents from his briefcase. The transfer process is officially complete. Miss Jiang is now the legal owner of Meixin Theater. So what? Yang Ting scoffed dismissively. In the manager here. I have the authority to run this place. Attorney Wang smiled faintly. As the legal owner, Miss Jiang has the authority to appoint or dismiss members of the management team. Yang Ting froze. What do you mean? Jiang Fu's lips curved slightly. It means you're fired. You. Yang Ting strode over and slammed the documents in her hand onto the table in front of Jiang Fu. Get out of here. Jiang Fu remained seated, calm and unbothered. The one who should leave is you. Don't think that just because Yuan Ji agreed to give you this theater, you get to call all the shots here. Yang Ting snatched her phone from the table. I'm calling your father right now. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. She opened her contact list and dialed. Ring. The sound of a phone ringing echoed down the corridor. Hearing the familiar ringtone, Yang Ting quickly walked into the hallway. Spotting Jiang Yuanji approaching, she broke into a pleased smile. Yuanji, you're here just in time. Pulling him into the conference room, she strutted over to Jiang Fu, her tone triumphant. Take a look at this brat. She just claimed to be the legal owner of the theater, and even said she was firing me. What a joke. Tell her who the real boss is here. Jiang Yuanji cast a glance at the people around the table, his gaze finally resting on Jiang Fu. Xiao Fu, even though you're the owner of this theater, you can't treat Aunt Ting like this. That's right. Yang Ting, holding on to Jiang Yuanji's arm, smirked arrogantly. From now on, I'm the one calling the shots here. Isn't that right, Yuanji? Jiang Yuanji exchanged a look with Jiang Fu and cleared his throat lightly. Since Xiao Fu is the owner of the theater, naturally, she has the final say here. Leaning back in her chair, Jiang Fu curled her lips into a smile. Before coming here, she had already discussed everything with Jiang Yuanji over the phone. It was all part of their plan. Otherwise, how could he have appeared at the theater at just the right moment? Now, Aunt Ting, did you hear that clearly this time? Jiang Fu asked. What? Yang Ting looked at Jiang Yuanji in confusion. Yuanji, what do you mean by this? Jiang Yuanji smiled. Since we agreed to give this theater to Xiao Fu as part of her dowry, it only makes sense that she takes charge of it from now on. Yang Ting frowned. But that's not what we discussed before. You promised me that I could stay here as the manager. What about Xiaopeng starting elementary school soon? How would you have the time to handle all this? Jiang Yuanji gently pulled Yang Ting's arm. From now on, leave the theater to Xiao Fu. You just focus on taking care of Xiaopeng. And why should I? Yang Ting yanked her arm away. Fine, Jiang Yuanji. You and your daughter are clearly teaming up to deceive me, aren't you? Seeing her lose her temper, Jiang Yuanji's patience also ran thin, and his expression turned cold. Deceive you? Then let me ask you what's going on with the theater's revenue? Nearly 20 million in losses over 2 years. Where did the money go? That's because the performance market has been in decline these past few years. What could I do about that? If you can't do anything about it, then step aside as manager and let Xiao Fu take over. Her. Yang Ting sneered. If she takes over, this place will shut down within a month. Just as she finished speaking, a staff member came running up to the door. Ms. Yang, several clients are downstairs. They said they're here to sign performance contracts with manager Jiang. Which manager Jiang should I call? Of course me. Those are all my clients, Yang Ting declared. Jiang Fu's high heels clicked against the floor as she swiveled her chair halfway around. Send them to the meeting room and prepare several copies of the performance contracts. Let them know I'll be there shortly. Also, notify the finance department that after the meeting, they can start processing the overdue wages for everyone. Understood, Miss Jiang. The staff member, visibly energized at the mention of receiving their long overdue salaries, responded enthusiastically and rushed downstairs. Due to Yang Ting's poor management, the theater's performances had been struggling for quite some time. Employees hadn't been paid for 3 months. On her very first day at work, Jiang Fu not only brought in a wave of new clients, but also promised to settle the unpaid wages. Naturally, this sparked motivation among the staff. Even the theater's management team, seated around the meeting table, couldn't hide their excitement. Miss Jiang is truly impressive. Exactly, Mr. Jiang, like father, like daughter. Everyone had long grown tired of Yang Ting, who was quick to scold but lacked real capability. Now, they were eager to see her leave as soon as possible. Previously, after Jiang Fu's warning, Jiang Yuanji had immediately audited the theater's accounts. Over 2 years, the books showed a staggering loss of nearly 20 million. Jiang Yuanji didn't believe for a second that this was due to poor management. Instead, he suspected Yang Ting of cooking the books and siphoning money into a private stash. Naturally, he was unwilling to let her remain as the theater's manager. Initially, Jiang Yuanji was somewhat uncertain about Jiang Fu taking over the theater. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuanji couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. As expected, his daughter Jiang Fu was truly impressive. Who said the performance market was in a slump? On her very first day, Xiao Fu had already attracted so many clients. Jiang Yuanji turned his face and shot a fierce glare at Yang Ting. Go home and take care of the kids. Yang Ting never expected Jiang Yuanji to side with Jiang Fu. Stomping her foot in frustration, she glared at Jiang Fu, then spun around and stormed off. Jiang Fu gestured to the others and helped Jiang Yuanji to the corridor outside the meeting room. Dad, if you fall out with Sister Ting like this, won't she be upset? Jiang Fu asked softly. Jiang Yuanji snorted. She eats my food, drinks my drinks. What right does she have to get upset? Jiang Fu chuckled quietly. The theater is running at a loss right now, but once it's back on track, it'll still give you the profits. How about a 3-7 split? You can keep some for pocket money. Jiang Yuanji grinned. Just remember, don't tell your Aunt Ting about this. It's between you and me. I understand. Jiang Fu nodded obediently. Then she added, by the way, Dad, I need to remind you about something. That set of jewelry Mom left behind is incredibly valuable. You'd better take good care of it. Jiang Yuanji laughed smugly. Do you think ID keeps something so precious at home? Don't worry, it's safe in a bank safety deposit box. No one can get it unless I personally go and retrieve it. Jiang Fu muttered under her breath. You scumbag, but at least you're smart. No wonder she hadn't found the jewelry despite secretly searching the house thoroughly for years. Who would have thought the scumbag had hidden it in a bank vault? Jiang Fu originally planned to wait until Cheng Zhelua finished crafting the replica of the jewelry, then quietly switch the pieces without anyone noticing. Jiang Yuanji, being an outsider to the world of opera, wouldn't be able to tell the difference with Cheng Jialuo's impeccable craftsmanship. It seemed she'd have to devise another plan to get her hands on the jewelry. Dad, I need to head to a meeting now. Alright, I'll get back to the company, Jiang Yuanji replied. Watching him leave, Jiang Fu turned and walked back into the meeting room. Miss Jiang, we don't have any money left in the account. How are we supposed to pay salaries? The head of the finance department asked with an apologetic smile. Without a word, Jiang Fu opened her handbag, pulled out a prepared check, and handed it over. Is this enough? The finance director's face lit up as they saw the amount on the check. More than enough. This could cover half a year's salaries. Jiang Fu placed both hands on the table and surveyed the room with a commanding gaze. This theater is mine. And the boss here. I'm not like Yang Ting. As long as everyone works hard, we'll all make money together. But let me make one thing clear, me rules are final. Even if my dad gives an order, it has to go through me first. If anyone breaks my rules, they'll end up like Yang Ting packing their things and leaving. The managerial team exchanged glances and nodded one after another. Don't worry, Miss Jiang. Yes, we'll follow your lead from now on. After all, as the saying goes, the current authority matters more than the higher-ups. The staff had no interest in the Jiang family's internal drama. They were just employees, and whoever paid their salaries was who they'd listen to. Good. If you have any issues in the future, come directly to me. Jiang Fu turned to the finance director. The theater is an independent entity. From now on, its finances will be self-sustaining. Do you understand what I mean? That scumbag Jiang Yuanji, putting on airs about splitting profits 3/7 as if he were being generous, did he think she was an idiot? Not a single cent of her money was going to him. The finance director, being sharp, grasped her meaning immediately. Clutching the check, they smiled so broadly their eyes turned into crescents. Understood. From now on, no one can touch the money in the accounts without your approval, not even Mr. Jiang. Good. Jiang Fu smiled and ended the meeting. She headed to the guest room, discussed performance dates with a few clients, and signed the performance contracts. Then, she rushed to Jinyuan to finalize the banquet arrangements and other details for the birthday celebration with the restaurant manager. Afterward, she called Mi Lai to coordinate the evening's performance. By the time she had prepared everything and returned to the Cheng family's old residence to change, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Fu changed into the custom-made cheongsam that Cheng Jialua had ordered for her. After carefully applying her makeup, she adorned herself with the set of pearl jewelry that the old master had asked Cheng Jialua to prepare for her. Carrying her handbag, she smiled and walked into the old master's bedroom. Grandpa, doesn't your granddaughter look like a fairy today? She teased. Standing by the cabinet, Cheng Jialua, who was engrossed in sending a WeChat message, turned to look at her. The light mauve shade of the cheongsam, which could be difficult to pull off, perfectly complemented Jiang Fu's fair complexion. Paired with the exquisite and valuable pearl jewelry, she looked sweet yet elegant. The expertly tailored cheongsam accentuated her figure, while the pearl buttons sewn along the slit added a playful hint of allure without being overly revealing. Cheng Jialua gave her a once-over and calmly remarked, "You look stunning." Jiang Fu hadn't expected him to be there. Startled, she rolled her eyes at him. "Who asked for your opinion? Where's Grandpa?" "Uncle Chen has already taken him to the dining room," Cheng Jialua replied, putting his phone away and turning to her. "You're just in time. Help me with my tie." "I'm not your wife." "It's not my responsibility," Jiang Fu retorted, giving him a sidelong glance before turning to leave with a sway of her hips, handbag in hand. Cheng Jialua reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and gently pulled her back. "If I tie it myself, it might strain my wound. If the wound doesn't heal, I won't be able to make the fake headpiece for you. Without the fake headpiece, you won't get the real one you want. And let's not forget, I got this injury saving you. So." He leaned down, his nose brushing lightly against her ear, and whispered, "Taking care of me is your duty." Jiang Fu elbowed him in response but grabbed the tie draped over the chair. "Grandpa's illness isn't untreatable. There's no need to look so grim," she remarked. Cheng Jialua cooperated, bending slightly to make it easier for her to tie his tie. "I've already sent the medical records to Singji. Don't underestimate that guy. May seem carefree, but he's the top cardiac surgeon in the country. If he says it's possible, Grandpa can have the surgery." Jiang Fu's eyes lit up with surprise and hope as she looked at him. "What did Dr. Liu say?" "The doctors at the tumor hospital mentioned that if Grandpa didn't have heart issues, timely surgery could give him another 10 or even 8 years. It's not that fast. I just sent it to him. He still needs to review it and consult with other experts before making a decision," Cheng Jialua explained. "I really hope Grandpa can have the surgery," Jiang Fu said softly, focusing as she carefully adjusted the knot on his tie, ensuring it sat perfectly against his collar. "Little one," Cheng Jialua said, placing both hands on her shoulders. "If Grandpa's surgery goes smoothly, will you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" she asked, looking up at him curiously. "Call off your engagement to Cheng Jiamu." Ever since his return, Cheng Jialua had been trying to stop her from marrying Cheng Jiamu. Jiang Fu couldn't understand what was going through his mind. Could it be that this insufferable man wanted to keep her to himself, forcing her to stay by his side as a mistress forever? "Why?" she asked, frowning. "Because." Cheng Jialuo's fingers lightly brushed against her slender shoulders. "I want to marry you." Jiang Fu blinked and stared at the man's face for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "Why don't you do what Cheng Jiamu did and propose on your knees?" "Little guy, I'm not joking with you." Fine, then I won't joke either. Cheng Jilua reached over to straighten her shirt collar, but Jiang Fu brushed his hand away, grabbed her handbag from the table, and stood up. Whether it's Cheng Jiamu, you, or any man for that matter, I have no intention of getting married. My mother loved Jiang Yuan to death, and what did she get in return? Over a decade of lies and betrayal. I once trusted Cheng Jiamu too, foolishly believing we'd grow old together. And then? He slept around like it was a deck of cards, and now he wants to use me to fight for the Cheng family's inheritance. He even tried to take advantage of me with despicable tactics. Men? I've seen right through them. Why tie myself down with a marriage when I can live beautifully on my own with money and looks? Without looking back, Jiang Fu stepped out of the doorway. Grandpa's still waiting for us. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Cheng Jilua followed her, walking alongside her out of the courtyard and into the passenger seat of the car. If you don't like marriage, we can skip the paperwork and just be lovers. Exclusive and long-term, Cheng Jilua suggested casually. Jiang Fu glanced at him sideways. With so many men in the world, why would I hang myself on your crooked tree? His tone was serious, but his words were as shameless as a rogue's. Because your body likes me. Isn't that reason enough? Jiang Fu scoffed. Then I guess I need to try a few more to see if there's someone I like better. Cheng Jilua reached over to adjust her seatbelt. For everyone you try, I'll take one out. You wouldn't dare. You've seen me kill before. You tell me if I dare or not. Cheng Jilua. Jiang Fu frowned and turned her head to glare at him. Do you even listen to reason? Leaning back in his seat, Cheng Jilua calmly twirled the prayer beads in his hand. Nope. Jiang Fu gripped the steering wheel and slammed her foot on the gas pedal. The white Bentley roared as it shot out of the alleyway. There are a lot of cars at the next intersection. Slow down, Cheng Jilua warned. Mind your own business, she snapped. From now on, for every time you speed, I'll kiss you that many times tonight, he said matter-of-factly, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Speed limit here is 30. First time. Jiang Fu ignored him. City roads, speed limit is 50. Second time. Fuming, Jiang Fu gritted her teeth and reluctantly eased off the gas pedal. The white Bentley gradually slowed down. Cheng Jilua's long lashes lowered slightly, hiding the amusement in his eyes. An hour later, the sports car crawled to a stop in front of the Jean Garden restaurant. Jiang Fu stepped out of the driver's seat, tossed the keys to the valet, and strode up the steps. Cheng Jilua followed at his usual unhurried pace. By the time they entered the VIP hall in the back garden, many guests had already arrived. Gu Yanqiu and Cheng Jiamu were standing at the entrance, greeting people. Jiang Fu had already heard from Cheng Jiamu about what happened yesterday. Things hadn't gone as planned, and her son ended up getting thoroughly beaten by the pair. Naturally, Gu Yanqiu was in no mood to be pleasant. As soon as she saw Jiang Fu, Gu Yanqiu frowned and walked over. You dare show your face here? What does Auntie Yanqiu mean by that? Jiang Fu's lips curved into a faint smile. Did I do something disgraceful? Gu Yanqiu immediately caught the implied jab at Cheng Jiamu. Meeting the girl's gaze, Gu Yanqiu couldn't help but pause for a moment. Today, Jiang Fu wasn't wearing her glasses. The obedient, demure girl she usually appeared to be was nowhere in sight. Like a pearl covered in dust, once wiped clean, it gleamed with brilliance and carried a sharp edge. For a brief moment, Gu Yanqiu was lost in thought. Why did it feel like she had become a completely different person today? If you don't have anything else, I'll head off to deliver Grandpa's gift now, Jiang Fu said, not even sparing a glance at Cheng Jiamu, who stood behind her with a conspicuous bruise on the side of his left forehead. She stepped into the doorway in her high heels. Following closely behind her, Cheng Jilua stopped in front of the mother and son duo. For Grandpa's sake, I'll let this go just this once, but it's only this once. He extended his right hand, wrapping the Buddhist prayer beads he had hooked around his finger onto his wrist, and then walked into the hall. Cheng Jiamu took a step forward indignantly, but Gu Yanqiu quickly held him back. Don't be reckless, she warned. Jiang Fu may not be a real threat, but Cheng Jilua is a different story. The third son of the Cheng family, Cheng Jilua, had been exceptionally gifted since childhood. Gu Yanqiu could still remember when Cheng Jiamu was still in her belly, and she made an offhand comment that offended Shen Lanqin. Cheng Jilua, at just 7 or 8 years old, had calmly stood in front of her with his hands behind his back and eloquently cited classical texts, leaving her utterly humiliated in front of the guests. In the end, she had to bow her head and apologize to Shen Lanqin to resolve the matter. Even now, thinking about it made Gu Yanqiu grind her teeth in frustration. Old Master Cheng had always been a man of principles, unwilling to tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. If what happened last night were to reach his ears, it would undoubtedly be Cheng Jiamu who paid the price in the end. Are we really just going to let this go? Cheng Jiamu asked, his face full of unwillingness. Now you're anxious? What were you doing earlier? Gu Yanqiu shot him a glare, her expression stern. If you had listened to me earlier and dealt with Jiang Fu, would I be in such a passive position now? She waved him off and strode into the hall. At the main table, Jiang Fu was cheerfully handing her gift to old Master Cheng. "I wish Grandpa good health and a long, prosperous life," she said with a bright smile. "Let's see what our little Fu has brought me," old Master Cheng said with a laugh as he accepted the gift box. Standing nearby, the butler, Uncle Chin, carefully unfolded the scroll inside. On the red rice paper, a golden calligraphy piece titled 100 Longevity Characters was slowly revealed to everyone. "This is a wonderful gift. Longevity is priceless, and the meaning behind it is excellent," someone exclaimed. "Not only is the meaning great, but the calligraphy is exceptional, too soft yet sharp. This must be the work of a master, right?" another guest remarked. "Oh, it's just something I casually wrote myself. Please forgive me if it's not up to standard," Jiang Fu said modestly with a smile. "You wrote this? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. There aren't many young people these days who can write such beautiful calligraphy," someone praised. "That's right. With old Master Cheng's tutelage, it's no surprise," another chimed in. Old Master Cheng made no attempt to hide his pride. "Our little Fu has been practicing calligraphy since she was young and has kept at it for more than 10 years now." Noticing Cheng Jialua standing beside Jiang Fu, a guest gave him a curious look. "Is this young man little Fu's boyfriend?" they asked. "Don't be ridiculous. This is my third son, Jialua," old Master Cheng said. Uncle Li, it's been a long time," Cheng Jialua greeted the crowd with a smile. Jialua. I didn't recognize you at first," one guest said in surprise. "Indeed, it's been years since Jialua came back. Such a fine young man. If I saw him on the street, I wouldn't dare to believe it was him," another added. "Third young master is back?" The guests at the nearby tables, overhearing the conversation, also came over to greet and chat with Cheng Jialua. At the age of 12, he won the National Go Championship. At 14, he was admitted to Yenjing University with special permission. Back in the day, the third son of the Cheng family was the talk of the elite circles in Yenjing, a classic example of someone else's perfect child that everyone admired. Even the younger generation who had never met him had heard of his name and the many legends surrounding him. Watching Cheng Jialua, surrounded by a crowd of admirers as if he were the center of the universe, Gu Yanqiu smirked faintly. "Third brother, it's rare for you to come back. Surely you've prepared a special gift for father, haven't you? Why not show everyone and let us all marvel at it?" When Cheng Jialua entered earlier, Gu Yanqiu had noticed that his hands were empty. Her comment was clearly meant to take him down a notch, to dampen the aura of this golden child. "My gift is rather unique," Cheng Jialua replied with a calm smile. "It's not something I can bring directly before you." He raised his hand and clapped 3 times in the air. The hotel manager, immediately catching on, gestured to the staff. Several waiters moved in unison to open the closed doors along the north wall. Beyond the doors was a small platform, already set with tables and chairs. Across a lotus pond, a small stage stood ready, adorned with a massive red character for longevity. Above it hung a banner, specially prepared by Milai at Jiang Fu's request, which read, "Wishing Mr. Cheng Furong boundless longevity, a tribute from Peking opera artist Chico." Lanterns and colorful ribbons hung under the eaves, while golden calligraphy couplets, personally written by Cheng Jialua, flanked the stage. They read, "Raise a toast to new blessings. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern seas. Embrace serene joy. May your years be as enduring as the southern mountains." Someone immediately spotted the clever wordplay and praised with a laugh, "What a beautifully written couplet. And it's an acrostic to Fu and Rong spell out the old gentleman's name. Shika? That's a famous star. She just performed at the National Grand Theater a few days ago. They say she never does private events. For third young master to invite her here, what an honor. This is truly a thoughtful gift. Third young master has outdone himself." Cheng Jialua smiled modestly. "You're too kind." He then raised his right hand slightly. "Shall we all move outside to enjoy the performance?" Jiang Fu helped the elderly Mr. Cheng to the main seat on the viewing platform, while the other guests followed. The older attendees took their seats, while the younger ones stood along the sides and at the back. Gu Yanqiu stood among the crowd, her eyes fixed on the 4 characters, a tribute from Shiku, her nails nearly digging into her palms. The person she couldn't persuade to attend, Cheng Jialua had managed to invite. Unbelievable. The audience gathered at the platform, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Young martial artists, already prepared, entered the stage one after another, performing acrobatics and flips to warm up the crowd. "Bravo!" Mr. Chung chuckled, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. The surrounding guests joined in with cheers and applause. All of this had been meticulously arranged by Jiang Fu. Not only did it add to the lively atmosphere, but it also bought time for Shiku to prepare her makeup backstage. While everyone's attention was on the performance, Jiang Fu quietly slipped out of the crowd and hurried toward the backstage area. Of course, Cheng Jialua had guessed this was Shika's arrangement. Smiling faintly, he stepped back and exited the hall through another side. If someone was willing to perform without compensation and had gone to such lengths to organize everything, he felt it was only proper to personally thank them. The two of them separately made their way toward the backstage corridors. Jiang Fu headed toward the dressing room she had arranged, while Cheng Jilua arrived at the same corridor from the opposite direction. Seeing him, Jiang Fu froze and quickly stopped in her tracks. Uncle Jilua. Cheng Jilua walked up to the dressing room door. Why are you here? Jiang Fu forced a smile, trying to cover her tracks. I was just going to the restroom. Cheng Jilua raised an eyebrow slightly. Is there no restroom in the VIP lounge? He knew Jiang Fu while she had been a fan of Peking opera since childhood. It was obvious she had sneaked over to catch a glimpse of Shiku. His question was more of a playful tease. Jiang Fu opened her mouth to explain, but before she could, the dressing room door swung open. Mi Lai, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed out. From her angle, she only saw Jiang Fu at first and didn't notice Cheng Jilua standing on the other side. You're finally here. I was getting so worried, Shiji. Jiang Fu. Seeing that Mi Lai was about to call out Sister Shi, Jiang Fu quickly came up with an idea and interrupted her. Where's Shiku? Mi Lai. Looking for herself? What's wrong with this star today? Mi Lai glanced at Jiang Fu like she was looking at a fool. Jiang Fu gave her a subtle signal with her eyes. Why aren't you saying anything? Where's your star? Sensing something was off, Mi Lai glanced sideways and spotted Cheng Jilua standing nearby. Her expression froze instantly. Cheng. Mr. Cheng. Cheng Jilua looked at the two of them suspiciously. You know each other? Jiang Fu was the first to answer. No, not at all. Never met before. Mi Lai quickly caught on. Right, not even a little bit. Cheng Jilua narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on Jiang Fu's face. Then how did you know she's Shiku's assistant? Jiang Fu smiled smoothly. Oh, I just guessed. This is clearly Shiku's dressing room, so the person who opened the door must be her assistant. Stars don't open doors themselves, do they? Mi Lai. Her star wasn't just good at acting on stage, she was even better at improvising off stage, making up lies without any preparation. Cheng Jilua turned his attention to Mi Lai. What were you just about to say with she? Mi Lai hadn't expected Cheng Jilua to ask her directly. She swallowed nervously. She. I was going to say she. Jiang Fu glanced at her stammering assistant and jumped in to help. Shiku is still doing her makeup, right? Right, our star is still putting on makeup. Perfect. I'll just go in and thank her. Cheng Jilua took a step forward. No. Jiang Fu quickly blocked him with her arm. She's a female actress getting her makeup done and changing clothes. What are you going in for? Exactly. Mi Lai chimed in. Our star still needs to change into her costume. It's not convenient right now. Sorry, Mr. Cheng. Maybe you could go back to your seat and wait? You can talk to her after the performance. Jiang Fu tugged on Cheng Jilua's arm. Uncle, since Ms. Shiku is busy, let's just leave for now, okay? Uncle. Mi Lai's eyes widened in shock. Her star actually had connections with the Cheng family? Cheng Jilua stood firm. If Miss Shiku is just doing her makeup, she should be done soon. We can wait here. Jiang Fu. Mi Lai. Mr. Cheng, please don't make things difficult for me, okay? Mi Lai forced a smile. If her star finds out I let you wait outside, she'll definitely scold me. Cheng Jilua chuckled. You don't need to be so nervous. I'll explain it to her later and make sure you won't get scolded. Mi Lai felt like crying. How could she not be nervous? With this man standing here, where was she supposed to find another Shiku? Suddenly, Jiang Fu clutched her stomach with a pained expression. Ow, my stomach hurts so much. Cheng Jilua immediately turned to her with concern, holding her arm. What's wrong? Period cramps, what else? Oh no, I forgot to bring sanitary pads. Jiang Fu looked at Mi Lai for help. Miss, do you have any pads? Mi Lai, guessing her intention, shook her head apologetically. Sorry, I don't have any either. Ugh, you're useless. Jiang Fu shot her a glare. Cheng Jilua looked both exasperated and amused. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to the restroom first and then find someone to buy them for you. No. Jiang Fu frowned and looked up at him. Do you want the whole restaurant to know I'm on my period? You go get them yourself. Fine. Wait for me in the restroom. Cheng Jilua turned and quickly walked towards the exit. Remember, I want the extra long ones with side leak protection. Go to a proper supermarket, not some small store selling unregulated products. Jiang Fu called after him. Jiang Fu clutched her stomach, pretending to be in discomfort, as she watched Cheng Jilua disappear around the corner of the corridor. Swiftly, she yanked Mi Lai inside, shut the door behind them, and locked it with a decisive click. Haha. Mi Lai couldn't hold it in any longer. Leaning against the door, she burst into laughter, doubling over. Sister Shi, your acting skills are truly top-notch. I'm impressed. Haha. It's all because of you. You almost blew my cover. Jiang Fu shot her a glare, grabbing a cleansing wipe from the table and sitting down. And you're still laughing? Hurry up and help me with my makeup. Suppressing her laughter, Milai walked over to assist, deftly gathering Jiang Fu's long hair into an elegant updo. As she worked, she couldn't help but tease, an illicit romance between an uncle and niece? Sister Shi, you're really pushing boundaries this time, such a thrilling performance. Ugh, you cheeky brat. Stop spouting nonsense, Jiang Fu retorted, rolling her eyes. It's nothing like that. We're just an innocent uncle-niece pair, that's all. Innocent. Please. I've heard of boyfriends buying sanitary pads for their girlfriends, but never an uncle doing it for his niece. Milai quipped. I only sent him on that errand to get him out of the way. Jiang Fu snapped, grabbing the makeup palette from the table. Enough chit-chat. Help me wrap my headpiece already. Having worked alongside Jiang Fu for years, Milai knew her rhythm and needs, and the two operated with seamless coordination. Together, they completed the elaborate makeup in no time. Milai then fetched the costume from the rack and helped Jiang Fu into it. Once Jiang Fu was fully dressed, Milai escorted her to the stage entrance. Jiang Fu raised her hand, signaling the musicians. The tempo shifted. The performers on stage recognized that quite was time for the lead to take the spotlight. They wrapped up their routines with a flourish and exited the stage. As the music paused, the audience fell silent, anticipation thick in the air. Milai lifted the curtain. Jiang Fu took a deep breath and opened her voice. Baijia, the sweet, melodious tone resonated through the courtyard instantly. Sitting in the guest of honor's seat, old Master Cheng, who had just turned to converse with the other guests, swiveled his head in surprise. Almost every other guest followed suit, their attention captured simultaneously. Just 2 words, yet the presence was palpable. Before she even stepped onto the stage, her voice had already seized the audience. The drums and gongs struck their notes, and the huqin strings came alive. Jiang Fu, hands resting on the jade belt at her waist, stepped gracefully onto the center of the stage with delicate, measured steps. She struck an elegant pose, flipping her fan and flicking her sleeves with practiced poise. Bravo! Old Master Cheng and several other elderly guests couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Jiang Fu cast a sidelong glance at the crowd and began her performance. Haidao Bingluan Chu Zhuan Ta. Her exquisite costume and authentic May school vocal style captivated the audience. On stage, Jiang Fu's portrayal of the legendary noble consort was flawless. Every glance, every movement exuded the grace and majesty of an unparalleled beauty from a bygone era. Even the younger guests, some of whom had little knowledge of Peking opera, found themselves entranced by her performance. The previously lively hall quieted to a hush, leaving only the sound of the music and Jiang Fu's voice to fill the space. Bu Ju Lai Dao Bai Hua Ting. As she sang the final line of the aria, Jiang Fu opened her fan with her left hand, raised her right hand in a delicate orchid finger gesture, and took a step back with her right foot. She ended her performance with a beguiling smile and a poised stance. Bravo! Old Master Cheng led the applause, his enthusiasm infectious. The audience, finally snapping out of their spellbound state, erupted into thunderous applause. Several elderly guests who were connoisseurs of opera couldn't stop praising her. Such an authentic May school performance. Old Cheng, doesn't she remind you of Teacher Shen in her prime? Indeed. Her singing, her costume, her expressions flawless. Old Master Cheng agreed, his face alight with joy. Who would have thought we could still witness such an extraordinary Peking opera performer today? This Miss She could truly lives up to her reputation as a star actress. Jiang Fu offered a graceful curtsy, then turned and exited the stage. From the wings, a fog machine released a gentle mist, and a group of female Peking opera performers took to the stage to perform a dance as a transition. Back at her dressing table, Jiang Fu began changing into a new headpiece and costume, readying herself for the next act. Dressed in an elegant white outfit with flowing ribbons trailing behind her, the young woman ascended the stage gracefully, almost like a celestial being. This time, she was performing the old man's favorite, the heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Skipping the earlier sections, she dove straight into the climactic part of the performance, singing and dancing simultaneously. The long ribbons swirled and twirled in the air, creating an enchanting spectacle. The drum beats quickened, the strings heightened their urgency, and her movements grew faster and more dynamic. At the center of the stage, she spun like a whirlwind, culminating in an exceptionally challenging backbend and a final pose known as the reclining fish. Bravo! The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Old Mr. Cheng pushed himself up from his chair, gripping the armrests, his eyes rimmed with red. While others might not notice, he could see it clearly. This sequence was almost identical to the performance his late wife, Xin Lanxin, had once delivered. Knowing his days were numbered, the realization that he could relive such a cherished memory overwhelmed him with emotion. Noticing his expression, one of the guests hesitated before asking Mr. Cheng, "Are you all right?" "Oh, it's nothing," the old man replied, quickly dabbing at the corners of his eyes. I was just so absorbed in the performance that something got into my eye. On stage, Jiang Fu rose gracefully from her final pose, then turned toward the old man and curtsied deeply. In her operatic voice, she addressed him, wishing Mr. Cheng longevity and health, blessings upon your home, and may this day be celebrated for years to come. Wonderful. The audience broke into applause once more. Thank you, Miss Shika. Old Mr. Cheng nodded toward her from across the lotus pond. You must be tired. Why don't you come over and have some tea? Not wanting to offend him, Jiang Fu stepped down from the stage and made her way to the pavilion via a side corridor. Uncle Chen quickly poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. With her stage makeup still on, Jiang Fu merely brought the cup to her lips and took a symbolic sip. The old man gave her an appraising look. You're quite young, aren't you? How old are you? 22, she replied. Really? That's the same age as our Xiao Fu. Mentioning Jiang Fu, the old man turned to look around. Where's that girl? Haven't seen her. Uncle Chen glanced around as well. I thought she was watching the performance too. Gu Yanqiu, sulking nearby, had no interest in covering for Jiang Fu. That girl always running off when she shouldn't. Just then, outside the crowd, Chang Zhilua placed the shopping bags she had been carrying onto a chair and hurried back. Dad, Xiao Fu went to the restroom, she explained. Taking a step forward, she stood before Jiang Fu and said politely, Miss Shika, thank you for your hard work today. You're too kind, Jiang Fu responded, lowering her head quickly to avoid being recognized. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I have some other matters to attend to. Wait a minute. Gu Yanqiu stepped forward, blocking her path. Miss Shika, since you're already here, you might as well stay for a meal. Otherwise, people might think the Cheng family doesn't treat its guests well. Gu Yanqiu was clearly displeased. She had personally invited Jiang Fu, who had declined. Yet when Chang Zhilua extended the invitation, Jiang Fu had shown up. That alone was enough to irritate her, and she certainly wasn't going to let Jiang Fu leave so easily. Not wanting to cause a scene at the banquet, Jiang Fu responded with a faint smile. You're overthinking it. I truly have something urgent to attend to. Turning to the others, she added, Mr. Cheng, everyone please excuse me. As she turned to leave, Cheng Jiamu stepped forward to block her way. He held out a wine glass filled to the brim with baijiu. Miss Shika, even if you must leave, you should at least drink this glass before you go. Cheng Jiamu had already taken a dislike to Jiang Fu, particularly after witnessing what he perceived as her disrespect toward his mother. His dissatisfaction only grew, and now he was determined to make things difficult for her. The glass he held was a small one, but it was filled to the top with strong liquor at least 3 ounces. Cheng Zhilua stepped forward, shielding Jiang Fu behind him. Jiamu, stop causing trouble. How am I causing trouble? It's the old man's birthday. What's wrong with me offering her a drink? Cheng Jiamu sneered, his lips curling. She's just a low-class opera singer. My invitation is already a favor to her. His words were not only aimed at Jiang Fu. Cheng Zhilua's mother, Shen Lanxin, was also an opera performer. Cheng Jiamu's remark was clearly intended as a veiled insult. Clenching his right fist, Cheng Zhilua took another step forward. Mr. Cheng. Jiang Fu grabbed his arm. After all, this was a birthday banquet, and Cheng Zhilua was a member of the older generation. If he truly landed a punch, Gu Yanqiu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to make a scene. Then, all the guests would think Cheng Zhilua was being immature. What do you mean by low class? Who's low class? She's an artist. Bang! The old man's cane struck the ground with force. Cheng Jiamu apologized to Miss Shika immediately. Father, he's just a kid who misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, Gu Yanqiu interjected, realizing his son had crossed the line. He tugged at Cheng Jiamu's arm, gesturing for him to apologize. Jiamu, apologize now. With a perfunctory expression, Cheng Jiamu muttered, sorry, okay? What's with that attitude? The old man frowned, raising his right hand. Get out. Father. Gu Yanqiu tried to plead. Out, the old man roared angrily. Shaking off Gu Yanqiu's hand, Cheng Jiamu turned around, shoved his chair aside, and stormed out of the hall. At the door, the Cheng family's eldest son, Cheng Jingxi, entered carrying a gift box. Seeing his younger brother leave in a huff, he approached with a puzzled expression. Yanqiu, what's going on with Jiamu? The old man let out a cold snort, casting a stern glance at Cheng Jingxi and Gu Yanqiu. Discipline your son properly. If he continues to speak so rudely and act so recklessly, then he won't be welcome in the Cheng family anymore. Fearing the old man might get too upset, Jiang Fu turned and gently supported his arm. Mr. Cheng, this is all because of me. Please don't get angry on such a joyous occasion. Child, this has nothing to do with you. It was our Cheng family who was out of line. The old man smiled at her and picked up a red envelope from the table, placing it in Jiang Fu's hand. This is an old custom in Yanjinga, small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Jiang Fu hesitated, glancing at the old man's expression. Finally, she smiled and said, "Then I won't refuse." "Thank you, Mr. Chung." The old man nodded with a smile. "Since Miss Shika has other commitments, I won't keep you any longer. We'll invite you to a private dinner another day. Jalua, see Miss Shika out. And make sure all the performers from today's show are seated at the main table if they are available. Give each of them a red envelope and thank them for their hard work." "Understood. I'll handle it right away." Chen Zhelua glanced at Gu Yanxiu, then raised his right hand. "Miss Shika, this way please." As he escorted Jiang Fu to her dressing room, Chen Zhelua continued apologizing. "I'm truly sorry for all the trouble we caused you today. You're too kind, Mr. Chen." "I know this wasn't your fault," Jiang Fu said, stopping outside the dressing room. "I need to remove my makeup and change. You should head back. I'll wait here for you. Once you're done, I'll arrange a car to take you home." "There's no need. We have our own car." "Very well. I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality today. Another day, I'll treat you to dinner personally." Jiang Fu waved her hands quickly. "There's really no need for that. This is my grandfather's wish. Please don't feel obligated to refuse, Miss Shika." Chen Zhelua politely opened the door for her. "After you." Jiang Fu had no choice but to nod and step inside the dressing room. Outside, Chen Zhelua immediately took out his phone and dialed Jiang Fu's number. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the dressing table, Jiang Fu's phone vibrated intensely. Startled, she grabbed it, and when she saw Chen Zhelua's name on the screen, she turned away in a slight panic. Outside the door, Chen Zhelua stood holding his phone, his gaze fixed on the room. After running errands and making several calls, all of which went unanswered, he had searched every restroom but still couldn't find her. He initially thought Jiang Fu might have handled things herself and returned to the VIP lounge to watch the opera. However, even the old man was looking for her. How could a person simply vanish? Chen Zhelua's eyes swept over Jiang Fu's vibrating phone, then landed on her makeup-adorned face. As he stared into her familiar eyes, he recalled her earlier conversation with Miley. Suspicion flickered in his narrowed eyes. The girl in front of him had a similar height and build to Jiang Fu. He had also seen her perform on stage. Like Xin Lanxin and Wen Rujing, she was a quintessential Mei-style opera artist. Back then, Jiang Fu had also studied the Mei school, especially in Heavenly Flower Scattering, where the initial entrance was modified to include a flying dance move, Xin Lanxin's original creation. He had watched his little one practice it countless times. Could it be the Shika in front of him was Jiang Fu? Stepping forward, Chen Zhelua gripped his phone and crossed the threshold. "Miss Shika, why aren't you answering your phone?" Jiang Fu turned her phone screen around and smiled. It was a telemarketing call. "Why not just hang up?" "Mr. Cheng, you wouldn't understand," she said with a knowing smile. "These telemarketing calls, if you hang up, they'll mark you as an active customer and call you again next time. So the best option is to neither pick up nor hang up." Chen Zhelua narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right hand, and decisively ended the call with a tap of his finger. The abruptness of his action caught Jiang Fu completely off guard. The buzzing of the phone stopped instantly. "That man," Jiang Fu muttered under her breath. "Why does he have to pull a sneak attack like that?" "Shijia," Milai called out, walking into the dressing room with a tablet in hand. She stopped in her tracks at the sight of Chen Zhelua. "Mr. Cheng, since Miss Shika has business to attend to, I won't intrude further," Chen Zhelua said, nodding politely. "I'll treat you to dinner another day." With that, he turned and left the room, leaving Jiang Fu frowning. That man. Did he figure it out or not? She wondered aloud. "Shijia," Milai said, turning to close the door behind her. "Hurry up and take off your makeup. Old Master Cheng is looking for you everywhere." Without wasting another moment, Jiang Fu sat down at the vanity and swiftly removed her peaking opera makeup, replacing it with her usual look. She changed back into a cheongsam, tidied her long hair, and put on her jewelry. Milai peeked out of the door, glancing left and right to ensure no one was watching, and waved her over. Jiang Fu slipped out like a thief, weaving her way through the back corridors leading to the parking lot before returning to the VIP lounge. As she entered, Gu Yanxiu, who was busy directing the waitstaff to serve the dishes, spotted her. His face darkened immediately. "The guests are all here, and instead of supervising the arrangements, where did you run off to?" he demanded. "There was an issue with the guest car in the parking lot," Jiang Fu replied smoothly. "I went to check on it, but it's all sorted now." Just as Gu Yanxiu was about to continue his scolding, Chen Zhelua, standing by the main table, raised his right hand. "Little one, come here. Grandpa's looking for you." "Coming," Jiang Fu replied sweetly, flashing a bright smile as she made her way to the main table. Gu Yanxiu ground his teeth in frustration, letting out a cold snort. "We'll settle this later." "Phew girl," old Master Cheng greeted warmly, placing a hand on her arm. "Come, let Grandpa introduce you to some people." Standing beside the elderly man were three others, one older and two younger. The older man was Gu Yanxiu's father, Gu Anhuai, the patriarch of the Gu family. The two younger individuals were also familiar faces to Jiang Fu. On Gu Anhuai's left stood Gu Yufei, Gu Yanxiu's niece, and the Gu family's eldest granddaughter, holding onto her grandfather's arm. On his right was Gu Yuchen, the grandson of the Gu family, the same man Jiang Fu had once kicked hard enough to leave him clutching himself in pain after he tried to flirt with her. Of course, I know Grandpa Gu and young Master Gu, Jiang Fu said with a bright smile, her gaze landing on Gu Yufei. And Yufei, we just met a few days ago. Her expression was one of pure innocence as she complimented Gu Yufei with a sweet tone. Yufei, your cheongsam is absolutely stunning, so refined and elegant. It exudes such class. Gu Yufei was dressed in a cheongsam of ivory-colored cloud brocade with subtle gold embroidery. In all of Yanjing, only Jiang Fu's custom shop, Shika Couture, could produce such exquisite handmade cloud brocade cheongsams. It seemed Gu Yufei had spared no expense in her pursuit of Chengzhilua, contributing generously to Jiang Fu's boutique business in the process. As long as Gu Yufei continued to support her shop, Jiang Fu had no qualms about showering her with insincere praise. After all, compliments were free. Gu Yufei's lips curved into a satisfied smile, clearly pleased by Jiang Fu's flattery. You're so sweet. Meanwhile, Gu Yuchen's gaze had been fixed on Jiang Fu the entire time. He had met her a few times before, but back then, she had been a plain, bespectacled girl with a dowdy sense of style utterly unremarkable. But now, she was dazzling. Today, Jiang Fu truly caught Gu Yuchen by surprise. Xiao Fu, you look stunning today. Hearing the playful tone in his voice, Cheng Zhelua's brows furrowed slightly. Mr. Gu, why don't you have a seat so we can chat? Gu Huaiyan took a seat at the table, smiling as he patted Gu Yufei's arm. Yufei, why don't you sit with Zhelua? It's been so many years. You two should catch up. Miss Gu and young Master Gu's seats have already been arranged at the next table, Cheng Zhelua said, turning to face the butler. Uncle Chin, please take them over. Gu Yufei walked over with a smile and stood next to Cheng Zhelua. But isn't there an empty seat here? Cheng Zhelua rested his hand on the back of a chair. That's Xiao Fu's seat. Gu Yufei turned to Jiang Fu with a smile. Xiao Fu, would you mind switching seats with me? Before she could finish, Cheng Zhelua's voice cut in. Normally, Xiao Fu is the one who takes care of the old master during meals. He's used to it. Jiang Fu thought to herself, if this dog of a man doesn't like Gu Yufei, why use me as a shield? Isn't this just asking for trouble on my behalf? Feeling a bit awkward, Gu Yufei forced a smile and found an excuse to back down. Well, I wouldn't dare delay something as important as Mr. Cheng's meal. Turning away, she pursed her lips and reluctantly took a seat at the next table. Cheng Zhelua tilted his chin slightly. Come on, little one, sit down already. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes at him before taking a seat beside the old master. As the dishes were served, the group chatted while enjoying the meal. Zhelua, even Jiamu is engaged now, Gu Huaiyan said with a chuckle, his gaze fixed on Chengzhilua. As his uncle, don't you think it's time you gotta move on as well? The old master rolled his eyes at his son. Don't bother with him. I've tried talking to him countless times, but it's like talking to a wall. He doesn't listen. Gu Huaiyan shook his head. I think it's because Zhelua has high standards. Yufei is the same. She's been single all these years too. The seasoned guests at the table immediately picked up on the underlying suggestion in Gu Huaiyan's words. I think Zhelua and Yufei would make a great match, one of them chimed in. Why not bring the two families even closer? Cheng Zhelua continued peeling shrimp at a leisurely pace, not even bothering to look up. Uncles, please don't joke about such things. Xiao Fei is like a younger relative to might wouldn't be appropriate. What younger relative? It's the digital age, now no one cares about that kind of thing anymore, Gu Huaiyan said with a big smile. You two grew up together. Why not give it a try? Cheng Zhelua turned his head slightly, glancing at Jiang Fu beside him. She was carefully picking out fish bones from her bowl, looking completely detached from the conversation. Mr. Gu, please don't play matchmaker so recklessly, Cheng Zhelua said in a calm tone. I already have a girlfriend. Jiang Fu, who had just placed a piece of deboned fish into her mouth, felt her eyes narrow in satisfaction. The chef at Jingyuan really lives up to his reputation. Cheng Zhelua placed a peeled shrimp into her bowl. Xiao Fu has met her, haven't you? Jiang Fu froze for a moment. Does he think a single shrimp is enough to buy her off? Uncle has so many women around him. How would I know which one it is? She replied casually, picking up the shrimp with her chopsticks and eating it. The shrimp, at least, is worth eating. But I'm not getting involved in this mess. It seems our Cheng family isn't fortunate enough, the old master said with a laugh, raising his hand. All right, everyone stop sitting around, eat. The guests, all experienced in reading the room, quickly shifted the topic. I heard the head chef at Jingyuan comes from a long line of imperial chefs. We should really savor this meal. Gu Huaiyan didn't say anything further, but his displeasure was evident. Here I am, putting my pride on the line to help my granddaughter, and Cheng Jilua doesn't even bother to play along. What an ungrateful bunch. At the next table, Gu Yufei overheard their conversation and looked visibly disappointed. Turning her head, she curiously asked Gu Yanqiu, "And do you know who Jiao's girlfriend is?" Gu Yanqiu snorted impatiently. "How would I know?" Gu Yuchen smirked mischievously. "Instead of asking Aunt, why not ask me?" Gu Yufei turned to him, surprised. "You know." Gu Yuchen gestured subtly toward the stage. Gu Yufei frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Shika," Gu Yuchen whispered, lowering his voice. "I saw them together with my own eyes. That night, for Shika's sake, Cheng Jilua even fought his own men. If they didn't have something going on, would he go to such lengths to protect an opera singer?" Gu Yufei slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her jaw tightening in anger as she mentally added Shika to her blacklist. An opera singer daring to compete with her for a man? Outrageous. Sitting nearby, Gu Yanqiu also frowned silently. No wonder Shika had the gall to defy her. Turns out she and Cheng Jialua were in cahoots. At the adjacent table, Jiang Fu was entirely focused on enjoying her meal, blissfully unaware that two people had just figuratively blacklisted her alter ego. By the time the banquet ended, it was past 9 p.m. Jiang Fu, along with Uncle Chen, the butler, helped escort the old master back to the family estate. She then returned to her room, massaging her slightly sore waist, ready to take a shower and head to bed. Just as she began to unwind, her door was suddenly flung open. Gu Yanqiu stormed in, her face dark with anger. "So, you've grown wings now, have you?" she demanded coldly. "Aunt Chiu, what's that supposed to mean?" Jiang Fu replied, her tone calm but guarded. "Jiamu is your fiancé. So what if he gets a little affectionate with you? You actually dared to hit him." Gu Yanqiu's gaze was sharp, her eyes like daggers. "All these years, you've eaten my food and lived under my roof. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Jiang Fu leisurely brushed her hair back, the demure facade she wore for years slipping away. "For the record, everything I've eaten, used, and lived in belongs to the Cheng family, not you." Gu Yanqiu raised her right hand, preparing to slap her. Before the hand could land, Jiang Fu swiftly grabbed Gu Yanqiu's wrist. "Out of respect for your seniority, I call you Aunt Chiu. But hitting me? You don't have that right. So, you've really grown bold enough to turn against me, huh?" Gu Yanqiu snapped, shaking off Jiang Fu's grip with a sneer. "Without the Cheng family backing you, do you really think Yangting would tolerate you?" "That's my business," Jiang Fu said, her patience wearing thin as she rubbed her slightly aching stomach. "And speaking of last night, Aunt Chiu, weren't you involved as well? What a pity, 4 years. And you still don't know I hate orange juice." Gu Yanqiu's expression faltered for a moment, a flash of panic crossing her eyes. But she quickly composed herself, letting out a cold laugh. "So what if I was? Do you have any proof?" "Just your word against Min Ito. You think the old master would believe you?" Without a word, Jiang Fu opened her wardrobe and pulled out a stack of photographs from a bottom drawer. She tossed them onto the table in front of Gu Yanqiu. "What do you think would happen if I handed these to Grandpa?" The photos showed Cheng Jiamu in intimate situations with various women. He had always treated Jiang Fu like a fool, but collecting these photos had been almost effortless for her. Gu Yanqiu glanced at the pictures, her composure visibly cracking. "You probably don't know how many women Jiamu has been with over the years, do you?" 52. Jiang Fu said, nodding toward the photos. "If you're interested, I have even more." Gu Yanqiu's fingers tightened around the stack. "What do you want?" "Money, of course. Did you think I actually wanted to marry into your family?" Jiang Fu smirked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "How much do you want?" Gu Yanqiu asked through gritted teeth. Jiang Fu raised her right hand and wiggled her index finger with a sly smile. "A lot. 10 million? 100 million, Aunt Chiu? You must be dreaming. If you take the initiative to approach the old man, cancel the engagement between me and Jiamu, and give me the money, he'll disappear quietly." Jiang Fu smiled sweetly, but every word she spoke was sharp as a knife. "Otherwise, I'll hand over all the photos of every woman Jiamu has been with in the past 4 years to Grandpa, and while I'm at it, let him know what you and Jiamu have done to me. You thought you were raising a docile rabbit, but who would have guessed it was a biting fox?" Gu Yanqiu clenched the photos in her hand, seething with rage, the kind that could kill. "You dare threaten me? The Chen family fortune is worth trillions. I'm only asking for a fraction. It's a deal you won't lose." Jiang Fu opened the door and smiled. "Take care, Aunt Chiu." "Jiang Fu, you've got guts." Stuffing the photos into her bag, Gu Yanqiu stormed out the door with a dark expression. "Guts? This is just the beginning." Locking the door behind her, Jiang Fu cradled her stomach and headed for the bathroom. After a hot shower, she quickly burrowed under the covers. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Jiang Fu stayed nestled in bed without moving. "Who is it?" she called out. "It's me." "Open the door." Cheng Jialuo's voice came from the other side. Jiang Fu frowned, got up, and unlocked the door. Cheng Jelua stood there holding a tray with a small bowl of sweet ginger and red date soup. I made this for you. Drink it while it's warm, he said. Jiang Fu brought the bowl to her lips and took a small sip. The soup was still a bit too hot, so she set it on the table and crawled back under the covers, wrapping her arms around her waist. Cheng Jelua picked up the bowl, stirred it with the spoon, blew on it to cool it down, and offered it to her again. Drink it while it's warm. Feeling unwell and not in the mood to argue with him, Jiang Fu took the bowl from his hand, tested the temperature, and found it drinkable. She downed it in large gulps and handed the empty bowl back to him. Taking the bowl from her, Cheng Jelua sat down on the edge of the bed. His hand slipped under the blanket, resting on her lower abdomen over her dress. Does it hurt? He asked. Jiang Fu grabbed his wrist, frowning as she turned to face him. Uncle, are you really looking for a fight? Cheng Jelua leaned on one arm and lay down beside her, his large hand gently massaging her abdomen. Adults have plenty of ways to resolve problems, he said with a calm smile. Jiang Fu bit her lip and glanced sideways at Cheng Jelua. The man's expression was calm and unreadable. Beat him up? She wouldn't stand a chance. Call for help? If the old man found out the two of them were together, he'd probably have a heart attack from the shock. Left with no choice, Jiang Fu decided to soften her approach. She wrapped her arms around his neck and spoke in a delicate, pleading tone. Uncle, I really have bad menstrual cramps. My stomach hurts, my back aches, and I can't even sleep. Can't you just cut me some slack? The girl had just taken a bath, and a faint, fresh fragrance lingered on her. Through the thin layer of her nightgown, he could clearly feel her softness pressed against his chest. Cheng Jiaoyuo's throat tightened as he gently pulled her arms away. Do you want to go to the hospital? No need. Just let me get a good night's sleep. She turned her back to him. Face the other way. Jiang Fu, she had practically begged him, yet this stubborn man still wouldn't let her off. Frustrated, she released her hold on his neck, huffed indignantly, and flopped back onto her pillow, turning her back to him in defiance. Let's see if you dare. But then, his hand reached over and pulled her into his arms. Her back pressed against his chest, and his palm rested gently on her lower abdomen. Let's get this over with quickly, he said. Jiang Fu didn't resist and let him do as he pleased. His hand began to gently stroke her lower abdomen, smoothing over it in slow, rhythmic motions. For a long while, he made no further moves. Jiang Fu, was this foreplay supposed to take this long? With her back against him, she could feel the warmth radiating from his palm. Gradually, the chill in her lower back and abdomen dissipated, and the discomfort faded. Her tense nerves began to relax, and eventually, she couldn't fight off the drowsiness. She drifted off into a deep sleep. Once he was sure she was sound asleep, Cheng Jelua carefully got up, tucked her in, and quietly left the room. Returning to his own room, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yumo's number. Did you get the video from the Jin Yuan Theater? It's already in your email, Yumo replied. Cheng Jelua powered up his computer and opened the video file attached to the email. It was footage from the backstage area of the Jin Yuan Theater, captured by a hallway surveillance camera. The video clearly showed Jiang Fu pulling Mi Lai into a dressing room after Cheng Jelua had left. About 10 minutes later, the dressing room door opened again. This time, Mi Lai and Shiku, dressed in full costume, emerged. After the performance, Shiku returned to the dressing room. But shortly after Cheng Jelua left, a figure dressed in a cheongsam slipped out. It was Jiang Fu. Cheng Jelua narrowed his eyes, then let out a soft laugh. You little trickster, almost had me fooled. The next morning, Jiang Fu was rudely awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. The call was from Manager Wang at the Cheongsam boutique. Miss Jiang, you need to come to the shop right away. What happened? That Gu Yufei showed up with a group of people, and they're threatening to trash the place. I'll be there immediately. Hanging up, Jiang Fu got out of bed. As she moved, a thought crossed her mind, and she glanced around the room. The empty bowl on the table had already been taken away by Cheng Jelua. She looked down at herself. Her nightgown was still perfectly intact. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Setting aside her suspicions about the previous night, she quickly freshened up, changed clothes, and drove to the boutique in a hurry. From a distance, she could see a crowd gathered outside the store, buzzing with conversation. What's going on? Apparently, they're selling fake goods, and a customer came to confront them. No way. I've shopped there before, and their prices are pretty reasonable. Jiang Fu peered through the glass window and saw Gu Yufei lounging arrogantly on the sofa in the lounge area, her legs crossed. Behind her stood her assistant, looking equally smug. A few girls familiar with her were now surrounding Manager Wang, arguing loudly. What brocade? Your qipao is nothing but a fake. Exactly. Refund us immediately and compensate for our losses. Otherwise, we'll trash your store. One after another, their voices rose, each louder than the last. Jiang Fu's face darkened. She didn't care if Gu Yufei wanted to take Cheng Jelua from her. If the woman had the capability, it would save her some trouble anyway. But daring to mess with her store, tarnish her reputation, and affect her earnings? That was crossing the line. Parting the crowd of onlookers, Jiang Fu adjusted her mask and strode into the store in high heels. Manager Wang stepped aside. Seeing her enter, Manager Wang and the sales assistants felt a sense of relief and obediently moved to the side. Jiang Fu turned her face, her beautiful eyes coolly sweeping over the group. Go ahead, smash it. Everyone froze. The girls causing trouble exchanged glances, suddenly unsure of what to do. They had only intended to intimidate, never expecting someone to actually call their bluff. The leader of the group turned to look at Gu Yufei, who was sitting on the sofa. Sister Fei, what do you think? Gu Yufei stood up, giving Jiang Fu a once-over. So you're Shika? That's right. What can I do for you, Miss Gu? Oh, nothing much, Gu Yufei said, tilting her chin slightly. Her assistant handed the qipao to Jiang Fu. I want to return this. In our store, custom-made clothing can be returned for a full refund within 30 days if there are quality issues, Jiang Fu replied, calmly smoothing out the qipao and inspecting it. Miss Gu, could you please tell me what the issue is with this dress? Of course there's an issue. Gu Yufei sneered. Your brocade is fake. Manager Wang stepped forward, picking up a certification plaque from the table. Miss Gu, please take a closer look. Our store is the only authorized dealer of yun brocade in Yanjing. All our silk has traceable supply channels. Please don't make baseless accusations. Baseless? Gu Yufei stood up. You're using the cheapest silk and passing it off as yun brocade that costs tens of thousands per meter. I demand an explanation today. The surrounding crowd, clueless about the situation, naturally began to side with Gu Yufei. Seriously? Tens of thousands per meter? That's outrageous. Even daring to scam a celebrity? I wouldn't shop here again. Exactly. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Yufei crossed her arms triumphantly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fu's face. Jiang Fu chuckled softly. An amateur, daring to stir up trouble in her territory? What are you laughing at? Gu Yufei demanded. At you, of course, Jiang Fu replied with a faint smile. If you truly intended to cause a scene, Miss Gu, you should have come up with a better excuse. She spread the qipao open, revealing the lining of the fabric. Everyone, please take a closer look at the material in my hands. The crowd, curious, leaned in to scrutinize the silk. Guided by Jiang Fu, they quickly noticed something unusual. On the fabric, an intricate watermark was visible, clearly displaying the words, handmade yun brocade, Nanjing, along with a series of numbers below. Wait, there are words handmade yun brocade, Nanjing in numbers too. Yeah, I see it. Exactly. Jiang Fu explained calmly, to prevent counterfeits. This type of brocade is woven with anti-counterfeiting patterns. The string of numbers below acts as a unique identifier, like a QR code for this fabric. She gestured toward Manager Wang. Manager Wang, please pull up the relevant website. Manager Wang opened the website on the store's computer, and the large screen on the wall, used for displaying promotional materials, mirrored the display instantly. Erase the translation. Everyone, this is the website where you can track the origin and authenticity of each piece of fabric by entering the code below. Jiang Fu read out the number, and Manager Wang inputted it one by one. Then, he pressed enter. Within moments, the certificate of authenticity for the fabric appeared on the tablet screen. At the top was an image of the fabric, followed by details such as the production date, pattern designer, weaver's name, materials used, and more. Gu Yufei's expression became slightly unnatural, clearly unwilling to admit defeat. Even if this piece of brocade is real, does that mean this dress is worth $1 million? She sneered. This piece of silk contains real gold and silver threads, woven using ancient manual techniques, Jiang Fu explained, holding up the cheongsam for everyone to see more closely. For a fabric like this, just designing the patterns can take months. With over 10,000 warp threads, an old-fashioned jacquard loom requires 2 people to operate, and even if they work tirelessly for a month, they could only weave about 1 meter. To ensure the patterns on the cheongsam align perfectly, at least 4 meters of fabric are needed for one dress. That means it takes 2 weavers several months to complete just one cheongsam. The crowd fell silent, stunned. If Jiang Fu hadn't explained, no one would have guessed that such a small piece of silk required such an extensive amount of time and intricate craftsmanship. So what? Gu Yufei scoffed disdainfully. Jiang Fu turned to her and said, as far as I know, Miss Gu, your pay for acting in a single TV episode is 1 million. Does that mean in your eyes, the painstaking craftsmanship and months of effort by 2 weavers aren't even worth as much as your paycheck for one episode? That's not what I meant, Gu Yufei stammered, flustered. Then what do you mean? Jiang Fu questioned sharply. Returning a cheongsam you've already warned us the daughter of the prestigious Gu family have no shame? You. Gu Yufei's chest heaved with anger. Fine. I won't return it. Happy now. Not enough. Jiang Fu walked to the reception desk and placed the cheongsam down. Coming here to cause trouble not only endangered my staff, but also severely damaged the reputation of my shop. Do you think you can just walk away with a simple, I won't return it? Then what do you want? Gu Yufei demanded. Either you apologize to my staff, or Jiang Fu took out her phone, I'll report this to the police and let them handle it. Gu Yufei's entourage, clearly intimidated, quickly backed down. Well, apologize. Yes, we're sorry. It was our mistake. Unlike Gu Yufei, they didn't have the backing of a powerful family like the Gu clan. Gu Yufei, however, remained defiant, her neck stiff with indignation. Jiang Fu cast a cold glance at her. There are security cameras in this shop, Miss Gu. I'm sure you wouldn't want this incident to make the news, would you? Her words were an unmistakable threat. As a public figure, Gu Yufei's greatest fear was negative press. Fine. I apologize, she said with a haughty scoff. She stepped forward, lowered her voice, and hissed at Jiang Fu. Shika, mark my words. One day, I'll shut you down for good. Miss Gu, if you had that kind of capability, you wouldn't need to apologize to me right now, Jiang Fu retorted coolly. Let's see about that. With a cold snort, Gu Yufei turned and stormed out of the shop. Jiang Fu glanced around at the onlookers. Today, everything in our store is 20 off. If anyone is interested, feel free to come in and take a look. Besides premium brocades, we also offer regular silk fabrics. Lifting her arms slightly, she showed off her own cheongsam. For example, this one I'm wearing costs less than 1,000 after the discount. The crowd, intrigued by her words, began murmuring. Wow, such a beautiful cheongsam for just a few hundred? Really? How long does it take to custom make one? Impressed by how stunning Jiang Fu looked, several young women who had been watching the commotion entered the shop together. The staff greeted them warmly, introducing the fabrics on display. Manager Wang discreetly gave Jiang Fu a thumbs up. You're amazing as always. But I don't think she'll let this go so easily. If a suspiciously large order comes in the future, you'll need to be extra cautious. Don't worry, I'll keep that in mind, Jiang Fu assured him. She glanced at her watch and then headed toward the door. The Mei Lanfang production crew was officially starting filming today, and as a consultant, she couldn't afford to miss it. Arriving at the film studio entrance, Jiang Fu removed her mask, adjusted her hair in the mirror, and put on a pair of non-prescription glasses. She then made her way to the Republic of China set where the crew was stationed, deep in thought. That Gu Yufish probably didn't know Jiang Fu's true identity yet. But why had she come to stir up trouble? Could it have been Gu Yanka's doing? Xiao Fu over here. Director Lu Qing, who was chatting with a few actors, waved at her from afar. Jiang Fu set aside her thoughts and walked over with a smile. Lu Qing eagerly introduced her to several of the lead actors. By the way, I haven't seen the female lead yet. Who's playing her? Jiang Fu asked curiously. Just as the words left her mouth, a hand landed on her shoulder. Shika, you've got some nerve showing up here. Caught in the act? Jiang Fu slowly turned her face. Standing behind her, Gu Yufei froze for a moment upon recognizing her. Xiao Fu, why is it you? Xiao Fu is the Peking opera consultant I hired. I didn't expect you two to know each other. Lu Qing glanced at the approaching city cultural department leaders and gave the two a wave. You two have a chat. I'll go greet the leaders. As Lu Qing walked away, Gu Yufei gave Jiang Fu a lingering, uneasy glance. You little troublemaker, why are you dressed like this? I thought that Shika came over here to mess with me. Seeing that Gu Yufei hadn't recognized her fully, Jiang Fu silently breathed a sigh of relief and deliberately feigned a look of confusion. What did Shika do to upset you so much, a sister? Don't tell me you don't know. Gu Yufei's face was full of annoyance. She's your little uncle's girlfriend. That's impossible. Are you sure it's not a misunderstanding? Yu Chen saw it with his own eyes. Jialua picked her up from work at the TV station late at night. They're definitely involved. Jiang Fu hesitated for a moment and thought to herself. Involved, yes, but definitely not a girlfriend. Please take your seats for the opening ceremony. A staff member's voice called out from not far away. The two stopped chatting and walked over to find their seats among the guests. Moments later, the opening ceremony officially began. Mei Lanfang was a project spearheaded by the city's cultural department in collaboration with CCTV. The ceremony was formal and grand, with many media outlets in attendance. Lu Qing stepped onto the podium to deliver the opening speech. He was then joined by the two main producers to unveil the red cloth covering the camera, officially announcing the start of filming. Several lead actors, including Gu Yufei, took turns giving speeches. Afterward, everyone gathered in front of the specially constructed replica of Mei Lanfang's residence for the drama and took group photos. The group then headed to a restaurant for a celebratory meal. In the reserved VIP room, Lu Qing formally introduced Jiang Fu to everyone present. This is the granddaughter of the renowned Peking opera master Wen Lianqing, and the daughter of Wen Rujing. She even studied opera under Madame Shen Lanxin as a child. Don't be fooled by her young age. Xiao Fu took home the National Peking Opera Competition Championship at just 7 years old. The crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected such a young woman to have such an impressive background. Not only the actors, but even the cultural department leaders looked at her with newfound respect. I've heard Master Wen Lianqing's performances before. I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting his descendant. Miss Jiang, we amateurs will need your guidance. It looks like we'll be relying on you for this production. You're too kind, Jiang Fu responded with a polite smile. Mei Lanfang is one of the Peking opera masters I respect the most. I hope I can contribute in some small way to this production. Alright, everyone, please take your seats, Lu Cheng said, gesturing for them to sit. He arranged for Jiang Fu to sit next to him at the main table, and didn't forget to remind Gu Yufei and Qin Yu, the popular actor playing the male lead. Qin Yu, Yufei, you two should learn as much as you can from Xiao Fu. Make sure you bring your characters to life. Of course, Gu Yufei said warmly, sitting down next to Jiang Fu and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Xiao Fu, from now on, consider me your disciple. Naturally, Jiang Fu replied with a faint smile. But she knew it was all just for show. From childhood to now, Gu Yufei had never looked up to Jiang Fu. To her, Jiang Fu was nothing more than the pitiful girl from the Jiang family, a pawn in Gu Yanqia's schemes, and not someone who could ever compare to the prestigious Gu family's eldest daughter. If Jiang Fu didn't have some value to exploit, Gu Yufei wouldn't even bother acknowledging her. Jiang Fu saw through it but chose not to expose it, maintaining her calm demeanor with a small, knowing smile. I wonder if this person will still be able to smile once they realize she is Shiku. After the meal, Lu Qing led everyone out. Gu Yufei pulled Jiang Fu aside and brought her to a cafe not far from the restaurant. Xiao Fu, are you pretty familiar with Manager Wang from Shika's store? I've ordered a few outfits from there, so I guess you could say we're somewhat familiar. Why do you ask, Yufei Jia? Of course, I need your help with something, Gu Yufei said, taking a sip of her coffee. In planning to place a 5 million yuan order with Shika's Qipao store, Jiang Fu looked up from her coffee. But haven't you had a falling out with Shiku? Why would you still want to work with her? Are you dense? Gu Yufei sneered. In doing this to make that brat's store shut down for good, Jiang Fu paused. Who's the real fool here? What do you mean, Yufei Jia? I don't understand. Jiang Fu didn't mind playing dumb since the other party clearly thought she was clueless. You're such a naive little flower, aren't you? Gu Yufei leaned in closer and explained in detail. I'll place a 5 million yuan order with her, but only pay 20 as a deposit. Then, I won't pay a single cent of the remaining balance. Tell me, how much do you think she'll lose? But Jiang Fu continued to feign ignorance. For such a big order, wouldn't there be a contract involved? A contract? Gu Yufei scoffed with disdain. I just won't honor it. What can she do? Sue me? Economic lawsuits can drag on for years. Meanwhile, our family's lawyers are just sitting around anyway. And her? If I tie up so much of her working capital, she'll have no choice but to close her store. Shika Custom has been in business for 3 years now, and Jiang Fu had certainly encountered her fair share of challenges at the beginning. Situations like the one Gu Yufei described weren't uncommon. If someone unsuspectingly received such a large order and was paid 1 million yuan up front, who would suspect it was a scam? If the client refused to pay the remaining balance, the goods worth millions would be stuck, leading to devastating losses. Shika Custom would undoubtedly suffer a total financial collapse. This spoiled daughter of the Gu family wanted to destroy 3 years of hard work out of sheer jealousy. Truly malicious. But Jiang Fu stirred her coffee nonchalantly. Since you've had a falling out with Shiku, wouldn't she refuse to do business with you? That's why I need you, Gu Yufei said with a sly smile, grabbing Jiang Fu's arm. If you step in, they won't suspect anything. What if something goes wrong? Don't worry, Gu Yufei reassured her. With me and the Cheng family backing you up, what are you afraid of? No, Jiang Fu shook her head quickly. If Aunt Chiu finds out, she'll definitely scold me. And if my little uncle finds out we're scheming against his girlfriend, he might just kill me. I don't tell who's going to find out? Gu Yufei said with a mischievous smile. Besides, she gave Jiang Fu a suggestive look. One day I'll have your little uncle wrapped around my finger. By then we'll all be family. You wouldn't refuse to help me, would you? If narcissism were a disease, this woman would be beyond saving. Jiang Fu's lips twitched as she struggled to keep a straight face. She played along. But I don't have that kind of money. Don't worry about that, Gu Yufei said. It'll cover the cost. Then let me think about it. What's there to think about? It's settled. Gu Yufei said, patting Jiang Fu on the shoulder. Find some time soon to meet with Manager Wang and get the contract signed. Don't worry if you help me pull this off, I'll make sure you're well rewarded. With her assistant in tow, Gu Yufei stood and walked out of the cafe. As they crossed the street, the assistant grabbed her arm nervously. Sister Fei, you're a public figure. What if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, isn't Jiang Fu there to take the blame? Gu Yufei smirked slyly. The contract was signed by her. What does it have to do with me? Her assistant hesitated for a moment before catching on. You really know how to use someone else's hand to do your dirty work. The two of them laughed as they walked toward the filming set. Through the glass window, Jiang Fu watched their interaction. She elegantly lifted her coffee cup, took a light sip, and thought to herself, you want to set me up? Let's see who outsmarts whom. After leaving the cafe, Jiang Fu drove back to the villa district. The Cheng family's ancestral home wasn't convenient for live streaming, so she returned this time to temporarily move her streaming equipment to her grandfather's old house. After heading upstairs and packing her belongings, she carried a box down. Just as she reached the living room, the front door opened, and Gu Yanqiu entered with her assistant and 2 cleaning staff. Jiang Fu stopped in her tracks. Aunt Qiu, what brings you here? Gu Yanqiu hadn't expected to run into Jiang Fu. She smiled casually. Oh, I just brought some cleaners over to help tidy up the house for you. Hiring cleaners for the villa had always been Jiang Fu's responsibility. Gu Yanqiu's sudden involvement was clearly an attempt to search for the photos Jiang Fu had hidden. Thank you for your effort, Aunt Qiu. Jiang Fu turned to the cleaners. Please make sure to put all my belongings back where you found them. If anything goes missing, I won't hesitate to call the police. She didn't particularly mind since she was too busy to deal with it right now. Besides, all the important items were safely stored at her grandfather's old house. The villa only contained some clothes and inexpensive jewelry things she couldn't care less about. Let them search to their heart's content. After all, with Gu Yanqiu's personality, she wouldn't stop until she hit a dead end. Carrying the box, Jiang Fu walked over to the door leading to the garage. She turned back with a faint smile. Oh, and Aunt Qiu, please let Jiamu know that this house was given to me by Grandpa. He should pack his things and move out soon. And unless there's something urgent, you might want to stop dropping by unannounced. Gu Yanqiu's grip on her handbag tightened as she held back her anger. Watching Jiang Fu drive her European luxury car out of the garage, Gu Yanqiu immediately turned to her group. Search everywhere. Don't leave a single spot untouched. She directed the cleaners toward the bedroom while her assistant tried the study door. It's locked, Ms. Gu, the assistant said after jiggling the doorknob. The cleaners also reported back. The bedroom is locked too. Gu Yanqiu's expression darkened. What are you waiting for? Get a locksmith and a programmer here now. The assistant rushed off and soon returned with a locksmith and a programmer. The group began a meticulous search of the entire villa. Frustrated by the wait, Gu Yanqiu went downstairs to sit in the living room. After 2 hours, the assistant finally came down. Well, did you find anything? Gu Yanqiu asked, her patience wearing thin. The assistant shook their head. Nothing. There's nothing useful on the computer either. Useless fools. Gu Yanqiu slammed her cup onto the table. Ms. Gu, the assistant hesitated before stepping closer. Could it be that Miss Jiang hid the items back at the Cheng family estate? She's only been back there a few days. It's unlikely, Gu Yanqiu replied, frowning deeply. That girl must have hidden them somewhere I can't find. No wonder she seemed so calm earlier. So what should we do now? Gu Yanqiu sneered coldly. Does she really think a few photos can control me? Blackmail me for 100 million? They'll make sure she doesn't live long enough to spend a single cent. Unbeknownst to her, a small robot-shaped camera on a display shelf in the corner had recorded everything. Over the past 4 years, Jiang Fu had gone to great lengths to gather evidence of Cheng Jiamu's infidelity. This camera was just one of her many tools. On the other side of the signal, Jiang Fu, having just finished a live stream, listened to the recording of Gu Yanqiu's chilling words. She clicked her mouse lightly, saving the video file. This venomous woman, does she seriously intend to kill me to silence me? Buzz. Her phone vibrated on the desk. Jiang Fu picked it up and answered. Miss Shi, your ticket to Port City is booked. It's for 9 a.m. tomorrow, so don't be late. Got it. After pulling back the curtains to glance at the darkening sky, Jiang Fu grabbed her car keys and left her grandfather's old house in a hurry. Back at the Cheng family estate, she asked the housekeeper, Aunt Lu, a quick question before heading straight to the garden at the back of the mansion. Old Master Cheng was trimming the plants. Jiang Fu took the basket of clippings from the butler's hands and stood beside the elderly man. Grandpa, I'm thinking of going on a trip for a few days to relax. Is that okay? Of course. The old man smiled warmly. He turned to the butler. Old Chen, transfer 1 million yuan into Ziaphus account. No need, Grandpa. I have enough money. What you have is yours. What Grandpa gives you is a gift from me. Buy whatever you like, he said dotingly. By the way, where are you planning to go? Port City. Port City, huh? Perfect timing. Old Master Cheng turned toward the direction of Cheng Jialuo's room. Jialuo. The study's back window opened, and Cheng Jialuo appeared inside. He wore a black shirt with the top buttons undone, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing lean forearms. In his hand, he held a freshly crafted hairpin. Glancing briefly at Jiang Fu, Cheng Jialuo gently blew away the stray feathers clinging to the hairpin. Yes, Dad? Xiao Fu wants to visit Port City for a few days. I don't feel comfortable letting her go alone. Since you're heading there too, take her with you. Xiaofu. Jiang Fu glanced at Cheng Jialua, speechless. Could it be any more coincidental? Grandpa. Jiang Fu hurriedly reached out to support the elderly man's arm. Uncle's flight must already be booked, and it's too late to arrange another ticket now. Besides, Uncle's on official business. I don't want to be a bother to him. What do you mean, a bother? He's your uncle. Taking care of you is his responsibility. Old Master Cheng gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry about the flight arrangements. Lao Chen, make a call and have the company's private jet cleared for tomorrow. It will take Jia Luo and Xiao Fu to their destination. Putting down the scissors in his hand, Old Master Cheng clapped his hands together. As for the hotel, let your uncle handle the booking. You two can discuss the details. I'm going to wash my hands now. Uncle Chin gently supported the elderly man as they walked away together. Jiang Fu moved closer to the window and glanced at the hairpin in his hand. Uncle, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, she said with a flattering smile. You must be going on an important mission. Taking me along would just be inconvenient. How about we fly together and then go our separate ways once we get there? Cheng Jialuo tilted her chin upward and carefully fixed the hairpin into her hair, tilting his head slightly to examine it. You can do your thing during the day, and I'll do mine at night. Seems convenient enough to me. Warm as bed? On what grounds? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. It's not convenient for me, she retorted. Cheng Jialuo removed the hairpin from her hair and picked up a small pair of pliers from the table, making a minor adjustment to one of the decorative pieces. Then go talk to Grandpa. If he agrees, I have no objections. How is she supposed to respond to the old man's well-intentioned arrangements? Jiang Fu glared at him, turned around and walked away. Setting the hairpin aside, Cheng Jialuo picked up his phone and typed in the name Shiku. A few news articles quickly popped up on the screen. Beijing-Hong Kong Cultural Exchange, 9 renowned Peking opera artists, including Shiku, to perform in Hong Kong. Cheng Jialuo's sharp brows furrowed slightly as he stared at the screen. With the matter settled, Jiang Fu had no choice but to accept it. She called me Lai to let her know she'd need to fly alone and bring the costumes and other essentials. Meanwhile, Jiang Fu would travel with Cheng Jialuo on the Cheng family's private jet to Hong Kong. It seemed Cheng Jialuo had already made arrangements. When they disembarked from the private jet, his assistant, Umo, was already waiting on the tarmac. Behind him was a sleek black Rolls-Royce. Umo appeared slightly surprised to see Jiang Fu. After helping her load her luggage into the car, he ushered the two into the back seat before taking his place in the front passenger seat. Turning back to glance at them, he asked, Mr. Cheng, should I book an additional room for Miss Jiang? Yes, Jiang Fu said. No, Cheng Jialuo replied. Their voices overlapped almost perfectly. Umo hesitated, momentarily speechless. Jiang Fu turned her head towards her uncle. Uncle, it's not appropriate for the two of us to share a room, don't you think? Cheng Jialuo casually fingered the prayer beads in his hand. Grandpa asked me to take good care of you, and I gave him my word. Take care of her? If she weren't outmatched, Jiang Fu wouldn't have minded tossing him out of the car right then and there. The car drove into the city and eventually stopped in front of the Peninsula Hotel at Victoria Harbor. A private hotel butler was already waiting at the entrance, eagerly opening the car door for them. Upon seeing Jiang Fu step out of the back seat, the butler naturally assumed her identity. This must be Mrs. Cheng. Welcome to the Peninsula Hotel, Mr. and Mrs. Cheng. Jiang Fu assumed this was another one of Cheng Jialuo's deliberate setups. She tugged at the corners of her lips but said nothing. Umo, who had initially intended to clarify, noticed both Jiang Fu and Cheng Jialuo remained silent. Pressing his lips together, he chose to swallow his words. Both ancestors are hard to deal with, so the less trouble, the better. The private elevator carried the three of them to the top floor. The personal butler opened the double doors to the suite and gave the group a brief introduction to the room. Leading Jiang Fu into the master bedroom, he didn't forget to open the bathroom door, smiling as he explained, "This is the best room in the hotel in terms of view. The floor-to-ceiling windows are one-way glass, so if you're interested, you can enjoy the stunning sea view while taking a bath." Jiang Fu glanced at the spacious bathroom and the white bathtub positioned in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Typical of that dog of a man to indulge himself, the bathroom alone was larger than the room she had booked. Cheng Jialua entered the master bedroom and gestured to the butler. All right, you can leave now. Then I won't disturb the two of you. If you or Mrs. Cheng need anything, you can always press the number 1 on the room phone. The hotel staff and I are at your service, 247. The butler exited the bedroom, joining Umo to finalize the check-in process for the couple. Cheng Jialua walked to the balcony, standing beside Jiang Fu, who was leaning against the railing, gazing at the sea view. Do you like this room? What else would I like? She replied. Wasn't the whole point of him booking one room to force her to share a bed with him? As long as you like it, Cheng Jialua shrugged. I need to head out for a bit. What about you? Feigning exhaustion, Jiang Fu stretched lazily. I'm a bit tired from the flight. I think I'll rest early. Of course, she couldn't miss the banquet tonight, where the organizers were hosting all the performing artists. Chen Zhelua nodded lightly. Dinner will be delivered to the room. Stay safe while I'm gone, and call me if you need anything. She turned to him, her tone deliberately casual. When will you be back, uncle? Around 10 o'clock. No need to wait for me. Good, she thought. That meant she just needed to be back before 10. Alright, I'll go wash up then. Taking her toiletries bag from the suitcase, Jiang Fu stepped into the bathroom. After carefully washing her face, she opened the door and peeked outside. Confirming that Chen Zhelua had left, she quickly pulled out a prepared cocktail dress from her suitcase and brought it into the bathroom. At the same time, she dialed Millet number. Pick me up at the Peninsula Hotel in half an hour. Don't park at the main entrance. Just stop by the roadside. Ending the call, she applied her makeup at lightning speed, slipped into the cocktail dress, and threw on a hoodie over it, pulling the hood up to conceal her face. Jiang Fu rushed downstairs. After confirming that neither Chen Zhelua nor Yuemo was around, she jogged to the roadside, opened the car door and climbed into the back seat. The driver, Miley, turned to look at Jiang Fu, puzzled by her outfit. Sister Shi, you don't even have acquaintances in Hong Kong. Why are you acting like you're meeting a secret agent? Don't ask questions, just drive. Remember, you must get me back here before 10. If Miley found out she was staying with Chen Zhelua, her imaginative assistant would surely start concocting some wild drama. Shaking her head, Miley started the car. Moments later, they arrived outside the event venue arranged by the organizers. Jiang Fu removed her hoodie, carefully tidied her hair, and put on the gold tassel mask she had specifically prepared. You park the car and wait for me in the lounge on the first floor. I'll call you when I'm done. The banquet was invitation only, and Jiang Fu was the sole invitee. As her assistant, Miley wasn't allowed to enter. After giving Miley a quick instruction, Jiang Fu pushed open the car door and stepped into the entrance of the event center. The event's reception staff was waiting at the entrance. After hearing her introduce herself, the young male staff member smiled and raised his right hand. Miss Shika, please. The two of them entered the banquet hall, and the MC immediately announced her name loudly. Miss Shika, a renowned Peking opera artist from Yanjing, has arrived. Hearing her name, the guests turned their heads. In Hong Kong, traditional culture has a strong presence. Last year, Jiang Fu also held a special performance here, which was very well received. Many prominent social figures approached her warmly, shaking hands and engaging in polite conversation. I missed your performance last year, but I'm so glad I get the chance this time. Miss Shika, it's such a pleasure to meet you in person. When will you hold another special performance here in Hong Kong? Jiang Fu exchanged pleasantries with a polite smile and glanced around the room. Is President Chen not here? She asked. This cultural exchange event was organized by the Hong Kong Traditional Culture Association, with its president, Chen Yannu, as the host. He's here, the male staff member replied. He's chatting with a friend in the lounge. Should I really interrupt while he's meeting someone? No problem. President Chen specifically asked me to bring you over when you arrived. Jiang Fu nodded and followed him through the banquet hall to the lounge. A staff member knocked gently on the door. After a moment, a young assistant opened it. Miss Shika is here, the staff member explained. The assistant turned to Jiang Fu, his eyes lighting up as he smiled. Miss Shika, the president has been expecting you. Please come in. He held the door open, politely raising his right hand to guide her inside. In the lounge, two men were seated on the sofa. The older man, dressed in a suit with graying hair, was President Chen Yannu. Sitting next to him, wearing a black tang suit, was a man Jiang Fu had parted ways with less than 2 hours ago. Chenzhou. President Chen stood up with a smile. Miss Shika, you're finally here. Let me introduce you to. No need for introductions. Jiang Fu took a deep breath, steadying her voice. I already know Mr. Chengzhou. Chen looked surprised. Well, I didn't expect that. You two already know each other. A few days ago, at my father's birthday banquet, Miss Shika performed a private opera for us, Ching Jelua explained, extending his right hand toward Jiang Fu. It's been a while, Miss Shika. His expression was calm, his tone polite, as if they were mere acquaintances. Relieved that he hadn't recognized her, Jiang Fu relaxed slightly and lightly shook his hand. Indeed, I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Cheng. Withdrawing her hand, she turned to President Chen. I assume you're discussing important matters. I wouldn't want to disturb you. It's no trouble at all, Chen said with a smile. Mr. Cheng is also here to participate in our cultural exchange event. Just then, the assistant approached Chen and whispered something in his ear. Nodding, Chen said, You two go ahead and chat. I need to step out to greet a friend. Waving briefly, he left the lounge. I'll go check if the other artists have arrived, Jiang Fu said, already heading toward the door. Before she could leave, Cheng Zhelua strode over and pressed his hand firmly against the doorframe. Startled, Jiang Fu turned to face him, only to see his hand move past her waist to grip the doorknob. Click. The soft sound of the lock turning filled the room. Leaning against the door, Jiang Fu swallowed nervously. Mr. Cheng, what are you doing? Cheng frowned, his gaze locking onto her face. How long do you plan to keep this act up? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean, she replied, feigning confusion. Little one, he said, his voice low as he leaned in closer, his hand moving to hold her waist. I've known you for over 20 years. You really think covering your face with a scrap of fabric could fool me? With that, he reached out and, in one swift motion, pulled away the veil masking her face. The veil slipped down, leaving their faces fully exposed to each other. The man's breath brushed warmly across her skin. Jiang Fu could clearly feel the faint anger in his gaze as he stared into her eyes. Shrinking slightly toward the door, she forced a somewhat awkward smile, her voice soft and sweet, like a child who had done something wrong, trying to act coy with an elder. Little uncle. Don't call me that, Cheng Jilua interrupted her with a frown. If Chen Yanyu finds out your true identity, you're going to be in big trouble. President Chen? Jiang Fu furrowed her brows slightly. What do you mean by that? He's not who you think he is. If he's not the president, then what is he? He. Cheng Jilua suddenly stopped, raising a fist and slamming it against the door beside her. Startled by his sudden action, Jiang Fu flinched. Little uncle, I know it was wrong to deceive you, but I said don't call me that. Meeting her slightly flustered gaze, Cheng Jilua straightened up, his brows still knit together. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. I'm sorry, little one. I didn't mean to lose my temper with you. He placed his hands firmly on her shoulders, his tone serious. From now on, you must not let anyone know your true identity. Understand? Jiang Fu pouted. I wasn't planning on telling anyone. You're the one who figured it out. I'm being serious here. Show some proper attitude and stop acting spoiled. Who's acting spoiled? You are. As Jiang Fu opened her mouth to retort, Cheng Jilua raised his hand and covered her lips. Tilting his head slightly, he listened for a moment before pulling her aside. Carefully, he untied the knot of her veil, adjusted it back over her face, and tied it securely again. He lightly tugged on it to ensure it wouldn't slip off. Cheng Jilua placed his hands on her shoulders once more. Remember, never call me little uncle in front of others. After tomorrow's performance, leave Port City immediately. But I have other events after the performance. You can't attend them. Why? Who said? Cheng Jilua raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. Listening intently again, he grabbed her wrist and led her to a corner of the lounge. I'm going to open the door now. When it opens, act as if nothing happened. Stay close to me, and after 30 minutes, find an excuse to leave. I'll escort you myself. Got it. Jiang Fu wanted to ask more, but Cheng Jilua cupped her face gently. Don't ask why. I'll explain later. Trust me, okay? She nodded. Ever since his return to Yanjing, this was the first time Jiang Fu had seen Cheng Jilua looking so unsettled. She didn't understand the source of his sudden tension, but the boy who had once cared for her so deeply had left her with a natural sense of trust. Don't worry, I'm here, he reassured her with a fleeting smile before turning to head for the door. Jiang Fu reached out and tugged on his sleeve. Then what should I call you? Cheng Jilua turned his head, giving her a faint smile. Figure it out yourself. Jiang Fu was at a loss for words. He gently pulled his sleeve free from her grasp and walked to the door, unlocking it quietly. Returning to the table, he picked up his glass of wine. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door broke the silence. Cheng Jilua glanced at Jiang Fu, silently asking if she was ready. She nodded, signaling she was prepared. Cheng Jilua turned back toward the door, his voice now calm and composed. Come in. The assistant pushed the door open, and Chen Yanyu walked in with a smile. Let me introduce you to a new friend, he said. Jiang Fu curiously turned her head as a young man followed behind Chen Yanyu into the room. He wore a lead gray suit and appeared to be around the same age as Cheng Jilua. Perhaps due to his mixed heritage, his facial features were more pronounced than those of the average East Asian. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on his high-bridged nose, lending him a scholarly, refined air. Unlike Cheng Jilua, who exuded an aura of aloofness and unapproachability, this man had a warm and friendly smile at the corners of his lips. This is Mr. An, a collector, Chen Yanyu introduced with a smile. And this is Mr. Cheng Jilua, an art dealer from Yanjing. The two men shook hands, and Jiang Fu discreetly glanced at Cheng Jilua. An art dealer? Since when did this guy become an art dealer? She thought to herself. Chen Yanyu then turned to Jiang Fu. And this Before Chen Yanyu could explain, An turned his attention to Jiang Fu and extended his right hand with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Miss Shika. Jiang Fu lightly shook his hand, a bit surprised. You know me. Last Christmas, at the Broadway Theater. When you came out for the final curtain call, you were wearing this very veil. I haven't forgotten, An said with a smile. I even sent you flowers and hoped to invite you for a meal, but unfortunately you declined. Jiang Fu was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to remember her veil after all this time. I'm sorry, she said apologetically. My schedule was absolutely packed that time. Of course, that was just an excuse. She had always kept a polite distance from fan invitations. On stage, she was an actress, and they were the audience. Off stage, they were strangers. Chen Zhelua, seemingly unintentionally, stepped forward and positioned himself between Jiang Fu and Anine. He lifted his wrist to check the time. President Chen, I believe the opening ceremony is about to begin? Oh, look at me, chatting away and almost forgetting the main event. Chen Yanyu laughed, raising his right hand. Please this way. Chen Zhelua extended his left arm toward Jiang Fu. Understanding the gesture, she took his arm. This simple act subtly hinted at the close relationship between the two. And Yin's gaze lingered on Jiang Fu's hand, resting on Chen Zheluo's arm for a couple of seconds. Then, stepping back with a smile still on his face, he said, After you. The group exited the lounge together, entering a grand hall filled with elegantly dressed guests. The room was abuzz with conversation and laughter. Chen Yanyu ascended the podium and began his opening speech. Thank you all so much for supporting this cultural event. Now, let us welcome some of the artists who have traveled from afar to join us. First, please welcome Kungfu opera artist, Ms. Luo Qin. Amidst applause, several artists took the stage one by one. Finally, Chen Yanyu enthusiastically announced, and of course our celebrated Peking opera star Miss Shika. This time, the applause was the loudest and most enthusiastic. Jiang Fu released Cheng Jialuo's arm and stepped onto the podium. Following Chen Yan's guidance, she stood at the center of the stage. Miss Shika, please say a few words as the artist representative. Taking the microphone from Chen Yanyu, Jiang Fu stepped forward. It is a great honor to be invited by President Chen to perform alongside such esteemed artist. In the audience, an Yin moved to stand beside Cheng Zhelua. Mr. Cheng, are you and Mississippi Shika close? He asked. Of course, Cheng Zhelua said, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fu on stage. She's my woman. I see, and Yin replied with a smile. Perhaps we could have a meal together sometime? Mr. and Cheng Zhelua said calmly, as her fan, you should know her rules. She never removes her veil in front of strangers. Can't you make an exception? The young lady likes to keep things mysterious. Mr. N, there's no need to make it difficult for her. Fair enough. And Yin nodded thoughtfully. Leaving some mystery makes it more interesting. On stage, Jiang Fu was wrapping up her speech. As a Peking opera performer and a custodian of traditional culture, I hope more people will pay attention to and appreciate our traditional cultural arts. I also wish this cultural exchange event great success. In the audience, Cheng Zhelua and an Yin raised their hands simultaneously to applaud her. When Jiang Fu walked to the side of the stage, Cheng Zhelua approached her and gently held her arm. Turning his face toward her, he leaned close and kissed her cheek through her veil. It's time for us to go. The two returned to an Yin and the others, continuing their conversation. An Yin took out his business card holder and handed 2 cards to Cheng Zhelua and Jiang Fu. In a couple of days, I'll be hosting an exhibition of my collection. I hope the two of you can honor me with your presence. Jiang Fu took the card and slipped it into her handbag before raising her right hand to press her temple deliberately. What's wrong? Cheng Zhelua turned to her with concern. Just a bit of a headache, Jiang Fu said, her voice soft and playful. You're so delicate, Cheng Zhelua teased her with a smile. Then he turned to the others. Apologies, Chairman Chen, Mr. N. I'll take her home first. Let's meet again another day. Of course, Chairman Chen replied with a hearty laugh. I'll see you two out. No need to be so formal. We're all old friends here, Cheng Zhelua said, waving his hand as he wrapped an arm around Jiang Fu's waist and strode out of the venue with her. And Yin stood beside Chen Yanyu, watching their figures disappear outside the venue. This Cheng Zhelua, there's no issue with him, is there? I've looked into his background. There's absolutely nothing suspicious, Chen Yanyu replied. And Yin nodded lightly. Do you know what his relationship with Shika is? What else could it be between a man and a woman? Obviously, they're sleeping together. Chen Yanyu chuckled suggestively. Why, Mr. N, are you interested in this opera star as well? I'm just curious, that's all. And Yin shrugged. Have you ever seen what Shika looks like? At my age, women don't interest me anymore, Chen Yanyu said with a laugh and a shake of his head. But don't underestimate the young lady. She's a genuine May school performer, and her singing is flawless. If you have time tomorrow, Mr. N, you should come and listen. And Yin smiled faintly. Sure. The car pulled back into the Peninsula Hotel. Alright, head back to your room first. We'll touch base tomorrow. Jiang Fu ended her call with Mi Lai and followed Cheng Zhelua into the hotel lobby. Umo jogged ahead to press the elevator button for them. Noticing the business card from an Yin in her bag, Jiang Fu opened her contact list and saved the number. Cheng Zhelua saw this but remained silent. The elevator reached the top floor, and the three of them entered their suite. Cheng Jelua gestured to Umo with a raised hand. Bring the painting. Umo hesitated. Mr. Cheng Jelua frowned slightly and glanced at him. Seeing the firmness in the man's gaze, Umo turned and went into the study. Moments later, he returned carrying a wooden box. Wearing gloves, he carefully took out the painting and unfurled it. Jiang Fu turned to look and froze when she saw the artwork. The Water Moon Guanyin painting? She leaned closer to examine it. Why would you buy a forgery? Umo was startled. How do you know it's a fake? Jiang Fu smiled faintly. Because the original is in my possession. My grandfather, apart from performing opera, had a deep love for collecting antiques. He owned not just this Water Moon Guanyin but several other ancient paintings as well. Umo was speechless for a moment. Cheng Jelua's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly at Umo, signaling him to put the painting away. Sure. Here is the translation and adaptation of the provided text. You've been curious about what I do, haven't you? Well, this is my business. You're selling fake antiques? That's not what I meant. Cheng Jelua picked up her handbag and took out an Yin's business card. Chan Yenu introduced an Yin to me because he wanted to take over the antiques I have. But these artifacts aren't allowed to be exported. Even for international exhibitions, they need to be reported and approved. As she spoke, Jiang Fu frowned and looked up. He's an illegal smuggler? No wonder. Cheng Jelua realized why her sudden appearance had made Jiang Fu so tense. Turns out, Chairman Chen and an Yin were both smuggling kingpins. Noticing Umo coming out of the study, Cheng Jelua raised her right hand slightly. Go get some rest. Umo nodded and left the living room. Good girl. Cheng Jelua stepped forward and placed a hand on Jiang Fu's shoulder. After your performance tomorrow, I'll take you to the airport. Jiang Fu stared into his eyes. After this, will you stop? Cheng Jelua nodded solemnly. I promise. Jiang Fu nodded. All right, I'll trust you. That's my girl. Cheng Jelua's expression relaxed. Now, go to sleep. And you? Where will you sleep? Jiang Fu lowered her lashes. Cheng Jelua chuckled. Relax. I'm not interested in battlefield heroics. He'll sleep in the guest room. Jiang Fu's face flushed slightly. Oh, one more thing, Cheng Jelua reminded her seriously. If an Yin calls you, let me know immediately. I got it. With that, Jiang Fu turned and walked into the master bedroom. After removing her makeup and taking a shower, she changed into her pajamas and prepared for bed. Buzz. Her phone vibrated on the table. Glancing at the screen, she saw the caller's name in Yin. Remembering Cheng Jalua's reminder, Jiang Fu quickly grabbed her phone and rushed to the guest room door, knocking urgently. There was no response. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. Uncle. Cheng Jelua walked out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, water droplets still clinging to his skin and his hair damp from the shower. It seemed he had just finished washing up. What is it? Jiang Fu waved her phone at him. An Yin is calling. Should I answer? Put it on speaker. Answer it. Jiang Fu complied, activating the speaker mode and answering the call. Mr. N, is there something you need? The day after tomorrow, I'm hosting a private collection exhibition. I was wondering if Miss Shika could honor us with your presence. Apologies, I have a performance that day and I'll be leaving tomorrow night. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend your event. Then how about lunch tomorrow? I'll host. You and Mr. Chung are both invited. Before Jiang Fu could decide how to respond, Chinjelo suddenly pulled her into his arms, leaning down to press a kiss onto her neck. Her silk pajamas absorbed the moisture from his wet skin, turning cool against her body. His lips, however, were hot and burning. Jiang Fu instinctively shrank back, trying to avoid his advances, but her voice softened involuntarily. I might not be able to. His lips trailed down to her shoulder, grazing her skin before biting gently through the fabric over her heart. Jiang Fu couldn't suppress a soft moan as her fingers trembled, dropping the phone onto the carpeted floor. Cheng Jelua, stop messing around. Jiang Fu pushed against him in protest, bending down to retrieve her phone. But Cheng Jelua scooped her up effortlessly, placing her onto the bed before leaning over her. Jiang Fu's eyes widened. Was this man seriously planning to do this with the call still connected? Grabbing his shoulders, she urgently reminded him the phone. Before she could finish, the tie of her pajamas slipped loose under his touch. His lips, warm and relentless, found their way back to her chest. This version stays true to the original story while maintaining a natural flow in English and appropriate cultural adaptations. Let me know if you'd like any additional adjustments. Jiang Fu bit her lip, suppressing any sound from escaping. Her hand gripped his shoulder tightly as she pushed Cheng Jelu off her. Her voice was hoarse as she whispered a reminder. Are you crazy? I'm still bleeding. He leaned closer, his voice low and deliberate in her ear. Let him know you're mine, and he'll give up on you. Cheng Jelua grabbed her wrists and pinned them to the pillow, lowering his head to continue his audacious actions. Over the years, Jiang Fu had encountered all sorts of men, Even after more than half a year, and Ian still remembered the veil she wore during her curtain call on stage, clearly leaving a strong impression on him. A fan this obsessed, who also happened to be involved in international smuggling, would undoubtedly be an even bigger headache than Cheng Jialua if he truly set his sights on her. Knowing Cheng Jialua was protecting her, Jiang Fu played along. "Be gentle," she muttered. "You're so annoying, didn't kiss me there." What started as an act gradually became something else entirely. Before she realized it, she was drawn in. Her wrists pinned under his grip, she instinctively curled her knees and arched her back, seeking closer contact with him. Cheng Jialua withdrew his hand from under her skirt, glancing briefly at the phone lying on the carpet. The screen was dark. The call had ended. Releasing her wrists, he brushed the stray hair from her face. "Do you want me?" he asked. Jiang Fu caught her breath, swallowing to soothe her dry throat. "Don't get cocky." "It's just an act," she retorted. "You're all talk," he teased, smirking. Still feeling weak and drained, Jiang Fu stayed lying down. "I'm not just tough talking. My heart's tough too." Cheng Jialua chuckled lightly, lying down beside her. He picked up a cigarette from the table, placing it between his lips before deciding against it and setting it back down. "Little one. Have you really never considered dating me?" Jiang Fu turned her head to glance at him. His eyes were deep, and his tone was serious, not at all playful. Propping herself up on the bed, she adjusted the strap of her dress that had slid off her shoulder and slipped on her slippers. Bending down, she picked up her phone. When she spoke again, her tone was calm. "We're both adults. It's just fun, don't bring emotions into it. It'll only hurt." She opened the door and walked out without looking back. Cheng Jialua sat up, lighting the cigarette he had set aside earlier. He took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, a cloud of pale smoke obscuring his expression. For a long moment, the room was silent, save for a faint sigh. For safety reasons, Jiang Fu stayed in her hotel room all day the next day, even having her lunch delivered by the hotel staff. By dusk, she had packed her luggage when Cheng Jialua returned to the hotel, right on time, after handling business outside. "I've already arranged your flight," he said. "After the performance, I'll take you and Malay directly to the airport." He pulled a takeout box from a paper bag and handed it to her. "Here are your favorite Hong Kong-style egg waffles." The first time she visited Hong Kong City, she had been just a child, performing with Shen Lanqin. She had always remembered those egg waffles fondly. But on that rainy day, they hadn't been able to explore much. Cheng Jialua had gone out of his way to take her there, waiting in line for ages under an umbrella while she stayed in the car. He had finally returned with 2 servings. "You remembered?" Jiang Fu smiled as she took the box, opening it to take a small bite. Her brows furrowed slightly in disappointment. "It doesn't taste as good as I remember." "This isn't the same place, is it?" "The waffles are the same." "You're the one who's grown up," Cheng Jialua replied, handing her suitcase to Yumo. He glanced at his watch. "If we wait too long, traffic will get bad. Finish up, and we'll head out. We can have dinner at the venue." "No need," she said, taking another bite. "I'll eat on the way." Jiang Fu stood up holding her egg waffle. "Let's go." As they headed downstairs together, Yumo had already pulled the car around and parked at the hotel entrance. Cheng Jialua and Jiang Fu slipped into the back seat, and the car started moving in the direction of the theater. Not far away, in a white SUV, a man sitting in the driver's seat lowered his binoculars and made a call on his phone. "I've found the person. She's got luggage and seems ready to leave. But Cheng Jialua is with her. Take care of both of them, and I'll pay you double." "Deal," the voice on the other end replied. The man rolled down his window and tossed the phone into a roadside drain. The white SUV followed Cheng Jialua and Jiang Fu's car from a distance. As Yumo turned onto the road leading to the theater, he glanced into the rearview mirror. "Mr. Cheng, I think we've got a tail." White SUV. Cheng Jialua turned his head slightly and studied the mirror for a moment. "Cover your face, little one," he said calmly. Jiang Fu quickly set down her half-eaten egg waffle, pulled out a mask, and put it on. "Who are they?" she asked. "Not sure yet," Cheng Jialua replied, shifting his gaze back to the road ahead. "Lose them, but don't make it obvious." "Got it," Yumo answered. He smoothly changed lanes and made a left turn, all the while keeping an eye on the pursuing vehicle. After leading the SUV through a few more streets, he seized the opportunity. Pressing the accelerator, he sped up and crossed the intersection just as the traffic light turned yellow. The white SUV, however, was stopped by the red light, its driver watching helplessly as Cheng Jialuo's car disappeared from view. Frustrated, the man in the SUV slammed the steering wheel. "Damn it." A few streets away, a black Rolls-Royce pulled into the theater's private parking lot. Cheng Jialua opened the car door and helped Jiang Fu step out. "Wait here for us," he instructed Yumo before placing his hand lightly on Jiang Fu's arm and escorting her backstage to the dressing room. Jiang Fu removed her mask as she stepped inside. Milai was already rummaging through her makeup kit, preparing the costume pieces Jiang Fu would need. Milai started, but froze when she noticed Cheng Jialua entering behind her. Mr. Cheng, don't get the wrong idea. I was just trying to remember, oh, right? As the sun sets, the heartbroken wanderer roams the earth. Cheng Jelua said nothing, but Jiang Fu burst into laughter. He knows. No need to recite poetry. You should have told me earlier. Milai exhaled dramatically, clutching her chest. I almost gave myself a heart attack. She set down the costume and placed a prepared dinner in front of Jiang Fu. Noticing Cheng Jialua, she hesitated. I only prepared 2 dinners. Should I go grab something for you, Mr. Cheng? No need. Cheng Jialua walked to the dressing room's back window, glanced outside, and then closed the blinds tightly. Stand guard by the door, he instructed Milai. Don't go far. No matter who it is or what excuse they have, don't let them in. And if anyone delivers gifts, hand them directly to security. It was still unclear whether the earlier tale was after him or Jiang Fu, but Cheng Jialua preferred to err on the side of caution. But I need to help her with her makeup, Milai protested. He'll do it. You. Milai sounded skeptical. Are you sure? I was doing makeup for performers when you were still in kindergarten. Milai blinked, momentarily speechless. Jiang Fu chuckled and turned her face toward Cheng Jialua. Don't worry. He's Shen Langxin's son. Something this simple won't stump him. Well, in that case, I'll leave you two to it. Milai made a playful face at Jiang Fu before stepping outside to stand guard. Because she had snacked on the egg waffle earlier, Jiang Fu barely touched her dinner. After wiping her face carefully with a damp cloth, she readied herself for makeup. Cheng Jialua approached and gently smoothed her long hair. What's the performance tonight? He asked. Zhao Jun goes beyond the Great Wall, Jiang Fu replied. After saying those 4 words, she leaned back against the makeup chair and tilted her face slightly upwards. If it were Malay doing her makeup, Jiang Fu would have to assist. But since it was Cheng Jialua, all she had to do was sit still, everything else was out of her hands. Applying foundation, adding blush, shaping brows, defining eyes, styling her hair, attaching accessories. His movements were unhurried yet fluid, as smooth and practiced as flowing water. Done. Jiang Fu turned her face to look at herself in the mirror and smiled faintly with satisfaction. Not bad, uncle. After all these years, you've still got it. Cheng Jialua grabbed the inner costume from the rack and gestured with his chin. You changing on your own, or do you need my help? Don't be a creep. Jiang Fu snatched the costume from his hands, stepped into the changing area, and briskly pulled the curtain shut. Cheng Jialua took another costume from the rack, draped it over his arm, and stood outside the curtain. Do you really think a curtain can stop me? Jiang Fu passed her discarded dress through the curtain and took the costume he handed her. A curtain only blocks gentlemen, not scoundrels. Are you planning to be the latter, uncle? He folded her dress neatly and placed it over the back of a chair. With a self-deprecating smile, he murmured, if I were to do something like that to you, I wouldn't deserve to be called a gentleman. Jiang Fu finished changing, pulled open the curtain, and asked, what did you just say? Nothing. Cheng Jialua picked up the phoenix crown adorned with feathers from the table and placed it on her head, carefully adjusting the foxtails on either side of the headpiece. Remember to remind Malay if anyone asks about our relationship, she shouldn't tell them I'm your uncle. Don't worry, Malay knows her boundaries. She won't sell me out. Cheng Jialua draped a red cloak over her shoulders and tied it securely. He hesitated for a moment, words on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back. Hopefully, he was just overthinking. Jewer. Malay knocked on the door and stepped inside. There's a Mr. N outside. He says he's a friend of yours and Mr. Cheng's. Jiang Fu glanced sideways at Cheng Jialua, who gave a slight nod. She walked over to Malay and whispered a few words into her ear. Let him in. Malay opened the door and welcomed an Een inside. The man held a bouquet of flowers, his smile as gentle as ever. Jiang Fu saw it but no longer felt the warmth she once did. An Een stepped forward and handed the bouquet to Jiang Fu. I heard Miss Shika is leaving tonight, so I wanted to stop by. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, Mr. N. It's kind of you to come. Jiang Fu accepted the bouquet, thanked him, and casually passed the flowers to Cheng Jialua. I need to head to the stage for my cue. You two have a chat. With Malay in tow, Jiang Fu left the dressing room. An Een turned his head to watch her figure in costume as she walked away. Behind his glasses, his eyes narrowed slightly. Miss Shika is like a perfect work of art. She's a person, Cheng Jialua replied. Can't a person be a work of art? Of course not, because people have souls and freedom. They're not objects to be displayed or owned. An Een paused, then chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Cheng. I have no intention of competing with you for her. After all, we'll all be doing business together in the future. Good. Cheng Jialua smiled faintly. Aren't you going to watch the performance? Of course I am. I wouldn't miss such a spectacular show. Would you care to join me, Mr. Cheng? I'll be waiting for her backstage. Looks like I won't have that privilege. An Een shrugged and left with his assistant. Cheng Jialua followed him out, handing the bouquet to a backstage staff member before striding toward the stage exit. Jiang Fu was already at the center of the stage. With just one striking pose, she had the entire audience erupting in applause. Zhao Jun departs the frontier is a performance that seamlessly combines both literary and martial elements, blending the graceful singing of the Qingyi role with the dynamic movements of the Daomadan role. It requires not only the delivery of sung lines but also the execution of intricate and challenging actions both on and off horseback, making it no easy feat to perform. Yet, on stage, Jiang Fu moves effortlessly, drawing endless cheers and applause from the audience. Standing to the side, Milai watches the spotlighted figure on stage with a face full of pride. Our star is incredible, isn't she? Cheng Zheluo remains silent. They only see her brilliance. How could they understand the hardships she has endured? When she was a child, she would practice splits and stretches, crying herself awake from the pain in the middle of the night. At dawn, she'd be by the lotus pond practicing her voice, her eyes swollen from exhaustion. A work of art? Cheng Zheluo frowns as he recalls Yin's comment. If that bastard dares to make a move on her, he'll kill him with his own hands. Sensing the coldness emanating from beside her, Milai turns her head. In the dim backstage lighting, she catches sight of Cheng Zheluo's expression and instinctively takes a step back. Mr. Cheng, are you all right? Cheng Zheluo glances sideways, his eyes fixing on her face. If you dare reveal the real identity of our little star to anyone, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. I would never betray her. You don't need to remind me, Milai replies. And if there's a knife to your throat or a gun to your head, would you still say that? Cheng Zheluo questions. Milai freezes. After a pause, she speaks again, her tone unusually firm this time. No matter what happens, I would never betray her. I may be poor, but I have my principles. In the beginning, she was just looking for a job, a way to make a living. When she first entered the world of opera, she knew nothing. During her probationary period, she had an appendicitis attack and, feverish, mixed up the times, causing Jiang Fu to breach a contract. She thought Jiang Fu would fire her on the spot, but instead, Jiang Fu not only didn't blame her, but also drove her to the hospital for surgery in the middle of the night. Over the years, they had weathered many storms together, and their relationship had long since surpassed that of a boss and an employee. Just as Cheng Zheluo is about to say more, thunderous applause and cheers erupt from the theater. After taking her final bow, Jiang Fu steps off the stage. The intense performance, with both singing and combat, has left her forehead glistening with sweat. Milai is the first to approach, pulling open her bulging backpack. She takes out a thermos, unscrews the lid, inserts a straw, and brings it to Jiang Fu's lips. Quick, drink some while it's warm to soothe your throat. Cheng Zheluo watches this exchange and exhales in relief. It's evident that Milai's care for Jiang Fu is genuine. The three of them return to the dressing room, where Jiang Fu changes out of her costume and removes her makeup. Cheng Zheluo and Milai pack up her belongings and gear, and the group heads to the car en route to the airport. Leaning back against his seat, Cheng Zheluo occasionally glances at the rearview mirror but notices nothing out of the ordinary. The car exits the city and merges onto the Cross Sea Bridge. Just as they near the end of the bridge, a white, enclosed truck suddenly accelerates and pulls up beside them. Yuma, watch out. Cheng Zheluo senses something is off and shouts a warning. Bang! The truck slams into the rear of their car with a violent crash. The screeching sound of brakes pierced the air as tires skidded across the pavement, producing a teeth-grinding noise. The car swerved sharply off the lane and slammed into the guardrail. The barrier cracked, and the windshield shattered into countless shards, scattering in all directions. The car flew off the bridge, flipping midair before plunging into the water below with a loud splash. A closed cargo truck roared down the bridge, its engine growling. In the driver's seat, a man wearing a baseball cap glanced briefly at the turbulent waves below. He smirked coldly, then accelerated, quickly vanishing into the stream of traffic swallowed by the night. Underwater, the car began to sink as icy seawater gushed in through the shattered windows. Unfastening his seatbelt, Cheng Zheluo reached for a knife strapped to himself and cut through the airbag pinning Jiang Fu. He freed her seatbelt, smashed the broken glass with his arm, and pulled the girl into his embrace. Kicking hard, he propelled them out of the sinking car. Carrying her, he swam swiftly to the surface and made for the shore. Once there, he laid Jiang Fu carefully on the ground. Hey, little one. Cheng Zheluo placed 2 fingers on her neck to check her pulse and tilted her head to the side, patting her back gently. Cough. Jiang Fu coughed violently, spitting out seawater and gasping for air. Thanks to the protection of the airbags, she had only passed out temporarily from the impact and was otherwise unharmed. Cheng Zheluo wiped the water off her face and pulled her into a tight embrace. It's okay now. You're safe. It's okay. Out on the water, Yumo struggled to swim toward the shore. Mr. Cheng, are you alright? He called out. Cheng Zheluo turned to him. How about you? Umo, who had been in the driver's seat, had multiple cuts on his face and forehead, blood mingling with the seawater on his skin. He climbed onto the shore, dripping wet, and wiped his face with a hand. Just scratches, nothing serious. Jiang Fu, still catching her breath, sat up from Cheng Jialuo's arms and glanced around. Where's Mi Lai? She asked anxiously. Cheng Jialuo looked out at the water. Umo, did you see Mi Lai? I unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed her out through the window, Umo replied, wiping blood from his eyes. Didn't she make it out? Mi Lai. Jiang Fu tried to get up, panic in her voice, but Cheng Jialuo firmly pressed her shoulder down. You've just been through a collision. Don't move around, he said. Then, turning to Umo, he instructed, you stay with her. After giving the warning, Cheng Jialuo shrugged off his soaked suit jacket. Pulling a knife from his pocket and clenching it between his teeth, he dove back into the freezing water. Below the surface, the car continued to sink rapidly. Fortunately, the electrical system was still functioning, and the headlights illuminated the murky water. Guided by the light, Cheng Jialuo quickly located the vehicle. Outside the car, Mi Lai had indeed managed to escape but was trapped, her dress caught in the twisted metal of the deformed car door. She had been underwater too long and was now unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Cheng Jialuo swam over, retrieved the knife from his teeth, and sliced through her dress. Wrapping an arm around her, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and kicked powerfully toward the surface. Umo spotted the two as they emerged and immediately jumped into the water to help. Together, they dragged Mi Lai onto the shore. Mi Lai. Jiang Fu, summoning her strength, propped herself up and grabbed Mi Lai's arm. Mi Lai, wake up please. She's just in shock from drowning. She can still be saved, Cheng Jialuo reassured her. He cut away the backpack still strapped to Mi Lai and tossed it aside. Umo, quick. Perform CPR. Without hesitation, Umo leaned down, tilted Mi Lai's head back, and began administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Meanwhile, Cheng Jialuo placed his hands over her chest and started performing compressions to restart her heart. Above the bridge, the commotion of the accident had drawn the attention of several drivers, who had stopped their cars. Someone had likely already called emergency services. Soon, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. By the time the paramedics carried a stretcher to the shore, Mi Lai, who had been resuscitated by Cheng Jialuo and Umo, was slowly regaining consciousness. Mi Lai was carefully placed on the stretcher, and Cheng Jialuo accepted a blanket handed to him by a nurse. He wrapped it around Jiang Fu's head and shoulders, then crouched down in front of her. Get on, I'll carry you. Jiang Fu steadied herself as she stood up. It's fine, I can walk. You're barefoot. Do you want to ruin your feet? Cheng Jialuo frowned, giving her a pointed look. Hurry up. Jiang Fu glanced down at herself and finally noticed that one of her canvas shoes was missing. Without further argument, she placed both hands on his shoulders, leaned forward, and climbed onto his back. Cheng Jialuo slowly stood up, reminding her, wrap the blanket tightly around yourself. Rest your head on my shoulder and don't let anyone see your face. Jiang Fu lifted her gaze and noticed several bystanders on the street filming and taking pictures with their phones. Quickly averting her eyes, she pulled the blanket securely over her head and pressed her face against his neck. Before long, the group returned to the road. The ambulance started up and transported everyone to the hospital. Mi Lai was taken into a room for treatment, and Umo was led away by a nurse to have his wounds tended to. Cheng Jialuo carried Jiang Fu out of the vehicle and brought her into a treatment room. She was just in an accident. Please give her a thorough checkup, he requested. While the doctor carefully examined Jiang Fu, Cheng Jialuo stood by her bed, holding her hand the entire time. Noticing the cut on his forehead, Jiang Fu gently shook his arm. I'm fine. You should go get your wound treated. Don't move, Cheng Jialuo said firmly, pressing her arm back down. He wiped the blood off his forehead with his hand and asked the doctor, how is she? Everything seems fine for now, but to be safe, we'll need to do a CT scan of her head. I'll arrange it immediately, the doctor replied. Shortly after, two nurses entered the room and wheeled Jiang Fu to the examination room. Cheng Jialuo stayed outside, watching as she was taken in. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Fu turned her head and noticed him through the glass. He was drenched, with only socks on his feet. Both shoes were gone. Their eyes met, and Cheng Jialuo smiled at her through the door. Don't worry, I'm right here. As the nurse closed the door, she helped Jiang Fu put on the protective lead apron. Your boyfriend, huh? He's so thoughtful, the nurse remarked. Jiang Fu lowered her lashes, wiping her slightly stinging eyes, but said nothing. Once Jiang Fu and Cheng Jialuo completed their respective checkups and returned to the ward, Umo had already finished tending to his injuries and came over. He brought them some clothes, towels, water, and food. Setting everything on the small table, Umo gave Jiang Fu an update on Mi Lai's condition. I just checked in on Mi Lai. She has a mild lung infection, but the doctor gave her medication, and she's going to be fine. Cheng Jialuo pulled a dry towel from the bag and asked, did you note down the license plate number? Umo nodded. I did. I've already informed our team to investigate. Chen Zhelua gave a slight nod. Chen Yanu should be here soon. You stay outside and make sure no one comes in. Yuemo left the room and closed the door behind him. Chen Zhelua used the towel to gently dry Jiang Fu's hair before taking out the hospital gown a nurse had provided. Bending down, he supported her back with one hand and reached for the zipper on the back of her dress. Hey, could you at least ask before undressing me? Jiang Fu protested, glaring at him. You've just been in an accident and have a mild concussion. The doctor said no showers for now. Changing into dry clothes will keep you from catching a cold, he replied matter-of-factly. Without giving Jiang Fu a chance to refuse, the man reached behind her and gave a gentle squeeze. The seawater-soaked bra loosened, leaving her defenseless. Taking a dry towel, he helped dry her back before pulling a hospital gown over her shoulders, casting a glance at her arms crossed over her chest. We've already kissed. What's there to hide from me now? Jiang Fu bit her lip in frustration and extended her right hand to snatch the towel from him. I can do it myself, she snapped, turning her face away. Chen Zhelua turned around obediently, and Jiang Fu hastily dabbed at her chest before putting on the top half of the hospital gown. Just as she reached for the trousers, Chen Zhelua turned back around. Supporting her back, he eased her against him, his large hand steadying her waist as he slid her wet dress off and carried her to the dry hospital bed. His gaze lingered briefly on her undergarments, and his eyes flickered with hesitation. Jiang Fu curled her legs up and gritted her teeth. Try taking it off, I dare you, she threatened. Chen Zhelua said nothing, instead grabbing the dry towel to pat the water off her legs. He then picked up the hospital trousers and slipped them over her calves. Hoping to speed up the ordeal, Jiang Fu reluctantly lifted her hips slightly to make it easier for him to pull up the trousers. After helping her get dressed, Chen Zhelua glanced up at her. You're so cooperative now, why not be like this in bed? Unable to hold back her irritation any longer, Jiang Fu swung her foot at him. He caught her leg effortlessly, removing her soaked socks before pulling the thin blanket over her. Noticing the blood on his temple, Jiang Fu pursed her lips. Go take care of your wound before you get blood all over me, she said. It's just a small injury, no big deal, Chen Zhelua replied as he gathered her wet clothes. I'm going to take a shower. Don't move around, or else. He paused, smirking. I'll tie you to the bed. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes and turned her face away. Chen Zhelua reached out to check her forehead for a fever. Satisfied that she showed no signs of one, he picked up a paper bag and walked into the bathroom. By the time he finished his shower and emerged dressed, Chen Yanu had arrived at the hospital with an yin and a few assistants. Hearing Yuemo and Chen Yana's voices, Chen Zhelua gestured for Jiang Fu to stay quiet before stepping out of the room. Mr. Cheng, Chen Yanu greeted him with concern. Are you alright? Chen Zhelua pulled out a handkerchief and began carefully wiping the prayer beads on his wrist. I've always had a tough life. I'm not that easy to kill, he said nonchalantly. What about Miss Shika? Is she hurt? Anin asked. Without looking up, Chen Zhelua continued wiping the beads. My woman? She's fine, of course. You two should be more worried about yourselves. What do you mean by that? One of Chen Yana's assistants stepped forward, pointing a finger at Chen Zhelua. Our president came here out of kindness to check on you. Chen Zhelua finished cleaning the beads and slid them back onto his wrist. Slowly, he raised his head. The air around him shifted instantly, his previously languid demeanor replaced by a chilling intensity. His blood-streaked brow furrowed as his dark eyes locked onto the assistant, silencing him with their sheer weight. The assistant swallowed hard and quickly withdrew his hand. Chen Yanu turned to the assistant and slapped him across the face. Do you think it's your place to speak here? Apologize to Mr. Cheng immediately. I'm sorry, Mr. Cheng, the assistant mumbled, bowing his head and retreating to a corner. Chen Zhelua raised his right hand and tossed the soiled handkerchief into a hallway trash can. By tomorrow morning, I expect an explanation from you, Mr. Chen. Of course, Chen Yanu said with a forced smile. We're all friends here. I'll get to the bottom of this. No need for you to worry. About our deal, though, what do you think? Reschedule it. Well, set a new time, Chen Zhelua replied curtly. And Een smiled faintly. This time, I came specifically for your goods. Chen Zhelua raised an eyebrow indifferently. And so? His lazy tone carried an undeniable authority. And Yin's brows furrowed slightly before quickly relaxing into a smile. Of course you're the owner of the goods. The timing of the transaction is entirely up to you. It's getting late, so we want to disturb Mr. Cheng and Miss Sykes' rest any further. Rest assured, Mr. Cheng, I'll have everything thoroughly investigated by dawn tomorrow. Chen Yanu supported an Een by the arm, gave him a meaningful glance, and the group left the hospital's emergency center together. Once they were back in the car, the assistant rubbed his face, still sore from the earlier altercation, looking aggrieved. Mr. Chen, why are you being so polite to him? This is our territory. Even if he's a dragon crossing the river, he still has to bow to us. Mess with him? Are you tired of living? Chen Yannu shot him a glare. 3 years ago, General Pag from the Golden Triangle offended him, and his entire stronghold was wiped out. The assistant looked utterly incredulous. No way. Wasn't it said that General Pag had over 1,000 men under his command, armed like a small army? Nothing's impossible. Back then, I was taken hostage by that bastard. If it weren't for Cheng Jialua, I'd be dead. Chen Yannu leaned back in his seat, frowning. You'd better investigate this thoroughly and give him a proper explanation. Otherwise, he might think it was us. The assistant nodded and turned away to make a phone call. Sitting beside Chen Yannu, an Een removed his glasses and began wiping the lenses with a handkerchief. Who exactly is this Cheng Jialua? You've definitely heard his name in the underground world, Chen Yannu said slowly. In northern Myanmar, they call him Azura. Hearing the name, an Een's hand froze mid-motion as he wiped his glasses. He's the Azura of northern Myanmar? If he were just some nobody, would he be capable of acquiring the goods you're after? Chen Yannu shook his head lightly, a tinge of admiration in his voice. From the time I first met him until now, it's only been 3 years. In the mainland antique business, you're either working for him, or your grave has already sprouted grass. The goods you want no one but him could get them. Chen Yannu turned and patted an Een's knee with a smile. Brother, and business comes first. Women? There are plenty of them in this world. Shika? Forget it. She's not worth it. And Een put his glasses back on without responding. Jiang Fu woke up to find it was already early the next morning. She glanced at the light streaming in through the window, then turned her head slowly. By the bedside, Cheng Jialua was reviewing some adjustment documents delivered by Yumo. His short hair was slightly disheveled, and the wound on his temple had scabbed over. The redness in his eyes was evident beneath his long lashes. Jiang Fu frowned. Why didn't you sleep? Not tired. Cheng Jialua closed the file in his hands, picked up a glass of water from the table, and brought it to her lips, helping her take a few sips. Does your head hurt? Any dizziness? Jiang Fu shook her head. What did the police say about last night's car accident? The police haven't reported anything yet. However, I found some information. Cheng Jialuo's tone turned serious. The truck driver and the person who was tailing us in the SUV earlier are the same individual. It seems that after losing us on the road, they waited near the airport for another chance to strike. You mean? Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes. The other party knew our itinerary. This is the person who attacked us. The surveillance footage only captured half of his face. Cheng Jialua pulled a photo from the documents and handed it to Jiang Fu, pointing to the man's neck in the image. He has a tattoo here, right? Looks like a tiger's head. If you come across someone similar in the future, be extra cautious. Jiang Fu carefully examined the photo on the document, committing it to memory. Could it be Chen Yannu and Inyin's people trying to steal your stuff? They haven't gotten their hands on my things yet. They shouldn't be targeting me, Cheng Jialua replied. Then who could it be? He pressed his lips together, his tone growing serious. I'm beginning to suspect it's someone from the Cheng family. Last night, he had UMO arrange for a Cheng family business jet. Those jets are managed internally, and any usage is recorded by the Cheng Corporation. Apart from Chen Yannu and an Een, the most likely people to know their whereabouts are the Cheng family members. Could it be? Jiang Fu propped herself up on her arms. Gu Yanxiu is actually serious about this. Cheng Jialua caught the implication in her words and asked with a frown, What do you mean? Jiang Fu briefly explained how she had used photos to blackmail Gu Yanxiu. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Cheng Jialuo's brows furrowed deeply. Do you even know the true nature of the Gu family? They built their empire on shady dealings. Discuss it with you? Jiang Fu turned her face away. Where were you when I was hospitalized after collapsing? Where were you when I was forced into an engagement with Cheng Jiamu? All you ever did was send gifts, no address, no phone number. I wrote so many letters to you, but I didn't even know where to send them. I'm sorry, little one. Cheng Jialua stood up and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Fu pushed him away, but he pulled her back, holding her tightly. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I should have come back sooner. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, followed by Yumo's voice. Mr. Cheng, Chairman Chen is here. Wait for me. Cheng Jialua patted her back before walking out of the hospital room. In the hallway, Chen Yannu approached with a smile, handing over a stack of documents. Brother Cheng, I've sorted it all out for you. Cheng Jialua flipped through the documents. The information Chen Yannu provided was almost identical to what UMO had found. It was clear that Chen Yannu wasn't lying, he truly didn't know about the incident. Noticing Cheng Jialuo's expression, Chen Yannu smiled and lightly gripped his arm. Brother Cheng, you saved my life once. How could I possibly harm you? You have to believe me this time, it really wasn't me. Chairman Chen, I believe you, Cheng Jialua replied with a slight smirk. But as for Mr. and him raising the price by 10, Chen Yannu looked troubled. Mr. Cheng, 10 seems a bit. Out of respect for you, the lowest I'll go is 8. Cheng Jilua said firmly. That's the price for offending me. Fine. Chen Yanyu chuckled helplessly. I'll discuss it with Mr. N. Please make sure to hold on to the goods for us. After all, we're all friends here. Chen Jilua nodded. Let me know once you've made a decision. After Chen Yanyu and his assistant left, Umo turned to Cheng Jilua with some concern. Sir, will abruptly raising the price make them back out of the deal? No, Chen Jilua replied with narrowed eyes. It's clear Anine doesn't trust me. If we act desperate to sell, he'll only grow more suspicious. Umo nodded. Understood. What's our next step? It's not safe for little one and Milai to stay here. Help Milai complete her discharge paperwork and arrange a plane to send them back to Yanjing. Umo hurried off to carry out the instructions, while Cheng Jilua returned to the hospital room. Jiang Fu had already gotten out of bed and changed out of her hospital gown. When she saw him enter, she calmly slipped her phone into her handbag. Don't take what I said earlier to heart, she said, her tone indifferent. I was just talking nonsense. You're not obligated to take care of me anyway. The vulnerability she had shown earlier was now completely gone from her face. Her voice was cool and distant. I'm going to check on Milai. She put on a mask, picked up her handbag and headed for the door. Cheng Jilua extended his arm to block her. I can't change the past, but from now on I won't leave you again. Jiang Fu twisted his arm away and walked out of the room. Cheng Jilua grabbed the documents from the table and followed her. You won't get rid of me that easily. Jiang Fu shot him a glare and walked into Milai's room. Inside, Milai had just come out of the bathroom, freshly changed. Thanks to timely medical care, her condition wasn't severe, and after a night's rest, she looked much better. When she saw Jiang Fu and Cheng Jilua enter, she hurried over to Jiang Fu. Sister Shi, are you okay? Jiang Fu smiled at her and gently held her bandaged arm. Does it hurt? No, it's fine, Milai said with a slight smile before turning to Cheng Jilua. Mr. Ching, I've heard from Umo. Thank you for saving my life. I just pulled you out of the water. It was Umo who performed CPR, Cheng Jilua replied. You should thank him instead. Milai and Umo exchanged a glance and then quickly looked away, both visibly embarrassed. Could you not mention it so directly? Jiang Fu sighed. Umo, help Milai pack up. She turned and grabbed Cheng Jiluo's arm, pulling him out of Milai's room. Did you really have to be so explicit about the CPR? It's so awkward. Their awkwardness has nothing to do with me, Cheng Jilua said indifferently. I just didn't want her to misunderstand. You talk like you're some paragon of virtue, Jiang Fu said with an eye roll. Cheng Jilua glanced at her. You're the first and the only one. A man's words? Trustworthy? Yeah, right. Jiang Fu froze for 2 seconds, then curled her lips. At your age and it's your first time? Got some condition or what? Haven't you checked yourself out? How would I know? Maybe it's something you recently got treated for. Cheng Jilua squinted slightly, glancing at her from the side. Jiang Fu remained unfazed, tilting her head up at a 45-degree angle to stare at the ceiling. A battle of the strong victory goes to the thick-skinned. As long as she didn't feel awkward, the awkwardness belonged to someone else. Cheng Jialuo's lips twitched as he muttered softly, Fine, I'll let you win this time. Jiang Fu, who thought she had the upper hand, suddenly felt defeated. A perfectly decent man, yet he just had to open his mouth. By dusk, Jiang Fu and Cheng Jialuo returned to the Cheng family estate. At the dinner table, Cheng Jingxi, the eldest son, and his wife, Gu Yanqiu, were accompanying the old master for a meal. When the two walked into the dining room, one after the other, Gu Yanqiu's hand, holding a bowl, trembled slightly. Why are you back? What do you mean by that, sister-in-law? Cheng Jilua pulled out a chair and gestured for Jiang Fu to sit. Are we not supposed to return? Gu Yanqiu forced a smile. Of course not, I just thought you'd stay in Hong Kong a few more days. Jiang Fu glanced sideways. Aunt Xiao, you knew we went to Hong Kong? I only found out because the old master mentioned it earlier, Gu Yanqiu quickly covered up. Lu Sa, please bring 2 more sets of dishes for the third young master and Xiao Fu. And pour some wine for the third young master. Jiang Fu and Cheng Jilua exchanged a glance, both guessing what the other was thinking. Gu Yanqiu was hiding something. Lu Sa brought over the dishes, and Cheng Jilua took the seat beside Jiang Fu. Dad, he said, since both eldest brother and sister-in-law are here today, why don't you tell them about that matter? Jiang Fu looked over curiously. Cheng Jingxi and Gu Yanqiu also turned their eyes toward the old master. You're right, the old master said, setting down his chopsticks with a smile. It's time you all knew. My health, as you're aware, isn't what it used to be. I don't have many years left. The Cheng Corporation is a massive enterprise, and someone has to take over. Now that Jilua has returned, he will be responsible for the company moving forward. Jiang Fu turned her head in surprise to look at Cheng Jilua, who calmly picked up his glass and took a sip of wine. Cheng Jingxi seemed a bit taken aback but remained silent. On the other hand, Gu Yanqiu's expression changed visibly. Father, Jalua has been away for so many years. He knows nothing about running the company. How can he handle such a huge responsibility? The old master's tone was calm. If he doesn't know, he'll learn. I believe Jalua has the capability. If I'm truly no longer here, the old master interrupted, his tone growing heavier. The money will be shared among everyone. However, you'll only receive dividends and won't have the right to directly manage the shares. Gu Yanqiu opened her mouth to argue, but, seeing the old master's expression, swallowed her words. Since father has made his decision clear, I'll add my thoughts, Chinchilua said, tapping his fingers lightly on the rim of his glass. I still have some personal matters to settle, so I won't be joining the company for the time being. For now, everything will continue as before. Eldest brother will still oversee the domestic operations. However, he paused, his gaze sharp. I want all company reports delivered to me before Monday each week. I'll inform second brother as well. Chen Jingxi nodded. The financial department is under Yankees management. Shall make sure it's handled. Chen Jalua turned his head slightly, his eyes landing on Gu Yanqiu. No problem with that, sister-in-law? Gu Yanqiu shot her husband a sidelong glance, pressing her lips together in reluctant agreement. The company has numerous accounts, and you've just taken over. I'm afraid it might be overwhelming for you. How about I send you a summary report first? This is my responsibility. You don't need to worry about it, Chinchilua replied, retracting his gaze and glancing at his watch. It's 7 p.m. on Saturday now. By 9 a.m. on Monday, I want to see detailed financial reports from all the subsidiary companies under the group. That gives you 38 hours to prepare, sister-in-law. Gu Yanqiu opened her mouth, attempting to say something further, but Chen Jilua cut her off again. At home, I address you respectfully as sister-in-law. In the company, you are my subordinate. If you can't complete the task, you can resign. Gu Yanqiu stood abruptly, slamming her napkin onto the table. Bang! Chen Jialua calmly placed his wine glass on the table and stood up as well. In front of the old man. Is this how you behave, sister-in-law? Chen Jingxi stood up too, gently tugging Gu Yanqiu's arm. Yanqiu apologized to Dad. Realizing her outburst, Gu Yanqiu softened her tone, turning her face away. Dad, I didn't mean it. Forget it, the old man waved dismissively. Since you're done eating, you may leave. Grabbing her handbag, Gu Yanqiu turned to leave. Wait. Chen Jialua sat back down. One more thing, please inform the company's HR department that department manager Cheng Jiamu has been neglecting his duties, reporting to work less than 10 days a month. Ask HR to calculate his salary accordingly and terminate his employment. He's barred from being rehired. Gu Yanqiu turned back, clutching her handbag tightly, her chest heaving in anger. You can target me all you want, but Jiamu is your own nephew. Do you really have no regard for family? Chen Jialua swirled the wine in his glass leisurely. Yesterday, we witnessed a car accident on the Cross-Sea Bridge. A perfectly good car plunged straight into the water. The weather today isn't ideal. Sister-in-law, please drive carefully. Gu Yanqiu's face turned pale instantly, and her imposing demeanor vanished. To understand. Without looking back, Chen Jialua raised his glass slightly. Safe travels, sister-in-law. Cheng Jingxi's gaze swept over everyone at the table before landing on Chen Zhou. His eyes paused as he noticed the faint scab peeking out from beneath Jiayuo's short hairline. Jialua glanced at him briefly. Lu Sa, please serve a bowl of soup for the old man. Yes, sir. Lu Sa replied, stepping forward to take the old man's soup bowl. Cheng Jingxi glanced at his father's face and swallowed the words he was about to say. The old man turned to Jiang Fu with concern. Fu, was your car all right? No issues at all. We just happened to pass by and saw it, Jiang Fu replied with a smile, placing a dish on the old man's plate. I'm lucky as always. Nothing bad ever happens to me. The old man nodded seriously. Still, you should be careful when driving in the future. Jiang Fu made a playful face. I'm always a law-abiding driver, Grandpa. You're the most sensible one in this family, the old man said, turning to his eldest son, Cheng Jingxi. Jingxi, have a proper talk with Yanqiu when you get back. Jialua is simply handling things professionally. The family has its rules, and so does the company. Cheng Jingxi nodded lightly. I understand, Dad. After dinner, Cheng Jingxi left. Jiang Fu accompanied the old man to his room, chatted with him for a while, and then headed to the rear courtyard where Cheng Jiayuo's room was located. You deliberately provoked her the moment you got back. Gu Yanqiu won't let this go. Then let her come for me. Jiang Fu froze for a moment. Earlier, she had seen him intentionally make things difficult for Gu Yanqiu at the table and then fire Cheng Jiamu. She had initially thought it was just retaliation. But hearing his words now, she realized otherwise. Once Cheng Jialua openly declared himself as the heir to the Cheng family business, Gu Yanqiu's threats would hold no weight. She would have no reason to target Jiang Fu anymore. You did all this for me? Not just for you. Also for myself and the old man. But what if Grandpa starts to suspect something? Cheng Jialua turned his face toward her, leaning against the table with a hint of helplessness in his gaze. The old man has been through more storms than you've walked roads. Do you think he can't tell? You're purposely letting him know that Gu Yanxiu is behind it all. But what if it affects his heart? He's weathered countless challenges. He's not as fragile as you think. Cheng Jialua placed a hand on her shoulder. The old man sees you as his own granddaughter. He wants you to be happy. He doesn't expect you to stay in the Cheng family as a daughter-in-law. Do you understand? You're not grandpa. How do you know what he's thinking? I'm his son. I know him better than you. Jiang Fu lowered her head, biting her lip. Venus, there's still no news from Dr. Liu? In 2 days, he'll be in Yanjing. He's already arranged for several experts to join the consultation. So I'll need to figure out how to get Grandpa to cooperate. Why don't you figure it out? You know as well as I do if you act a little coquettish, whether it's the old man or me, we'll all listen to you. Can you be serious? Fine, serious then. Cheng Jialuo's tone turned solemn. And Ian isn't someone who gives up easily. Unless it's an unavoidable performance, you'd better not attend. Jiang Fu nodded. Anything else? Reaching out, Cheng Jialuo wrapped an arm around her waist, his fingertips grazing her spine with a teasing touch. Today should be the 5th day, right? Has your relative left yet? Jiang Fu tilted her head up to look at the man's face. This was the Cheng family's house. Was he really sure about doing this here? Was he not afraid? If he wasn't scared of the old man catching him, he could go ahead. She didn't believe he had the guts. But he did. After holding her gaze for a few seconds, Cheng Jialuo reached out, grabbed her waist, and turned to lift her onto the desk. Tonight, I want him to see, he said. Spreading her legs apart, he stepped closer, pressing against her. His large hand gripped her lower back as he leaned down to kiss her. Jiang Fu, this bastard. He really dared. Realizing he wasn't joking, she raised her hands to push against his shoulders, turning her head to avoid his kiss. Cheng Jialuo, are you out of your mind? If I am, it's because you drove me to it, he replied. His left hand pulled her resisting hand behind her back, while his right hand cupped the back of her head, and this time, he easily captured her lips. His lips and tongue tasted of alcohol, and his movements were unrestrained, even a little rough. This wasn't the usual Cheng Jialuo at all. Jiang Fu suddenly realized was drunk. At dinner earlier, he had barely eaten anything but had downed quite a bit of wine. He stole the air from her lungs, leaving her breathless. By the time he finally let her go, her chest felt tight and sore. But Cheng Jialuo didn't stop. Releasing her wrist, he braced himself against the desk and lowered his head to kiss and nibble along her collarbone. The hand that had been behind her head slid down and slipped under her t-shirt. His warm palm brushed across her skin, and Jiang Fu almost let out a sound. Her arms, braced on the desk, grew weak, and her body leaned back against it. He wasn't just talking, meant it. Glancing at the corridor light shining outside the window, Jiang Fu grabbed his shirt and arched her back. Uncle, calm down. Tomorrow we can go somewhere else, see a hotel, anywhere you want. Just not here, okay? It was summer, and the curtains were open, the windows wide. If the old man wandered into the backyard, or if the housekeeper or Lu Sa happened to pass by, they'd definitely see them. Cheng Jialuo lifted his face from her neck, his eyes darkened by wine and filled with turbulent emotions. Little one, are you still angry with me? Do you blame me for not coming back then? Her ears caught faint footsteps. Jiang Fu turned her head to look out the window, spotting the housekeeper walking down the corridor toward them. Panicked, she jumped off the desk and pulled Cheng Jialuo away from the window, hiding in the corner. Little one, he began again. I swear, I didn't mean to. Sure. Jiang Fu raised a hand to cover his mouth. Uncle Chen is coming. From outside the door, Uncle Chen's voice called, Third young master, is Miss Jiang in your room? I'm here, Jiang Fu replied quickly. What is it? The old master wants to see you. All right, I'm coming. Uncle Chen's footsteps faded into the distance. Jiang Fu let out a sigh of relief and pulled her hand back from Cheng Jialuo's mouth. Noticing the engagement ring on her finger, Cheng Jialuo grabbed her wrist and slipped the ring off. I'll let you go tonight, but don't wear this again. He opened the screen window and tossed the ring out into the backyard. Plop! In the quiet night, the sound of the ring landing in the lotus pond was unmistakable. Jiang Fu froze. Seeing her expression, Cheng Jialuo's eyes narrowed. What? You can't bear to part with it? Of course I can't. That's a diamond, of 5-carat diamond. I could have sold it to a second-hand shop for at least 1,000,000 yuan. That would have covered my Cheongsam shop's rent for an entire year. Cheng Jialuo paused, then curved his lips into a smile. Now, the old man has entrusted the entire Qing family business to me. If you marry me, I can afford a 100-carat diamond. Jiang Fu carefully smoothed out her dress. Stop lying. That's premarital property. I've studied marriage law. Cheng Jialuo walked over and helped smooth out her long hair that he had tousled. Then I'll give you all my money and sign a notarized agreement. How about that? That's illegal income. If you end up in trouble, It'll be confiscated by the authorities. I've studied criminal law too. She rolled her eyes at him, turned around, and walked out of the room. Chen Jilua leaned against the table, watching her figure disappear through the window. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead. This little thing, so hard to please. In the front courtyard, Jiang Fu gently pushed open the door and stepped into the old man's room. Grandpa, you wanted to see me? In the living room, the old man was sitting at the table, wearing reading glasses and going through a document. Seeing her come in, he put the document away, took off his glasses, and motioned for her to sit down. Were you just in your uncle's room? Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat. Had the old man figured something out? Uncle had a bit too much to drink, so I was taking care of him for a while. Is he all right? Nothing serious. Such a grown man, yet no sense of responsibility, and you still a child, have to take care of him. The old man cleared his throat lightly. Tell me honestly, is there something going on between you and your uncle that you're hiding from me? Uncle and I. Jiang Fu's heart raced. There's nothing going on. Is it him telling you not to say anything? Wait, do you think I'm too old and blind to see? It's over. The old man definitely knows. Grandpa. Jiang Fu lowered her head guiltily. It's all my fault. It's my mistake. Please don't be mad at me. You silly girl. The old man chuckled, taking her hand and pulling her closer. I saw his injury. And you're still helping him hide it. Jiang Fu blinked in confusion. Injury? Don't play dumb. The old man pointed to his own forehead. He still has a scab on his head. Did something happen in Hong Kong? Oh, so that's what this is about. Jiang Fu let out a silent sigh of relief. No, Uncle just accidentally bumped his head. Last night's events had been dangerous, and the instigator still hadn't been identified. Sharing it would only make the old man worry. As long as everything's fine. The old man sighed. I know your Aunt Chio's intentions, but Fu, I've handed the Cheng family business to your uncle. Do you blame me for that? How could I blame you? Jiang Fu relaxed and smiled. Cheng Group employs over 100,000 people, which means 100,000 families depend on it. Ensuring the company's stability and growth is a responsibility to its employees and shareholders. Managing such a colossal business requires a capable leader. Among all the uncles, my younger uncle is the most competent. As for Jiamu, he's simply not cut out for it. You've always had a broader perspective than your Aunt Chio. The old man nodded approvingly. Such a simple truth, yet why can't they understand it? Jiang Fu remained silent. Fame and fortune are double-edged swords. Being an outsider, she could stay objective. The Cheng Group's assets were worth trillions. Controlling it was akin to ruling a vast commercial empire. How many people could resist such temptation? All right, let's not talk about this anymore. The old man shook his head and asked gently, Fu, are you still upset with Jiamu? Jiang Fu lowered her lashes, unsure of how to respond. Telling the truth might be too much for the old man to handle. Lying again, how is she going to cover it up this time? Seeing her remain silent, Elder Cheng let out a soft sigh. Grandpa can tell you have something on your mind. I won't force you to talk about it. Just remember, no matter what decision you make, as long as you're happy, Grandpa will support you. Understand? Jiang Fu lifted her face to meet the loving gaze of the elderly man. She felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. Elder Cheng had always been sincere and kind to her, yet she kept lying to him. Grandpa, if I ask you for a favor, will you agree? As long as it's something Grandpa can do, tell me. What is it? Jiang Fu pulled a small stool over, sat down in front of him, and gently held his knee. I found a top-notch cardiologist for you. In a couple of days, he'll take you for another consultation. How about it? No. Elder Cheng turned his face to the side. Grandpa's just an old bag of bones now, and you still want to put me through all this trouble? You're not old. You're only 70, still far from 100. Jiang Fu pouted and playfully shook his arm. You just said you'd agree to whatever I asked. Are you going back on your word already? I'll agree to anything else, but Grandpa is doing just fine now. There's no need for this. Left with no choice, Jiang Fu resorted to her ultimate weapon: tears, tantrums, and threats. Grandpa. She sniffled, lifting her face pitifully. Grandma Lanxin is gone, my mom is gone, and now it's just you. How could you bear to leave me all alone? If you leave, Zhang Yuan and Yang Ting will gang up on me and bully me. If you don't go for the consultation starting tomorrow, I won't eat. I'll go on a hunger strike. It's up to you now. Elder Cheng studied her expression for a moment and chuckled. Be honest with me, did that rascal, your third uncle, teach you this? My uncle only taught me how to act cute. The hunger strike? That was my own idea. Jiang Fu smiled, then her expression turned serious. Actually, that doctor was also found by my uncle. I didn't mean to sell him out. I just want you to live a long life and spoil me for a few more years. By the time she finished speaking, her voice was already choked with emotion. Her biological father only saw her as a money-making tool for the Cheng family. Cheng Jiamu merely used her as a pawn in his fight for the family inheritance. Over the years, the only person who truly cared for her was Elder Cheng. If she could give her years to someone else, Jiang Fu would willingly give half of her own life to this old man. Reaching out, Elder Cheng patted her back gently and nodded. All right, Grandpa will listen to you. I'll try to live a few more years. But only until you get married and have someone to take good care of you, then Grandpa will feel at ease. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Fu leaned against his knee, her eyes red. Once the operation was successfully completed, she vowed to confess everything to him and make amends. At the Yu Mansion estate, Cheng Jingxi, the eldest son of the Cheng family, walked into the living room with a dark expression. Glancing at his wife Gu Yanqiu, who followed him inside, he threw the car keys heavily onto the table. What's with Old Third's forehead? What forehead? Gu Yanqiu frowned, confused. I just don't understand. Why can't you ever be satisfied? Honestly, I'm starting to think that if I weren't a Cheng, you wouldn't have married me in the first place. I really don't get it. What are you trying to achieve? Who am I doing this for? Isn't it all for Jiamu? Gu Yanqiu's tone turned sharp. And you still have the nerve to bring up Jiamu? Xiao Fu's such a good girl, does he even appreciate her? He spends all day partying and being irresponsible. Then why don't you, as his father, do something about it? Gu Yanqiu snapped, her voice rising. Because you're too busy playing mother to someone else's child. I was the one who brought up divorce. I was even willing to leave with nothing, but you refused. Why should I agree to this? Don't even think about me helping you and that mistress of yours. Crush. A wine bottle came smashing down, shattering on the living room floor. Arguing again? On the staircase, Cheng Jiamu lazily leaned over the railing. Go on, keep arguing. Are you afraid I won't hear it? God damn it, I've been listening to this nonsense my whole life. This is the son you raised, Cheng Jingxi said with a slight shake of her head. A perfectly good child, ruined by you. Gu Yanqiu sneered. At least I genuinely care about him, unlike you, his so-called father. Forget it, I don't even want to argue anymore. It's been years. What's the point? Cheng Jingxi took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. I know exactly what you did back then. Jiamu was still young, so I chose to act like I didn't know. The old man's already at his age, he can't handle more storms. Jialua is part of the Cheng family. He's my brother. If you dare mess with him again, I won't stand by. Grabbing his car keys, Cheng Jingxi stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Upstairs, Cheng Jiamu chuckled softly. Happy now? Happy? What's there to be happy about? This is all because of you. Gu Yanqiu snapped and rushed upstairs. Look at yourself. Just like your father, no ambition at all. All you ever do is drink. You don't even bother going to the company anymore. Well, guess what? You don't have to anymore. Your dear uncle has already fired you. He has no right. Cheng Jiamu retorted. No right. Gu Yanqiu let out a cold laugh. The old man handed the company over to him. You tell me, does he have the right or not? What about my engagement with Xiao Fu? Cheng Jiamu asked, his voice trembling. Gu Yanqiu pulled out a folder from her bag, took out some photos and threw them at Cheng Jiamu. See for yourself. These are all the evidence Jiang Fu collected of your affairs. Not only is she demanding money from me, but she's also forcing me to call off your engagement. Cheng Jiamu glanced at the photos in his hand, his eyes dimming. So she really doesn't love me anymore? Love you? Gu Yanqiu sneered. You're as naive as your father. She loves the Cheng family's money, not you. Without another word, Cheng Jiamu turned and stormed downstairs. Where do you think you're going? Gu Yanqiu shouted after him. None of your business, Cheng Jiamu replied without looking back as he walked out of the house. Fine. All you Cheng men are so capable, aren't you? Go ahead and leave, all of you. Gu Yanqiu yelled furiously before retreating to her bedroom. In the grand, opulent mansion, silence fell. A servant emerged, quietly tidying up the mess in the living room, shaking her head and sighing. These rich folks always making their lives harder than they need to be. Honestly, they're ridiculous. The next day after breakfast, Jiang Fu immediately drove to the Jiang family home. During the car accident and the plunge into the water, her documents, luggage, costumes, everything had sunk into the sea along with the car. To replace her identification, she needed the household registration book. Even though she had been living at the Cheng family home for years, her household registration was still with the Jiang family. A servant opened the door and Jiang Yuanji, sitting on the sofa, stood up with a cheerful smile. Xiaofu, perfect timing. Jiamu and I were just discussing the details of your betrothal gifts. Betrothal gifts? Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat as she turned to look at Cheng Jiamu, who was seated on the sofa. He knows about the betrothal gifts? Uncle Jiang, don't worry. Cheng Jiamu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Fu and said, what Xiao Fu means is what our Cheng family means. Jiang Yuanji's face was all smiles. I know, everyone dotes on her. That's Xiao Fu's blessing. Jiang Fu smiled and walked into the living room. Dad, my passport and ID card. I lost them and need replacements. Can you give me the household registration book? Jiang Yuanji looked puzzled. How did your documents get lost? I went to Hong Kong a couple of days ago, and my backpack accidentally fell into the sea. If you don't believe me, you can call my uncle and ask. He was the one who figured out how to get me back to Yanjing. I know about this too, Cheng Jiamu spoke up proactively. It's true. Jiang Fu glanced sideways at Cheng Jiamu. Could it be that the assassin really was Gu Yanchou's doing, and even Cheng Jiamu knows about it? How could you be so careless? Jiang Yuanji frowned and stood up. Alright, I'll go get it. You two chat for a bit. As Jiang Yuanji went upstairs, Jiang Fu walked over to the sofa and sat down across from Cheng Jiamu. What are you doing here? From their conversation earlier, she had already guessed. Cheng Jiamu hadn't exposed her lie. Otherwise, Jiang Yuanji wouldn't have been so calm. Knowing she was lying but not calling her out, Cheng Jiamu must have his reasons. Cheng Jiamu stood up and moved to sit on the sofa beside her, lowering his voice. Xiao Fu, don't misunderstand me. I didn't expose you. I know you want Meixin Theater, and I can help you get it. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes and studied Cheng Jiamu. It seemed he didn't know that the theater was already under her name. Not surprising, Jiang Yuanji, that old fox, was probably afraid the Cheng family wouldn't pay up and hadn't told Cheng Jiamu. Seeing Jiang Fu remain silent, Cheng Jiamu thought she was reconsidering. He reached out and held her hand, his expression full of affection. As long as you're with me, I'll help you get anything you want. On the staircase, Jiang Yuanji walked down holding the household registration book. Jiang Fu pulled her hand away and took the book from him. Dad, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading to the office? Jiang Yuanji checked the time and slapped his forehead. I almost forgot I have a meeting today. Jiamu, you two chat. Uncle will head to the company now. Come by often. Sure, Uncle Jiang, Cheng Jiamu replied with a smile. After watching Jiang Yuanji leave, Jiang Fu stuffed the household registration book into her handbag. Let's go. We'll talk outside. She grabbed a wet wipe from the coffee table and began wiping her hands as she walked out of the living room. Who knew how many women's hands he'd touched? And he dared to touch her disgusting. Cheng Jiamu noticed her actions and frowned slightly. Then, his gaze fell on her hand. She wasn't wearing the engagement ring. Where's your engagement ring? He asked. I lost it. Lost it. Cheng Jiamu frowned. That was our engagement ring. Engagement? Have you ever treated me like your fiancé? Jiang Fu tossed the used wet wipe into a trash can and stopped walking. On the day of our engagement, what was the name of that foreign girl you slept with? Daisy? She sure knows how to scream. Anyone who heard might have thought someone was slaughtering a pig. Cheng Jiamu froze. Xiao Fu, I was wrong in the past. He took a step closer, but Jiang Fu stepped back, avoiding his hand. Don't touch me. I don't want to waste another wet wipe. Say what you have to say. If it's nonsense, save it, I'm in a hurry. Xiao Fu, I know I let you down before, but I truly like you. Jiang Fu couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. You claim to love me, yet you're out there sleeping with other women in every possible way. Cheng Jiamu, your version of love is truly unique, isn't it? Jiang Fu sneered. Xiao Fu, Cheng Jiamu started to explain. Enough, stop pretending, Jiang Fu cut him off coldly. You're just scared I'll expose your dirty laundry to Grandpa, aren't you? Go back and tell Aunt Chiu that if she cancels this engagement, I won't ask for that 100 million. Consider it a favor for the times you've helped me before. I'll let you off the hook this once. She opened the car door, turned slightly as she adjusted her long hair, and prepared to get into the driver's seat. Xiao Fu. Cheng Jiamu grabbed her arm. I know you still have feelings for me, don't you? Jiang Fu was speechless, her expression frozen with disbelief. The Gu family's narcissistic gene was truly strong. It had even been passed down to Cheng Jiamu. She raised her hand, flinging his off, and brushed her hair back. Cheng Jiamu, listen carefully. Just the sight of you makes me sick. A womanizer like you? I wouldn't even waste a glance on you. The theater was already hers, and she had the household registration book in hand. As for that set of DNCUI hairpieces, she'd figure out another way to get them. Right now, she couldn't be bothered to continue playing this charade with him. Noticing a red mark on her neck, Cheng Jiamu narrowed his eyes. What's that on your neck? Jiang Fu glanced at the car's rearview mirror. On the right side, peeking out from her collar, was half of a faint hickey. It was too close to the back of her neck, so she hadn't noticed it while putting on makeup that morning. Deliberately, she swept her hair to one side, fully exposing the mark. A hickey. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. Cheng Jiamu's face twisted with anger. You wouldn't even let me touch you, but you let another man kiss you? Kiss? That's nothing, Jiang Fu smirked. We went to bed too. My man isn't like you can even last 20 minutes. Pathetic. Cheng Jiamu was on the verge of losing it. Jiang Fu. Don't yell at me. I'm not your mother, here to indulge your tantrums. Jiang Fu snapped, her tone icy as her sharp gaze locked onto his. Now that we're being honest, let me be clear. Stay out of my business, and I won't spill your dirty secrets to Grandpa. But if you dare mess with me, don't blame me for stirring things up with Grandpa and Uncle, leaving you with nothing, not a single share. She slid into the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt with practiced ease. Standing by the car, Cheng Jiami's face was dark with rage. Jiang Fu, if you treat me like this, you'll regret it. The only thing I regret is being blind enough to fall for you in the first place. Jiang Fu started the car. Move. Good dogs don't block the road. Cheng Jiamu stood his ground. Go ahead. Hit me if you dare. Without hesitation, Jiang Fu stepped on the gas. The white Bentley Continental surged forward, heading straight for him. Watching the car approach, Cheng Jiamu panicked and stumbled back, stepping aside just in time. Coward, Jiang Fu muttered, moving her foot from the brake to the accelerator. The white Bentley sped off like the wind. Jiamyej, are you okay? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Jiang Wei rushed out of the villa to support Cheng Jiami's arm. Get lost. Cheng Jiamu snapped, shaking her off angrily as he turned to leave. Jiang Wei stood still, her voice calm yet calculated. She treated you like that, and you're not even thinking of getting back at her? Cheng Jiamu paused mid-step and turned to face her. What are you getting at? A sly smile tugged at Jiang Wei's lips. She moved closer, opened the passenger door of his car, and sat inside. Why don't we discuss this somewhere else? Cheng Jiamu hesitated for a couple of seconds before finally getting into the driver's seat. With the household registration book in hand, Jiang Fu successfully completed the procedures for her new ID card. After rushing to the mobile service center, she got a new SIM card and inserted it into her newly purchased phone. By the time she walked out with the phone in hand, the lawyer was already waiting by her car. Jiang Fu handed over the household registration book along with other necessary documents to him. Could you check if there's anything else missing? She asked. The lawyer glanced through the documents carefully and smiled. Everything's in order. I'll make sure to transfer your household registration to the property under your grandfather's name as soon as possible. Great. Thank you so much. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to call me. Once her household registration was successfully transferred out of the Jiang family, she would finally be free. Originally, Jiang Fu had planned to use the excuse of registering her marriage with Cheng Jiamu to trick the household registration book out of the Jiang family. Thinking about it now, she had to thank Gu Yanxiu for making her lose all her documents. It had made retrieving the household registration book much easier. Sitting back in the car, Jiang Fu finally had a moment to check her messages from before the SIM card was replaced. Among the dozens of WeChat messages, more than 10 were from Gu Yufei, all pressing her about signing the contract with Shika Custom Designs. Jiang Fu's lips curled into a faint smile. Offering money so eagerly? It would be a shame not to take advantage of this enthusiasm from Miss Gu. Taking the opportunity while Gu Yufei was still unaware of her fallout with Gu Yanxiu, Jiang Fu resolved to handle this matter quickly. She tapped the screen and returned the call. The moment the call connected, Gu Yufei's voice was filled with irritation. Xiao Fu, what's going on with you? It's been so long, and I haven't heard a word from you. Don't be upset, Sister Yufei. I lost my phone while I was in Gangxing the other day. I would never ignore you, Jiang Fu replied in a humble tone. Alright, so what about the matter I asked you to handle? Did you get it done? Gu Yufei's tone was commanding as usual. How could I not take care of something you asked me to do? The contract is ready. Where are you? I can bring it to you to check, Jiang Fu said, keeping her voice deferential. I'm at the exhibition center for an event. Come quickly. I have another engagement afterward, Gu Yufei said, giving her the address. Sure, see you soon. After hanging up, Jiang Fu called someone at the theater and instructed them to prepare a costume customization contract according to her specifications. With a smile, she started the car. Once she picked up the contract from the theater, she headed straight for the exhibition center. Before entering, she carefully concealed the marks on her neck and put on a pair of plain glasses. Transforming back into the pitiable image of the Jiang family's little girl, she walked into the exhibition center with the contract in hand. Gu Yufei was attending an auto show. The moment she saw Jiang Fu, she snatched the contract from her hands. As her eyes landed on the words Meishin Theater on the contract, she frowned slightly. Why is this from Meishin Theater? Just in case Manager Wang notices, I told them it's for a batch of costumes ordered by our family's theater, Jiang Fu said nervously, putting on an anxious expression. Is that not okay? The contract bore the official seal of Meishin Theater, leaving no room for nitpicking. Gu Yufei smirked inwardly. This fool wasn't even worried about dragging her own family's theater into trouble. It's fine, of course. Everything looks good, she said. After all, her name wasn't on the contract. If anything went wrong later, it wouldn't trace back to her. Should I go find Manager Wang now and get the contract signed? Jiang Fu asked. Handing the contract back to Jiang Fu, Gu Yufei nodded. Yes, go ahead and sign it. Make sure to push them to deliver as soon as possible after signing. Then a 10 million down payment. Don't be so petty. Do you think I'd cheat you? Come on, I don't have that kind of money. Fine. Gu Yufei took a checkbook out of her handbag, wrote a check, and handed it to Jiang Fu. Here, 10 million. Don't even think about folding this check. Yufiji. Jiang Fu accepted the check hesitantly. Should I write you a receipt for this? No need, we're practically family. Gu Yufei feigned generosity. As long as Shika Custom closes down, I won't treat you poorly. Go on now. Alright, I'll go sign the contract now. Once it's done, I'll send you some pictures to confirm. No need. I trust you. Of course. Gu Yufei had no intention of getting her hands dirty with such a shady scheme. After placing the checkbook back into her handbag, she smiled and put an arm around Jiang Fu's shoulder, slipping her a shopping card. Here's a card for you. Buy yourself some nice clothes. Yufiji, you've already given me so much money. I can't possibly accept this. I've always thought of you as my little sister. Giving you a little spending money is only natural. Just remember when you get the chance, help me set up a dinner with your uncle, alright? Taking advantage of an opportunist costs nothing. Jiang Fu accepted the shopping card with a sweet, harmless smile. Thank you, Yufiji. I'll do my best. After saying goodbye to Gu Yufei, Jiang Fu walked out of the exhibition center, clutching the contract. Yufiji. Gu Yufei's assistant walked in, holding the coffee she had fetched. I think I just saw Jiang Fu. Did something happen? Nothing at all. Gu Yufei didn't mention the contract or the check. The fewer people who knew about such underhanded dealings, the better. Even her assistant didn't need to have leverage against her. What Gu Yufei didn't realize, however, was that as soon as Jiang Fu left the exhibition center, she tore the contract into pieces and threw it into the trash. Back in her car, Jiang Fu leaned back in the driver's seat, holding the check between her fingers. She gave it a flick and whistled softly. Thank you for supporting this poor girl, Miss Gu. Starting the car, she drove off with a cheerful grin and soon arrived at the Shika Custom Boutique. She walked in carrying bags of fruit, snacks, and burgers, handing them out to the sales associates. Wow, Zygji, what's the occasion today? Thank you, Zygji. Nothing much, just in a good mood. Jiang Fu crooked a finger at Manager Wang, signaling him to follow her into the office at the back. She pulled a prepared costume list from her bag and handed it over. Hey, raise the costume order. Make sure it's taken care of quickly. Manager Wang glanced at the list, noting the number of costumes and the detailed requirements. He frowned. This is over 300 pieces. And you're asking for hand-stitched embroidery and premium materials. The costs will be high. Jiang Fu took out the check Gu Yufei had given her and handed it to Manager Wang. Will 10 million be enough? More than enough. Seeing Gu Yufei's name on the check, Manager Wang was momentarily stunned. Gu Yufei? Isn't she supposed to hate you to the core? Why would she give you money? That's none of your concern. Just make sure this check doesn't go through the company's accounts. Go to the bank this afternoon and transfer the money to my personal account. I'll move it back to the company later. By avoiding the company's official accounts, Jiang Fu ensured that even if Gu Yufei turned against her in the future, there would be no evidence linking the money to Shika Custom. Since Gu Yufei had handed over the check without her assistant present, there were no witnesses or physical evidence. This 10 million would remain an untraceable transaction. With this money, the theater troupe's costumes and props were no longer a concern. Leaning back in her chair, Jiang Fu picked up the tea Manager Wang had brewed for her and took a delicate sip, exuding an air of elegance. Spending free money feels amazing. After having lunch at the Chongsam shop and carefully discussing the details of costume orders with Manager Wang, Jiang Fu headed to the inpatient department of People's Hospital, carrying fruits and nutritional supplements. Despite Mi Lai insisting she was fine, Jiang Fu had firmly decided to admit her to the hospital to ensure she wouldn't develop any lingering issues. Shi Jia, you're finally here. Mi Lai greeted her eagerly as she walked in. I beg you, let me leave the hospital. I'm really fine now. Whether you're fine or not is up to the doctor to decide, Jiang Fu replied, giving her a sideways glance. As a worker, your boss gives you time off, and you're still unwilling to take it? Seriously. I'm going crazy in here. This doesn't feel like a hospital stay. It's more like being in jail. Mi Lai complained. Jiang Fu pulled out a brand new tablet and phone from her bag and handed them to her. Here, a new phone and tablet. Once you're discharged, go get a new SIM card. Now you've got something to play with, so no more complaining about being in jail. Mi Lai froze for a moment. Shi Jia, I can't accept this. How can I let you buy these for me? I'm your boss, aren't I? Consider it workplace equipment. Of course, I should pay for it, Jiang Fu said with a playful wink. I've already asked the lawyer to handle things with the insurance company. The accident insurance I got for you should compensate around 300,000 yuan. I'll chip in to make it 500,000, so you'll have enough for the down payment on a house for your mom back home. Now, just focus on recovering and enjoy your time here, little rich lady. Tears welled up in Mi Lai's eyes. Shi Jia, why are you doing all this for me? It's a work injury. As your boss, it's my responsibility to compensate you. What, do you think it's not enough? Jiang Fu teased. No, I didn't mean that. Then stop overthinking it and rest up, Jiang Fu interrupted with a smile, gently pushing her back onto the bed. The sooner you recover, the sooner you can get back to work. Do you know how embarrassing it is for someone like me to have to buy her own fruit? Milai sniffled and nodded. Thank you, Shijia. Alright, eat up, Jiang Fu said, handing her a box of freshly cut fruit. I'll go check with the doctor to see when you can be released from prison. After leaving the room, Jiang Fu went to the attending doctor's office to inquire about Milai's condition. Once she was reassured that Milai was fine, she felt a sense of relief. Returning to the hospital room, she walked in and announced, "The doctor says you're free from jail tomorrow." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Qing Zhelua standing by the window, dressed sharply in a suit. One hand was in his pocket, while the other was fiddling with a string of prayer beads, moving them one by one. Jiang Fu stopped in her tracks. Little uncle, what brings you here? I came to check on Milai, and while I'm here to see you, Qing Zhelua replied casually. Something on your mind? She asked. We had an appointment yesterday, didn't we? Don't tell me you forgot, he said as he stepped past her and out of the room. I'll wait for you outside. Milai handed Jiang Fu her handbag with a mischievous grin, winking at her and lowering her voice. Shijia, go get him. Push that handsome guy down and make him yours. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. Well, see who's pushing who. She turned and followed Qing Zhelua out of the room, stepping into the elevator behind him. So, where are we headed now? As a nurse brought a wheelchair into the elevator, Qing Zhelua guided Jiang Fu to a corner, shielding her with his body. Leaning in close, he lowered his voice, his lips brushing near her ear. Shall we eat first, or should I be your appetizer? Your choice. The man's breath brushed against her ear, like a feather teasing her, leaving a ticklish sensation. Jiang Fu tilted her head slightly to avoid his teasing. I choose to eat first, she said. She knew his stamina all too well. Heading into battle, on an empty stomach? She wasn't sure she could handle it. All right, Qing Zhelua replied with a nod, straightening his back. The elevator arrived at the first floor, and a nurse pushed a wheelchair out. The two stepped out side by side. Jiang Fu carried her handbag in one hand while the other hung casually at her side. Her palm accidentally brushed against his, and instinctively, she tried to pull away. But Qing Zhelua caught her hand, his palm pressing against hers. Gently, he parted her fingers and intertwined them with his. It's just a nap. Is it necessary to make it look like a couple's date? Jiang Fu glanced sideways at him. Qing Zhelua walked confidently beside her, his expression as calm and composed as always. His demeanor suggested that holding hands was the most natural thing in the world, as if they were already a couple. His palm was warm and dry, with a faintly rough texture from years of handling guns. With every step, the slight friction between their hands tickled her palm. Feeling a little uneasy, Jiang Fu tried to withdraw her fingers, but to no avail. Left with no choice, she curled her fingers slightly, locking them with his. They walked to the parking lot, where Qing Zhelua led her to a silver SUV. Finally, he released her hand. The two got into the car separately, and soon the vehicle pulled out of the hospital gates. As they passed a pharmacy on the street, Jiang Fu suddenly remembered something. Uncle, stop the car up ahead. I need to buy something. Qing Zhelua pulled over by the roadside. Jiang Fu quickly stepped out and walked into the pharmacy. Standing before the shelves of contraceptives, she scanned the array of brands. Remembering that night, she picked up a box of large-sized ones and held it in her hand. After paying, she discreetly slipped the box into her handbag and returned to the car, acting as if nothing had happened. Qing Zhelua glanced at her with concern. Are you feeling unwell? No. Then what did you buy at the pharmacy? Jiang Fu clutched her handbag tightly and lowered her lashes. Nothing. But having just been in a car accident, Qing Zhelua was far from reassured. Turning toward her, he placed a hand on her forehead to check her temperature. His tone turned serious. Either you show me the medicine, or it'll take you straight to the emergency room. Reluctantly, Jiang Fu opened her bag, grabbed the box, and slapped it into his hand. Last time, I took the morning after pill. This time it's your turn, don't you think? Qing Zhelua froze for a moment, then a faint smile curled his lips. He put the box back into her handbag and restarted the car. Taking pills isn't good for your health. From now on, I'll handle the contraception. Jiang Fu turned to look out the window, saying nothing. She didn't take his words seriously. For now, he wasn't tired of her yet, so of course he'd say sweet things. The SUV drove out of the 5th Ring Road and onto the highway leading to the outskirts of the city. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious resort. The resort's restaurant specialized in wild game and farm-toteable dishes. Grilled fish, roasted rabbit, wild mushrooms, everything was fresh and authentic. Surrounded by such delicious food, Jiang Fu quickly relaxed and couldn't stop praising the dishes as she ate. This fish is so tender, and the rabbit is so flavorful, uncle. We should come back here again sometime, okay? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. She was just here for the food, but he was here for her. Coughing lightly, Jiang Fu grabbed a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth. I meant just for the food, uncle. Don't get the wrong idea. Cheng Jilua poured her more juice and looked at her calmly. Are you full? Jiang Fu took a sip of the juice, then stood up. Let's go. Sooner or later, it was bound to happen, and she decided not to avoid it anymore. Cheng Jilua called the waiter to settle the bill and escorted Jiang Fu out of the restaurant. However, instead of taking her straight to a hotel as she had imagined, he led her back to the car. The SUV continued along the winding mountain road, the scenery on both sides becoming increasingly breathtaking, while signs of human habitation grew sparse. Jiang Fu glanced at the night view outside the window. Uncle, where are we going? Cheng Jilua kept his eyes on the road ahead. What? Can't wait to devour me already? Jiang Fu was speechless. Seriously, why can't this annoying man ever talk properly? Before she could voice her thoughts, the car came to a stop by the roadside. Cheng Jilua reached into the back seat and placed a shoebox on her lap. Change your shoes. Jiang Fu opened the box to find a pair of canvas sneakers, thoughtfully paired with cotton socks. She was puzzled. Does something like this require a change of shoes? Cheng Jilua offered no explanation. He hopped out of the car and opened the trunk. Jiang Fu's mind wandered. Some men have certain preferences in bed like women in stockings, or something. Could it be that her uncle's into this sort of thing? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Jiang Fu shook her head, slipped off her high heels, put on the socks and sneakers, and stepped out of the car. She walked to the back, where Cheng Jilua had already swapped his suit jacket for a black outdoor jacket. Seeing her approach, he pulled a women's windbreaker from a paper bag and draped it over her shoulders. Put it on. It's chilly in the mountains at night. Once Jiang Fu had zipped up the jacket, Cheng Jilua handed her a camping lantern and grabbed 2 bulging tote bags from the trunk. Stay close to me and don't fall behind. With that, Cheng Jilua started up a mountain trail under the moonlight. We're hiking now. Jiang Fu sighed in resignation and followed him, lantern in hand. The trail led them uphill and soon, they entered a forest. Jiang Fu noticed tiny green lights flickering in the grass. She stopped in delight. Uncle, look. Fireflies. What's there to see? Hurry up. Cheng Jilua's voice came from not far ahead, urging her forward. This man is completely devoid of romance. Jiang Fu pouted and caught up with him. Beyond the forest was a wide, open meadow. From this elevated spot, the entirety of Yanjing City stretched out before them. Chang'an Avenue, the central axis, rode the glittering lights of countless homes and the flowing streams of traffic. For the first time, Jiang Fu saw the city where she was born and raised from this perspective. It's stunning. Don't get too close to the edge of the cliff, Cheng Jilua reminded her softly from behind. Jiang Fu turned to see that he had already set up a tent and was now pulling sleeping bags out of one of the bags. Wait, what? Is he planning to out here? After laying out the sleeping bags, Cheng Jilua turned and waved her over. Come in. Otherwise, the mosquitoes will eat you alive later. It's not the mosquitoes that will eat mites him, isn't it? Jiang Fu pressed her lips together, walked over, handed him the lantern, and slipped off her shoes before crawling into the tent. Cheng Jilua followed her in, zipped up the tent door, turned off the lantern, and set it aside. Jiang Fu glanced around the confined space. She removed her windbreaker, lay down on the sleeping bag, and closed her eyes, bracing herself for what was to come. Cheng Jilua lay down beside her, wrapping an arm around her and pulling her close. Wait a bit. You'll see more soon. Jiang Fu opened her eyes in confusion. Through the transparent top of the tent and the mesh sides, she could clearly see. In the dim light, specks of green light floated closer, surrounding the tent and hovering above it. Jiang Fu sat up in surprise. Are they really coming? She murmured. Cheng Jilua raised an arm, gently pulling her back into his embrace as he whispered, Don't make a sound, or you'll scare them away. Leaning against his shoulder, her hand naturally rested on his chest. Outside the tent, the fireflies gathered in increasing numbers. Some even landed directly on the tent, their tiny bodies glowing faintly on and off. How did you know there'd be fireflies here? She asked softly. He traced his hand gently over her hair, his voice warm. Back when I was with the team, we did a joint exercise with the Yanjing military district. We were stationed here for a while. Pausing briefly, he added with a touch of guilt, I'm sorry, little one. It took me so many years to finally bring you here. Jiang Fu froze for a moment before the memory surfaced. Years ago, her school had organized a summer camp, one of the activities being a visit to a firefly sanctuary. Unfortunately, she'd been sick and couldn't go. Later, Shed mentioned it in one of her letters to him. In his reply, Cheng Jilua had consoled her, saying the sanctuary fireflies were artificially bred and not very impressive. He promised that, when he had the time, he'd take her camping in the mountains to see fireflies in their natural habitat. She hadn't expected him to remember after all these years. Still stroking her back gently, Cheng Jialuo's voice broke her thoughts. By the way, I've finished making the hairpiece set for you. You'll see it tomorrow when you're home. That fast? She asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. A promise is a promise, he replied simply. Jiang Fu shifted her gaze from the fireflies outside the tent to Cheng Jialuo's face. In the soft moonlight, she could just make out his features. His eyes reflected the glow of the fireflies, like stars twinkling in the dark night sky. With her hand braced against his chest, Jiang Fu sat up slightly, tilting her head to press a light kiss on his lips. Shall we start? Cheng Jialuo cupped her face with his hand, his voice low and tender. Are you sure you're ready, little one? I'm ready, she replied firmly. This time, he had gone out of his way to prepare everything so thoughtfully. She couldn't bring herself to hesitate or play coy, it would seem ungrateful. After all, they had already agreed on this long ago. He had fulfilled what she wanted. Now it was her turn to give him what he wanted. His fingertips brushed against her lips as his other arm pulled her closer by the waist. Flipping her gently onto her back, he leaned over her. His kiss descended, hot, reckless, and consuming. Jiang Fu lay on the sleeping bag, letting him take control. The atmosphere inside the tent grew increasingly charged. His lips moved from hers, his hands deftly undoing the clasps of her dress, exploring further and claiming more. Her breath quickened, but he had no intention of stopping. Taking her hand, he guided it to him, his voice husky as he murmured, "Help me take this off." He didn't want this to be a one-sided act. Jiang Fu tried to comply, but her body was weak under his touch, her fingers trembling as they struggled to undo the buttons of his shirt. She managed to unfasten two before his hand slipped beneath the hem of her dress. Her fingers tightened around his shirt instinctively. Cheng Jialuo wait. Supporting himself with one hand on the sleeping bag beside her, Cheng Jialuo raised his head, his breath uneven. His hand remained beneath her dress. What is it? Jiang Fu took a deep breath, steadying herself. Let me make this clear, she began. The money you gave me haven't touched a single cent. I promised you back then you'd help me make a name for myself, and I'd spend one night with you. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. But after tonight, I'll only see you as my uncle. If you still care about what we once had, then let's part ways peacefully. This kind of relationship is too dangerous. She didn't care about society's judgment, and admittedly enjoyed his physical presence. But every time she faced old Master Cheng, Jiang Fu was consumed with guilt. He was the only person in the world who truly cherished her now, and she didn't want to break his heart. You think I've done all this just to spend one night with you? The man's hand, resting on her leg, suddenly tightened its grip. Jiang Fu, your heart is colder than I thought. The pain from his grasp made Jiang Fu frown. Cheng Jialuo, you're hurting me. Hurting you, he sneered. Didn't you say I could do whatever I wanted? His hand grabbed the fabric of her dress, and with a sharp tug, it tore apart. Is this what you meant? He leaned down, sinking his teeth into her skin. This too, huh? The sting from his bite made her flinch, but Jiang Fu stayed still, enduring it silently. Cheng Jialuo lifted his head from her chest, his predatory gaze pinning her down. You said anything goes, he hissed. So why aren't you helping me take off my clothes? His breathing was heavy, each word spat out between clenched teeth. Jiang Fu reached out hesitantly, her fingers finding the buckle of his belt. But before she could undo it, Cheng Jialuo grabbed her wrist, pinning her hand against the sleeping bag. Leaning in closer, his eyes burned into hers. You think spending one night with me will make us even? Dream on. With that, he turned abruptly and yanked open the tent zipper. Pulling the flap aside, he stormed out. Startled by his sudden movements, the swarm of fireflies scattered into the night like tiny sparks extinguished by the wind. Get dressed, he called out from outside the tent, his voice cold and commanding. Then, without another word, his footsteps faded into the distance. Jiang Fu quickly adjusted her clothes, pulling a windbreaker over her torn dress before crawling out of the tent. But Cheng Jialuo was nowhere in sight. All around her was an endless expanse of darkness. Cheng Jialuo, she muttered under her breath, a sinking feeling in her chest. Would that bastard really leave her stranded in the middle of nowhere in a fit of anger? Panicking, she turned back to the tent, rummaging through her bag until she found her phone. But the small X in the upper corner of the screen told her what she feared: no signal. A low rumble broke the silence. In the distance, the sound of an engine grew louder. Headlights pierced through the night as a white SUV roared toward her, stopping abruptly just 2 meters away. Cheng Jialuo jumped out of the car, his expression stormy. Without a word, he began stuffing the tent, camping lights, and other scattered items into the trunk. Slamming the trunk shut, he climbed back into the driver's seat, his jaw set in a hard line. Fearing he might leave her behind in anger, Jiang Fu quickly ran over and climbed into the passenger seat before he could change his mind. The white SUV made a sharp turn and sped down the mountain road. The entire drive back to the city, Cheng Jialuo remained silent, his face like stone. Jiang Fu, sensing his mood, didn't dare say a word either. By the time they returned to the Cheng family estate, it was already deep into the night. Cheng Jialua strode toward the back courtyard without so much as a glance in her direction. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Fu bit her lip, holding back the urge to call out to him. She knew how these things went. Right now, he was infatuated with her, showering her with affection and attention. But one day when Head had his fill of her, Head cast her aside just like Cheng Jiamu had done all those years ago. The old operas had it right, men were fickle by nature. Sweet words and tender gestures were nothing more than illusions of love. Returning to her own room, Jiang Fu flipped on the light and let out a quiet sigh. On the table, there was a large box. She hurried over, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid. Inside was a complete set of intricately crafted diansui headpieces. Under the light, the vibrant colors of the kingfisher feathers shimmered, looking almost identical to the set her mother had left behind. The pearls, gemstones, and rhinestones used for decoration appeared to be high-quality imitations. If she hadn't known beforehand, it would have been difficult to tell the difference. Zhang Yuanji, being an amateur, certainly wouldn't be able to notice. Carefully placing the hairpin back into the box, Jiang Fu locked the gift box securely in the drawer of her dressing room. The fake headpiece was ready. Now, she just needed to come up with a way to make Zhang Yuanji bring out the genuine one so she could swap them. Pacing the room with her arms crossed, an idea suddenly struck her, and her eyes lit up. Got it! She grabbed her phone and opened WeChat Moments. Carefully typing out a new post, she wrote, "Antique family heirloom for sale, a complete set of Qing Dynasty Diansu opera headpieces. Price negotiable. Serious inquiries only, DM me." She selected a few of the most exquisite photos of the headpieces to attach to the post, then adjusted the visibility settings to make it viewable only to a specific group of people. After double-checking everything, she confidently tapped the send button. The next morning, the first thing Jiang Fu did after opening her eyes was check her WeChat Moments. Her new post had garnered quite a few likes, including one from Minister Zhou of the city's Department of Culture. A sly smile curved her lips. The bait had been taken. Quickly freshening up, she selected an elegant qipao from her wardrobe and got dressed. Then, grabbing the arrow from the table, she hurried to the dining room in the front courtyard. In the dining room, only old Master Cheng was there, waiting for her while reading the newspaper. Jiang Fu casually asked, "Where's Uncle? Don't tell me he's still not up yet?" "He left early this morning," old Master Cheng replied, shaking his head. "Always running around. Who knows what he's busy with." The last time she was in Port City, Cheng Jialua had cancelled his deal with an Yin because of her. Could it be that they had rescheduled the time and place for the transaction? If Cheng Jialua was planning to use fake antiques in the deal, and an Yin figured it out suddenly, the lotus seed porridge in Jiang Fu's bowl didn't seem so appetizing. "For what's wrong?" Old Master Cheng asked with concern, noticing the change in her expression. "Nothing." Jiang Fu snapped out of her thoughts and hastily finished the rest of her porridge. "Grandpa, there's a graduation performance at school tonight, so I'll be back late. Don't wait for me for dinner." Saying her goodbyes, she picked up the arrow from the table and quickly left the courtyard. When she arrived at Meishin Theater, Minister Zhou from the Department of Culture was already there with his secretary, discussing the exhibition's specific requirements with the event organizer and the designer. Straightening her dress, Jiang Fu approached with a graceful smile. "Minister Zhou, I'm so sorry for being late." Minister Zhou, clearly excited, pulled her aside. "Miss Jiang, is the Jiansui headpiece that you posted about on WeChat real?" "Of course it's real. It's been passed down through my family for generations. How could it be fake?" she replied confidently. While Minister Zhou rubbed his hands together, his tone earnest. "Miss Jiang, would you be willing to let this set of headpieces be part of our upcoming cultural season exhibition?" This Jiang Fu feigned hesitation. "It's not that I'm unwilling, Minister Zhou, but this set is in my father's possession. I'd have to discuss it with him first." "Your father is?" "Jiang Yuanji from Zhang's construction group." "Oh, it's him. What a coincidence." Minister Zhou smiled as he pulled out his phone. "I'll give him a call right now and see if he'll do me this favor." "Minister Zhou." Jiang Fu quickly grabbed his arm. "Please don't tell him it was me who mentioned it. I'm afraid my dad will scold me." "Don't worry, I wouldn't betray a comrade." Minister Zhou chuckled as he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yuanji's number. "President Jiang, this is Zhou from the Ministry of Culture. I need a favor from you." "Minister Zhou?" Jiang Yuanji's tone was filled with eagerness. Of course, just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my power. I heard you have a set of late Qing Dynasty Peking opera headdresses with inlaid kingfisher feathers. We're hosting a cultural exhibition and we're wondering if you could lend it to us for a few days. Don't worry, we'll cover the exhibition fee." "Come on, Minister Zhou, with our relationship, there's no need to talk about money. Just let me know when the exhibition is, and I'll make sure it's delivered." "Great, it's settled then," Minister Zhou said with a smile as he hung up the phone. Turning to Jiang Fu, he added, "Your father agreed, and he even said there's no need to pay the loan fee." Jiang Fu looked incredulous. How do you know my dad? She had assumed it would take some clever maneuvering to get something out of Jiang Yuanji, yet Minister Zhou had managed it with just one phone call. He's currently involved in the bidding process for our ministry's ancient architecture restoration project. I only just found out that you two are father and daughter, Minister Zhou explained with a smile. Jiang Fu thought to herself, no wonder the notoriously money-minded Jiang Yuanji waived the loan fee. He must be eyeing the project under Minister Zhou's jurisdiction. Has the bidding been finalized yet? She asked. Not yet. Restoring ancient architecture is no small task. We're still in the initial qualification review phase, Minister Zhou replied, assuming she was simply concerned about her father. Don't worry, Miss Jiang. Since you're Mr. Cheng's niece, as long as your father's company meets our requirements, I'll do my best to help. This project must have a pretty high budget, right? Of course. There are so many ancient buildings in Yanjing, and the city is placing great importance on cultural preservation. This project alone is worth over 1 billion yuan. Later phases, including a second and third stage, could bring the total to around 5 billion. Jiang Fu smiled innocently. Then I'll thank you in advance, Minister Zhou. Oh, it seems you have a meeting to attend. The secretary approached and reminded him softly, Minister, it's time for your meeting. I'll walk you out, Jiang Fu offered politely, escorting Minister Zhou to the door. She didn't forget to assure him, rest assured, I'll personally oversee the exhibition preparations and make sure it becomes the highlight of the cultural season. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I'll leave it in your capable hands, Minister Zhou said with a smile before getting into his car and driving away. As Jiang Fu returned to the second floor, she immediately summoned the exhibition company's team to discuss and finalize the setup. If she wanted Minister Zhou to trust her, she first had to prove herself by making this exhibition a success. Together with the exhibition team and designers, they conducted on-site measurements and detailed discussions. It wasn't until 3 or 4 in the afternoon that the exhibition plan was completed. The team returned to their office to work on the renderings, while Jiang Fu drove to Yanjing Drama Academy for a rehearsal. After parking her car outside the auditorium, she hurried inside, carrying her eru. Inside, the students were scattered in small groups, chatting or playing on their phones, showing no signs of preparing for rehearsal. Puzzled, Jiang Fu looked around and approached a classmate to ask, weren't we supposed to rehearse? Why is everyone just lounging around here? Several classmates turned their faces toward her, all looking bewildered. The rehearsal was moved to the morning. We already finished it. Why are you just showing up now? Don't tell me you didn't get the notification. Who said I didn't get the notification? From the entrance of the auditorium, Zhang Wei's voice rang out. I sent the message to everyone. If Miss Jiang, the eldest daughter, decides to act all high and mighty and not show up, what can I do about it? Knowing Zhang Wei was deliberately targeting her, Jiang Fu let out a cold smile. Xiao Wei, even if your mom was a mistress and you're an illegitimate child, we still share the same father. If you don't want to acknowledge me as your sister, fine, but do you really need to go out of your way to pick on me? Her words stunned everyone into silence. The room was immediately abuzz with whispers. They're sisters? No way. No wonder Jiang Wei never admitted they were related. Turns out her mom was the mistress who climbed her way in, and she's been strutting around as the Jiang family's eldest daughter? Turns out she's just an illegitimate child. How shameless. Jiang Wei hadn't expected Jiang Fu to expose their relationship so suddenly. Her expression faltered. My mom and your dad were legally married. How does that make me an illegitimate child? When your mom married my dad, I was already 16. You're only a few months younger than me, Jiang Fu said calmly, brushing back her long hair. Her tone was steady, but every word hit like a dagger. So tell me, were you born 16 years old, or did your mom carry you for 16 years? What are you, Neza or some kind of freak? The crowd erupted into laughter. Jiang Wei's face turned red with anger and embarrassment, but she couldn't come up with a retort. Humiliated, she snapped. What are you all laughing at? Get ready for the performance. If tonight's show has any issues, don't think you'll be getting your diplomas. With that, she stormed backstage in a huff. Jiang Fu, unbothered, smoothed her dress and sat down. Immediately, people gathered around her. Jiang Fu, is it true? Her mom was really a mistress. You're way too kind. If it were me, I would have made sure both her and her mom couldn't show their faces anywhere. Exactly. Mistresses like that deserve to be put in their place. Jiang Fu lowered her lashes, looking pitiful. Forget it. They've already driven me out of the Jiang family. How could I possibly fight back against them? But beneath her innocent facade, she was calculating. Public opinion is a powerful weapon. If she was going to start fighting back, she might as well begin by taking control of the narrative. By the time the evening performance rolled around, the story of Jiang Wei being the illegitimate daughter of a mistress had spread like wildfire throughout the school. From backstage to the auditorium, even the school forum was buzzing with gossip. In this tale, Jiang Wei and her mother Yang Ting were painted as the irredeemable villains, while Jiang Fu became the pitiable victim, forced into a corner by an evil stepmother and a malicious younger sister. The news quickly reached Jiang Wei. Seeing the flood of comments on the school forum siding with Jiang Fu and condemning her and her mother, Jiang Wei was furious. She locked her phone and stormed over to where Jiang Fu was sitting in a quiet corner. Jiang Fu, stop playing the victim. Don't think I don't know you're faking it. If you know I'm faking it, then maybe you shouldn't have provoked me, Jiang Fu replied with a sweet smile as she stood up. Her fingers loosened, and with a dull thud, the arrow in her hand fell to the ground, snapping on impact. Jiang Wei? In the dressing room, the students were all anxiously preparing for the performance, so no one noticed Jiang Wei and Jiang Fu until the arrow fell to the ground. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. A few students who were familiar with Jiang Fu quickly ran over with concern. Jiang Fu, what happened? How did the arrow fall and break? Jiang Fu glanced at Jiang Wei's stunned expression before lowering her eyelashes. Jiang Wei, even if you dislike me, you didn't have to break my arrow. This time you've gone too far. Jiang Wei, still in shock, finally snapped out of it. She raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Fu's nose, shouting angrily, Jiang Fu, you're unbelievable. You broke your own instrument, and now you're trying to pin it on me. One was aggressive and domineering, while the other remained calm and composed, quiet and seemingly innocent. The balance in everyone's mind almost instinctively tipped in Jiang Fu's favor. Jiang Wei, don't you think you're going too far? How can you bully someone like this? A daughter born out of wedlock, yet so arrogant, I can't believe I used to like you. What a disgrace to the drama department. Jiang Wei, who had always been the darling of her mentors and peers in the drama department, had never faced such public condemnation. Are you all deaf or just stupid? I said it wasn't me. She broke it herself. Jiang Wei yelled, her voice trembling with frustration. But by now, her once glowing reputation as the department star had completely shattered. To everyone else, she was just an arrogant and malicious illegitimate child. Who would believe her now? Her defiant attitude only fueled the growing anger of the crowd. Do you think you're justified in bullying people? The performance is about to start, and you break someone's instrument. What, are you trying to make sure she can't graduate? I thought the gossip on the forums wasn't true, but now I see how cruel you really are. One comment after another flew at Jiang Wei, tearing her apart. Her chest heaved with fury, but she was powerless to defend herself. After all, how could one voice stand against the overwhelming tide of accusations? Even her usual close friends, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, chose to stay silent and not come to her aid. What's going on here? The head of the Peking Opera Department, Chen Feng, entered the dressing room alongside a few other department heads. The performance is about to start. Why are you all making such a commotion instead of preparing? Director Chen, Jiang Wei broke Jiang Fu's arrow. She won't admit it and is even trying to blame Jiang Fu, someone quickly explained. The students eagerly chimed in, one after another, detailing Jiang Wei's supposed misdeeds. Chen Feng's face darkened with anger as he turned to the drama department's director, Liu. Director Liu, this is one of your students. What do you propose we do about this? Director Liu was already frustrated. At the last graduation ceremony, Jiang Wei had offended Jiang Fu, causing the drama department's funding application to the Launching Foundation to be delayed indefinitely. Now, with this incident, Director Liu's patience had run out. Jiang Wei apologized to Jiang Fu immediately. Director Liu demanded. Feeling deeply wronged, Jiang Wei refused to back down. She stepped forward and looked at Director Liu, her eyes pleading. Director Liu, it really wasn't me. Did she think he was a fool? Director Liu's temper flared on the spot. So many people saw it, and you're still trying to deny it? Fine. You don't want to apologize? Alright, then you're out of tonight's performance, and you can forget about getting your diploma. The annual graduation performance was a major event. Not only did it determine whether students received their diplomas, but it was also an important opportunity for the academy to showcase its talent. Esteemed alumni, industry professionals, and other influential figures were all invited to attend. The entire performance was even broadcast live online. Hearing this, Jiang Wei's face turned pale. How could Jiang Wei possibly miss such a chance to be in the spotlight? Her face turned pale as she hurriedly grabbed Director Liu's arm. Director, I was wrong. I apologize, okay? Director Liu shook her arm off irritably. What's the use of telling me? Apologize to Jiang Fu. Jiang Wei turned her face away, biting her lip to suppress her temper. Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm apologizing to you. Jiang Fu bent down and cradled the broken arrow in her arms. This was a gift from Grandpa Qing. Made from old wood and python skin, worth over 200,000 yuan. How am I supposed to explain this to him if he asks? Her delicate beauty and pitiful expression tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Instantly, a wave of protectiveness surged among the onlookers, and they all wished they could give Jiang Wei a piece of their mind. What do you mean by that? Jiang Wei's brow furrowed deeply. I already apologized, and now you want me to pay for it too? Chen Feng scoffed coldly. For such an expensive instrument, do you think an apology is enough? Exactly. Director Liu chimed in immediately. You broke her property, so you have to compensate her. Of course, Director Liu was eager to support Jiang Fu, especially considering the department's funding needs. The other students echoed in agreement. That's right, pay up. Jiang Fu, if she doesn't compensate you, call the police. Don't be afraid, we'll testify for you. Just then, a teacher responsible for the evening's program stormed into the dressing room, frowning. Jiang Wei, what's going on? Aren't you the host tonight? Why aren't you on stage yet? Jiang Wei glanced around at everyone before her gaze landed on Director Liu's stern face. Between paying compensation and abandoning her hosting duties, she had no choice but to pick the former. Clenching her teeth, she grabbed her phone from the table, opened Alipay, and found Jiang Fu's account. With a pained expression, she completed the transfer, shot Jiang Fu a glare, and hurried off to prepare backstage. Jiang Fu, still holding the broken arrow, checked her phone to confirm the payment. Then she turned to everyone with a grateful smile. Thank you, director, and everyone for standing up for me. Let's not dwell on this anymore, Chen Feng said, turning to leave. Come on, the school's rehearsal room has eras. I'll help you pick when that works. Jiang Fu quickly stopped him. No need, Chen Feng. I have a spare arrow in my dorm. I'll go get it myself. Good, that's settled then. Go quickly, Chen Feng said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. No need to rush. I'll talk to the program teacher and move your performance to later. With a nod of acknowledgement, Jiang Fu left the small auditorium, still holding the broken arrow. When she reached the parking lot and saw no one around, she casually tossed the arrow into the trash. In reality, this arrow wasn't made of old wood or python skin. It was just a cheap, worthless instrument that her friend Yang Ting had bought for her. After being soaked in water by her troublesome brother Jiang Peng, it had long been useless. After the previous food poisoning incident, Jiang Fu had been wary of Jiang Wei potentially sabotaging her instrument during the graduation performance. So she brought this arrow as a decoy, pretending it was her performance instrument just in case. Her real, high-quality arrow had always been safely stored in her car. This entire scene had been an impromptu act. If not for Alipay's daily transfer limit of 200,000 yuan, she wouldn't have minded asking for a bit more. Retrieving her actual arrow from the car, Jiang Fu turned around with a satisfied smile. What an effortless win, she thought to herself. Feels amazing. Carrying her instrument, she returned to the backstage area. Jiang Wei had just finished announcing the latest segment and was walking off stage. When she saw Jiang Fu, she paused, gave her a cold, mocking smile, and turned to leave. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes. She had just been swindled out of 200,000, yet Jiang Wei could still laugh. Could it be that she had another trick up her sleeve? Back in the dressing room, Jiang Fu carefully checked her belongings and her arrow but found nothing amiss. Qin Yuan, Zhang Ziqing. Jiang Fu headed backstage to prepare. The teacher entered and loudly announced something. Jiang Fu gave her arrow one final inspection, straightened her outfit, and joined a few other students at the stage entrance to wait for their turn. Xiao Fu, the department chair, Chen Feng, approached her briskly. How's it going? Did you get your instrument? Seeing the arrow in her hand, Chen Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Don't be nervous. Just play like you practiced. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you'll pass for sure. Normally, Jiang Fu kept a low profile. Chen Feng, wanting to ensure she graduated smoothly, had deliberately selected a relatively easy piece, Empty Mountain and Birds Singing, for her. He had urged her to focus on practicing it. Jiang Fu curved her lips into a smile. Don't worry, Professor. I won't let you down. But tonight, she had no intention of holding back. The students before her quickly finished their performances. As the host, Jiang Wei, stepped onto the stage with a bright smile, she announced, Next, we have a student from our Peking Opera Accompaniment Department, specializing in the arrow. Please welcome Jiang Fu, who will be performing. Jiang Wei raised her voice, drawing out the announcement dramatically. The Chardash. The audience broke into applause. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes slightly. So this was Jiang Wei's plan all along. Although Jiang Fu remained composed, Chen Feng was livid. He stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Wei, who had just walked off the stage. Xiao Fu's piece is clearly Empty Mountain and Bird Singing. Why did you change it to Chardash? Empty Mountain and Bird Singing was a simple piece, roughly at a grade 6 difficulty level. Chardash, however, was a high-level, grade 10 piece with significant technical challenges. The students waiting backstage exchanged concerned looks. Everyone in the department knew Jiang Fu had been forced to transfer to the Peking Opera Accompaniment Program to study the arrow after losing her voice. 3 years for the flute, 5 years for the xiao, and a lifetime for the arrow, as the saying went. String instruments were inherently challenging to master, let alone for someone like Jiang Fu, who had started late and struggled to keep up with the curriculum. While others had progressed to advanced grade 10 pieces, Jiang Fu was still stuck at a beginner's level, barely able to play without squeaking. Performing such a difficult piece on stage would be nothing short of humiliating. Jiang Wei waved the program card in her hand, feigning innocence. Professor Chen, the program card clearly lists this piece. I was just reading what was written. Don't blame me for this. Jiang Wei had meticulously prepared for tonight, ensuring Chen Feng wouldn't find any obvious faults. Snatching the program card, Chen Feng found that it did indeed list Jiang Fu as performing chardash. For a moment, he was at a loss. There was no time to investigate further. He issued a stern command, get back on stage and re-announce the correct piece. Not my problem, Jiang Wei said with a sly grin. If you force me to go back out there, I'll just tell everyone the truth that Jiang Fu can't play this piece and has to forfeit her performance. If that happens and she can't graduate, don't blame me, Professor. You. Chen Feng was about to explode when applause erupted from the audience. Everyone turned in shock. Under the bright stage lights, Jiang Fu stood with her arrow in hand, elegantly bowing to the audience. The crowd was stunned. Is she crazy? On stage, Jiang Fu glanced at the empty piano and shook her head slightly. If Jiang Wei was going to sabotage her, she could at least have done it properly. They didn't even bother finding her a pianist. What a mess. The classmate who was supposed to accompany me on piano had an emergency and couldn't make it. So today I'll have to perform this piece solo. I hope all the teachers and students can understand. After briefly explaining to the audience, Jiang Fu turned and walked to the chair, gracefully adjusting her dress before sitting down. Ignoring Jiang Wei, Chen Feng strode toward the stage entrance. On stage, the melodious sound of the arrow began to flow. Being an expert, Chen Feng could immediately discern the difference just from one phrase. The pitch was flawless, the emotion perfectly conveyed, and the technique masterful. He abruptly stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked toward the stage. She can really play. Not far away, Jiang Wei stood watching the beautiful figure under the stage lights. She sneered disdainfully. To humiliate Jiang Fu this time, she had meticulously planned it all. Usually, Jiang Fu couldn't even play a 5th or 6th grade piece properly. It sounded like fluff. For a challenging 10th grade piece like this, at best, she might manage one section. There was no way she could finish it. On stage, Jiang Fu lowered her lashes slightly, fully immersed in the emotions of the music. The sound of the strings was both tender and poignant, yet filled with grandeur. She executed each high-level technique effortlessly. This piece was one she had performed countless times during her live streams. It was second nature to her by now. The audience below unconsciously held their breath, listening intently. At the backstage entrance, Chen Feng stood at the front, his gaze locked on the figure on stage. His eyes reddened slightly with emotion. The students waiting in the wings were equally awestruck. This is insane. To play this piece so flawlessly, she must practiced until her bow strings wore out. I'm not even close to this level. Hearing their admiration and looking at Jiang Fu on stage, Jiang Wei's hands trembled as she gripped the program card. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. She had planned for Jiang Fu to embarrass herself. On stage, Jiang Fu finished the first section, naturally pausing her breath as she prepared to shift strings and modulate. Suddenly, the soft sound of a piano joined in, seamlessly blending into her melody. With Chen Feng present, Jiang Wei had no chance to sabotage anything further. It was likely Chen Feng had found a teacher from the school to assist. Jiang Fu took a gentle breath, pouring her emotions into the music to match the piano's accompaniment. The collaboration between the piano and arrow was exquisite, as though they had rehearsed it countless times. They complemented each other perfectly, propelling the piece into its fourth and final climax. Vibrato. Bowing. Jiang Fu's delicate fingers flew across the strings, moving with precision and grace. Together with the piano, she delivered the final note of the piece. Jiang Fu released the bow with a flourish, concluding her performance. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Standing up with her arrow in hand, she smiled and raised her right hand toward the piano. But when she saw the person rising from the piano bench, her smile froze on her lips. It was him. A black suit. A white shirt. A string of black prayer beads hung loosely from the cuff of his left sleeve. The person who had just accompanied her performance turned out to be Cheng Jilua. Taking a few steps to her side, the man raised his hand and gently held her outstretched right hand. Jiang Fu snapped out of her daze, quickly bowing alongside him in unison. Unable to speak on stage, the two walked off together to the backstage area. Jiang Fu, that was incredible, absolutely incredible. Chen Feng was the first to rush over, grabbing her shoulders with such excitement that his eyes turned red. I knew it. Gold always shines. You know, your teacher is so proud of you. Overwhelmed by the moment, Chen Feng even let slip the personal nickname he used for her in private. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Jiang Fu responded with a smile, then turned her gaze toward Jiang Wei. Of course, I also need to thank you for carefully choosing the piece in Bastat. By now, Jiang Wei had figured it out. Jiang Fu wasn't just pretending to be obedient, she had been pretending to struggle all along. Clenching her teeth, Jiang Wei's chest heaved as she admitted, I really underestimated you. Jiang Fu's lips curled into a sly smile. Well, if you judge people with dog eyes, you're bound to misjudge. Jiang Wei was so furious she could hardly speak, but she didn't dare argue further. After all, she was the host and still had to announce the next act on stage. Ignoring Jiang Fu, Jiang Wei turned and prepared to walk around her toward the stage. In the dim lighting, she suddenly saw a tall figure walking straight toward her. Instinctively, she stepped aside, and the two brushed past each other. As Jiang Wei stepped onto the stage, she glanced down at the program cards in her hand. Next up, please enjoy. She froze as she noticed something was wrong. Several cards were missing, and the top card displayed a performance that had already been announced. Panic set in as she anxiously glanced toward the backstage entrance, trying to figure out which department's performance it was supposed to be. But the dim lighting made it impossible to see clearly. Please enjoy. She stammered, her palms already damp with sweat, unsure of what to say. A student from the puppetry department, waiting in the wings, decided to help. Galileo's story, they prompted. Jiang Wei hurriedly repeated, Family Matters. The puppetry student was stunned. What the heck? Family Matters? No. Galileo the astronomer. Growing frantic, the student repeated the correction so loudly that even some audience members could hear it. This time, Jiang Wei finally got it. Struggling to maintain her composure, she corrected herself. The next performance is Galileo the astronomer. The audience erupted into laughter. The puppetry students, fed up with her mistakes, decided to take matters into their own hands. They led their group onto the stage. We're students from the college's puppetry department, and today we'll be performing Galileo's story. We hope you enjoy it. The audience responded with applause. Humiliated, Jiang Wei turned and ran off stage. The supervising teacher stormed over, furious, and jabbed a finger at her. What is wrong with you? Teacher, I don't know how, but some of my program cards went missing, Jiang Wei explained, her voice trembling. And that's supposed to be an excuse? As a host, you should have memorized the entire lineup. The teacher scowled, slamming a backup program list into her hands. Why don't you just lose yourself next time? I must have been blind to choose you as host. You completely dropped the ball when it mattered most. Jiang Wei stood there, her face burning with embarrassment and frustration, tears welling up in her eyes. I understand, she muttered. None of the students waiting backstage showed her any sympathy. A male student from the opera department even teased her. Jiang Wei, our performance is Phantom of the Opera. Please don't announce it as Phantom of the Shadow Puppets. We don't have that kind of equipment. Huh. Once again, the air was filled with laughter. Not far away in the corridor, Jiang Fu overheard the teasing voices of the crowd. With a puzzled glance, she looked toward the trash can where Cheng Jialua had just thrown something. Was that you? She asked. Cheng Jialua didn't respond and instead turned toward the exit. Uncle. Jiang Fu hurried after him, grabbing his arm. She stared at his retreating figure and pressed her lips together. Thank you. Just a thank you? Cheng Jialua pulled her closer suddenly, pinning her against the wall as he leaned in, his eyes narrowing. Now you owe me a favor again. How do you plan to repay me? Spend a night with me, or? His words trailed off suggestively. Jiang Fu opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Meeting her wide, nervous eyes, Cheng Jialua frowned. Abruptly, he released her and strode off. From the other end of the corridor, Cheng Jiamu had watched the entire interaction. His grip tightened around the bouquet in his hand. So that's it. Ever since Cheng Jialua came back, Jiang Fu had been acting differently. Turns out, he's the wild man. Jiang Fu, just wait. I won't let you have your way, he muttered under his breath before turning and walking briskly toward the backstage area. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps in the hallway, Jiang Fu turned her head but saw only the empty corridor. Frowning, she picked up her arrow and returned to the dressing room. Almost immediately, a few curious girls surrounded her. Wow, Jiang Fu, who was that handsome guy who just accompanied you on the piano? One of them asked. Yeah, is he from our school? He's so good-looking, and his vibe is amazing, another chimed in. He must be a professional pianist from outside the school, right? That performance was on another level. Jiang Fu wasn't in the mood for gossip. She brushed off their questions with a couple of vague replies, sat down, and carefully placed her arrow back into its case. All right, everyone get ready. The teacher in charge of the performance walked into the dressing room, clapping her hands to gather their attention. The last program is about to wrap up. Head backstage for the award ceremony and group photo. Everyone got up and began making their way to the backstage area. Jiang Fu joined the group and stood near the entrance. The final act concluded, and the judges, seated among the college leadership, finished compiling their scores and rankings. The vice dean of the college stepped onto the stage with a smile. Thank you everyone for your hard work tonight. Based on your performances today and your usual efforts, we've selected the evening's outstanding programs. Now, let's welcome the award recipients to the stage. Third prize, The Galileo Story by the Puppetry Department. Hearing the announcement, the audience responded with applause, accompanied by a burst of laughter. Jiang Wei's earlier blunder had clearly left an impression. A few students couldn't help but tease. Wasn't that about Galileo, the astronomer? One male student joked, mimicking an operatic tone as he exaggeratedly enunciated the program's title. Laughter rippled through the audience. Jiang Wei, standing among the crowd, flushed bright red, wishing she could disappear on the spot. The vice dean continued. Second prize, The Phantom of the Opera, performed by the opera department. And first prize, a solo monologue by Jiang Wei from the drama club. At the mention of her name, Jiang Wei's face lit up with delight. Stealing my program card wasn't enough to ruin my performance, she thought smugly. I'm still tonight's leading lady. Jiang Wei shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Fu, then smoothed her dress and lifted her chin as she walked confidently onto the stage. She glanced at the other students standing on either side of the stage, then deliberately positioned herself next to the vice dean at center stage. The vice dean gave her a brief sideways glance before gently nudging her to the side. Tonight, after careful consideration by school leaders and distinguished guests, we have selected a recipient for a special award. The deputy dean raised his voice and announced loudly, she is Jiang Fu, from the Peking Opera Accompaniment Department. Applause erupted across the hall. Jiang Fu looked surprised. After all, this selection wasn't just based on tonight's performance, but also on overall daily performance. She had always barely passed her assessments at school. Adjusting her dress, she smiled and walked onto the stage. Jiang Wei, sitting in the audience, curled her lips coldly. The deputy dean invited Jiang Fu to stand beside him at the center stage and introduced her with a serious tone. As we all know, Jiang Fu was originally a student in our Peking Opera department but later transferred to focus on the Eru. In just 4 years, she has reached such a high level of performance. This is not a miracle but the result of her hard work and dedication behind the scenes. Glancing at Jiang Fu beside him, the deputy dean's tone was filled with pride. I am proud that our school has a student like her, and I hope that other students can take her as an example. Even in fields where you may not excel initially, you can still shine. A thunderous round of applause followed. Now, let's invite the school leaders to present the awards to our winners. Amidst the applause, the school leaders stepped onto the stage, presenting bouquets and certificates of honor to the recipients. Afterward, reporters from the school newspaper took group photos of everyone. Smiling, the dean of the academy surveyed the crowd and delivered the closing remarks loudly. Let's congratulate the award winners once again, and also thank all the students for their hard work. You are about to step out of the school gates. This is not an end but a beginning. I hope all of you will stay true to your original aspirations, persevere, and go further and higher on your artistic journey. The audience began to rise from their seats, applauding alongside the students. Jiang Fu. A girl standing beside Jiang Fu lightly nudged her elbow and winked playfully. Jiang Fu turned her face in the direction the girl hinted at, puzzled. Off to the side of the stage, Cheng Jiamu walked over, holding a bouquet of flowers. Wow, her fiancé came to support her. How romantic. Everyone knew about the relationship between Cheng Jiamu and Jiang Fu. Naturally, they assumed he was here to give her the flowers. But as Jiang Fu watched Cheng Jiamu approach, an ominous feeling crept into her heart. That man wouldn't possibly be here to give her flowers. Sure enough, Cheng Jiamu shot her a cold glance and stopped a few steps away from her. Then, he turned and handed the bouquet to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, congratulations. Thank you, Jiang. Jiang Wei accepted the bouquet with a smile, casting a provocative glance in Jiang Fu's direction. Taking a step forward, she wrapped her arms around Cheng Jiamu's shoulders. Cheng Jiamu stiffened slightly but then, with a sideways glance at Jiang Fu, wrapped his arm around Jiang Wei in return. On and off the stage, the students were in shock, their whispers spreading like wildfire. What's going on? Isn't Cheng Jiamu Jiang Fu's fiancé? Could Jiang Wei be following in her mother's footsteps as a mistress? This is outrageous, giving flowers and hugging in front of everyone? That's so blatant. Clearly, this was done on purpose to humiliate Jiang Fu. Amid the indignant chatter, Jiang Fu remained the calmest person in the room. She had expected some sort of dramatic move from Cheng Jiamu, but this, holding her certificate in her left hand, Jiang Fu let the bouquet in her right hand dangle by her side. She tightened her grip on the stems and smirked. Jiang Wei, it seems you and your mother share the same hobby, being the other woman. Jiang Wei turned her face with a smug smile. Jiang and I are truly in love. He hasn't loved you for a long time. Oh, I know, Jiang Fu replied lightly. After all, in the past 4 years, he's had over 50 lovers. How could he possibly love me? I just didn't expect that, after all his picking and choosing, he'd end up with you. She shrugged, shook her head, and clicked her tongue. Cheng Jiamu, your taste is getting worse and worse. Stop with your sarcasm, Jiang Wei snapped, her face darkening. Now, Jiamyu has chosen me. You've lost. Lost? Jiang Fu chuckled. This trash? Only you would treat him like treasure. If you want him, he's all yours. Jiang Fu. Cheng Jiamu growled through gritted teeth. Don't think I don't know about your dirty little secrets. Now he stepped forward, grabbing her arm and lowering his voice. If you don't apologize to Jiang Wei right now, I'll make sure everyone knows about you in Chengzhou. Jiang Fu's eyebrows furrowed sharply. He knew. Seeing the change in her expression, Cheng Jiamu smirked sinisterly. Even if you don't care about me, surely you care about the old man. If he finds out about you in Chengzhou, what do you think he'll do? Jiang Fu's frown deepened. Cheng Jiamu, are you even human? You forced me to do this. Cheng Jiamu shoved her away and stepped back to Jiang Wei's side. Jiang Fu, listen carefully. We'll count to 3. You'd better kneel down and apologize to Jiang Wei. Wrapping an arm around Jiang Wei's waist, Cheng Jiamu's lips curled into a twisted smile. 3. Cheng Jiamu. A man's thunderous voice erupted from the audience below the stage. Cheng Jiamu. The 3 characters carried a commanding and authoritative tone. Cheng Jiamu turned his face towards the audience. In the front row, Cheng Jialua stood dressed in all black, his expression cold and unyielding. The man's brows furrowed, his handsome face darkened like the sky before a storm. Not far from him, Uncle Chen, the family butler, was carefully handing a cane to old Master Cheng and assisting the elderly man as he rose from his chair. On stage, Cheng Jiamu broke out in a cold sweat, hastily withdrawing his hand from Jiang Wei's waist. The sight of old Master Cheng made Jiang Fu's heart tighten suddenly. Why was the old man here? Grandfather, she exclaimed, quickly turning and running towards the side stairs. Cheng Jialua's cold gaze locked onto Cheng Jiamu on stage, his brows tightly knitted. Get down here, he commanded icily. The arrogance that Cheng Jiamu had displayed earlier had completely vanished. Panicked, he turned to step off the stage. What are you afraid of? Jiang Wei grabbed his arm, glancing contemptuously at Cheng Jialua standing by the stairs. Recognizing him as the man who had just accompanied Jiang Fu on the piano, she sneered. You're just a pianist. Who do you think you are to act so high and mighty? Enough. Dean Zhou's voice thundered, cutting her off. This is Mr. Cheng Jialua, the 3rd young master of the Cheng family. Jiang Wei froze on the spot, her face draining of color. The students both on and off the stage stared at Cheng Jialua, their expressions filled with shock. No one had expected that the handsome man who had just performed alongside Jiang Fu was actually the youngest son of the illustrious Qing family known far and wide but rarely seen. Grandfather. Jiang Fu tossed the bouquet in her hands aside and hurried over to support the old man's arm. Why are you here? Don't worry, old Master Qing reassured her, patting the back of her hand gently. He then turned to Dean Zhou. Dean Zhou, I have some family matters to attend to. Please dismiss everyone. Of course, Mr. Qing. Dean Zhou responded quickly, gesturing to the department heads and teachers nearby. What are you all standing around for? Get the students to leave. The crowd snapped out of their daze and began dispersing. Performers left the stage, and the students in the audience started filing out of the auditorium in an orderly manner. Quickly now, everyone, someone urged. In no time, the auditorium was quiet once again. Dean Zhou pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. Mr. Cheng, is this arrangement satisfactory? For so many years, the Launching Foundation has been a major benefactor of our academy. It's not just the students, our multimedia building, even this auditorium, we're all funded by your family. For you to finally grace us with your presence at the graduation performance, and for something like this to happen, Dean Zhou looked as though he was about to cry from frustration, especially over Jiang Wei's behavior. Despite the situation, old Master Cheng maintained his composure and politeness. I apologize for the trouble. Not at all, not at all. Well then we won't disturb you further. Relieved that the old master hadn't lost his temper, Dean Zhou exhaled lightly. He motioned to the other staff members and led the group out of the auditorium. On stage, Jiang Wei glanced around awkwardly before shamelessly stepping down and approaching Cheng Jiamu. She reached out to hold his hand, but Cheng Jiamu immediately shook her off, glaring at her in irritation. What are you still doing here? Jiang Wei opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, old Master Cheng struck his cane against the ground with a loud thud. Cheng Jiamu, explain yourself. Grandfather, Cheng Jiamu lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Mr. Cheng, Jiang Wei stepped forward boldly. Since you already know, let me explain. Enough. Jiang Fu interrupted sharply, her brows furrowing. This is a family matter. You have no place to speak here. Say, Jiang Wei scoffed lightly, you talk as if your last name is Cheng. Old Master Cheng furrowed his brows. She's my granddaughter. She doesn't need to have the Chang surname to be part of the Chang family. Jiang Wei clung to Cheng Jiamu's arm with a mischievous grin. Well, by that logic, who knows? I might end up being your granddaughter-in-law someday. Cheng Jiamu frowned and turned his face away. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Wei smirked arrogantly. How am I talking nonsense? Didn't we spend last night together? Or are you going to deny it after what happened? Cheng Jiamu shook her off angrily. You were the one who came on to me. I never said I'd marry you, did I? Listening to their bickering, old Master Cheng raised his trembling right hand, pointing at Cheng Jiamu. You unfilial before he could finish. His body swayed, and he nearly collapsed. Grandpa! Jiang Fu exclaimed, rushing to support him by the arm. Chen Jilua quickly ran over as well, helping her steady the old man and guiding him to a chair. Uncle Chen, get the medicine quickly. Uncle Chen pulled out the medication he carried with him, but old Master Cheng was already too weak to hold on and lost consciousness. Cheng Jiamu fumbled for his phone in a panic. I'll call an ambulance. Chen Jilua scooped up the old man in his arms and strode toward the exit. Uncle Chen, tell the driver to bring the car around. Xiaojian, call the Medical University Emergency Center and have them prepare for treatment. Cheng Jiamu followed behind them in long strides, chasing after the others. Jiang Wei ran a few steps but suddenly remembered she hadn't brought her belongings and turned back toward the backstage lounge. By the time Cheng Jilua carried the old man down the steps, the driver had already pulled the car up to the curb. Uncle Chen opened the back door, and Cheng Jilua carefully placed the old man onto the back seat. Xiaojian, hold him steady. Jiang Fu climbed into the car, kneeling on the carpeted floor to support the old man's head and neck. Cheng Jilua yanked open the driver's side door, pulled the driver out, and jumped in himself. The black sedan roared to life and sped off toward the Medical University-affiliated hospital. Uncle Chen turned back and ran toward Cheng Jiamu's car, following closely behind. By the time Jiang Wei emerged with her handbag, both cars were already gone. Taking shortcuts and running red lights, Cheng Jilua pushed the car to its limits, nearly making it fly. In the back seat, Jiang Fu knelt on the car's carpet, carefully supporting the old man's head. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, Grandpa, you have to hold on, Grandpa, we're almost at the hospital. Please, I'm begging you, don't let anything happen. After what felt like an eternity, the car screeched to a halt at the emergency center of the nearest hospital to the theater academy. Medical staff, who had been alerted in advance, were already waiting at the entrance with a wheelchair. As soon as the car stopped, they sprang into action, swiftly transferring the old man onto a stretcher. Jiang Fu followed closely, hoarsely explaining the situation to the medical staff. He just took a nitroglycerin tablet. He had bypass surgery a year and 2 months ago. He's been doing well recently. No episodes at all. In her haste, her high heels slipped, and she fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to her feet, she tried to chase after them again. Please save him. I'm begging you, save him. Xiaojian. Cheng Jialua rushed over and caught her around the waist. Calm down. Leaning weakly against his chest, Jiang Fu choked back sobs, clutching the lapels of his suit. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Grandpa wouldn't have. It's not your fault, Cheng Jialua said firmly. Cheng Jialua gently patted her back to comfort her. The old man is tougher than you think. He's been strong his whole life. He's not that fragile. Stay strong. Let's wait outside the emergency room. Jiang Fu steadied herself with his hand, stood up and nodded. Moments later, Uncle Chen, the butler, and Cheng Jiamu rushed into the emergency center. Seeing Jiang Fu and Cheng Jialua in the hallway, they hurried over. How is the old man? Uncle Chen asked anxiously. He's being resuscitated inside, Cheng Jialua replied. He crouched down and helped Jiang Fu sit properly, taking out a handkerchief to gently wipe the corners of her eyes. Take a seat. I'll call Singji now and ask him to come over tonight. Jiang Fu nodded softly as she took the handkerchief. Cheng Jiamu, seeing their closeness, let out a dissatisfied snort. Hearing the sound, Cheng Jialua slowly stood up and turned to face him. Meeting Cheng Jiamu's sharp gaze, the latter guiltily looked away. Cheng Jialua stepped forward, grabbed his neck with his right hand, and pressed him against the wall. If anything happens to the old man, I'll make you pay. Third young master. Uncle Chen rushed over, grabbing Cheng Jialua's arm. Please calm down. Cheng Jialua released his grip, pulled out his phone, and dialed Lu Xingji. Uncle Chen glanced at Cheng Jiamu's state, shook his head, and sighed deeply. After finishing the call, Cheng Jialua retrieved some disinfectant swabs and supplies from a nurse. Carrying them on a tray, he crouched down in front of Jiang Fu. I'm fine, she said, shaking her head gently. Don't move, he instructed firmly. Cheng Jialua held her calf steady and carefully cleaned the scrapes on her knee. Cheng Jiamu, standing at a distance, watched the scene unfold. He clenched his jaw and turned his face away in frustration. A soft sound broke the tension as the emergency room doors opened. Jiang Fu immediately stood up and rushed over. How's my grandfather? He's not in immediate danger, the doctor replied, frowning, but his heart condition isn't looking good. He might need another bypass surgery. However, the procedure is quite complex. Our hospital's head of cardiology is currently overseas for an exchange program, and Vice Director Liu is still on leave. I've already contacted Singji. He'll be flying in tonight, Cheng Jialua interjected. You mean Vice Director Liu Singji? The doctor's expression brightened with relief. That's excellent news. For now, we'll proceed with standard care and wait for Vice Director Liu to arrive and develop a treatment plan. Jiang Fu grabbed the doctor's arm. Can we see him? The doctor nodded gently. It's best if only one person goes in and stays quiet. The patient needs rest right now. As the doctor opened the door, Cheng Jialua escorted Jiang Fu to the entrance. Glancing at the room where the old man lay, he patted her shoulder. Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. Jiang Fu nodded and stepped inside. She stood by her grandfather's side, holding his hand. As she gazed at his pale, frail face, her nose tingled, and tears welled up again. Grandpa, I'm so sorry. Please, you have to pull through. When you wake up, you can hit me, scold me, even kick me out of the Cheng family, anything you want. Just don't leave us. Outside the door, Cheng Jialua stood silently. Through the small window on the door, he watched her slender figure, his brows furrowing slowly. Moments later, the eldest son of the Cheng family, Cheng Jingxi, and Gu Yanqiu arrived at the hospital one after another. After hearing from Uncle Chen that the old man was not in immediate danger, both visibly relaxed. Uncle Chen, please head back and prepare some daily necessities for the old man, Cheng Jialua instructed, his gaze then falling on Cheng Jiamu. His face darkened. Get out. Gu Yanqiu, displeased, seemed ready to argue, but Uncle Chen quickly held her back, softly explaining the situation. Cheng Jingxi furrowed her brows in anger and slapped Cheng Jiamu across the face. You ungrateful brat. If anything happens to Grandpa, you'll see how I deal with you. Gu Yanqiu, feeling guilty, didn't dare to say a word. Why are you still standing there? Take him away. Cheng Jingxi waved her hand dismissively with a frown. Gu Yanqiu quickly grabbed Cheng Jiamu and hurried out. A nurse entered the room to draw blood from the elderly Mr. Cheng. Miss, could you please wait outside? Jiang Fu carefully tucked the blanket around the old man and quietly stepped out of the room. Cheng Jialua supported her by the arm. The hospital's air conditioning was strong, and her arms, exposed in her cheongsam, were chilly. He took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. His tone was gentle. Shall I ask the driver to take you home? Jiang Fu shook her head. I want to stay and keep Grandpa company. I wouldn't feel at ease going home. Her face was full of worry. Cheng Jialua frowned slightly and stepped closer, pulling her into his arms and softly stroking the top of her head. Even if I have to gather every doctor in the world, I won't let anything happen to him. I promise. Jialua. A voice echoed in the hallway. Liu Xingji, dressed in a casual suit, walked in briskly. Accompanying him was a young assistant and a middle-aged doctor with a scholarly demeanor and glasses. Jiang Fu immediately recognized the doctor as Director Zhou, the one who had treated her years ago. She stood up in surprise. Grandpa Zhou, what brings you here? Father and son teaming up, I suppose. We happened to be at the airport together, so we rushed over, Liu Xingji explained. Father and son? Jiang Fu was taken aback. But you two? My parents had an agreement back then girls would take the father's surname, and boys would take the mother's, Liu Xingji said with a shrug, adding teasingly, Director Zhou wasn't too lucky. He didn't get the daughter he wanted, and he nearly considered giving me a gender reassignment surgery. Right, Director Zhou? Director Zhou shot his son a glare. Stop talking nonsense. I was just trying to lighten the mood, Liu Xingji said, nodding toward Jiang Fu. Can't you see? The young lady is about to cry from worry. Don't worry, little Fu. All will be fine, Director Zhou said with a reassuring smile, placing a hand on her shoulder. You've got Grandpa Zhou here. Jiang Fu forced a small smile. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Director Zhou, Deputy Director Liu, here is the patient's medical file. The attending doctor rushed over, handing the file to Director Zhou. Well, go check on the patient now. The group entered Mr. Cheng's room. Director Zhou carefully reviewed the medical file and asked the attending doctor a few questions. I agree with Xingji's assessment. The patient's condition requires both a heart bypass and tumor removal to be done simultaneously. Once the specialist team arrives tomorrow morning, we'll discuss the best treatment plan. For now, his condition is stable. One of you can stay, the others should head home. I'll stay, Jiang Fu volunteered immediately. That won't do. You're just a young girl. It's not appropriate. I'll stay, Cheng Jingxi said firmly. I'll stay here with little Fu. Big brother, Uncle Chen, you two can go back. I'll call if anything comes up, Cheng Jialua interjected. Knowing that Director Zhou and Deputy Director Liu were close to Cheng Jialua, Cheng Jingxi conceded. All right, well, head back for now and return in the morning. She left with Uncle Chen, while Lu Xingji accompanied Cheng Jielua to the office to handle the consultation paperwork. Director Zhou sat down beside Jiang Fu and offered her a few comforting words. By the way, it's been about a year since your last follow-up, hasn't it? How have you been? Any issues with your throat or vocal cords? Everything's been fine, Jiang Fu replied gratefully. I owe you so much for giving me a second chance at life. Years ago, she had lost her voice due to poisoning and had fallen into a deep coma. Director Zhou not only saved her life but also restored her voice, allowing her to return to the stage. I'm a doctor. Saving lives is my duty. You were lucky, Director Zhou said, his tone tinged with nostalgia. I remember the situation vividly. Xingji's mother and I were about to leave for an overseas trip. We had already boarded the plane and turned off our phones. It was only thanks to Jialuo's extensive connections that the airline staff reached us and asked us to disembark. That's how I made it back in time. Jiang Fu's smile stiffened. Are you saying the person who asked you to treat me back then wasn't Grandpa Cheng, but my uncle? It was around that time that I first met old Mr. Cheng. Dean Zhou chuckled. Back then, I even thought you were Jialuo's little girlfriend. Reflecting on those days, Dean Zhou sighed quietly. At that time, Jiang Fu had fallen into a deep coma due to severe poisoning. Her heartless father had even considered giving up on her treatment. It was Cheng Jielua who wrote a guarantee, with old Mr. Cheng as the guarantor, promising that if Jiang Fu ended up in a vegetative state, the Cheng family would take care of her for life. Only then did Jiang Yuanji agree to sign the surgical consent form. Looking at the pale, fragile face of the young girl, Dean Zhou decided not to bring up those painful memories. What's in the past is in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Look at you, know you're doing just fine. Don't worry, the old man will definitely pull through this, just like you did. Dad. Lu Xingji appeared, walking back with Cheng Jielua from the office. All the paperwork is done. Let me take you home to rest for a bit. You'll need your energy for tomorrow, when the two of us will be heading into the operating room together. Dean Zhou, being older and having just returned from a long trip, indeed needed some rest to recuperate. Jiang Fu and Cheng Jielua offered to escort him, but Dean Zhou waved them off. No need for all the formalities. We're all family here. After the father and son left, Cheng Jielua turned and walked into the kitchenette. He prepared a bowl of instant noodles he had borrowed from Lu Xingji and placed it in front of Jiang Fu. Stolen this from Xingji for you, go ahead and eat. Jiang Fu kept her head down, silent. Not in the mood for noodles? I can go out and get you something else, Cheng Jielua offered. Jiang Fu raised her face, her eyes red, glaring at him. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? That when I was poisoned, you were in Yanjing, she said, her voice trembling. Cheng Jialuo's brow twitched slightly, and his grip on the fork tightened. Jiang Fu didn't notice his reaction, continuing her questioning. You were the one who asked Grandpa Zhou to come and treat me. Why did you hide it from me? Cheng Jielua lowered his gaze, stirring the noodles in the bowl with the fork. His tone was calm, almost indifferent. I had my reasons. Do I not even deserve to hear the truth? Jiang Fu pressed. Placing the bowl of noodles into her hands, Cheng Jielua stood up. Eat something. I'm going outside for a smoke. Cheng Jielua. Jiang Fu stood up, holding the bowl of instant noodles. What else are you hiding from me? Cheng Jielua paused briefly before striding out of the room. Sitting back down, Jiang Fu took a few bites of the noodles. Don't think I won't find out just because you won't tell me. I'll figure it out myself. The next morning, early as dawn, the Chen family arrived at the hospital. Even the housekeeper, Aunt Lu, and Uncle Chen came along, bringing breakfast specifically for Cheng Jielua and Jiang Fu. Gu Yanqiu unpacked a basin and towel he had brought and gave Cheng Jiamu a subtle look. Jiamu, go fetch some hot water to help Grandpa wash his hands and face. Cheng Jiamu took the basin and headed to the water room. At the sink, Jiang Fu was washing her face. Upon seeing her, Cheng Jiamu let out a cold snort, slamming the basin heavily onto the sink. Jiang Fu took out a tissue and carefully dried her face. If you still have any decency, you'd better keep your mouth shut until Grandpa recovers. Once old Mr. Cheng regained consciousness, she would personally apologize to him and take responsibility for her actions. But for now, she couldn't risk his life. Cheng Jiamu frowned and turned away. Afraid now, are you? I was just giving you a reminder. Jiang Fu shrugged. You said I'm involved with Uncle Jielua. Do you have any proof? Did you take pictures or record videos? Cheng Jiamu was at a loss for words. I'm different. I have all the evidence of your infidelity, endless proof. Jiang Fu sneered coldly. After your brilliant performance last night, who do you think Grandpa would believe? You or me? You. Cheng Jiamu stepped forward, lifting his right hand. What do you want to hit me? Jiang Fu raised her hand, pointing to her own face. Go ahead right here. When Grandpa wakes up, I'll have one more reason to report you. Facing the girl's unyielding gaze, Cheng Jiamu's hand dropped weakly. Do you really not like me at all anymore? Like you? Jiang Fu let out a bitter laugh. I used to think I did. But now I realize I was wrong. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Jiang Fu lifted her chin, locking eyes with him. Cheng Jiamu, look into my eyes and tell me the truth. When I was poisoned and unconscious, were you the one who took care of me? Cheng Jiamu averted his eyes, guilt evident in his expression. I was really worried about you at the time. The moment Jiang Fu heard Director Zhou's words yesterday, she had a hunch she'd been deceived. Seeing Cheng Jiamu's reaction now, everything became crystal clear. So you lied to me. It was Uncle all along, wasn't it? He was the one who stayed by my side those days, right? If he really cared about you, he wouldn't have left before you woke up. Cheng Jiamu raised his face, his voice trembling. I care about you more than he does. Do you even know what it means to care for someone? Jiang Fu shook her head, her voice calm but cutting. Forget it. None of this matters anymore. I don't owe you anything now, Cheng Jiamu. We're done. Cheng Jiamu took a deep breath. You want to call off our engagement, don't you? Of course. Jiang Fu's face was cold and emotionless. If you don't want to lose your family shares, I suggest you keep quiet for the next few days. Once Grandpa recovers, I'll explain everything to him. After that, we'll go our separate ways. Observing Cheng Jiamu's expression, Jiang Fu added deliberately, oh, and feel free to tell your mom. Maybe she can help you figure out what to do. After all, for a mama's boy like you, making decisions on your own must be tough. Cheng Jiamu was easy to handle, but Gu Yanqiu was a different story. Jiang Fu hoped this little provocation would work on him. Cheng Jiamu scoffed coldly. Do you really think Cheng Jialua would marry you? Whether he does or not is none of your concern. Jiang Fu turned her head slightly, pretending to ponder. But if I really do marry Uncle, that would make you my nephew-in-law, wouldn't it? Kind of amusing when you think about it. I might seriously consider it. Jiang Fu. Cheng Jiamu frowned, turning his face away. You're only getting close to him to get back at me, aren't you? Jiang Fu sighed inwardly. His logic is so twisted it's beyond repair. Cheng Jiamu, take a good look in the mirror, will you? She gestured toward the mirror on the wall with her chin. In terms of looks, physique, charisma, intelligence, and ability, what do you have that could possibly compare to Uncle? She watched with satisfaction as Cheng Jiamu's face turned from pale to flushed, then to a deep, angry shade of green. Retracting her gaze, she walked toward the door of the utility room. Just before exiting, she turned back as if remembering something. Oh, by the way, she said with a smirk. Even in bed, you're no match for him. And one more thing you guessed wrong. I'm actually quite good at it. Too bad you'll never get to hear me. If he wanted to humiliate her in public, she'd make sure he regretted it. Standing in the doorway, her complexion was pale and tired from a sleepless night, but her smile was dazzlingly radiant, stunningly beautiful. Yet her eyes were cold. Not hateful. Not angry. Just utterly indifferent. As if he were a stranger. Someone unworthy of her hatred or even her annoyance. Crush. Cheng Jiamu slammed the water basin onto the ground. There's a mop in the corner. Make sure to clean up. This is a hospital, have some decency, Jiang Fu said, brushing off the water droplets that had splashed onto her skirt. She turned and walked out of the room. Outside, Cheng Jialua leaned casually against the corridor wall, his fingers playing with a string of prayer beads. His lips curved into a faint, ambiguous smile as he watched her. Acting as if nothing had happened, Jiang Fu walked past him without a word. Cheng Jialua followed, catching up to her and matching her pace. Do you really want to marry me? He asked, his tone teasing. Jiang Fu froze for half a second. Of course, the man has ears like a hawk. He heard everything. She said nothing, keeping her expression neutral. So, Uncle, when are you planning to marry me? Jiang Fu asked playfully, wrapping her arms around Cheng Jialua's arm and leaning close to his ear. A tool should know its role. Don't overthink things, Cheng Jialua said with a faint smile. At the doorway of the washroom, Cheng Jiamu stood watching their intimate backs, his fists clenched in anger. Around 8 o'clock, the consultation specialists invited by Lu Xingji had all arrived. After a thorough analysis of old Master Cheng's condition, everyone unanimously agreed with Lu Xingji and his father's decision to perform heart and liver surgeries simultaneously. At 8:30, old Master Cheng was wheeled into the operating room. The automatic doors slowly closed. Gu Yanqiu grabbed Cheng Jiamu's arm and led him to a quiet hallway. I don't care if you're trying to get back at Jiang Fu or have some other intentions. Either way, you're not to get involved with Jiang Wei anymore, do you hear me? Cheng Jiamu shifted his gaze from the window to his mother, his expression icy. It's exactly because I've been listening to you all this time that my life has become a mess. From now on, I won't listen to you anymore. Jiamu, I'm doing this for your own good, Gu Yanqiu said earnestly. For my own good? Cheng Jiamu sneered. You refused to divorce back then because you couldn't let go of your status as the Cheng family's daughter-in-law. You made me study this and that just so I could become your trophy to show off. You demanded I abandon my overseas studies and come back to pursue Jiang Fu, all for the sake of gaining control of the Cheng Corporation and satisfying your need for control. Mom, you've never done anything for my good. You don't even know what for my good really means. Gu Yanqiu looked stunned. After all I've done for you, you actually, I hate you. Throwing out those 3 words, Cheng Jiamu turned and walked toward the elevator. Gu Yanqiu opened her mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. After more than 6 excruciating hours, the doors of the operating room finally opened. Everyone immediately gathered around Lu Xingji. Jiang Fu watched him with a mixture of hope and apprehension, waiting for his answer as if awaiting a judge's verdict in court. Removing his mask, Lu Xingji gave her a reassuring smile. The usually casual and carefree man was, for once, serious and concise. The surgery was a success. Those 8 words finally allowed Jiang Fu to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Lu. The others, also visibly relieved, began expressing their gratitude to Lu Xingji. The old master is still in the final stages of stitching. It'll be a little while longer before he's brought out, Lu Xingji explained, nodding to the group before heading back into the operating room. A short while later, old Master Cheng was wheeled out of the operating room and transferred to a private intensive care unit. Still dressed in his surgical gown, Director Zhou joined Lu Xingji outside the ward. At this point, it looks like the tumor hasn't shown signs of spreading. After recovering from this surgery, completing 2 cycles of chemotherapy should keep things under control. There shouldn't be any major issues, Director Zhou said with a reassuring smile, patting Jiang Fu on the shoulder. Didn't I tell you? With me here, everything would be fine. I knew it, Grandpa Zhou. You're amazing, Jiang Fu said, her face lighting up with joy. Wait, why are you calling me Grandpa? That makes me sound so old. Does that mean I'm supposed to call myself an uncle now? Lu Xingji gave Cheng Jialuo a teasing glance and said, Xiao Fu, from now on, call me brother. Then wouldn't that mean you'd have to call my uncle too? Jiang Fu joked, making everyone laugh. Ignore him. He's never serious, Director Zhou said, casting a sidelong glance at his son. Alright, you all take good care of the old master. We'll go change now. Lu Xingji and his son left, and Jiang Fu turned to stand by the window of the hospital room. She gazed at the still unconscious elder Cheng lying on the bed and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Though the old man's illness wasn't directly caused by her, she couldn't completely absolve herself of responsibility. If something had happened to him, she would never have found peace in her life. A hand rested gently on her shoulder. Jiang Fu turned her head and met Cheng Jialuo's warm gaze. Go get some rest. I'll have the driver take you home. No, Jiang Fu replied firmly. I'm staying until Grandpa wakes up. Cheng Jialuo frowned and gave her a disapproving look. Stubborn as always. Jiang Fu tilted her head and made a playful face at him. I don't care. Cheng Jialuo raised his hand and deliberately ruffled her hair. This childish game was something they used to do when they were kids. Jiang Fu quickly grabbed his hand to stop him from messing with her hair again, holding it tightly. Cheng Jialuo didn't resist. Instead, he interlaced his fingers with hers, holding her hand in his palm. The gesture carried a hint of intimacy. Third brother. Gu Yanqiu's voice came from a short distance away, her expression dark. Xiao Fu is Jiamu's fiancé. As her uncle, don't you think you should be more mindful of boundaries? Boundaries? Cheng Jialuo didn't even turn his head. Sister-in-law, perhaps you should focus on keeping your son in check before lecturing me about boundaries. Gu Yanqiu's face stiffened with embarrassment. By now, she was well aware of the real reason behind Elder Cheng's sudden illness. Cheng Jialuo's words hit a sore spot, and she coughed awkwardly. Xiao Fu, about Jim. Aunt Qiu, there's no need to say anything. Jiang Fu calmly withdrew her hand from Cheng Jialuo's grasp and turned to face her. If Jiamu likes my sister so much, I'll gladly step aside for them. Once Grandpa wakes up, I'll explain everything to him myself. Gu Yanqiu immediately caught the underlying meaning in Jiang Fu's words. She could tell that Jiang Fu intended to reveal all of Cheng Jiamu's wrongdoings over the years to Elder Cheng. Jiang Fu, even if Jiamu was in the wrong, are you really going to disregard the 4 years of feelings between you two? Feelings? Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh. Aunt Qiu, you should know better than anyone what kind of feelings Jiamu has for me. So this is your final decision? Gu Yanqiu took a deep breath, her tone turning icy. Fine. Suit yourself. With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. After Gu Yanqiu left, Cheng Jingxi, who had been standing quietly nearby, finally spoke softly. Xiao Fu, I understand how you feel, and I know Jiamu doesn't deserve you. He's done many things to wrong you. But given Grandpa's current condition, could you wait until he's a bit stronger before bringing this up? Before Jiang Fu could respond, Cheng Jialuo interrupted coldly, knowing but doing nothing. What right do you have to ask Xiao Fu to be patient? Cheng Jingxi lowered his head. You're right. It's my failure. Cheng Jialuo seemed ready to say more, but before he could, Uncle Chen suddenly exclaimed in delight, the old master is awake. Everyone turned toward the bed. Sure enough, Elder Cheng was slowly opening his eyes. Grandpa! Jiang Fu cried out in surprise. gripping the edge of the window. Doctor, nurse-me grandfather is awake. Gu Yanqiu, who had been standing at a distance, forgot her anger and hurried back. A nurse quickly ran over and entered the ICU room. Moments later, Lu Xingji, now changed into fresh clothes, arrived in a rush and entered the room as well. After carefully conducting a post-surgery examination, Lu Xingji emerged from the room with a smile. The old master is fully conscious now. All his vitals are within normal range. We'll monitor him for a few more days, and if there are no complications, he can be transferred to a regular ward. Gu Yanqiu spoke anxiously. When can we see the old man? The ICU is a sterile ward, and family members are not allowed to enter for now, the nurse explained. After the observation period, when the patient is transferred to a regular ward, you'll be able to visit. Lu Xingji turned his gaze to Jiang Fu. Xiao Fu, go with the nurse and put on sterile clothing. You can go in and check on the old man. Gu Yanqiu, unwilling to let Jiang Fu have the chance to stir up trouble, objected immediately. Didn't you just say no one is allowed to visit? Why can she go in? It's to help stabilize the patient's emotions, Lu Yuanji replied calmly. But what if she upsets him? Gu Yanqiu argued. Will you take responsibility for that? Lu Xingji's tone remained firm. This is a hospital, and I am Mr. Cheng's attending physician. Of course, I will take responsibility. By this time, Jiang Fu had already disinfected herself and donned the sterile clothing. She walked over, and Lu Xingji opened the door, leading her into the ward. Old master, look who I've brought to see you, Lu Xingji said gently. Grandpa, Jiang Fu called out as she quickly approached the bed, holding the elderly man's hand. Through the oxygen mask, old Master Cheng gave her a faint smile. Don't cry now. See? Grandpa's fine, isn't he? Jiang Fu tried hard to maintain her composure, speaking in a light-hearted tone. I'm not crying, Grandpa. I'm smiling, you just can't see it because of the mask. You little girl. Always so good at fibbing, the old man said weakly, taking a labored breath. Grandpa thought that by arranging your engagement with Jiamu, you'd have more people to love and care for you, but I was wrong. You've been wronged all these years. I'm sorry. Grandpa, what are you saying? Jiang Fu sniffled, trying to hold back her tears. I'm doing just fine. From today onwards, this engagement, it won't count anymore. Old Master Cheng gave her hand a gentle squeeze. From now on, you are Grandpa's real granddaughter. You can stay in the Cheng family without worry. And when you find someone you truly love, Grandpa will make sure you have a grand wedding. Grandpa. Jiang Fu couldn't hold back her tears anymore. I don't deserve this. Don't say such nonsense. If Grandpa says you deserve it, then you do. Jiang Fu hesitated, worried about upsetting the elderly man further. Lu Xingji glanced at the heart rate monitor and placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Fu's shoulder. The old master just had surgery and is still weak. Let him rest for now. Jiang Fu nodded, concerned about his health. All right. Grandpa, you rest for now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. The old man smiled faintly and patted the back of her hand with his fingers. As the two left the ward, Gu Yanqiu rushed over immediately. What did the old man say? Mr. Cheng said that, starting today, the engagement between Xiao Fu and Cheng Jiamu is null and void, Lu Xingji replied with a shrug. He also said that Xiao Fu is now officially the Cheng family's granddaughter. She can live here without worry, and when she finds someone she loves, he'll ensure she has a grand wedding. Lu Xingji glanced sideways at Cheng Jilua and cleared his throat. These are the old master's exact words. Everyone heard them, right? Gu Yanqiu's face darkened. You're all on the same side. I didn't hear any of it, so of course whatever you say goes. Ms. Gu, you can't just make baseless accusations like that, Lu Xingji said, raising his right hand and pointing toward the corner of the ward. See that over there? High-definition surveillance cameras. If you don't believe me, I can pull up the footage for you. Noting the furious, pale look on Gu Yanqiu's face, Lu Xingji crossed his arms. Given Ms. Gu's highly unstable emotions, for the sake of the patient's health, she absolutely will not be allowed to visit. Yes, Vice Dean Lu, the medical staff responded in unison. Gu Yanqiu, unwilling to back down, was about to say more when Cheng Jingxi grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. What are you doing? She snapped. Cheng Jingxi pulled a document from his bag and handed it to her. Gu Yanqiu snatched it and saw the words, divorce agreement on the front. Her expression instantly darkened as she flung the papers back at him. You want a divorce? Fine. But you're walking away with nothing. I suggested a clean break before, and you refused. This time you have no choice. Don't even think about laying a finger on the Cheng family shares. If you want to agree to a divorce, then we'll settle this in court. I've been married into the Cheng family for over 20 years, and this is how you treat me. Fine, Cheng Jingxi, and the rest of the Cheng family, just you wait. Gu Yanqiu stormed off angrily. Cheng Jingxi calmly picked up the crumpled agreement from the floor and returned to the hallway outside the hospital room. He stood by the window, looking in at his father for a moment before turning to Cheng Jilua. Jilua, this is my fault. I've let you and the Chang family down. You were right, inaction is also a mistake. I won't make the same one again. With that, he turned to Chen Shu and Lu Sa, who were standing nearby. I'll stay with father tonight. I'll come back after it gets dark. He walked down the corridor in the opposite direction, his figure growing smaller. A couple, walking further and further apart. Chen Shu shook his head with a sigh. Third young master, you and Miss Fu have been up all night. Go home and rest. I'll keep an eye on things here. Cheng Jilua nodded and gently supported Jiang Fu by the shoulder. Come on, let's change out of the sterile gowns. I'll take you home. Hearing the word home, Jiang Fu froze for a moment. She had thought that once her engagement with Cheng Jiamu was broken, she'd be left all alone without a home to return to. That's right, Lu Sa chimed in. The old master said it himself, I'll always be part of the Cheng family. The Cheng family is your home. She smiled warmly. I even made dumplings last night, your favorite shrimp and 3 delicacy filling. They're delicious. Jiang Fu nodded softly, then followed the nurse down the hallway. As she walked away, Lu Xingji slung an arm around Cheng Jialuo's shoulder and pulled him aside. Bro, I've been doing my best to help you. If you mess this up again, how are you going to face me? You're just making things more complicated, Cheng Jialuo retorted, giving him a sidelong glance before his expression turned serious. I'll probably be busy for a while. I'm leaving father in your hands. Don't worry, I've got it covered, Lu Xingji assured him. Noticing Jiang Fu in the distance, now out of her sterile gown, Lu Xingji smirked and gave him a playful shove. She cried her eyes out in the hospital room earlier. Aren't you going to comfort her? Cheng Jilua strode over to Jiang Fu, his gaze immediately catching the redness around her eyes. He frowned slightly. Lu Sa hurried over and pressed the elevator button for them. Come on, I've already called the driver. He's waiting downstairs. The 3 of them took the elevator down to the lobby and got into the car. Cheng Jilua reached out, his hand resting on Jiang Fu's shoulder. He gently pulled her closer, pressing her head against his chest. His large hand patted her back in a comforting rhythm. As the car went over a speed bump near the hospital entrance, it jolted slightly. Jiang Fu's hand, resting against his suit, slipped downward, landing awkwardly on him. Her face flushed, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Jiang Fu. It was an accident, she murmured, her face still warm as she looked up at him. Don't get the wrong idea. Before Cheng Jilua could respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Jiang Fu seized the opportunity to get up and move to the window farthest from him. Seeing Yumo's name on the screen, Cheng Jilua didn't tease her further. He answered the call and brought the phone to his ear. Hello. Boss, I just got word that an EN has arrived in Yanjing. I see. I'll call you back later. After slipping the phone into his pocket, Cheng Jilua frowned again. A brief pause. The car pulled up outside the old mansion. Third young master, Miss Fu, have some fruit and tea first. I'll go make dumplings. They'll be ready soon. Aunt Lu deftly poured tea for the 2 of them, brought over some snacks, and quickly disappeared into the kitchen. Cheng Jilua stood up and walked into the bathroom, turning on the faucet as he called Yumo back. When did this happen? He landed this afternoon, just recently. Yumo sounded worried. Do you think he's here to investigate you? If he's targeting me, he wouldn't act so openly. So what are you suggesting? My guess is he must have partners here. Cheng Jilua narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, we'll cast a long line and catch everything in one net. Should we have someone keep an eye on him? Don't alarm him. Let him flounder for a few more days. After washing his hands, Cheng Jilua returned to the dining room. Aunt Lu efficiently brought out a few light dishes, and shortly after, placed 2 plates of dumplings in front of them. While the 2 ate, she busily moved around, packing the leftover dumplings and freshly made ginseng porridge into insulated containers. Third young master, Miss Fu, take your time eating. I'll head to the hospital now. Just leave the dishes. I'll clean them up later. Carrying the containers, Aunt Lu hurried out, leaving only the 2 of them in the large house. After finishing his dumplings, Cheng Jilua poured Jiang Fu another glass of juice and stood up. Take a shower and come to my room. Jiang Fu lowered her lashes and said nothing. After finishing her own meal, she returned to her room and stepped into the bathroom. She enjoyed a relaxing soak in the bathtub, then wrapped herself in a towel and went into the dressing room. Reaching into the drawer for a bra, she hesitated, then put it back. Cheng Jilua had asked her to go over, and it was likely for the usual reason. She figured it'd come off soon anyway, so there was no need to overthink it. Grabbing a loose nightgown from the rack, she slipped it on. Glancing down at her chest, she pulled a shawl over her shoulders for extra coverage. Crossing the corridor, she arrived at Cheng Jialuo's room in the back courtyard. Knocking lightly, she called out, "Uncle, I'm coming in, okay?" After giving a heads up, she gently pushed the door open. The bedroom was empty, but the bathroom light was on, and she could hear the faint sound of running water. Realizing he was showering, Jiang Fu locked the door, carefully drew the curtains, turned off the main light, and climbed onto the bed. A moment later, the bathroom door opened. Cheng Jilua stepped out, wrapped in a towel, and headed toward the dressing room. Noticing someone lying on the bed, he stopped and turned toward her. So proactive? Jiang Fu remained still, lying there without a word. Cheng Jilua walked around to her side of the bed and leaned down to look at her face. Her long lashes rested against her cheeks, and her breathing was soft and steady. She was sound asleep. She had stayed up all night watching over Elder Cheng and couldn't keep going any longer. Cheng Jilua paused, then chuckled quietly. Still hogging my bed after all these years? At dawn, birds chirped in the back courtyard. The refreshing summer breeze carried the subtle fragrance of lotus flowers into the room. On the large bed, Jiang Fu groggily turned over. What's that smell? I told you before, lotus flowers bloom in the morning and close at dusk. They're most fragrant in the early hours. Did you forget? That's why your room's my favorite. My room doesn't even. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly sitting up straight. Her eyes darted around the room before landing on Cheng Jilua beside her. You took my bed, so I had no choice but to share it with you. Cheng Jilua was leaning against the headboard, marking a spot in the financial report he'd been reading. He set the tablet on the bedside table and turned to her, a faint, teasing smile on his lips. It's not the first time we've shared a bed. Why are you so surprised?